Chapter 435. The Mongolian Envoy in the ensuing days. Zhu Youjian reveled in the delights of the capital alongside Tian Ruyi, their joy palpable as they explored every corner. During this time, Empress Zhang Yan summoned Tian Ruyi to the palace. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Youjian hurried to the palace gates, eager to enter. However, he was intercepted midway by Fang Zhenghua and subsequently summoned to the imperial study by Zhu Youxiao. Observing his brother's anxious demeanor, Zhu Youxiao led him to a side hall for discreet observation. Though Zhu Youjian had previously advised Tian Ruyi, his heart raced with trepidation, fearing any misstep on her part that might displease their elder brother and sister-in-law. Fortunately, Tian Ruyi handled the situation with remarkable poise. When questioned by Empress Zhang Yan, she responded with grace and composure, and soon their conversation flowed pleasantly. Tian Ruyi struck the perfect balance, allowing Zhu Youxiao, who observed from the shadows, to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, Jiang Ning had not misled him, for this young lady was truly impressive. Zhu Youjian's anxious heart finally found solace. Following this, Empress Zhang Yan bestowed numerous gifts upon Tian Ruyi. The more she observed her future sister-in-law, the more her satisfaction grew. Despite her humble origins as a chieftainess daughter, Tian Ruyi exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience. Rather, she was cultured, amiable, and possessed a vivacious spirit. Subsequently, Zhang Yan instructed Fang Xiaozhong to escort Tian Ruyi out of the palace. Once she departed, Zhu Youxiao led Zhu Youjian out from the side hall. Zhu Youxiao inquired by Zhu, "What do you think of this young lady?" With a slight smile, Zhang Yan replied, "Your Majesty, did you not witness her performance alongside Prince Xian in the side hall? I believe she is a commendable young woman, articulate and well-mannered. Were it not for her chieftain lineage, I might have mistaken her for a noble lady from a prominent family. Prince Xian's judgment is indeed commendable." Hearing his sister-in-law's praise, Zhu Youjian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhu Youxiao laughed heartily. "Indeed, she is a fine young lady. I hereby give my approval. Fifth brother, you must comport yourself well. Our royal family must not oppress others through our status." Zhu Youjian promptly nodded. "Rest assured, elder brother and sister-in-law, I understand what is required of me. Second brother has already advised me." Reassured by Zhu Youjian's words, Zhu Youxiao felt a sense of relief. Although Jiang Ning could be somewhat unreliable at times, he generally did not falter in his endeavors. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian took his leave, hastily departing the palace in search of Tian Ruyi. As Zhu Youjian's figure faded from view, Zhu Youxiao approached, kneeling down to gently caress Zhang Yan's abdomen, his expression filled with tenderness. Meanwhile, outside Datong City, under Lin Danhan's coercive persuasion, Bushitu reluctantly brought 30,000 troops to provide support. Several scattered Tumo tribes in the Hutao plain also chose to send forces to aid Lin Danhan, assembling an additional 20,000 troops, which bolstered Lin Danhan's confidence, prompting him to pursue a swift conclusion to the conflict. In contrast, He Kegong, heeding the advice of seasoned generals Hai Yinlong and Yang Zhaoji, opted for a cautious approach, utilizing firearms to assist. Thus, Lin Danhan found little advantage and ordered his subordinates to charge forward. The actions of Lin Danhan have deeply wounded the hearts of his subordinates, leaving several Mongolian tribal leaders filled with regret. They pondered, having regarded him as their leader, only to discover that he viewed them as mere cannon fodder. Had they known, they would have preferred to flee or seek refuge with the Ming dynasty. Yet, faced with Lin Danhan's formidable presence, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. This behavior from Lin Danhan caused the other scattered Mongolian tribes in the Hutao plain to lose all hope, prompting many to choose migration once again. However, 18 tribes opted to remain, fearing that a migration could leave them vulnerable to being swallowed by other tribes due to their small populations. Ultimately, the leaders of these 18 tribes convened and unanimously decided to pledge allegiance to the Ming dynasty. After all, aligning with Lin Danhan meant living on the edge of danger. With scarce food supplies, if they fled, they risked being consumed by other tribes. Furthermore, they had heard that the Ming dynasty had incorporated several smaller Mongolian tribes from the Liaodong region, whose members now served as soldiers and enjoyed a flourishing life with stable provisions for their elders and children. Thus, they dispatched envoys to the Ming capital, expressing their willingness to submit. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Youjian was greatly pleased. Although the tribes aligning with the Ming were relatively weaker, this was a promising beginning. A few days later, the envoys from the 18 tribes arrived in the capital to meet Zhu Youjian and presented their tributes. Although the offerings consisted merely of cattle, sheep, and horses, Zhu Youjiao graciously accepted them. A banquet was held in the palace to honor the Mongolian envoys, with the cabinet and the 5 armies' command sitting alongside. The envoys, accustomed to hardship, were overwhelmed with emotion upon experiencing the lavish Ming court banquet, tears streaming down their faces. They had long yearned for such a life, one they had never dared to dream of, and now it was a reality within the Ming. During the feast, Jiang Ning raised a toast to the envoys of the 18 tribes, cheerfully affirming their wise decision, regardless of whether they chose to migrate or continue opposing the Ming. The Ming dynasty was unfazed, having resolved to defeat Lin Danhan outside Datong City, subsequently launching a campaign to cleanse the Hetao Plain. The envoys of the 18 tribes, bewildered by the notion of a cleansing campaign, were met with Jiang Ning's explanation. In your steppes, there is a saying of wheel executions among the Mongols. In our Ming, we have a concept of cleansing the land. What does it mean to cleanse the land? It entails a thorough eradication of all living beings, regardless of age or gender. Hearing Jiang Ning's stark threat, the envoys of the 18 tribes fell to their knees, pledging to follow the Ming dynasty henceforth, hoping for the Ming's benevolence towards their future. In response, Zhu Youjiao reassuringly said, "Since you have resolved to lead your tribes in allegiance to the Ming, you shall henceforth be subjects of the Ming and will naturally enjoy the privileges of our citizens. However, considering your tribes rely on pastoralism, the Ming offers you 2 choices moving forward. The able-bodied youth within your tribes will be organized into military units, joining the various garrisons of the Ming. As for the remaining able-bodied individuals, the elderly, women, and children, they may choose to continue grazing for the Ming in the Hetao region or migrate to the heartland of the Ming dynasty, where the court shall allocate land for their tribes and appoint specialists to instruct them in agriculture. Simultaneously, the children of the tribes will have the opportunity to attend the schools established by the Ming, where they can immerse themselves in Ming culture and eventually participate in the imperial examination to serve as officials of the Ming." Upon hearing the promises made by Zhu Youjiao, the envoys were deeply moved and expressed their willingness to fully comply with the arrangements of the Ming. In truth, these Mongolian envoys had their own motives. Having decided to lead their tribes to pledge allegiance to the Ming, they saw it as a gesture of complete submission to allow the Ming to take the lead, especially considering that their current allegiance to Lin Danhan often left them in dire straits. Following the Ming would surely provide them with sustenance, which was a reasonable expectation. Zhu Youjiao and Jiang Ning were well aware of the underlying intentions of these tribes. Zhu Youjiao indicated that plans would be made to construct several fortifications in the Hetao region, deploying a substantial military presence to safeguard them. A portion of the tribes would remain in Hetao to continue grazing for the Ming, while another segment would be relocated to the interior of the Ming dynasty for distributed resettlement. Additionally, shops would be established within the newly built fortifications, allowing them to procure whatever they lacked directly. However, Zhu Youjiao refrained from bestowing financial rewards, as the Ming dynasty did not support idleness. Those desiring silver must either engage in diligent herding or enlist in the military to receive their pay. Subsequently, Jiang Ning was tasked with leading the envoys from the 18 tribes to the capital's military camp for a grand demonstration of martial prowess. The envoys were awestruck by the formidable artillery of the Divine Machine Camp, as well as the drills conducted by the 3,000 camp and the 5 armies camp, leaving them thoroughly impressed. The mere display of the artillery exercises from the Divine Machine Camp was sufficient to instill fear, let alone the cavalry from the 5 armies camp and the infantry from the 3,000 camp. They had learned along the way that the Ming capital boasted an army of over 300,000, should they mobilize fully. Even Lin Danhan would find himself at a loss. After the demonstration, Zhu Youjiao rewarded them with textiles, salt, iron pots, and medicinal herbs, and dispatched Grand Scholar Zhu Tongming and Right General Chao Bianjiao, leading 20,000 troops, to escort the envoys back to the Hetao region and oversee the resettlement of their tribes. The rationale for sending Zhu Tongming was straightforward. During his tenure as governor of Tianjin, the port thrived economically, yielding substantial tax revenue for the court, making him the foremost authority on commerce among the 5 Grand Scholars. As for Chao Bianjiao, his reputation for quelling the southwestern tribal insurrections was second only to Jiang Ning. This arrangement not only showcased the court's intentions, but also served to instill a sense of awe among the Mongolian tribes. However, This initiative sparked considerable opposition from certain officials of the reformist faction, who vehemently rejected the Ming's acceptance of these Mongolian tribes, citing the historical example of the Sima clan of the Jin dynasty allowing the nomads to enter the realm, which ultimately led to the chaos of the 5 barbarians. In response, the loyalist officials countered, emphasizing that these Mongolian tribes had populations ranging from merely 2 to 3,000 at most, with the smaller tribes comprising only 3 to 5,000, and that the court intended to resettle them in phases. The tribal youth were dispersed and restructured. A portion of the elderly, women, and children migrated into the heart of the Ming Empire, while another segment remained in the Hetao Plain. Furthermore, the court intended to construct several fortifications in the Hetao Plain to station troops, rendering these Mongolian tribes devoid of the means to confront the Ming. Nevertheless, certain officials from the Qinglu faction persisted in their opposition. In a decisive display of authority, Zhu Youjian proclaimed, "I am the emperor. I issue commands and do not heed them. If anyone believes my actions to be erroneous, let them assume the mantle of emperor." This proclamation left many Qinglu officials utterly bewildered. Yet, a few impetuous souls dared to engage in futile remonstration, to which Zhu Youjian responded with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Lao Wei arranged for their immediate removal. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning devoted considerable attention to the latest intelligence reports from various regions. Given that expertise lies in specialization, he acknowledged that he could not oversee every detail personally. After laboring diligently for so long, it was time to reap some rewards. Thus, he returned home to commence remote work. Zhu Youjian, exasperated, imposed a 6-month salary deduction on Jiang Ning following the censure from the inspector general. One day, while Jiang Ning sat in the courtyard enjoying tea with his mentor, Shen Shuzi, a guard hastily approached to report, "My lord, a man awaits outside, claiming to be sent by His Highness, the Prince of Faith." Observing the man's attire, Jiang Ning noted that he did not appear to be Han. Slightly taken aback, he surmised it was a messenger arranged by his younger brother, Zhu Youjian, and nodded, instructing, "Bring him in." Shortly thereafter, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, entered. He was tall and robust, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, garbed in ethnic minority attire. Jiang Ning felt a flicker of recognition, yet could not place him. Shen Shuzi inquired with a smile, "Disciple, is this your friend?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "He appears familiar, yet I do not know him." As the young man approached, he was intercepted by Gao Wenkai, who scrutinized him warily. The young man, in turn, assessed Jiang Ning before asking, "Are you the loyal and righteous Marquis Jiang Ning?" Gao Wenkai, upon hearing this, was incensed and rebuked. "How dare you call my lord's name so recklessly?" The young man, however, remained unfazed. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am the Marquis. May I inquire who you are and your purpose for seeking me?" Upon confirming Jiang Ning's identity, the young man's expression darkened. "I am Gailong from Cheongzhou, Sichuan. His Highness, the Prince of Faith, has informed me that you instigated him to assault me at the city gate last time. Today, I have come to seek retribution. We, the sons of the Tusi, will not endure humiliation." At this declaration, Gao Wenkai prepared to retaliate, but Jiang Ning swiftly raised his hand to halt him, then smiled. "Ah, so it is my cousin Gailong. I see you have recovered quite swiftly." Gailong scoffed. "Who is your cousin? I am not familiar with you." Not dissuaded by Gailong's demeanor, Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Though I may have encouraged His Highness to take action against you, I did not strike. Why do you not seek vengeance against the prince?" After a moment of silence, Gailong spoke with a hint of irritation. "Ruyi cousin refuses." He then added, "Moreover, I have privately sparred with His Highness Prince Xian, and I could not best him. Thus, I have no choice but to seek your aid." Jiang Ning sighed inwardly, realizing that his younger brother had indeed sold himself out. At the same time, he felt a twinge of annoyance towards Gailong for coming to him after failing to overcome Zhu Youjian, as if he were merely seeking an easy target. Jiang Ning nodded. "If that is the case, I shall accept your challenge. However, I must warn you, should I strike without precision and inadvertently injure you, do not hold it against me." Gailong scoffed. "You should worry about yourself first." Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "Brother Gailong, do you intend to duel me barehanded, or will you employ weapons?" Gailong shook his head. "Against you, one hand will suffice. I need no weapons." Jiang Ning smirked. "Gailong, your tone is rather unappealing. I hope your abilities can match your bravado." As he spoke, Jiang Ning rose, tucking his dragon robe into the jade belt at his waist. and raised his hand to signal Gaelong to strike. Gao Wenkai quickly retreated to the side, while the onlooking Shen Shuzi clapped in delight. Fight well. It has been ages since I have witnessed such excitement. Whoever emerges victorious, I shall reward with money to buy dates. Upon hearing Shen Shuzi's raucous encouragement, Jiang Ning turned sharply, his expression darkening. Master, where does your enthusiasm stem from? Why not take the stage yourself while I cheer you on from the sidelines? Shen Shuzi scratched his head and chuckled. Disciple, I am over 100 years old. How can you expect me to engage? Jiang Ning replied with mild exasperation. Master, if you wish to enjoy the spectacle, kindly do so quietly without adding to the ruckus. With that, he turned back to once again signal Gaelong to commence. Gaelong began to loosen his muscles, his joints cracking audibly, revealing well-defined muscles beneath his sun-kissed skin, and then assumed a fighting stance. Jiang Ning also prepared himself, shaking and moving about, leaving Shen Shuzi and Gao Wenkai astonished. They exchanged glances, perplexed by this unfamiliar technique. After a moment, Jiang Ning finished his warm-up and gestured for Gaelong to proceed. Gaelong clenched his fists, the sound echoing, but then recalled Tian Ruyi's admonition. Although Jiang Ning was a martial general, he lacked true martial prowess. Gaelong, having failed to overcome Prince Xian, decided to vent his frustrations on Jiang Ning, but resolved not to strike too hard, for he respected the territory of others. Nevertheless, he could not swallow the indignity of a baseless beating and resolved to impart a small lesson to Jiang Ning. With that, Gaelong advanced swiftly, throwing a punch at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, however, effortlessly raised his hand to deflect Gaelong's blow. Gaelong felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed Jiang Ning possessed some skill. He then intensified his strength and speed, raining down punches like a torrential downpour upon Jiang Ning, yet all were deftly neutralized by Jiang Ning's skillful maneuvers. Standing to the side, Shen Shuzi turned to Gao Wenkai with a puzzled expression. Little Gao, what technique is my disciple employing? I have never encountered it before. Gao Wenkai shook his head. Old immortal, I have not seen it either. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a grin as he chuckled. Master, you may not be aware, but this is the art of Kuan Quan that I employ, and the technique I just executed is the transformation of Kuan hands. Both Shen Shuzi and Gao Wenkai fell into deep contemplation, pondering the nature of Kuan Quan, a martial art they had never encountered before. In contrast, Gaelong, realizing he could not overpower Jiang Ning with mere strength, launched a swift kick with his right leg. Jiang Ning exclaimed, a fine attempt, and deftly blocked Gaelong's leg with his arm. Following this, he seized Gaelong's left arm, pulling him towards himself, and with a powerful shoulder charge, he struck Gaelong repeatedly, forcing him to retreat. Smiling, Jiang Ning inquired, Gaelong, what do you think of this Kuan mountain lean? Gaelong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and, fueled by frustration, charged at Jiang Ning once more, employing both fists and feet. Jiang Ning effortlessly countered each of Gaelong's assaults. Gaelong then attempted a sweeping kick, but Jiang Ning elegantly evaded it with a graceful roll, immediately delivering another Kuan mountain lean that sent Gaelong reeling once again. With his eyes blazing with determination, Gaelong rushed at Jiang Ning once more, his fists flying with ferocity, while his feet executed precise kicks. Jiang Ning, however, employed the 6 forms of Susan, neutralizing Gaelong's every attack. Shen Shuzi observed with confusion, what manner of technique is this? It bears some resemblance to Taiji, yet is entirely distinct. Gao Wenkai mirrored this sentiment, his face a mask of bewilderment. Though the Lord's movements appear languid, they are, in truth, exceedingly swift. This is the first time I have witnessed such skill. After enduring an extended exchange without even brushing Jiang Ning's garments, Gaelong's frustration boiled over. He resolved to unleash his family's ultimate secret technique, discreetly curling his thumb within his fist to reveal a joint, aiming for a decisive strike against Jiang Ning. Yet, Jiang Ning effortlessly dissolved this attack with the transformation of Kuan hands. Undeterred, Gaelong charged again. Suddenly, Jiang Ning shifted his tactics, blocking Gaelong's moves while declaring, receive, transform, release. With a swift pivot, he stomped one foot down and unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent Gaelong flying across the ground. Gaelong crashed to the earth, while Jiang Ning continued to shake his shoulders in preparation. Struggling to rise, Gaelong's face was etched with disbelief as he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall use but one technique from here on. If I cannot defeat you with this, Then I concede my defeat. Jiang Ning nodded with an amused expression, extending his palm to signal Gaelong to continue. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Gaelong leaped forward. His fists aimed directly at Jiang Ning as if imbued with immense power. Jiang Ning, however, raised his leg high, blocking Gaelong's fists, then swiftly retracted his leg and yanked Gaelong's arm forward. Before Gaelong could react, Jiang Ning executed the Kuan Mountain lean once more, sending Gaelong crashing to the ground. As Gaelong lay there, his eyes devoid of light and his face a portrait of disbelief, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. He had assumed he was facing an easy target, only to discover a hidden master. In a prior challenge against Zhu Youjian, he had been felled by a mere punch and palm strike. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning had engaged him for an extended period, all the while appearing to toy with him, as if he were a cat playing with a mouse. Had he truly exerted himself, Gaelong feared he might not have been able to withstand even 2 blows. Subsequently, Gaelong struggled to his feet, clasped his fists, and performed a respectful bow. "Lord, your martial prowess is unparalleled. I humbly acknowledge my defeat." Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, "Brother Gaelong, there is no need for such formality. I have only practiced this kungqun for 2.5 years and have yet to grasp its true essence. We should take the opportunity to exchange insights together, perhaps inviting His Highness the Prince of Xin as well." Gaelong nodded absent-mindedly before leaving in a daze. Observing Gaelong's departing figure, Jiang Ning smiled quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. He had indeed shown mercy. Had he unleashed the lethal technique of the fist grip on Gaelong, he could have easily incapacitated him on the spot. Afterward, Jiang Ning returned to the table, where Gao Wenkai promptly poured him a cup of tea. Shun Shuzi furrowed his brow in curiosity and inquired, "Disciple, what is this kungqun you just mentioned, along with Huakuan Shou, Kunshin Kao, and the Susan Six forms? Whom did you learn this from? I certainly did not teach you these techniques. Could it be Zhang Wu?" He pondered. That shouldn't be the case. If it were Zhang Wu, Xiao Gao should recognize it. Jiang Ning chuckled. "Master, I stumbled upon this kungqun from a reclusive sage, and I have only been practicing it for 2.5 years. However, the sage prefers to remain nameless, so I refer to him as the ancestor of Kunmen." After a moment of contemplation, Shun Shuzi sighed. "Indeed, there are individuals beyond our comprehension. It is astonishing to think that I am not acquainted with such an extraordinary figure. If the opportunity arises, I must make an effort to know him better." At that moment, Gao Wenkai, brimming with curiosity, asked, "My lord, might you teach me the kungqun you just demonstrated?" Jiang Ning smiled. "Of course, we can practice together with the brothers when we have the time." Chapter 437. Military Affairs in Myanmar. During the Hongwu period of the Ming Dynasty, the 3 xians and 6 weights were established, and during the Yongle era, 13 additional prefectures were added. However, as the power of the Ming Dynasty gradually waned, its control over these regions diminished. Coupled with the fact that these areas were only partially developed, the court had to invest substantial financial and material resources annually for their development. By the mid-Ming period, the court faced fiscal constraints and reluctantly ceased development efforts, allowing these regions to govern themselves, leading the 3 xians and 6 weights to gradually slip from the Ming's grasp. After the establishment of the Eastern Yu dynasty in Myanmar by Mang Ruyi, its influence expanded rapidly. However, following Mang Ruyi's assassination, chaos ensued within the dynasty. It was not until Mang Inglong ascended to the throne that Myanmar was unified once more, growing even stronger. In the 34th year of the Jiajing era, after conquering the Ava dynasty, Mang Inglong began to encroach upon the Ming territories of Mupong, Mingyang, Mengmi, and the 800 xians. Ming officials and soldiers in these areas faced expulsion and slaughter, while the local Han populace suffered rampant pillaging and massacre, leading to their complete independence from the Ming. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty was internally weakened, with an empty treasury, rendering it powerless to respond to the situation. In the 9th year of the Wanli era, Mang Inglong passed away, and his son Mang Ingli ascended the throne, still unsatisfied, continuing to invade Ming territory. His forces once penetrated into Yunnan, advancing directly towards Chuxiong and Dali, wreaking havoc wherever they went. The Ming dispatched Lu Ting and Deng Zilong to resist, and with the cooperation of local chieftains, Lu Ting and Deng Zilong achieved a significant victory against the Myanmar army south of Yaoguan at Pan Zhenghua. Subsequently, Deng Zilong pursued the retreating forces and reclaimed lost territories, while Lu Ting captured the Myanmar Prime Minister, Yu Feng. Following this, the Burmese army suffered a catastrophic defeat, resulting in the Ming forces reclaiming territories such as Manmo, Mingyang, Mengmi, and Mongolian. Witnessing this, other local chieftains hastily returned to the allegiance of the Ming dynasty. Lu Ting and Deng Zilong continued their relentless pursuit. With Lu Ting capturing the Burmese prime minister, Yufeng, Deng Zilong led his troops directly towards the Burmese capital of Ava, compelling the Burmese prime minister Meng Xiao to surrender to the Ming. However, by the 12th year of the Wanli era, Burma launched another invasion against the Ming, capturing Mengmi, only to be repelled by the local garrison, prompting many indecisive chieftains to rejoin the Ming. Subsequently, as governmental corruption festered and national strength waned, coupled with the Ming's deployment of elite forces to support Korea, Burma frequently invaded Ming territory, forcing the Ming to shift from offense to defense, resulting in significant territorial losses to the Burmese. Later, in pursuit of a maritime outlet, the Portuguese invaded Shawi. Following the expulsion of the Portuguese invaders by the newly crowned Burmese king Anabarong, he felt a sense of relief and was emboldened to continue his incursions into Ming territory. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning was leading an army of 100,000 to pacify several provinces in the southwest. Initially, Anabarong contemplated seizing this opportunity for gain. However, Jiang Ning proved formidable, advancing relentlessly into Yunnan and subduing all local chieftains, conducting a thorough cleansing within the region. This left Anabarong in a state of panic, fearing that Jiang Ning might become so emboldened as to invade Burma directly. Fortunately, Jiang Ning ultimately returned to the capital without penetrating Burmese territory, allowing Anabarong to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon reflection, Anabarong realized he could not contend with the Ming, but he perceived Siam as a more manageable target and thus turned his aggression towards them. The Siamese, sensing the threat, were infuriated, thinking that Anabarong was blatantly bullying the weak. A fierce conflict ensued between the two factions. Nevertheless, Anabarong hesitated to launch a full-scale assault due to the presence of 150,000 Ming troops left in Yunnan after Jiang Ning's departure, consisting of local court forces and numerous valiant chieftains from Sichuan and Guizhou. Zhao Shuijiao further dispatched young generals such as Lu Xiangxing, as fierce as a tiger, and Qin Gongming, Qin Yiming, and Luo Xiangqian, to engage in constant skirmishes along the border. Although a large-scale war did not erupt, intermittent clashes kept Anabarong cautious, fearing a Ming counterattack while he engaged fully against Siam. Consequently, the Burmese and Siamese forces became locked in a stalemate along the Mekong River, with one side desperate for a swift resolution while the other fought tenaciously to resist. At this critical juncture, the Ming court resolved to send troops to attack Burma and reclaim lost territories. Upon learning of this, Zhao Shuijiao promptly mobilized his forces. The vice-general of Sichuan, Qin Bangping, brought 50,000 troops, and the general of Guizhou, Lu Qin, contributed 30,000. Upon the arrival of reinforcements, Zhao Shuijiao stationed 50,000 troops across various locations in Yunnan, while he took the remaining 180,000 to the border, sharpening their blades in preparation for battle. This maneuver greatly alarmed Anabarong, who was eager to cease hostilities with Siam and withdraw forces to defend against the Ming. However, the Siamese were unwilling to relent, feeling that Anabarong was treating them with disdain, leading to a fierce entanglement that prevented the Burmese from timely reinforcements. Upon learning of the situation, Zhao Shuijiao, along with Lu Qin, Qin Bangping, Yang Guozhu, and others, was filled with elation, proclaiming it a fortuitous opportunity. Considering the mountainous and wooded terrain of Myanmar, which was unsuitable for large-scale military operations, they deliberated and resolved to split their forces into 4 routes, launching an assault from Bhagwan simultaneously against Mengguang, Mengnai, and Manmo. Zhao Shuijiao, known for his cunning military strategies, amassed 180,000 troops at Bhagwan, but refrained from immediate action. Instead, he dispatched a small contingent to infiltrate Myanmar, gathering intelligence on the enemy's situation. As the Ming army assembled at the border, many local chieftains beyond Bhagwan grew increasingly anxious. Those serving as officials under the Dongyu dynasty sent envoys to investigate the circumstances, and upon witnessing the situation, they were taken aback. These chieftains had long endured the oppressive rule of Anabarong. Initially thriving under the Ming, they were subsequently absorbed by the Dongyu dynasty, which imposed harsh policies. Although they were granted official titles, they were heavily exploited and monitored. Thus, Many chieftains expressed their willingness to submit to the Ming, even offering to guide the Ming forces. Eventually, the Ming spies were able to openly gather information, with numerous local inhabitants eagerly inquiring when the Ming would advance, as they could hardly wait to lead them. Meanwhile, King Anabiron began mobilizing troops, assembling 100,000 soldiers to prepare for the impending Ming assault. Yet, despite his weight, the Ming forces remained inactive, unable to contain his impatience. Anabiron sent envoys to inquire about the Ming's intentions, whether they would indeed attack. Zhou Youxiao replied succinctly, stating that they had ample provisions and would strike once they were consumed. The envoy, taken aback, relayed the message back to Anabiron. Calling a meeting with his ministers, they concluded that the Ming's strategy might be to sustain their campaign through warfare. This realization instilled profound fear in the Burmese court, as they understood the implications of such a strategy. Should the Ming, deprived of supplies, breach Myanmar's borders, they would undoubtedly unleash devastation, leaving the court to wonder what other madness they might perpetrate. However, the elite of the Burmese military remained embroiled in combat with Siam along the Mekong River, rendering them unable to withdraw in the short term. Anabiron devised a clever plan, sending Zhou Youxiao a supply of money and provisions in hopes of delaying the Ming advance. After confirming the supplies were accurate, Zhou Youxiao, showcasing his reputation as the foremost swindler of Liaodong, unhesitatingly accepted everything, instructing the envoy to convey that the offerings were insufficient and that more was needed. The envoy hurriedly relayed this message to Anabiron, who, gritting his teeth, sent another batch of supplies. Zhou Youxiao once again accepted it in full. This back and forth continued for 10 days, after which Zhou Youxiao sent another envoy to urge them, claiming their supplies were depleted and their funds exhausted. Questioning whether more provisions would be sent, failure to do so would compel an attack. Through this exchange, Anabiron fell victim to Zhou Youxiao's deception 4 times. By the time the Ming envoy arrived for the 5th time, Anabiron was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for having conceived such a misguided strategy. At this juncture, the ministers of civil and military affairs in Myanmar urged Anabiron to place his trust in the Ming army one last time. Otherwise, should the Ming forces truly advance, the situation would become dire. After all, during the Wanli era, Deng Zilong had led the Ming troops to successfully besiege the capital of Myanmar, Ava. Anabiron, akin to a gambler who has lost all restraint, gritted his teeth and once again dispatched provisions and treasures to the Ming army. However, he overestimated the loyalty of his subordinates, who were primarily preoccupied with their own interests. They understood full well that if the Ming were to genuinely attack Myanmar, resistance would be futile, and thus began contemplating their own escape. Yet, before their departure, they engaged in ruthless exploitation of the local chieftains, seeking to extract every last drop of resources, which exacerbated internal conflicts within Myanmar. Upon receiving the 5th shipment of funds and supplies, Zhou Youxiao officially mobilized his forces to assault Myanmar. When Anabiron learned of the Ming army's advance, he was utterly bewildered. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he had still overestimated Zhou Youxiao's integrity, thinking to himself that after sending 5 batches of resources, Zhou Youxiao had the audacity to deny his obligations and launch an attack without remorse. However, with matters having reached this point, there was no recourse but to hastily dispatch his troops to resist. Myanmar is replete with vast stretches of pristine forests, thick with miasma and teeming with venomous creatures. During the Hongwu period, the Ming army had suffered greatly from miasma and malaria while campaigning in Yunnan. By the Yongle era, when Emperor Zhu Di incorporated Annan into the Ming realm, the Ming had developed medications to combat malaria. Consequently, after the Yongle period, the court felt emboldened to mobilize troops on a large scale, frequently launching expeditions into the southwestern regions to engage with the local chieftains. Thus, at the outset of the campaign against Myanmar, Zhou Youxiao did not rashly order his forces deep into Myanmar, choosing instead to await the arrival of supplies from the court. Among these provisions were masks designed in Jiang Ning, as well as various medicinal concoctions for both internal and external use to counteract the miasma and repel venomous insects. Moreover, the soldiers participating in the campaign predominantly hailed from the chieftains' forces in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan provinces, accustomed as they were to navigating the challenges posed by miasma, toxins, malaria, and the dangers of the wilderness. To ensure absolute safety, Jiang Ning also dispatched personnel to deliver ample quantities of high-proof liquor for sterilization and disinfection. In preparation for the offensive against Myanmar, the Ming court undertook extensive measures. Even Myanmar's pride, the war elephants, found themselves at a disadvantage against the Ming troops. Since the Wanli period, the cultivation of chili peppers in Yunnan had begun to be utilized for tax payments. The soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp incorporated large amounts of chili powder and oil into the explosive devices, essentially Ming grenades, launching them via catapults. Additionally, there were traitorous locals guiding the Ming army. Zhao Shuaijiao exercised caution in his military strategy, advancing steadily and deliberately. Despite encountering some initial setbacks, he swiftly implemented a series of adjustments, driving the Myanmar forces into retreat. However, Zhao Shuaijiao refrained from hastily pushing the front lines. Following Jiang Ning's directives, he ordered the complete extermination of officials from the Eastern Yu dynasty of Myanmar and their families upon capturing each location. For those chieftains who welcomed the Ming, Zhao Shuaijiao strictly forbade any disturbances to the common folk. For those chieftains who fervently followed a Nabalong, he showed no mercy, issuing a direct order for a bloodbath. Exterminating several chieftains in one fell swoop and instilling dread in the hearts of the remaining leaders. This left those early supporters of the Ming army, the traitorous Mian, relieved that they had made the correct choice, as they understood that clinging to the mighty Ming would ensure them a prosperous life. Zhao Shuaijiao's objective in attacking Myanmar was to fully incorporate it into the Ming territory, rather than to engage in ostentatious acts of charity. He actively invited chieftains from various regions to dispatch troops to join the Ming forces in their assault on the Myanmar army. This pleased the chieftains, who had long suffered under Myanmar's oppression, as they believed they could assist the Ming soldiers in battle while remaining independent of their military structure, thus avoiding the constraints of Ming military law, all while seizing the opportunity to benefit from the chaos. However, they were unaware that Zhao Shuaijiao intended to seize control of their military authority. As the Ming forces advanced, Nabalong was consumed with rage, repeatedly sending his generals to confront them, only to face utter defeat. In desperation, he resolved to summon all elite troops from the Myanmar army along the Milan River for aid, disregarding the Siamese assault. Upon learning of this development, Zhao Shuaijiao felt a surge of joy and promptly dispatched messengers to Siam, inviting them to join in the campaign against Myanmar. This invigorated the already irate Siamese, who swiftly sent troops to pursue the Myanmar elite. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Myanmar, with the internal conflicts of the Dongyu dynasty intensifying. The morale of the Myanmar troops at the front dwindled further. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Shuaijiao employed tactics of division, allure, and intimidation, rendering the Myanmar forces preoccupied with their own troubles. Many chieftains who had initially aligned with Myanmar began to switch their allegiance to the Ming, and at Zhao Shuaijiao's invitation, sent troops to join the Ming army in their assault on the Myanmar forces, hoping to take advantage of the turmoil. Zhao Shuaijiao turned a blind eye to this, as he was primarily concerned with the military power held by these chieftains. After personally leading his troops to conquer Menggong, he issued a direct order to drive the 8,000 Myanmar soldiers, along with several thousand elderly, women, and children who stubbornly resisted, to the banks of the Great Jinsha River, where they were all executed. He then commanded the Myanmar traitors to relay a message to the remaining Myanmar troops: surrender voluntarily to escape death. But those who dared to resist the Ming army would face the annihilation of their city. In an instant, the banks of the Great Jinsha River ran red with blood. This brutal act instilled fear in both the chieftains who had defected to the Ming and the other Myanmar soldiers. They were astonished by the Ming army's ferocity in executing a citywide massacre. Even those Myanmar traitors who had opportunistically followed the Ming forces were thoroughly intimidated. Rushing to Zhao Shuaijiao's camp, weeping and pledging their unwavering loyalty to the Ming, offering large amounts of money and provisions as tokens of their fidelity. Zhao Shuaijiao accepted their offerings without hesitation, which relieved the traitors. Subsequently, the army continued its advance, purging the surrounding areas of Myanmar forces. Due to Zhao Shuaijiao's brutal display of power, numerous Myanmar soldiers discarded their weapons and surrendered obediently. Zhao Shuaijiao expressed great satisfaction with this, praising them for their timely submission and declaring that he would send them to the Ming to enjoy a good life, much to the excitement of the surrendered Myanmar soldiers. In a mere 10 days, over 20,000 troops from Myanmar surrendered to the Ming army. Zhao Shuijiao promptly ordered the apprehension of these 20,000 soldiers and their transportation to the capital. After all, Jiang Ning had previously received a letter requesting additional manpower for the capital, urging him to capture 50,000 individuals from Myanmar to assist in labor. Even the local chieftains who had allied with the Ming dispatched individuals to aid the Ming forces in capturing and escorting these people to the capital. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Jiang Ning received military reports from Zhao Shuijiao. Upon learning of the situation, he could hardly contain his delight and hurriedly proceeded to the palace to meet Emperor Zhu Youjian. Upon reviewing the military report, Zhu Youjian burst into hearty laughter in the imperial study, jesting, "Brother Jiang, I suddenly realized that Zhao Shuijiao bears a resemblance to you. Both possess a cunning mind and employ an array of deceitful tactics." Jiang Ning, with utmost seriousness, retorted, "Your Majesty, how can you so casually comment on a general of remarkable military achievements? Although the Duke of Zhongwu's methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, he has indeed rendered substantial service to the court, and we ought to offer him our unwavering support." Noticing Jiang Ning's solemn demeanor, Zhu Youjiao quickly stifled his laughter, saying, "Brother Jiang, I was mistaken. I shall refrain from further comment." Jiang Ning relented, for Zhao Shuijiao, the most notorious swindler of Liaodong, indeed employed dubious methods. And given their association, any scandal would tarnish his own reputation as well. However, he expressed understanding regarding the Myanmar king's previous maneuvers. Historically, after the Qing forces entered the pass, the Yongle emperor of the southern Ming fled to Myanmar, where the king initially treated him with courtesy and continued to support the Ming despite warnings from the Manchus. As Myanmar had long been psychologically scarred by its encounters with the Ming, yet, who could have anticipated that after the coup, Mongbai would betray the Yongle emperor? Nevertheless, such a scenario would not repeat itself, for the Ming aimed to completely conquer Myanmar and integrate it into their realm. However, Myanmar is a multi-ethnic nation, and the complexities exceed those of several provinces in the Ming southwest. While capturing Myanmar may be feasible, achieving complete annexation would pose formidable challenges. Indiscriminate slaughter was not an option, given that Myanmar is home to over 100 ethnic groups. The notion of exterminating them all was sheer folly. Observing Jiang Ning deep in thought, Zhu Youjiao set aside his memorial and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what occupies your mind?" Jiang Ning candidly expressed his concerns. After listening, Zhu Youjiao too frowned, rising to pace the hall. At the inception of the Ming dynasty, when they subdued Yunnan, they encountered a similar predicament, compelling the founder, Zhu Youjian, to dispatch his most trusted adopted son, Mu Ying, to Yunnan for generations to safeguard the region. It took over 200 years to stabilize Yunnan completely. Yet, given the current circumstances of the Ming, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjiao could not afford to wait 2 centuries. They needed to devise a rapid and effective solution. Suddenly, Zhu Youjiao appeared to recall something and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, I remember. At the dawn of the dynasty, after Fu Yud and Mu Ying captured Yunnan, the founder commanded Mu Ying to gather all literary works and texts within Yunnan and incinerate them, vigorously promoting Han studies, thus ultimately securing Yunnan within the Ming domain. In contemporary times, while the local chieftains of Yunnan have managed to preserve certain aspects of their heritage and culture, it pales in comparison to the rich traditions that flourished at the dawn of the Ming dynasty. Brother Jiang, do you think this ploy could be effective?" Jiang Ning pondered, suddenly striking his forehead as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, why did you not mention such a cunning yet practical scheme sooner?" The treacherous minister was deeply concerned about the matter. Chuckling, he remarked, "Your Majesty, I had no idea you possessed such a devious mind, bubbling with schemes." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao beamed with pride, responding, "Brother Jiang, I must clarify that this notion only recently occurred to me. Moreover, it is not an original invention of mine. It was employed by our esteemed founder in the past. I find it quite effective, not at all insidious." Jiang Ning interjected, "Do not be absurd, Your Majesty. Indeed, our revered founder was remarkable, initiating the cultural warfare over 2 centuries ago." The mention of cultural warfare piqued Zhu Youjiao's interest, prompting him to inquire, "Brother Jiang, I must confess I find this concept somewhat perplexing." Jiang Ning explained with a smile, "Your Majesty, there are various forms of warfare. For instance, our current military campaign against Myanmar constitutes a show of force. In contrast, cultural warfare operates like a subtle blade, inflicting harm without bloodshed. Allow me to illustrate." Should we completely conquer Myanmar and incinerate all its literary works? Subsequently imposing Han scholarship to reinforce our governance, several generations hence, will the Burmese retain their culture? Perhaps the grandparents might still converse in their native tongue and inscribe their characters, but by the parental generation, they may only speak without writing, and by the grandchildren's time, they may merely comprehend their language, unable to articulate or write it. Thus, even without Han ancestry, they would have been thoroughly assimilated culturally. Zhu Youjian, upon hearing this, expressed his astonishment, proclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are truly well informed." Jiang Ning smiled in response. Zhu Youjian then declared, "I shall issue an edict, directing the 5 armies command to disseminate a formal announcement, instructing Zhao Shuijiao to collect and incinerate all Burmese literary works within the conquered territories. Simultaneously, we shall prepare to implement Han scholarship, facilitating a substantial migration of Han people into Myanmar, thus ensuring their full integration into the Ming." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. As their official discourse neared its conclusion, Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, Zhu Youjian interjected, "Brother Jiang, do not be hasty. I have a splendid gift for you." Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow in disdain, replying, "Your Majesty, you are not intending to present me with some banned books or lewd illustrations, are you?" Zhu Youjiao's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted, "Brother Jiang, what nonsense are you speaking? I am not that sort of person." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Before I became acquainted with your Majesty, I would have believed that. But after our meeting, I have my doubts. After all, during my time running a tavern, you frequently dispatched individuals to deliver banned books and lewd illustrations to me." Zhu Youjian, now embarrassed, stammered, "Brother Jiang, you still remember that?" Jiang Ning nodded with a mischievous grin. Zhu Youjian waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on the past. Today, I truly wish to present you with something remarkable." As he spoke, he took a book from the bookshelf and, with an air of mystery, said, "Brother Jiang, this is something specially retrieved by Wei Zhongxian." Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, reached out to take the book. The cover boldly displayed the words "Secret Techniques for Enhancing Vitality." As he opened it and glanced through the pages, he discovered they were densely packed with various prescriptions and dietary regimens aimed at boosting vitality. More puzzled than ever, Jiang Ning inquired, "Your Majesty, does Lord Wei truly study the art of vitality enhancement?" Zhu Youjian replied irritably, "Have you forgotten about the recent investigation into the temples? A monk was found maintaining over 50 women and fathering more than 100 children. I had Wei Zhongxian retrieve the prescriptions for kidney tonification from that monk. Thankfully, fortune smiled upon us, and we managed to find them. I have also had the Imperial Medical Office verify them. They are indeed sound prescriptions. Naturally, you were the first person I thought of. Hurry home and prepare the medicines according to the recipes in this book. 3 times a day, none should be missed." Jiang Ning's face flushed crimson. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I have no health issues." Zhu Youjian retorted, "Then why don't you produce a fine nephew for me?" Jiang Ning, rendered speechless by the retort, could only tuck the book under his arm. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I shall return home and prepare the medicines as instructed." Satisfied, Zhu Youjian nodded and added with a smile, "Brother Jiang, if you find yourself lacking any medicinal ingredients at home, do not hesitate to send someone to the palace to fetch them." Jiang Ning awkwardly nodded and quickly departed, anxious that if he lingered, Zhu Youjian might impulsively order him to concoct the medicines on the spot, which would be quite troublesome. After bidding farewell, he hurried home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed several officials stationed outside his residence. Filled with confusion, he approached them and asked, "What brings you here, gentlemen?" The officials, recognizing Jiang Ning, promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "We are from the Ministry of Works, sent by the esteemed minister's command, here to borrow your dog for breeding purposes." Jiang Ning was momentarily bewildered. Breeding? What kind of nonsense was Su Guanqi up to? The leading official, noticing his confusion, quickly presented a letter. Upon opening it, Jiang Ning found himself both amused and exasperated. Su Guanqi began with a lengthy preamble and ultimately expressed a desire to borrow Jiang Ning's dog, Wang Kai, to mate with a female dog from the ministry, praising Wang Kai as an exceptional specimen whose lineage should be preserved. Jiang Ning initially intended to refuse, but upon reading that the ministry would compensate him with 100 taels of silver for a successful mating, he reluctantly agreed. He then instructed his servant to bring Wang Kai to the officials for them to take away. Returning home, he found his mentor, Shun Shuzi, seated in the courtyard enjoying tea. Upon seeing Jiang Ning approach, he asked, "Disciple, who were those people? Why did they take Wang Kai?" Jiang Ning recounted the entire episode. Shen Shuzi, unable to contain himself, erupted in outrage. "You scoundrel! Have you no shame? In my over 100 years of life, I have witnessed the selling of dogs. But never before have I seen someone willing to let their own dog be sold. How could you commit such a ludicrous act? In the future, do not dare to claim you are my disciple. I cannot afford to lose face." Jiang Ning offered an awkward smile and remarked, "Master, I merely wish to earn a little pocket money for you. This year, my salary has been penalized for 6 months by His Majesty. So it is only fitting that Wang Kai seeks some work, thereby earning a bit of silver to supplement household expenses and honor you." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 439. Old One returns to the capital following discussions with Zhu Youjian regarding the dispatch of 20,000 Burmese individuals sent by the Zhao Shui sect into the capital. Jiang Ning resolved to send them to Hunan and Shaanxi to assist in the dredging of waterways and the construction of irrigation systems. Given the extensive scale of projects in the north, there was a dire need for labor. Consequently, Jiang Ning mobilized an additional 10,000 soldiers from the capital garrison to oversee these prisoners of war. Previously, when Gui Yunho, Yang Lian, and Zhou Guangdou traveled north, they had only taken 1,000 imperial guards along with 1,000 disciples of Gui Yunho. Now, with the presence of Burmese military captives and monks who had violated the Qing regulations and the laws of the Ming dynasty, the local authorities found themselves overwhelmed. In a flurry of activity, Hunan and Shaanxi were bustling with work. Meanwhile, the date for the military expedition to Korea was fast approaching. Jiang Ning convened the veteran generals Sun Quanting, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong at the Five Armies Command to impart various instructions to Sun Quanting. Well aware of the peculiarities of the Korean situation, Sun Quanting, as a junior officer, listened attentively. Jiang Ning, seated nearby, sipped his tea with a smile. Recognizing that each field has its own expertise, should he interject, it would only reveal his lack of knowledge. After a considerable time, once Chen Su and Xin Yurong had finished their counsel, Sun Quanting nodded solemnly, pledging, "I shall keep the Lord's admonitions in my heart. Upon reaching Korea, I will act strictly according to your commands." Chen Su and Xin Yurong nodded in satisfaction, and Jiang Ning smiled in agreement. Historically, Sun Quanting and Liu Xiangxing were renowned as the twin jewels of the Ming dynasty, both exceptional military leaders. At that moment, Xin Yurong seemed to recall something and advised Sun Quanting, "Bai Gu, I have a personal matter to entrust you with." Startled, Sun Quanting quickly replied, "Please, Lord, instruct me." Xin Yurong paused in contemplation, his expression shifting as he reminisced about the past, finally speaking, "Bai Gu, during our assistance to Korea against the Japanese, that nation was utterly incapable, like mud that cannot be propped up. This small country is duplicitous, treacherous, and exceedingly shameless. During the Battle of Myongyang, it was clearly Li Sunxin's reckless ambition and deviation from plans that led to our esteemed General Deng Zilong sacrificing himself in a bid to rescue him. Yet, the Korean court twisted the truth, claiming that it was General Deng who was seeking glory and that Li died saving him, even going so far as to erect temples in Li's honor while casting all blame upon General Deng. Such a despicable little nation is beyond contempt. General Deng Zilong was one of the mightiest warriors of our Ming dynasty, having fought valiantly on the battlefield, his reputation rivaling that of Yu Long and Qi Hu. To have met such a fate and be slandered by these faithless wretches is a grievance I cannot swallow. Upon your arrival in Korea, assist His Royal Highness in stabilizing the situation, subsequently help me dismantle that wretched shrine of Yi Sun Sin and uproot it entirely. How can someone of his ilk be worthy of a temple and its offerings? Had it not been for the potential repercussions, I would have relished the chance to personally execute that scoundrel." Sun Quanting nodded solemnly. They had heard whispers among the elite military leaders of the capital regarding Korea's treachery against the Ming dynasty, and as juniors, they felt an obligation to act. At this juncture, Jiang Ning inquired, "Lord Shun, what further secrets lie behind Yi Sun Sin's treachery against General Deng Zilong? How could a mere Korean general dare to disregard the commands of the Supreme General of the Ming?" Xin Yurong sighed. Yi Sun Sin, though lacking in martial prowess, was astute in reading situations. During our Ming dynasty's assistance to Korea in their fight against the Japanese invaders, to put it bluntly, He was not even permitted into the main tent. However, this fellow was adept at ingratiating himself, working diligently alongside our forces. Eventually, Deputy General Chun Lian, impressed with his efforts, penned a poem praising him. Little did we know that this would inflate his ego in the Battle of Miangyang. He disregarded orders in his thirst for glory, leading to the death of General Deng Zilong. Consequently, the military leaders of the time harshly reproached Chun Lian. Yi Sun Sin was intent on currying favor with Chun Lian, even aspiring for an official position within the Ming. He was utterly shameless, weeping and wailing like a child upon seeing Chun Lian, as if he were his long-lost father, truly the height of disgrace. Listening to Xun Yurong recount those bygone events, Jiang Ning could not help but sigh. It was indeed hard to accept that such a distinguished and battle-hardened general met his demise at the hands of such a person. No wonder Xun Yurong remained troubled by this matter even after many years. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Sun Chuanting to his office, his expression grave. "Bai Gu, you and His Royal Highness are to lead the troops to assist Korea. The two elder lords have already briefed you on military matters. Now heed my words closely." Sun Chuanting nodded attentively. Jiang Ning continued, "Bai Gu, upon your arrival in Korea, you must seize control of the military power and work alongside His Royal Highness to gradually undermine the Korean nobility, ensuring that Korea remains firmly under the aegis of the Ming dynasty." In just a few words, Sun Chuanting discerned the deeper implications of Jiang Ning's directives and nodded, assuring him, "I shall remember, my lord, rest assured." Jiang Ning smiled again. "Bai Gu, His Royal Highness is a prince of the realm and the emperor's own brother, as well as the commander of this great army. In terms of both identity and status, he can effectively subdue the king of Korea. Presently, Korea is rife with internal discord, with the northern faction and the westerners at odds. In due course, you and His Royal Highness must play your respective roles, ensuring that the Korean nobility does not unite. If possible, discreetly recruit some of those who are oppressed to serve the Ming." Sun Chuanting nodded in understanding. Jiang Ning then instructed him to prepare early, as the expedition was imminent. 2 days later, when Tian and Zhang Weixian returned to the capital, bringing with them hundreds of carts laden with large crates. Within it lies the accumulated wealth of the Kong family from Shandong, amassed over centuries, as well as treasures plundered from high-ranking officials by the White Lotus sect. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Bai Zissou, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, personally went to welcome them. Upon their arrival at the city gate, Jiang Ning looked up and was taken aback. He saw two individuals, darkened beyond recognition, approaching him and greeting him. Upon careful inspection, he recognized them as Zhang Weixian and Wen Tian. With curiosity, he inquired, "Lord Duke, Elder One, what has happened to you both? After just a few months apart, how have you become so dark? Those who know of your return to the capital today would think you are foreign emissaries coming to pay tribute." Unperturbed by Jiang Ning's jest, the two men smiled. Zhang Weixian replied, "Your Excellency, it is easy for you to speak without feeling the strain. Upon our arrival in Shandong, Elder One and I first devoted ourselves to pacifying the war-torn populace, followed by an exhaustive inventory of the Kong family's lands and assets. The Kong family's legacy spans centuries and is no mere boast. They hold vast tracts of land across Shandong, and even in Huguang, there are considerable holdings. Consequently, Elder One and I made a special trip to Huguang, spending nearly 2 months to complete this inventory and properly re-register the properties. We have endured relentless exposure to the elements during these months. Otherwise, we would not appear so weathered." Wen Tian nodded in agreement with a smile. At this moment, Bai Zissou hastily inquired, "Lord Duke, Elder One, may I ask how much wealth you have brought back to the capital on this occasion? How many properties have been uncovered from the Kong family?" Wen Tian rolled his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. Jiang Ning recognized that his companion was once again accessing a wealth of data. After a brief moment, Wen Tian announced, "In total, we have confiscated assets worth 3,257,628 taels in Shandong. However, 1,385,621 taels were allocated for the relief of the war-affected citizens, which includes rebuilding homes, providing proper burials for the deceased, distributing farming oxen and seeds, as well as covering the daily needs of local authorities across Shandong. We have also seized a total of 158,642 acres and 3 mu of land, of which 26,458 acres were military lands illegally occupied by the Kong family, the Duke of Da, the King of Lu, the King of Hong, and local officials, all of which have been fully returned to the Grand General of Shandong, Marquis Qijin. Furthermore, a total of 108,673 acres and 61 mu of land within Shandong and Huguang have been sold at a low price to the local populace, in accordance with His Majesty's decree, allowing the citizens 3 to 5 years to repay the debt, which they have duly acknowledged with written agreements. To prevent local officials from engaging in malfeasance, I, along with the Lord Duke, have brought all land deeds and related documents back to the capital. Once the citizens have settled their debts, the court will dispatch officials to distribute the documents to them. Additionally, there remains 23,422 acres and 35 mu of land to safeguard against local gentry seizing this opportunity for annexation. The Lord Duke and I have agreed to implement a rental system, similar to that of the Military Affairs Commission, allowing these lands to be leased to the remaining populace. Zhang Weixian nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the extensive figures recited by Wen Tian, Bai Zisu was left utterly astonished. Goodness, Elder Wen, your prowess is remarkable. You have memorized such a vast array of figures with such precision. Wen Tian continued, stating that the land deeds and cash had been securely transported back to the capital. He requested Deputy Minister Bai and Minister Wei to coordinate and verify the documents, ensuring everything was in order for him and the Duke of England to report back to His Majesty. Bai Zisu nodded eagerly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the caravan, as dark as coal, hastening to Bai Zisu's side with a smile, and said, "My Lord Bai, the Duke of England and Elder One have entrusted me with all the accounts, which I have confirmed to be accurate. However, by protocol, you must personally verify them once more." Bai Zisu, observing the cold dark figure before him, inquired with a puzzled expression, "May I ask who you are?" Just then, Zhang Weixian burst into laughter, revealing his pearly white teeth, and remarked, "Deputy Minister Bai, what is amiss? You do not recognize our Right Deputy Minister Wei Jun?" Suddenly, Bai Zisu recalled that Right Deputy Minister Wei Jun had accompanied them to Shandong. However, Wei Jun was renowned in the ministry as a fair-skinned scholar, charming and dashing, making it difficult to associate him with the coal-black figure before him. Wei Jun, nonetheless, remained unconcerned, for the gains from this venture were substantial. Ultimately, he accompanied Bai Zisu back to the Ministry for Reconciliation. Chapter 440. The reconstruction of the calendar. Jiang Ning, along with Zhang Weixian and Wen Tian, walked towards the imperial palace, sharing light-hearted banter while inquiring about the circumstances surrounding Guanxin in Huguang province. Responding to Jiang Ning's inquiry, Wen Tian smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, the esteemed Guan was once the leader of the Chu faction. Huguang has historically served as the stronghold for Chu officials opposing the Donglin faction. Although the Donglin members have infiltrated Huguang over the years, and many Chu officials have been marginalized, the recent imperial rectification of Zhang Youjian, coupled with the personal involvement of the former faction leader Guanxin, alongside the Duke of England and myself bringing the flames of Shandong to Huguang, has enabled us to thoroughly inspect the entire bureaucratic landscape there. Even the governor of Huguang, Shuizhan, was apprehended on the spot. The newly appointed governor Zhang Yan, displaying remarkable capability, swiftly stabilized the situation in Huguang with the assistance of the esteemed Guan. As for the farmland that had been transformed into mulberry fields, orders have been issued to restore 70% within 3 years. Otherwise, the court will enforce reclamation. This approach not only further undermines the gentry of Jiangnan, but also ensures that Huguang province is rejuvenated as the granary of our Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, finding the 3-year restoration period for 70% agreeable. Indeed, Zhang Yandan possessed exceptional talent. Demanding restoration within a year would inevitably incite civil unrest, as the struggles of the court directly afflicted the common folk. A 3-year timeline provides a much-needed respite for the lower classes. Before long, the trio arrived outside the Woman Gate, presented their tokens, and proceeded into the palace. Upon reaching the entrance to the imperial study, the young eunuch stationed outside immediately recognized Jiang Ning and hurried forward to greet him warmly. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could kindly announce that the Duke of England, Elder One, and I seek an audience with His Majesty." The young eunuch, filled with trepidation, replied, "My lord, you may simply refer to me as de Chue. I am unworthy of the title Gonggong." Hearing this, Jiang Ning merely chuckled, as he found it difficult to address anyone by the name de Chue, with the individual being the adopted son of Fang Zhenghua. Ever since Fang Xiaozhong was appointed as the chief steward of Ning Palace, Fang Dachui was assigned to serve in the imperial court by Fang Zhenghua. He is quite clever and sensible, albeit with a rather peculiar name. Shortly thereafter, the young lad rushed out with a smile, announcing, "Your Excellency, Lord Ho, and Elder One. His Majesty has summoned you three to enter." Jiang Ning and the others nodded in acknowledgement and then stepped into the imperial study. Inside, they found Zhu Youjian swiftly reviewing memorials with a brush in hand, while Fang Zhenghua assisted in organizing the documents. Upon entering the grand hall, the three quickly bowed in respect. Zhu Youjian greeted them with a smile, saying, "Duke of England, Lord Zhongyi, and Minister One, you have arrived." As they took their seats, Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded, gesturing for several young eunuchs to bring chairs and serve hot tea. After Jiang Ning and the others bowed once more, they settled down. At this moment, Zhu Youjian set down his brush. Minister One, noticing this, swiftly reported the situation in Shandong in detail. After listening, Zhu Youjian could not help but commend. "You handle matters well. I have complete trust in you." With this, both Shandong and Huguang are firmly secured. In a few years, Huguang will again be the granary of our great Ming. The Duke of England and Minister One had accomplished great deeds, and I shall instruct the Board of Rights to draft an edict to bestow upon each of them a ceremonial robe and elevate them to the rank of Special Grand Master. Fang Zhenghua eagerly nodded, while Zhang Weixian and Wen Tian promptly rose to receive the imperial decree with gratitude. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian waved his hand, smiling. "You have alleviated my burdens, and naturally, I must reward you. This is what you deserve. Now that you have just returned to the capital, you must not have had the chance to reunite with your families. Thus, I shall not keep you any longer. You may return home and rest for a few days. In a few days, I will host a banquet in the palace to honor you." Wen Tian and Zhang Weixian quickly rose and respectfully bowed before taking their leave. Seated nearby, Jiang Ning couldn't help but admire Zhu Youjian's increasingly refined imperial demeanor. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhu Youjian had merely praised them without inquiring about any matters. Wen Tian, perceptive as ever, preempted any questions from Zhu Youjian by clarifying all the relevant details. Zhu Youjian further rewarded them on the spot and thoughtfully suggested they return home to rest. This seemingly ordinary gesture truly reflected the mutual trust between ruler and subjects. In contrast, the historical Chongzhen was known for his meticulousness, often prying into every detail, leaving his subordinates at a loss for how to proceed, rendering any comparison futile. Observing that Jiang Ning remained seated without any intention of rising, Zhu Youjian handed the reviewed memorial to Fang Zhenghua, smiling, "Brother Jiang, your early arrival could not have been more fortuitous. I happen to have something delightful for you to see today." Jiang Ning waved his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Your Majesty, let us forego the banned books and spring palace illustrations. As for the other chaotic literature, I have never laid eyes upon them." Zhu Youjian retorted with mild exasperation, "Brother Jiang, you are a marquis in this court, my right-hand man. How can your mind be so preoccupied with banned books and spring palace illustrations? Cannot you ponder other matters?" In response, Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of irritation, "Your Majesty, apart from the banned books and spring palace illustrations, what else do you have to offer that is worthy?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian immediately expressed his discontent, stating, "Fang Dabin, summon Yang Mano and Long Huamin to the imperial study." Fang Zhenghua, upon receiving the command, hurriedly took his leave. Jiang Ning, curious, inquired, "Your Majesty, what splendid item do you wish to show me?" Zhu Youjian, teasingly, responded, "You shall know shortly. Revealing it now would likely leave you perplexed." Jiang Ning shrugged and patiently awaited. Subsequently, the two engaged in a light conversation. Half an hour later, Fang Zhenghua hastily entered, followed by two officials clad in blue robes. Jiang Ning raised his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. The two individuals, with golden hair and azure eyes, donned the official attire of the Ming dynasty. They respectfully bowed. Introducing themselves, "We are Long Huamin and Yang Mano, here to pay our respects to your Majesty." Zhu Youjian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for excessive formalities. You mentioned that your creation is complete. I happen to have the leisure today to take a look." Several young eunuchs entered, carrying an object covered in red cloth. Jiang Ning's expression morphed into one of confusion. With a mere gesture from Zhu Youjian, Fang Zhenghua promptly stepped forward and briskly unveiled the object. Jiang Ning stood there, dumbfounded and incredulous. Observing Jiang Ning's astonishment, Zhu Youjian, filled with pride, remarked, "Brother Jiang, what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I?" Jiang Ning quickly approached, scrutinizing the item closely. The object was predominantly wooden, approximately 2 feet in diameter, and capable of rotation. Jiang Ning exclaimed, "A globe?" Zhu Youjiao paused momentarily, and even Long Huamin and Yang Mano were taken aback. Zhu Youjiao chuckled, "Brother Jiang, you refer to this as a globe? It does indeed have a pleasant ring to it." Turning his gaze towards Yang Mano and Long Huamin, Jiang Ning's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, causing both to flinch. He queried, "Is this your creation?" They promptly replied, in response to the marquee. "This was crafted by us based on the maritime charts from the Yongle Dadayan pertaining to Zheng He's voyages during the reign of the founding emperor, as well as maps of the Ming's surrounding regions." As Jiang Ning rotated the globe, he discovered it closely mirrored that of later generations, with minimal discrepancies. Instantly, his gaze towards the two men grew icy. Following the previous incident involving Richi and Su Guangqi's attempts to abscond with portions of the Yongle Dadayan, Jiang Ning's wariness towards these foreigners heightened, contemplating whether he should eliminate them to prevent any potential leaks of Ming's secrets. The two men, sensing the latent threat in Jiang Ning's eyes, hastily knelt before him. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Jiang, what troubles you? Is there an issue?" Jiang Ning promptly turned, smiling, "Your Majesty, there is no problem at all. This item is indeed a marvel, marking the locations of numerous countries. It seems that Zheng He must have visited these places to document such detailed information. These two gentlemen have rendered significant service." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Long Huamin and Yang Mano quickly interjected, "Marquis, you flatter us. We are unworthy of such praise, merely organizing the remnants of our predecessors." Observing their fluent command of the Chinese language piqued Jiang Ning's interest. Upon further inquiry, he learned that they were missionaries who had arrived in the Ming dynasty during the Wanli era. Due to the peculiar nature of the common people's faith in the Ming dynasty, which was as fickle as a fleeting moment, igniting with a spark and extinguishing just as swiftly, the path of evangelism for the two individuals became arduous. Not only did they fail to cultivate followers, but they also nearly sank into destitution. Ultimately, they were introduced to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, where they served the Ming. As time passed, they became thoroughly immersed in the Ming culture, long abandoning their missionary aspirations. Long Huamin had converted to Confucianism, while Yang Manhua had embraced Taoist philosophy. Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily, remarking, "Brother Jiang, it seems that both you and Yang Manhua are of the same ilk, both disciples of Taoism." Hearing these words, Yang Manhua was instantly invigorated and inquired, "My lord, are you also a disciple of Taoism?" Jiang Ning, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded, "My master is a grand master personally bestowed by His Majesty. Thus I too am somewhat of a Taoist disciple." Moved with emotion, Yang Manhua grasped Jiang Ning's hand, tears streaming down his face as if he were a long-lost orphan finally reunited with kin. Jiang Ning promptly withdrew his hand, cautioning, "Master Yang, please exercise decorum." Yang Manhua quickly apologized, "I beg your pardon, my lord, for my momentary indiscretion." Soon after, Long Huamin spoke up, "Your Majesty, I humbly report that my colleagues and I at the Imperial Astronomical Bureau have recently observed that the current calendar, the Great Unified Calendar, no longer aligns with the realities of the Ming dynasty, and the discrepancies are growing. It is imperative that we promptly establish a new calendar, otherwise, the prolonged delay will increasingly disrupt the lives of the common people." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression turned grave. The calendar directly influences when the populace sows and reaps, making it a matter of great significance to the people. Thus, he responded, "If that is the case, you too shall take the lead in collaborating with the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to swiftly devise a new calendar. The sooner, the better, so that the people may resume their normal labors." The two promptly accepted the decree. Zhu Youjiao offered them a few encouraging words and bestowed some rewards before they hurriedly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ning pondered the notion that those not of his kind might harbor ulterior motives. Although these two had shifted their beliefs, caution was warranted, and he resolved to instruct the Jinyui to conduct a thorough investigation. Observing Jiang Ning's contemplative expression, Zhu Youjiao inquired. Jiang Ning voiced his concerns, recalling the previous incident when Su Guangqi had brought missionaries to peruse the Yongle Encyclopedia. nearly resulting in the theft of some treasured volumes by Tang Ruyi and Matteo Ricci, a perilous act of cultural appropriation. Zhu Youjian comprehended the gravity of the situation and turned to Fang Zhenghua, saying, Master Fang, please arrange for the Western Depot to meticulously investigate the actions of these two over the years and their associations. Fang Zhenghua promptly accepted the command. Chapter 441. The arbiter of the Eastern Hemisphere Zhu Youjian, intrigued, circled the globe with keen interest, while Jiang Ning, equally fascinated, exclaimed, had Qin Shi Huang or Tang Taizong possessed this marvel in their time, they would have undoubtedly become the village head of the Earth Village. Zhu Youjian, lifting his gaze, filled with curiosity, asked, Brother Jiang, which village do you refer to as the Earth Village? I have not heard of such a place. Jiang Ning pointed to the globe, saying, Your Majesty, behold, this is the Earth Village. The ancients often spoke of a flat earth beneath a domed sky. However, a thorough examination of historical documents reveals compelling evidence that our world is, in fact, a sphere, much like the globe before you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly. Brother Jiang, can you truly believe such absurdity? If the earth were a sphere, would not people fall off? Jiang Ning smiled and explained, Your Majesty, consider this. If the sphere were sufficiently vast, it would create the illusion of a flat earth. Moreover, it possesses a unique gravitational force that prevents one from falling off. If you doubt my words, Your Majesty, you might try jumping and see if you could reach the rooftop. Zhu Youjian pondered Jiang Ning's words deeply. Observing his serious demeanor, Jiang Ning chuckled, Your Majesty, I spoke merely in jest. There is no need to take it so earnestly. Consider it a tale. Yet Zhu Youjian was not amused and replied earnestly, Brother Jiang, there might indeed be some truth in your words. Nevertheless, you have yet to explain the role of the village chief of this Earth Village. Jiang Ning turned the globe to reveal the territory of the Ming dynasty, stating, Your Majesty, we find ourselves here. Observe how minuscule our realm appears. Imagine if Qin Shi Huang or Emperor Taizong of Tang possessed such a device. Their conquests would have known no bounds. Speaking of historical figures, during Genghis Khan's time, the Mongol cavalry undertook 3 western expeditions, with the furthest reaching this very area. As he spoke, Jiang Ning traced a line along the Danube River towards Austria, adding, had Monk not met his untimely demise at Fishing City, they likely would have continued their campaigns, perhaps returning decades later, encircling the globe. He gestured in a circular motion around the globe. Zhu Youjian listened, wide-eyed, then sat up straighter, puffing out his chest, and inquired, Brother Jiang, what do you think of me? Jiang Ning, puzzled, replied, Your Majesty is wise, valiant, and possesses an admirable presence, truly a remarkable sovereign of our time. Zhu Youjian, filled with pride, pressed further, Brother Jiang, look again. Do you not see any other qualities I possess? Jiang Ning shook his head, Forgive my ignorance, but I cannot discern any further attributes. Zhu Youjian, now impatient, exclaimed, Brother Jiang, can you not see that I possess the qualities of a village chief for this Earth Village? Jiang Ning, unable to contain his laughter, replied, Your Majesty, had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered such a notion. Zhu Youjian stepped closer, patting Jiang Ning on the shoulder, Brother Jiang, I am speaking of serious matters. Could you refrain from laughing? Seeing Zhu Youjian's earnestness, Jiang Ning sobered, saying, Your Majesty, while the idea of being the village chief may be somewhat far-fetched, I believe there would be no issue in appointing you as the governor of Asia. He then pointed to the map representing the future continent of Asia. Zhu Youjian, dissatisfied, retorted, Brother Jiang, could you not aspire for something greater? You have drawn me but this tiny expanse. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes, then perhaps you may be the spokesperson for the Eastern Hemisphere. As he spoke, he reached out to trace a line on the globe, remarking that at most, he could claim only half, as anything beyond that would be rather unrealistic. Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction, declaring, the East Hemisphere spokesperson, this title sounds rather splendid. Although my jurisdiction is not as extensive as that of the village head of the Earth Village, the title is sufficiently impressive. Following this, the two engaged in casual conversation until Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Zhu Youjian said, Brother Jiang, do not be in haste. It has been a long time since I left the palace, and since the day is still young, would you accompany me outside for a stroll? Jiang Ning shrugged and reminded him, Your Majesty, do remember to bring enough silver, for I have come to the palace today without any money. Zhu Youjian nodded. and Fang Zhenghua promptly summoned attendants to fetch 3 sets of casual attire. Once the 3 had changed, they departed the imperial palace under the protection of the plainclothes imperial guards. As they wandered through the streets of the capital, Zhu Youjian resembled a newly released prisoner, marveling at everything around him, glancing at this and that. Observing this, Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward to restrain Zhu Youjian, saying, "Your Majesty, do be mindful of your demeanor. Do not appear like a rustic entering the city. You have strolled these streets before. Do you not see the curious gazes from those nearby?" Zhu Youjian turned to look and noticed that many vendors were staring at them with peculiar expressions. His face turned awkward as he quietly remarked, "Brother Jiang, I understand now. I shall be more cautious henceforth." The group continued to meander along the street, and Zhu Youjian seized the opportunity to inquire about the living conditions of an elderly vendor selling sugar figurines. The old man smiled and replied, "Young sir, you have indeed asked the right person. I am a native of the capital, now over 50 years old. If we trace back to when the common folk were last prosperous, it would be during the reign of Emperor Shenzong in the Wanli era under Chancellor Zhang. Who would have thought that at my age, nearing the grave, I would witness such good fortune again? I have 3 sons and a daughter. A couple of years ago, I rented 50 acres of farmland from the military governor's office. The government's policies are truly favorable. The soldiers from the capital have come to assist us with spring plowing and autumn harvesting, and the grains we produce are shared equally with the military governor's office in terms of taxes. Now, aside from the annual taxes owed to the court and the military provisions, my family retains a significant surplus, which is far better than what we endured while farming land owned by landlords. In the past, our family labored from dawn till dusk, and every year, aside from paying the landlord's rent, we bore the full burden of taxes. If a calamity struck, we would have to incur substantial debts. Fortunately, we no longer need to worry about such issues. The soldiers of the military governor's office have assured us that even in times of disaster, the court will reduce taxes, allowing us common folk to benefit as well. If anyone dares to collect excessive rent, we can report them directly to the military governor's office, and the generals will take action. My eldest and second sons are now married and farm at home. My youngest son has joined the military in the capital and receives a monthly stipend. I heard that he recently distinguished himself in service and sent home 10 silver dollars. My youngest daughter is soon to be married as well. Her fiancé is a teacher from the local academy and is a scholar. Indeed, life has been improving tremendously. We have a ruler akin to Emperor Taizu, and the common people are truly blessed." Listening to the old man's response, Zhu Youxiao nodded in satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "As long as life is good, that is what matters." With that, he stepped forward to select a few sugar figurines, while Fang Zhenghua hurriedly produced several copper coins to hand over. Subsequently, Zhu Youxiao and Jiang Ning strolled along, enjoying their treats. Zhu Youxiao offered Jiang Ning a sugar figurine, saying, "Brother Jiang, do try this. It is quite sweet." Jiang Ning, not one to be modest, accepted it eagerly and found the taste to be quite satisfactory. As they chatted and savored their snacks, they soon arrived at a tea house by the roadside and entered without hesitation. Gao Wenkai quickly approached the busy proprietor and whispered a few hurried words. The proprietor promptly emerged to personally welcome them, serving tea and presenting several plates of delicacies. Just as Jiang Ning lifted his teacup to drink, Zhu Youxiao stopped him. Fang Zhenghua swiftly produced a silver needle. Jiang Ning chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, and softly stated, "This tea house is under the jurisdiction of the Jianui. The staff here are all our own. Rest assured." With that, he raised his cup and drank it all in one go, then seized 2 pieces of pastry to munch on. Seeing Jiang Ning indulge, Zhu Youxiao no longer hesitated and took a sip from his cup, exclaiming, "It truly is quite delightful." At that moment, a middle-aged scholar, holding a white paper fan, seated himself at a table in the center of the tea house. The waiter, noticing this, hurriedly brought over a pot of hot tea and poured it for the middle-aged man. The surrounding patrons turned to look, and several called out, "Master Su, what tale will you share with us today?" The man referred to as Master Su smiled and began, "Today, I shall recount the tale of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Prince Xian, and Eunuch Wei's valiant battle at Yunnan Prefecture. It is said that the Duke of Qian's household had defended Yunnan for over 200 years, with many local chieftains loyal to the Ming, yet there were also those with treacherous intentions. Last year, the loyal and righteous Marquis, Prince Xian, and Eunuch Wei led 100,000 heavenly soldiers to inspect Yunnan Prefecture and those with ill designs laid an ambush of 100,000 troops, hoping to seize the opportunity to assassinate them. However, the three learned of the plot in advance. Thus, they resolved to attend the banquet alone. Entering the city of Yunnan Prefecture, where 100,000 treacherous soldiers lay in wait, the loyal and righteous Marquis, wielding a halberd, rode forth on his steed, charging into the throng, cleaving and slashing as if he were in a realm devoid of opposition. Prince Xian fought like a reincarnation of a mighty overlord, wielding his spear with such ferocity that he entered and exited the fray 7 times, leaving chaos in his wake, while rivers of blood flowed. Eunuch Wei was equally formidable, brandishing a coiling dragon staff, battling from the east city to the west, unmatched by any foe. The three fought tirelessly for 3 days and nights, scarcely blinking, and ultimately vanquished the entirety of the 100,000 rebellious troops. As for the chieftains who plotted the assassination, they were so terrified that they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Many of the tea patrons, upon hearing this, burst into applause and scattered coins as rewards. Yet some raised doubts, saying, "Master Su, are you not exaggerating? 3 men slaying 100,000 rebels in 3 days and nights. Could that even be possible?" To this, Master Su responded with a hearty laugh, snapping his fan shut. What a splendid question. The valiant Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness, His Highness Prince Xian, and Lord Wei are indeed extraordinary individuals, for they are the reincarnations of celestial deities. The Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness is the reincarnation of the martial Star Lord, while His Highness Prince Xian embodies the essence of the Azure Dragon Star Lord. Lord Wei of the Eastern Bureau, known for his fierce opposition to evil and his commitment to saving the suffering, is the reincarnation of the Star Lord who rewards virtue and punishes vice. It is precisely because the true Dragon Emperor reigns that these 3 celestial beings have descended to assist him in revitalizing the Ming dynasty. Instantly, the patrons of the tea house burst into applause, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhu Youjian, feeling inspired, hastily instructed Fang Zhenghua to offer a reward. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. At that moment, Zhu Youjian turned to him, brimming with excitement, and asked, "Brother Jiang, is what the storyteller said true? Did you, along with the 5th brother and Wei Zhongxian, truly enter the city alone and slay 100,000 rebels over 3 days and nights without blinking an eye?" Jiang Ning, exasperated, replied, "Brother Zhu, this storyteller is clearly exaggerating. How could you believe such nonsense? 100,000 foes against just the 3 of us, for 3 days and nights without rest. Even if they formed an orderly line for us to strike, we could not possibly finish them." Zhu Youjian suddenly smacked his forehead. Laughing, "I was so engrossed in the tale that I forgot we were merely listening to a story." Just then, Master Su resumed his narration, embellishing the exploits of Jiang Ning and the others further. Unable to endure it any longer, Jiang Ning quickly pulled Zhu Youjian out of the tea house, fearing the embarrassment of encountering acquaintances. As they exited, Zhu Youjian continued to ponder, "Brother Jiang, are you truly celestial beings assisting me?" Jiang Ning, speechless, retorted, "You may believe it as you wish, but it is merely your assertion." Zhu Youjian then inquired, "Brother Jiang, during those 3 days and nights of relentless combat, did your eyes not tire?" Jiang Ning was at a loss for words once more. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead. Jiang Ning turned to see a crowd gathered, and Zhu Youjian, intrigued, led Fang Zhenghua forward. Jiang Ning turned to Gao Wenkai and instructed, "Little Gao, please remind the people below to tell the story accurately and not to exaggerate to such absurd lengths. Can we be any more ridiculous than claiming we single-handedly defeated 100,000 rebels over 3 days and nights?" Gao Wenkai chuckled, nodded, and hurried off. Jiang Ning then hastened toward Zhu Youjian and Fang Zhenghua, where he found a young woman kneeling on the ground, overcome with grief, surrounded by sympathetic townsfolk. Jiang Ning reached out to stop a young man and asked, "Brother, what has happened here?" The young man, sizing Jiang Ning up, sighed and replied, "This poor Sister Wang, the vegetable seller, has truly suffered. Years ago, her husband passed away prematurely, leaving her with 2 sons. The elder was 10 and the younger only 5. Recently, Sister Wang took her elder son into the city to sell vegetables, leaving the younger at home to play with village children. Tragically, the younger boy fell into the river and drowned." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh in sympathy. The young man continued, "Though this tale is heart-wrenching, Life must go on. On this day, Sister Wang ventured into the town once more to sell her vegetables and fortuitously encountered a child from a neighboring village, who had been playing by the river earlier that day. The child revealed to Sister Wang that her youngest son had not drowned by accident, but rather had been shoved into the river by the grandson of Lord Huang from Huangjia village. Furthermore, while the other children intended to seek help from adults, they were stopped by Lord Huang's grandson, who forced them to remain on the bank, helplessly watching as Sister Wang's 5-year-old son drowned. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang was immediately compelled to report the incident to the authorities, but the child's parents swiftly took their child away without a word. At that moment, a crowd began to offer Sister Wang suggestions. Some advised her to strike the warning drum outside the Meridian Gate, urging the emperor himself to investigate the matter, while others recommended reporting to the Shuntian prefecture. Additionally, some had already approached the Eastern Depot to seek assistance from Lord Wei. Jiang Ning, upon hearing the events unfold, quickly understood that Sister Wang's child had been deliberately pushed into the river, and the neighboring child's parents feared trouble, which prompted their hasty departure. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian and Fang Zhenghua also gathered around. After learning the details, Zhu Youjian could not contain his outrage, exclaiming that grandson of Lord Huang is utterly reprehensible. At such a young age, how could he be so cruel as to shove a 5-year-old into the river to drown? A young man sighed, remarking, I have heard that Lord Huang's grandson is 8 years old, but as the saying goes, the character of a child can be discerned by the age of 3 and the wisdom of a child by the age of 7. This boy is clearly a born miscreant. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement. Before long, a group of Eastern Depot officers hurriedly arrived, led by an elderly man with white hair clad in a purple robe, who was none other than Lord Wei. Fang Zhenghua discreetly signaled to Lord Wei, who understood and remained silent, standing respectfully to the side. Zhu Youjian, with a countenance full of anger, declared, What are we waiting for? Let us promptly report this to the Shuntian prefecture. I refuse to believe that in the Ming dynasty, there exists no law. Lord Wei quickly chimed in. The young master speaks wisely. Let us proceed to the Shuntian prefecture to report this, and we shall personally oversee the matter to ensure no underhanded tactics are employed. Many citizens echoed in agreement, stating, With Lord Wei here, no one can bully us common folk. We shall accompany Sister Wang to report this at the Shuntian prefecture. Thus, the enthusiastic citizens stepped forward to assist Sister Wang, and together they marched towards the Shuntian prefecture, with Jiang Ning and the others closely following. Soon, they arrived at the Shuntian prefecture, where Lord Wei himself struck the drum of grievance. Due to his charitable nature and frequent acts of kindness, he was well known throughout the prefecture, even to the guards at the entrance. The guards promptly rushed inside to deliver the news, and shortly thereafter, the prefect, Yao Zongwen, came to the entrance to personally welcome Lord Wei and Sister Wang. Lord Wei then presented Sister Wang as the plaintiff, recounting the situation. Upon hearing the account, Yao Zongwen's expression turned pale, and he quickly issued orders for the officials of the Shuntian prefecture to apprehend the individuals involved. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian patiently awaited among the citizens, and Jiang Ning did not remain idle. He whispered hurriedly to Gao Wenkai, prompting a member of the Jinyui to swiftly depart and commence a discreet investigation. Before long, the officials returned from Huangjia village, bringing Lord Huang, his grandson, and several other children and adults from the village into the court. Upon their first meeting, Lord Huang immediately knelt down with his grandson, prompting others to follow suit. Yao Zongwen, seated above, remained silent. After a prolonged pause, Old Wei lifted his gaze, noticing that the esteemed Yao seemed to be deep in thought. Finally, Old Wei cleared his throat and spoke leisurely, My lord, it is time to examine the case. Only then did Yao Zongwen regain his focus, striking the gavel with sudden force and inquiring, Who kneels before the court? Lord Huang promptly responded, I am Huang Sanlang from Huangjia village, and this is my grandson, Huang Shaolu. The other villagers followed suit, introducing themselves. Yao Zongwen then forcefully struck the gavel again, asking, Huang Sanlang, do you recognize this Zhang Wangsher? Huang Sanlang looked up and quickly replied, In response to your honor, I know her. She is a villager from Huangjia village. Yao Zongwen continued, Today, Zhang Wangsher accuses your grandson Huang Shaolu of murdering her son, Zhang Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Huang Sanlang's expression remained impassive, while Huang Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted to one of panic. And the other villagers fell silent, their heads bowed. After a moment, Huang Sanlang hurriedly exclaimed, "My lord, this is an injustice. Zhang Wangshi's son has passed away, which grieves me deeply, for we are from the same village, and her son was merely 5 years old. However, this was not the doing of my grandson. The child tragically fell into the river and drowned." Yao Zongwen, upon hearing this, turned to Huang Xiaolu and asked, "I inquire of you, what transpired that day?" Huang Xiaolu, with unclear speech, replied, "I do not know. I remember nothing. I am only 8 years old, and I was frightened." Yao Zongwen began questioning the other villagers, but their responses ranged from ignorance to steadfast assertions that Zhang Wangshi's son had drowned due to his own misstep into the water. Subsequently, Yao Zongwen turned to Old Wei, a smile gracing his face, and said, "Wei Gonggong, do you not think this case can be closed?" Old Wei slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What are you saying? There are still witnesses yet to arrive. A child from a neighboring village was also playing by the river that day. He saw everything clearly. Bring that child and his family here for further inquiry." Upon hearing this, Yao Zongwen's expression darkened considerably, and even Huang Sanlang, who knelt below, exhibited a fluctuating countenance. Huang Xiaolu clutched Huang Sanlang's hand tightly, trembling all over. Yao Zongwen gritted his teeth and turned to inquire of Sister Wang. Sister Wang provided the names of the neighboring child's family, prompting Yao Zongwen to dispatch the officials of Shuntian Prefecture to fetch them with urgency. While they awaited their arrival, Huang Sanlang gently stroked Huang Xiaolu's head, whispering reassurances. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian observed intently among the common folk, regrettably unable to decipher the silent exchange. At this moment, Old Wei noticed and sternly commanded, "What are you mumbling about? Speak louder." Huang Sanlang, startled, quickly stammered, in response to Wei Gonggong, "My grandson is still quite young and was frightened earlier. I was merely comforting him." Old Wei snorted coldly. Before long, the child from the neighboring village, along with his family, was brought forth. Upon entering the hall, several individuals knelt and offered their salutations. Commoner Wang Dashi of Wangjia village, my humble wife, Wang Zhangshi, and my son, Wang Guden, pay their respects to you, my lord. Yao Zongwen inquired, "Wang Guden, I ask you, on the 8th day of this month, while you were playing by the river, did you witness with your own eyes Huang Xiaolu from Huangjia village push the child Zhang Xiaoyu into the water to drown?" Wang Guden hurriedly replied, "And no, I did not see anything that day." At that moment, Zhang Wangshi, kneeling to the side, lunged forward in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Guden, how can you lie? Today you clearly told your aunt that it was Huang Xiaolu who pushed Xiaoyu into the river. Why are you not speaking the truth now?" Wang Guden, feeling wronged, displayed an expression of dismay, while his parents lowered their heads. Observing this, Yao Zongwen slammed the judge's block and bellowed, "You audacious woman! How dare you disrupt the court?" As he spoke, he drew a red slip from the case and cast it down. Immediately, 2 officers stepped forward and forced Wang Dajie to the ground. Standing outside the hall, Jiang Ning, with icy eyes, discerned the underlying deceit. He understood that this red slip signified 10 strikes with the rod, a punishment most could not endure. Just as the officers were about to proceed, Old Wei interjected, "My lord Yao, is this how you handle cases on a regular basis? Are you not allowing the plaintiff to question? The entire sequence of events remains unclear, and yet you wish to punish the plaintiff. How can one conduct themselves in such a manner as a magistrate?" Upon hearing Old Wei's inquiry, Yao Zongwen was momentarily taken aback, and even the officers poised to act halted, for Old Wei's reputation commanded great respect. Chapter 443. There are witnesses. Yao Zongwen, gritting his teeth, declared, "Zhang Wangshi, considering this is your first offense, and with the esteemed Wei Gong speaking, I shall spare you the 10 strikes. Henceforth, you must not disrupt the court again." At that moment, Old Wei approached Wang Guden, crouched down, and affectionately patted his head, saying, "Child, did you perhaps not speak the truth a moment ago? Tell grandfather, what exactly did you see that day?" Wang Guden, upon hearing this, appeared quite bashful. Old Wei, sensing something amiss, inquired with a smile, "Is it that your parents forbade you from speaking the truth, or was it someone else?" Wang Guden blinked in surprise and replied, "How do you know?" His parents, startled, rapidly interjected, "Guden, what are you saying? Speaking incorrectly in court leads to punishment." Old Wei then turned to Wang Guden's parents, his voice cold, "Did we permit you to speak?" Wang Guden's parents trembled in fear, silenced. At this juncture, Old Wei earnestly remarked, "Guden, think of Zhang Xiaoyu, who drowned in the river at just 5 years of age, even younger than you. How tragic his fate. Do you not agree? Wang Gudan's eyes moistened at this, a tear rolling down his cheek as he choked out. That day, I clearly saw Huang Xiaolu push Xiaoyu into the river. They were playing downstream while I was upstream, and I saw it distinctly. The other children wanted to go back and find an adult for help, but they were all stopped by Huang Xiaolu, who made them sit together and just watched as Xiaoyu sank into the river. Today, my parents took me into the city where I encountered my aunt. I shared this incident with her. Subsequently, my parents whisked me away, admonishing me to feign ignorance and refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Yet, thoughts of the little fish filled my heart with sorrow. Old Wei gently patted Wang Gudan's head and said, "Child, if you tell the truth, this matter will be easily resolved." He then turned to Yao Zongwen, stating, "Lord Yao, the sequence of events is clear. You understand what needs to be done, do you not?" Yao Zongwen wore a troubled expression and replied, "Master Wei, the words of this child, Wang Gudan, alone are insufficient to serve as evidence, are they not?" At that moment, Huang Sanlang interjected hastily, "My lord, please consider, Wang Gudan is merely 7 years old. Although he is not from the same village, he is known for his mischievous behavior, and his words are often difficult to discern as truth. It is entirely possible he has misremembered or is merely fabricating tales. My lord, we must not wrong an innocent person." Upon hearing Huang Sanlang's words, Wang Gudan became agitated, his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "I am not lying. I saw it clearly that day." Other villagers from Huangjiakan chimed in, "Indeed, we beseech you, my lord, to see clearly. Wang Gudan has a reputation for being unruly and often spins tales. It is implausible that our benevolent Lord Huang, along with the well-mannered Xiao Lu, would commit such a heinous act." Faced with this predicament, Old Wei grew increasingly vexed. Yao Zongwen inquired, "Zhang Wangshi, do you possess any additional witnesses? Without them, I cannot convict Huang Xiaolu based solely on Wang Gudan's testimony." Upon hearing this, Sister Wang was struck with despair, collapsing to the ground and attempting to dash herself against a pillar, only to be swiftly restrained by the constables. Yao Zongwen, witnessing this, shared in her distress. At that moment, Gao Wenkai hurriedly approached Jiang Ning and whispered a few words. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the hall, "My lord, I can testify that it was Huang Xiaolu who pushed Zhang Xiaoyu into the river, leading to her drowning." The crowd turned to see a scruffy boy of about 12 or 13 standing outside the courtroom. Yao Zongwen commanded the constables to bring the boy inside. Upon entering the hall, the boy immediately knelt, introducing himself, "I am Lu Liang from Huangjiakan, your lordship. On the day of the incident, I was tending to my fields on the hillside and witnessed the event clearly. It was Huang Xiaolu who pushed Zhang Xiaoyu into the river, forbidding the other children from seeking adult assistance, ultimately resulting in Zhang Xiaoyu's tragic drowning." As Lu Liang's words hung in the air, Huang Sanlang's complexion turned pale, and even Huang Xiaolu, kneeling nearby, trembled uncontrollably. Yao Zongwen struck the gavel forcefully and inquired, "Lu Liang, if you knew that Zhang Xiaoyu was harmed by Huang Xiaolu, why did you not speak up sooner?" Lu Liang, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "My lord, I am an orphan. I cannot afford to provoke Lord Huang. Moreover, after the incident, Lord Huang provided money and provisions to several families, compelling them to assert that Zhang Xiaoyu had accidentally fallen into the river. Thus, I dared not speak out, fearing retaliation from Lord Huang." Lord Huang's visage was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he spoke. "Lu Liang, you impudent boy. What nonsense are you spouting? How could my grandson Xiao Lu possibly commit such an act? Good sir, this is slander." In response, Lu Liang declared, "Your Honor, I possess evidence." With that, he produced a fragrant pouch from his bosom. "Your Honor, this pouch belongs to Lord Huang's grandson, Huang Xiaolu. Many villagers have seen it. After the incident, when Zhang Xiaoyu drowned in the river, it was not long before Huang Xiaolu departed with other children. I returned to the riverbank to investigate and discovered this pouch. I implore you to discern the truth." At this juncture, Wang Gudan interjected, "Indeed, indeed. I have also seen this pouch. It is certainly Huang Xiaolu's. He claimed it was specially sought for him by his grandfather from a temple in the city, and there exists no other of this color." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolu was instantly overcome with fear, bursting into tears. "I didn't know. I was merely playing with him. Who knew he would fall into the river? I am still just a child, only 8 years old." As he wept uncontrollably, Lord Huang was thrown into a panic, while Sister Wang lamented bitterly, exclaiming, "How could you be so heartless? My son is but 5 years old. Lu Liang spoke again. If your honor remains unconvinced, you may dispatch someone to search their households. They all received money and provisions sent by Lord Huang. Old Wei, upon hearing this, approached the villagers of Huangjiazhuang, squatted down, and coldly inquired, "What say you? This Lu Liang claims that your households are in possession of money and grain from Lord Huang. Shall we send someone to investigate? Should we uncover such evidence, you would be guilty of perjury, equally culpable." The villagers, instantly terrified, began to confess like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, revealing their receipt of benefits from Lord Huang and their complicity in false testimony. Old Wei rose and stated, "Lord Yao, I trust the matter is now clear. Let justice be served." Lord Huang, utterly dejected, slumped to the side. While Huang Xiaolu was so frightened, he wet himself. Yao Zongwen clenched his teeth and proclaimed, "Huang Xiaolu of Huangjiazhuang has maligned Zhang Xiaoyu, leading to his drowning. At merely 8 years of age, being young and ignorant, he shall be absolved of punishment according to Ming law. As for Huang Sanlang, who conspired with others to fabricate false evidence, he shall receive 30 strokes of the cane and must compensate the Zhang family with 50 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Old Wei's countenance soured. "Is this all?" Yao Zongwen replied, his expression troubled. "Lord Wei, I have rendered this judgment in accordance with Ming law. It is all I can do." Old Wei, though immensely powerful, recognized he could not overtly interfere with the laws of the Ming, lest he face dire consequences. Just then, Sister Wang cried out, "I do not want silver. I only want my son." At that moment, Jiang Ning strode into the hall. The constables attempted to block him, but Jiang Ning displayed his badge, prompting them to hastily step aside. Upon seeing this young man unexpectedly enter the courtroom, Yao Zongwen was taken aback. He quickly rose and approached Jiang Ning, bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to the Lord." Jiang Ning waved his hand and remarked, "Lord Yao, according to Ming law, your judgment is indeed correct. However, if I recall correctly, for children under the age of 10, they can be detained for 3 months, cannot they?" Yao Zongwen was taken aback and nodded, stating, "Indeed, there is such a provision in the laws of the Ming dynasty. In that case, let us revise the sentence for Huang Xiaolu to 3 months of detention." After Jiang Ning spoke, he fell silent. The crowd was subsequently escorted away, with Huang Xiaolu and Huang Sanlang also imprisoned. The bystanders outside sighed in dismay, and Old Wei felt helpless. Following this, Old Wei accompanied Jiang Ning out of the great hall and approached Zhu Youjiao. Zhu Youjiao said irritably, "Brother Jiang, have you lost your mind? Is this how it ends?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Of course, it cannot simply be concluded like this. There is something amiss with Yao Zongwen. I have already arranged for someone to retrieve the documents. Moreover, there are issues surrounding Huang Xiaolu as well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei appeared puzzled. What issues could a child possibly have? Jiang Ning retorted, "What kind of 8-year-old child grows to such a size?" Zhu Youjiao, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "The Huang family is affluent, well-fed, and well-nourished. It should not be too concerning if he grows a little larger, should it?" At that moment, Gao Wenkai, who was beside Jiang Ning, hurriedly whispered, "Your Majesty, according to my observations just now, Huang Xiaolu is evidently older than 8. His skeletal structure, height, and physical characteristics indicate he has already reached the age of 10. This can be ascertained." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao and Old Wei immediately became alarmed. Zhu Youjiao exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, why did you not mention this sooner? According to Ming law, those who reach the age of 10 can be sentenced." Jiang Ning rolled his eyes, saying, "Before that, we must first apprehend Yao Zongwen." Just then, Gao Wenkai hastily received a document from a guard of the Jianui and presented it. After Zhu Youjiao reviewed it, he was infuriated, exclaiming, "Goodness, Yao Zongwen, how dare you form factions and engage in corruption? You even solicited bribes from your subordinates, and when they refused, you fabricated charges to suppress and exclude them. This is sheer lawlessness." Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, do not be anxious. I have already arranged for evidence to be sent to the Supervisory Office and the Ministry of Justice. It will not be long before their personnel arrive." Before long, Zhu Dadian and Wei Guangwei rushed in with their men. Jiang Ning and the others quickly stepped aside. Upon entering the Shuntian prefecture, Zhu Dadian wasted no time and ordered Yao Zongwen to be taken away on the spot. Wei Guangwei, the Minister of Justice, approached Jiang Ning and the others, hurriedly bowing. At that moment, Jiang Ning turned to Gao Wenkai and instructed, "Xiao Gao, Arrange for someone to take care of that Lady Wang. Let her not leave just yet. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led Zhu Youjian, Old Wei, and Wei Guangwei directly into the Shuntian Prefecture prison. The head of the prison was terrified upon seeing Jiang Ning's badge, trembling all over, and promptly led Jiang Ning and the others to the cell where Huang Xiaolu was held. Huang Xiaolu sat in the cell, which was overgrown with weeds, his expression revealing a sense of fear, yet he did not cry out. Wei Guangwei furrowed his brow and stated, "Your Majesty, the evidence against Yao Zongwen for corruption and collusion is irrefutable, yet his ruling on this case is indeed in accordance with the laws of the Ming dynasty." Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "Master Wei, please wait a moment." He then instructed the old man beside him, "Send someone to bring a meal for this child." Although the old man was somewhat perplexed, he promptly went to make arrangements. Before long, a jailer arrived carrying a meal, but Jiang Ning raised his hand to stop him. Observing the chopsticks beside him, Jiang Ning picked one up and deliberately placed it upside down, then said, "All right, take the meal inside." At this moment, Wei Guangwei seemed to grasp the situation and inquired, "My lord, are you testing whether this child has come to understand reason?" Jiang Ning nodded in affirmation. The jailer entered the cell, placed the meal on the ground, and then departed. Huang Xiaolu, upon seeing this, hurriedly crawled over, picked up the bowl, and took the chopsticks. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly paused, straightened the upside-down chopsticks, and then savored his meal with gusto. Wei Guangwei stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "This clearly indicates that the boy has gained understanding. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, such a situation could warrant a death sentence." Zhu Youjian and Old Wei exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Gao Wenkai rushed in and whispered, "Your Majesty, my lord, Master Wei. This is the household registration information just transferred from Shuntian Prefecture. In fact, Huang Xiaolu has already turned 10. After the incident, Huang Sanlang, to be cautious, bribed the clerk in charge of the household registry with 100 silver dollars to alter Huang Xiaolu's age to 8. Thus, even if the truth comes to light, he cannot be sentenced to death under the laws of the Ming dynasty." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian and Old Wei suddenly understood. Jiang Ning turned to Wei Guangwei and said with a smile, "Minister Wei, as the Minister of Justice, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands." Wei Guangwei quickly bowed and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I know how to proceed." Subsequently, Jiang Ning led Zhu Youjian and Old Wei out of the cell and back to the courtroom. There, Wei Guangwei sat at the head of the court and resumed proceedings. He exposed Huang Xiaolu's fraudulent age before all present. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolu was so frightened that he cried out for his parents, "I know nothing. I am still young. I am only 8 years old. You cannot kill me." With a smile, Wei Guangwei recounted how Huang Xiaolu had adjusted the chopsticks while eating, then coldly declared, "You have falsified your age. You are indeed 10 and have come to understand reason. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, I hereby sentence you to immediate execution." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolu fainted on the spot. Wei Guangwei then pronounced additional sentences. Huang Sanlang bribed the authorities to alter the household registration age, which is a grave offense, and shall be fined 500 taels of silver and imprisoned for 10 years. As for the villagers who accepted Huang Sanlang's bribes to provide false testimony, they shall each serve 6 months in prison and receive 30 lashes. Finally, the 500 taels of silver shall be awarded to Sister Wang. At this moment, Sister Wang was somewhat dazed. She had been filled with despair and was about to return home when she was stopped and told to wait. To her surprise, the court was reopened, and the verdict was completely different from before. Finally, her son's vengeance had been avenged, and at that moment, she regained some strength, promptly kneeling on the ground, saying, "I thank the just and benevolent magistrate for delivering justice on my behalf." Wei Guangwei sighed, subsequently arranging for the common folk and the constables to escort Sister Wang back to her home. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Zhu Youxiao and the elder Wei, entered a tavern, ordering a selection of dishes to share. Zhu Youxiao chuckled, saying, "Brother Jiang, your methods are indeed reliable. Not only did you uncover the age falsification of Huang Xiaolu, but you also ingeniously used chopsticks to gauge his understanding of reason. Thus, it seems Huang Xiaolu is inevitably bound for death." Curiously, Elder Wei inquired, "My lord, what if, when you tested Huang Xiaolu with the chopsticks, he simply refused to engage?" Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, scoffed repeatedly, responding, "The situation of refusal does not exist. Should he correctly handle the chopsticks, it indicates he possesses reason, and he shall be executed without delay. If he uses chopsticks normally, it proves he is not dull-witted, and he shall be executed without delay. If he feigns ignorance of chopsticks, it reveals he is deeply scheming, and he shall be executed without delay. If he avoids imprisonment, it signifies a rebellious heart, and he shall be executed without delay. Should he remain silent and disrespectful towards the authorities, he shall be executed without delay. If he loudly insults, he is guilty of verbal affront to the authorities, and he shall be executed without delay. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Elder Wei was rendered speechless, internally lamenting, "The Lord is truly ruthless." Huang Xiaolu's fate was evidently sealed. Zhu Youxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Ning, both sharing a subtle smile. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Youxiao perceived matters with greater breadth than Elder Wei. He understood that Jiang Ning's elaborate scheme was, in essence, a meticulously crafted trap for Huang Xiaolu. First, confirming Huang Xiaolu's age of 10, then utilizing chopsticks to verify his understanding of reason. Otherwise, given Jiang Ning's position, he could have unilaterally sentenced Huang Xiaolu to death. However, this would easily lead the populace to perceive the authorities as merciless. Jiang Ning's convoluted approach, involving the Minister of Justice Wei Guangwei throughout, ensured that Huang Xiaolu's death sentence was both rational and lawful, thereby fostering public belief in the fairness of the government's judgment. After their meal, Zhu Youxiao instructed Elder Wei to investigate the progress of the Yao Zhongwen case at the Supervisory Bureau, indicating a desire for a rigorous inquiry into Yao Zhongwen. Upon receiving the order, Elder Wei departed joyfully, hastening towards the bureau. Observing Elder Wei's excitement, Jiang Ning understood that Yao Darren was in for considerable misfortune. While Elder Wei might exercise caution with ordinary citizens, he employed various means against corrupt officials. Those who should face execution could be dealt with by implicating entire families. For those already facing such consequences, he could expand it to encompass even greater kin, all executed justly and lawfully. After all, Elder Wei had always stood on the side of the common people. Subsequently, Jiang Ning escorted Zhu Youxiao back to the palace, the sovereign and his minister conversing as they walked. The day's events significantly impacted them, and Zhu Youxiao felt a sense of helplessness. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, it was disheartening that such events transpired under his reign. Had Sister Wang not encountered them today, even if she had sought justice at the Shuntian prefecture, it might have ended in vain, or worse, she could have been dismissed after being beaten by Yao Zhongwen under the pretense of contempt for the court. As for other regions of the Ming, the situation was likely even more dire. Jiang Ning, too, had no immediate solutions, only the prospect of gradual progress. He increasingly comprehended the rationale behind Emperor Zhu's establishment of the Jinyui, a secretive agency, after ascending to the throne. Starting with mere ambition, Zhu forged an entire dynasty, witnessing countless shadows of darkness and suffering along the way. Acutely aware of the unreliability of both civil and military officials, he instituted the Jinyui to oversee the realm. Eventually, the Jinyui evolved into an overt force, complemented by covert operatives, creating a dual safeguard against the frailties of human nature. As they continued their conversation, they unwittingly arrived at the palace gates. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian escorted Fang Zhenghua back to the palace, while Jiang Ning returned to his residence with Gao Wenkai. 3 days later, within the imperial court, Yao Zhongwen was impeached on 16 grave charges, leading to a verdict of extermination for his entire family. Jiang Ning felt no surprise at such a judgment, for Old Wei was consistently dependable in his dealings. He harbored no sorrow for Yao Zhongwen's fate. Had he not been concerned about potential repercussions from the supervising censors, he might have applauded the outcome. In the original course of history, Yao Zhongwen was nothing short of a troublemaker. A member of the Zhujiang faction, he had been embroiled in conflicts with the Donglin faction during the Wanli era. In the 47th year of Wanli, he was tasked with overseeing the defenses of Liaodong, where Xiong Tingbai elucidated the dire circumstances faced in that region, hoping Yao would truthfully convey the situation upon his return to the capital. At that time, the court was already in disarray, and Xiong's situation in Liaodong was precarious. However, upon returning to the capital, Yao Zhongwen immediately moved to impeach Xiong Tingbai without hesitation. This matter was subsequently shelved following the death of Emperor Wanli. As time progressed, the fierce struggle between the eunuch faction led by Old Wei and the Donglin faction reignited Yao Zhongwen's ambitions. Through internal recommendations, he ascended to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, subsequently emerging as a leading figure for Old Wei's eunuch faction, engaging in a relentless battle against the Donglin adherents. Xiong Tingbai, being a member of the Chu faction and known for his fiery temper, had already made numerous enemies. As the Chu faction had been nearly eradicated, amidst the fierce conflict between the eunuch faction and the Donglin faction, Yao Zongwen resurrected old grievances, impeaching Xiong Tingbai on 16 counts, ultimately leading to Xiong's demise at the hands of the opposing factions. Reflecting on Yao Zongwen's actions, he epitomized the traits of a selfish opportunist. His ultimate fate of extermination for his family was, indeed, a just consequence. After court proceedings, Jiang Ning returned home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he encountered officials from the Ministry of Works returning his dog, Wankai. The once robust creature now lay listlessly at the entrance, visibly diminished in stature. Shocked, Jiang Ning inquired about the situation. "What has happened to my dog?" An official hurriedly approached, offering an apology. "My lord, please forgive us. The ministry has been caring for numerous dogs, and yours may have simply been overworked." Jiang Ning, speechless, ordered the dog to be brought inside. At that moment, he recalled his recent request to buy Maokong regarding the development of flintlock firearms and, curious about the outcome, decided to head to the Armaments Bureau with Gao Wenkai. Upon arriving at the armory, one could observe meticulously arranged workshops, where craftsmen were fervently engaged in their tasks, some forging iron, others casting metal, each fulfilling their designated roles with precision. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the assembly line operation he had previously proposed was beginning to yield results. Not long after, the venerable Su Datsai approached Jiang Ning with haste to pay his respects. Jiang Ning gestured dismissively, smiling as he inquired, "Master Su, how has the flintlock firearm developed by Lord Bai been progressing?" Su Datsai responded with a grin, "My lord, your timing is impeccable. Lord Bai has successfully developed the flintlock rifle, producing a total of 10 units. After several trials, its range has been established at approximately 55 to 60 zhong, and its power has significantly improved." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning promptly requested Su Datsai to lead him to inspect the new weaponry. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a storage facility. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of 10 pristine flintlock rifles neatly arranged on wooden racks. Jiang Ning eagerly picked one up, examining it closely. It was substantial in weight, exquisitely crafted, and constructed from robust materials, clearly reflecting the considerable effort invested by Maokong. Subsequently, Su Datsai took the flintlock rifle to the training ground and demonstrated its operation several times for Jiang Ning. After making a rough assessment, Jiang Ning noted that the effective range was between 150 to 200 meters, with the capability to penetrate armor within 150 meters, demonstrating remarkable power. The use of flint to strike the firing pin, igniting the powder in the chamber, rendered this weapon far more convenient and rapid than the previous matchlocks, prompting Jiang Ning to express his admiration. At that moment, Su Datsai approached with a beaming smile, stating, "My lord, this flintlock rifle possesses superior power and range compared to the previous luminal firearms, yet we still face a challenge. The loading of ammunition is somewhat sluggish. Each time, one must first pour a precise amount of powder into the barrel, followed by the projectile, and then use a ramrod to compress it before aiming and firing. If the projectile is not properly seated, its effectiveness diminishes significantly, and it could even result in a catastrophic failure." Jiang Ning pondered this information deeply. It was crucial to consider that during the Ming dynasty, there were no machine tools, and these barrels were handcrafted by artisans. Such a situation on the battlefield would undoubtedly be perilous. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ning suggested, "Master Su, let us conduct another demonstration. This time, prior to loading the projectile, wrap it in a small piece of burlap before compressing it, and observe the outcome." Su Datsai nodded in agreement and had a piece of burlap brought forth, expertly cutting a small section to wrap the projectile before compressing it. After merely 2 thrusts, Su Datsai halted, his face lighting up with astonishment as he exclaimed, "My lord, it's compressed. This is significantly faster than before." Jiang Ning smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Su Datsai then poured powder into the chamber and aimed to fire. A resounding blast echoed, followed by a plume of smoke rising, revealing a gaping hole in the distant straw target. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning could not help but applaud enthusiastically, proclaiming, "Since this method proves effective, we shall adopt it for future ammunition loading." Su Datsai quickly instructed someone to record the procedure. At this juncture, Jiang Ning noticed that despite Zhu Youxiao's multiple demonstrations, each shot landed in a different location, with some even veering off target. He once again addressed Zhu Youxiao, saying, "Master Zhu, perhaps you could experiment with crafting a sight on the gun barrel." As he spoke, Jiang Ning gestured with his hand, demonstrating how to aim using this sight as a reference point to enhance accuracy. Zhu Youxiao promptly nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning continued, "Master Zhu, there is one more suggestion I wish to propose. Could you explore the possibility of creating a short blade affixed to the gun's muzzle? This way, once the soldiers exhaust their ammunition on the battlefield, they would still be armed for close combat with the flintlock." After contemplating for a moment, Zhu Youxiao nodded and replied, "My lord, this is not a difficult task. I shall have my men attempt it." Jiang Ning acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further commentary. His understanding of such matters was limited, and he recognized that progress must come incrementally, from one step to the next, advancing from 1 to 2. And then from 2 to 3, it was impossible to leap directly from 1 to 10. Even if he possessed the blueprints for an AK, the conditions of the Ming dynasty would render its production unfeasible. The successful development of the flintlock was already a significant breakthrough. Subsequently, Zhu Youxiao guided Jiang Ning to inspect several other firearms. After reviewing them, Jiang Ning expressed his satisfaction and instructed that these weapons be sent to the Divine Machine Camp for the soldiers to practice with, thereby confirming their practical effectiveness. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youxiao spoke again. "My lord, some time ago, I led the craftsmen in developing a new contraption based on the records in the Wu Beiji. I humbly request your esteemed opinion." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Zhu Youxiao led him to another storage room and opened the door, revealing a remarkable sight. Before him stood a formidable contraption wrapped in iron plates, reminiscent of an armored vehicle from later times. Zhu Youxiao smiled as he introduced it, "My lord, this is the carriage used by General Qi during his defense of Jizhou, standing 10 feet tall, measuring 13 feet in length and 9 feet wide. It is constructed primarily of wood encased in iron plates, equipped with 2 small French cannons, along with firearms and rockets, operated by 12 soldiers in unison. It can be disassembled to form a shield formation, thus serving both offensive and defensive purposes." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but exclaim in astonishment, silently reflecting on the ingenuity of such a device. It was no wonder that General Qi was able to send the Mongols fleeing during his defense of Jizhou. Such a creation could not be countered merely by human strength. It was akin to the German blitzkrieg during World War II, where Polish cavalry faced tanks, leaving the German forces unfazed. At this moment, Zhu Youxiao added with a smile, "My lord, this carriage is not solely for combat. It is also exceptionally convenient for transporting military supplies and provisions, being drawn by 2 war horses. If paired with our latest artillery design, its power would surpass that of General Qi's time." Jiang Ning could not suppress a nod of approval before stating, "Let us expedite the completion of this contraption and send it to the Divine Machine Camp for the soldiers to train with and assess its efficacy." Zhu Youxiao's expression turned troubled as he replied, "My lord, the cost of constructing this carriage is quite substantial, and its effectiveness becomes apparent only with large-scale use. If employed on a small scale, the results may be unsatisfactory." Jiang Ning dismissed the concern nonchalantly, saying, "Isn't it merely a matter of spending a bit of silver? What of it? As long as the soldiers find it beneficial, let us produce 100 units for now." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youxiao was momentarily rendered speechless. Before cautiously voicing, "Your Excellency, this war chariot costs nearly 3,000 silver dollars, and this does not account for the expenses of the artillery, rockets, and the firearms required by the soldiers, which sums up to approximately 5,000 silver dollars." Jiang Ning, unfazed, replied, "A mere 5,000 silver dollars, not 50 million. Zhu Youxiao quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing that the commander of the capital's garrison had spoken, and to continue would be to sing a discordant tune. Subsequently, Zhu Youxiao escorted Jiang Ning to view the newly developed thunderous poison fire bomb, containing gunpowder, arsenic, and wolf poison, a veritable representation of biochemical weaponry from the Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "Master Zhu, is it feasible to launch this contraption using our small catapult?" Zhu Youxiao eagerly affirmed, "Your Excellency, it is indeed feasible. However, one must be mindful of the wind direction when deploying the thunderous poison firebomb. If the wind is favorable, everything will go splendidly. If it is contrary, it cannot be used, lest our forces suffer before the enemy does." Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware of this weapon's inherent flaw. Afterward, Jiang Ning perused a series of other innovative firearms, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. Many of these modern weapons bore resemblances to those from future eras, leading him to marvel at the boundless ingenuity of the working class. Lamenting that their contributions had historically gone unappreciated, otherwise, one could only imagine the extraordinary inventions they might have developed. As Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave, aware of his pressing responsibilities, Su Datsai's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness as he ventured, "Your Excellency, I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with." Jiang Ning smiled. "Master Su, please speak freely." Su Datsai's face flushed crimson as he whispered, "Your Excellency, could you kindly speak to the Minister of War on our behalf, urging him to allocate additional research funding for the Armaments Bureau and the Military Supplies Bureau each month? This would enable us to better advance our work." Jiang Ning inquired, "How much does Su Guangqi currently allocate to you each month?" Su Datsai hesitantly extended a trembling hand, displaying 5 fingers. Jiang Ning, incredulous, asked, 50,000 silver dollars? Su Guangqi is quite generous then. Su Datsai hastily shook his head. "Your Excellency, you misunderstand. It is merely 50,000 silver dollars combined for both the Armaments Bureau and the Military Supplies Bureau." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's anger flared instantly. "Damn it! How many times have I emphasized the significance of firearms? That old rogue Su Guangqi seems to take it lightly. To bolster firearm development, I personally spoke with Minister of Revenue Guo Yunho, who allocates several million silver dollars annually for the research and manufacture of weapons. Yet Su Guangqi provides a paltry 50,000 silver dollars each month for both bureaus. How could that be sufficient?" Seeing Jiang Ning's darkening expression, Su Datsai grew apprehensive and quickly said, "Your Excellency, if it proves difficult, we can find a way to manage." Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. "Master Su, your efforts in developing arms for the Ming soldiers are, in my view, worth any expenditure. Since Su Guangqi only grants you 50,000 silver dollars per month for research funding, he must provide me with a proper explanation." Finally, Jiang Ning instructed Gao Wenkai, "Little Gao, go fetch that old rogue Su Guangqi immediately. If he does not come, simply have the brothers carry him over." Gao Wenkai hurriedly accepted the order and swiftly departed. At that moment, Jiang Ning seemed to recall something suddenly and turned to Su Datsai, inquiring, "Master Su, why is it that on this occasion, I have not seen those Westerners? Were they not working at the Bureau of Military Supplies to atone for their sins?" The Westerners Jiang Ning referred to were the cultural thieves, such as Tang Ruang and Do Mailing. Su Datsai was slightly taken aback, then responded, "My lord, not long ago, Lord Bai developed the flintlock gun. Those Westerners secretly inquired about the production methods and processes from the craftsmen. When Lord Bai found out, he was furious and ordered their execution." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was also taken aback, not expecting Bai Maokong to have such a volatile temper. Observing Su Datsai's cautious demeanor, Jiang Ning waved his hand with a smile and nonchalantly replied, "What is the big deal? If a few Westerners have died, so be it." Upon hearing this, Su Datsai finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 446. A path in Burma. At that very moment, Gao Wenkai, accompanied by the Imperial Guards, brought Su Guangqi directly to the Bureau of Military Supplies. Su Guangqi appeared disheveled, shouting incessantly. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's grim expression, he felt a jolt in his heart and hurriedly adjusted his official robe, stepping forward to greet him. "My lord, why have you summoned me here in such a rush?" Jiang Ning approached, gently patting Su Guangqi's shoulder, and coldly remarked, "Old Six, the achievements of the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments are largely due to your contributions. Therefore, I intend to host a celebration banquet in your honor." Hearing this, Su Guangqi's face turned ashen, and he quickly forced a smile. "My lord, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. I truly do not deserve a celebration banquet. It is all thanks to your capable leadership that the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments have reached such heights." Seeing that Su Guangqi was trying to evade responsibility, Jiang Ning ceased pretending, letting out a cold laugh. "What is this? Are you daring to shirk responsibility? Old Six, do you not know in your heart what misdeeds you have committed? The funds for the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments are earmarked specifically for their use, with the annual budget jointly approved by the Military Governor's Office and the Ministry of Works. If I recall correctly, this year, Lord Gua allocated 3.8 million taels to the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments, did he not?" Su Guangqi nodded hurriedly. Indeed, my lord. The Ministry of Revenue did allocate 3.8 million taels this year. Jiang Ning abruptly seized Su Guangqi by the collar and fiercely demanded. Then explain to me why the combined research funding for the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments amounts to only 50,000 taels each month. That totals merely 600,000 taels for the year. Don't tell me that the remaining 3.2 million taels have all gone to the Divine Machine Camp for manufacturing standard firearms. Even if every musket and cannon were cast in silver, it could not possibly require such an exorbitant sum. Su Guangqi, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "My lord, I too have my difficulties. You know well the frugal nature of Lord Gua from the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Revenue has numerous responsibilities, not limited to the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment. Therefore, I have taken the liberty to reallocate some funds for other matters. And I hope the Duke can understand." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was instantly infuriated, exclaiming, "You old rascal, how unprincipled can you be? Are you truly using the funds from the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment? You are blatantly misappropriating the lives of our soldiers." Faced with Jiang Ning's relentless accusations, Su Guangqi resorted to sheer stubbornness, defiantly stating, "My lord, I am also serving the court. This money has not entered my own pockets. Is it necessary for you to be so enraged?" Enraged to the point of wishing to draw his sword against Su, Jiang Ning retorted with fury, "The Ministry of Military Affairs is under my jurisdiction, not yours. With 300,000 soldiers in the capital, they must defend against external threats and quell internal dissent. They risk their lives on the battlefield. I am the primary responsible party, not you. These 300,000 soldiers have entrusted their lives to me, and I must be accountable to them and their families. You, old rascal, are nothing but a hindrance." Su Guangqi found himself momentarily speechless, aware that his actions were indeed questionable. At that moment, numerous craftsmen from the Bureau of Armaments gathered around. Flushed and embarrassed, Su stammered, "My lord, I was in the wrong, but I hope you can understand the difficulties I face. The Ministry of Works is not an easy task." Jiang Ning coldly retorted, "If it's so difficult, then cease your efforts. From this day forth, the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment shall be directly governed by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and you will have no further dealings with the Ministry of Works. We shall each go our separate ways." With that, Jiang Ning flung his sleeves and departed, leaving Su Guangqi stunned in place. Upon returning to the Ministry of Military Affairs, Jiang Ning promptly summoned Chen Su and Xin Yurong, detailing the situation regarding the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment. The two veteran generals, upon hearing the account, were seething with rage, ready to confront Su Guangqi. Fortunately, Jiang Ning exerted all his effort to restrain them. Otherwise, a third unrestricted martial contest of the Ming dynasty might have unfolded. Subsequently, the three jointly submitted a petition to Zhu Youjian, requesting that the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment be directly placed under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The following morning, during the court assembly, Zhu Youjian immediately approved this request. Su Guangqi raised no objections, and Jiang Ning was disinclined to pursue Su's accountability any further. He then ordered Su to expedite the development of a new model of flintlock rifle according to his suggestions. Due to Su Guangqi's misappropriation of public funds, the accounts of the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment were in deficit, and the funds within the Ministry of Military Affairs also had their designated purposes. Jiang Ning, feeling helpless, had no choice but to visit the Ministry of Revenue to seek by Zissou, hoping to secure a reallocation of funds for the Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Military Equipment. As soon as he stepped into the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Revenue, he saw Bai Zissou and Wei Jun seated, enjoying tea. The two immediately noticed Jiang Ning and hurriedly rose to warmly greet him. "My lord, why have you come so late? I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "Do I have a habit of arriving early?" Bai Zissou and Wei Jun quickly invited Jiang Ning to take a seat, positioning themselves on either side and busily pouring tea for him. Bai Zissou smiled and inquired, "My lord, if my guesses are correct, your visit to the Ministry of Revenue today pertains to the funds concerning the Bureau of Military Supplies and the Bureau of Armaments, is it not? However, let us adhere to our customary practice. If you could kindly suggest a profitable avenue for the ministry, I shall promptly approve the disbursement of silver." Jiang Ning regarded Bai Zisu's smile with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the expression Gui Yunho wore when he had previously deceived him. Unperturbed, Jiang Ning coldly retorted, "Lord Bai, have you grown senile? Do not presume that just because old Guo of your ministry is miserly, you can speak foolishness in my presence." Bai Zisu paused momentarily, taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Ning lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and remarked indifferently, "You are well aware of my temperament. I show no leniency to those whose words I find displeasing. As fellow officials serving the court, I trust you have a clear understanding of my character." Noticing Jiang Ning's unwavering stance, Bai Zisu inwardly sighed, realizing that only someone as seasoned as Minister Guo could manage Jiang Ning. He felt somewhat reluctant to hastily approve the funds, aware that everyone in the ministry, even the doorman, knew of Jiang Ning's remarkable ability to turn stone into gold. A mere suggestion from him could yield bountiful rewards. Bai Zisu replied with a smile, "My lord, I comprehend your intentions, yet this matter places me in a difficult position. You are well aware of the disposition of Minister Guo. If I were to grant the silver today, upon his return to the capital, I would likely find myself facing dire consequences right here in this hall. I implore you to understand my predicament." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Is this Ministry of Revenue a part of the Ming dynasty, or merely the fiefdom of old Guo? I fail to understand why, despite our equal service to the court, some must endure greater hardships than others." Faced with Jiang Ning's outburst, Bai Zisu resolved to be bold and shouted, "Bring a knife to the Lord, so he may end my life." This declaration astonished even Wei Jun, who sat nearby, leaving Jiang Ning at a loss for words as he quickly inquired, "Lord Bai, what madness is this? When did I ever suggest I would kill you?" With tears welling in his eyes, Bai Zisu choked back emotion, stating, "My lord comes for official business, and I too must conduct myself accordingly. If I approve the funds today, and Minister Guo seeks retribution upon his return, I cannot bear the weight of such responsibility. Rather than face a slow demise at his hands, I would prefer to perish by yours, ensuring at least my family receives some form of state compensation." Jiang Ning, discerning the underlying meaning of Bai Zisu's words, felt a pang of injustice. He had merely sought assistance, yet it seemed he was pressuring someone to the brink of despair, nearly provoking a tragedy. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Lord Bai, speak plainly. What will it take for you to approve the funds for me?" Upon realizing Jiang Ning had finally softened his stance, Bai Zisu hastily wiped his tears and smiled, stating, "My lord is indeed forthright. I shall not prolong this. I request you to guide the ministry towards a profitable path. After all, you possess the talent to turn stone into gold. And the exploits Minister Guo has undertaken in the north were all taught by you, were they not? Even the notion of profiting from the dead seems to have crossed the mind of the Duke. Surely, discovering a path to wealth should not pose a challenge for him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning abruptly rose, his countenance darkening as he declared, "The actions of old Guo in Hunan and Shaanxi are not lessons I have imparted. Do not speak carelessly, or I shall take you to the Shuntian prefecture and accuse you of defamation." At that moment, Wei Jun, seated nearby, hastily intervened, "My lord, please do not be agitated. Master Bai merely spoke in jest." Jiang Ning retorted, "Am I agitated?" Bai Zisu and Wei Jun exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, leaving Jiang Ning momentarily speechless. He then resumed his seat, pondering the intricacies of finding a path to wealth. Such avenues are not easily uncovered. If it were a matter of the road to the underworld, Jiang Ning could readily point the way, heading directly to the East Factory to consult Old Wei, ensuring excellent service. As Jiang Ning sank into contemplation, Bai Zisu and Wei Jun shared a glance, secretly delighted, sensing that today's pursuit of wealth might bear fruit. Just then, Jiang Ning recalled Zhao Shuijiao, who was currently engaged in military action against Myanmar. A sly smile crept across his face as he said, "I have a potential venture in Myanmar. Though the risks are considerable, the profits are undeniably substantial. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If you officials of the Ministry of Revenue possess the courage, we could arrange a split, 70% for the ministry and 30% for the military governor's office. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zisu and Wei Jun sprang to their feet in disbelief. "My lord, are you truly offering such a generous share to the ministry?" Jiang Ning gestured with a smile. "It is not that I lack the ability to pursue this myself, but I adhere to a principle. When there is food to share, let all partake. When there is wealth to be gained, let all profit together. Bai Zisu quickly inquired, "My lord, what precisely is this venture in Myanmar? Is the court not currently engaged in warfare there?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "The military governor's office has just received the latest military report. General Zhao Shuijiao has successfully reclaimed Mengyang, Manmo, Mengnai, Mengguang, and Mukbang, where the local populace warmly welcomes our forces. These regions are now firmly under the control of the Ming dynasty. We shall continue our advance to reintegrate all of Myanmar into our realm. Consequently, they will become subjects of the Ming, obligated to pay taxes, as is their duty. The question remains whether your officials at the ministry have the mettle to collect them." Bai Zisu and Wei Jun were left in shock at this revelation. Bai Zisu then spoke, "My lord, you cannot be jesting, can you? Myanmar is a land untamed and unrefined, where the locals and the Burmese are notoriously savage. During the Yongle reign, when the founding emperor annexed Annam, the taxes collected barely reached a few 100,000 taels of silver, while the court had to subsidize 2 million taels. Jiang Ning scoffed. What was true then is not necessarily true now. Conditions during the Hongwu and Yongle eras, when that region was only semi-civilized, were indeed dire. However, over 2 centuries have passed, and substantial progress has been made. Moreover, the reason only a meager tax was collected back then was due to the concerns of those in power, who were preoccupied with maintaining the facade of the Celestial Empire, merely collecting a token amount. In contemporary times, the situation is undoubtedly superior to that of yesteryears. You are poised to excavate the very foundations. Is it conceivable that no wealth could be unearthed?" Upon hearing Jiang Ning's assertion, Wei Jun nodded in agreement, yet Bai Zisu wore a visage of concern. "But, my lord, what if those local inhabitants and the Burmese refuse to pay taxes? What then?" Jiang Ning slammed the table with fervor, exclaiming, "How dare they? In this current era, every citizen of the Ming dynasty pays taxes. Even His Majesty's enterprises within the Ming Royal Commercial Association are subject to taxation from the Ministry of Revenue. Are these local inhabitants and Burmese to be considered more privileged than His Majesty? Should they dare to evade their taxes, we shall simply feed them steel." Upon hearing this, Bai Zisu gritted his teeth. "Since you say that fortune favors the bold, my lord, I shall take the plunge and arrange for personnel to investigate the situation. If it proves feasible, we shall commence tax collection forthwith." Jiang Ning nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, Bai Darren, this is the correct course of action. You may send your men. Should they encounter resistance from the locals and Burmese in paying taxes, and should they show blatant disregard for the law, do not hesitate to consult General Zhao of the Western Expedition. I shall ensure he is well informed, and he will instruct those locals and Burmese on how to be law-abiding citizens." Bai Zisu acquiesced and subsequently authorized the disbursement of 3 million taels of silver to Jiang Ning, who then departed with a sense of fulfillment. Observing Jiang Ning's receding figure, Wei Jun swallowed hard and stammered, "Bai Darren, is it not a tad excessive to allocate 3 million taels? What if we cannot recover this sum from Burma? How shall we account to the minister?" At this, a glint of ferocity flickered in Bai Zisu's eyes. "Recover it? Such a scenario is implausible. As the Lord has just indicated, we shall scrape the surface clean. If that still does not suffice, we shall capture those Burmese and sell them for silver. While an individual may not fetch much, a multitude, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, must yield substantial returns." Wei Jun could not help but marvel inwardly. Goodness, Bai Darren is indeed ruthless, contemplating the trade of human lives for profit. Though this method is undeniably unscrupulous, I find it rather appealing. Days later, following court dismissal, Jiang Ning was summoned to the imperial study by Zhu Youjian. Accompanying him were several prominent figures from the cabinet, including the Minister of Justice, Wei Guangwei, and the left Grand Secretary of the Censorate, Zhu Youjian. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhu Youjian promptly produced several memorials and stated, "This memorial is from the Hunan governor, Zhang Youxiao, who has lodged a formal accusation against the loyal and valiant Marquis Qin Liangyu and the Dingyuan Marquis Deng Wenming, claiming they employed excessive measures while investigating military lands, thereby implicating numerous innocent individuals and inciting a military mutiny. Furthermore, this document comes from the Minister of Revenue, Wu Yinho, who has accused Governor Zhang Youxiao of embezzlement on a grand scale. Additionally, both the loyal Marquis Qin Liangyu and Dingyuan Marquis Deng Wenming have also accused Zhang Youxiao of harboring military officers who have usurped land from military households and inciting them to resist the inspection efforts of the Five Armies Command. Esteemed ministers, what insights do you have regarding this matter? The chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, hastily rose and bowed, stating, Your Majesty. The accusations from Minister Guo regarding Zhang Youxiao are likely to be substantiated. Given Minister Guo's character, he would not have made such allegations unless the embezzlement by Zhang Youxiao were indeed of considerable magnitude. The left minister of the censorate, Zhu Youjian, also rose to pay his respects and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty. Zhang Youxiao was impeached for privately levying taxes while serving as the right minister of finance in Hunan during the 37th year of Wanli. However, due to the chaos in the court at that time, the matter ultimately came to nothing. This indicates that such accusations may not be baseless. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded in acknowledgement. After all, although Guo Yunho's moral integrity could be described as questionable, he was certainly not one to make groundless accusations. Given his character, he would hardly concern himself with trifles. It was evident that Zhang Youxiao's greed had drawn Guo Yunho's attention. Zhu Youjian then turned to Jiang Ning and inquired, Loyal and righteous Marquis, what is the opinion of your 5 armies command department regarding this matter? Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Chun Su and Xin Yurong, then rose to respond. Your Majesty, we issued a decree at the beginning of the year to investigate the military lands of several provinces in the north. The loyal Marquis is strict in his military governance and is steadfastly loyal to the Ming dynasty. The steady Marquis is prudent and capable. They would not make arbitrary accusations. Since both the loyal and steady marquises have jointly submitted a petition, it is evident that the Hunan governor Zhang Youxiao has indeed received benefits from the military, and may even be colluding with them for personal gain. I believe we should directly escort Zhang Youxiao to the capital for a trial by the 3 departments of justice. Upon my return, I will instruct the Jinyui to thoroughly investigate Zhang Youxiao's confidential documents. Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, and the assembly unanimously voted to summon Zhang Youxiao back to the capital for trial by the 3 departments. Subsequently, the cabinet recommended a candidate for the new governor of Hunan, ultimately deciding on Fang Zhenghua, the right minister of finance from Shaanxi. Jiang Ning had heard of this Mr. Feng and knew him to be a capable individual, upright in governance, compassionate towards the people, and well-versed in military affairs, embodying both literary and martial prowess. After the bloody pacification of Shaanxi by Jiang Ning, Old Wei, and Zhu Youjian, it was Mr. Feng who played a significant role in stabilizing the situation in a short time. Thus, Zhu Youjiao promptly confirmed Fang Zhenghua as the new governor of Hunan. At this moment, everyone was acutely aware that the current governor Zhang Youxiao was likely facing dire consequences, possibly even leading to the ruin of his entire family. He had already offended the 2 marquises of the 5 armies command department and had drawn the scrutiny of the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, demonstrating a remarkable audacity. Offending both civil and military dignitaries at court, one could only wonder if he had lost his senses or was under some delusion. Zhu Youjiao was highly satisfied with the attitude of his ministers. As an emperor, he desired precisely this state of affairs. Now that the northern situation of the Ming dynasty had stabilized, it could not revert to the previous chaos where, at a mere disagreement, Old Wei and Jiang Ning would resort to extreme measures, leading to widespread bloodshed and the annihilation of entire clans. Compared to the brutal tactics of the founding Emperor Zhu, who ruled with an iron fist, Zhu Youjiao preferred the current harmonious relationship between the throne and its ministers, balancing civil and military powers. As the emperor, he retained the ultimate authority. Following this, the sovereign and his ministers deliberated on other state affairs, and after thorough discussions, Zhu Youjiao provided solutions to each issue before the ministers departed, given the multitude of court matters and their pressing schedules. After everyone else had left, only Jiang Ning remained seated, not rising. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Youjiao felt a quiet joy in his heart, appreciating how increasingly considerate brother Jiang had become, knowing instinctively to remain without needing to be prompted. At that moment, Jiang Ning spoke with a smile, Your Majesty, with Prince Xian preparing for his expedition. May I dare to inquire what official title you intend to bestow upon him for his mission to assist Korea? After pondering for a moment, Zhu Youjiao replied, Brother Jiang, I am contemplating appointing my 5th brother as the commander-in-chief for the Korean assistance. What do you think? Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and said, Not particularly impressive. In my humble opinion, it would be better to grant him the title of Grand General Wang. Zhu Youjiao looked perplexed. Grand General Wang? That title does not exist in the Ming dynasty. Is it a general or a king? Jiang Ning chuckled and clarified. The Grand General Wang serves as both a general and a king, perfectly aligning with Prince Xian's status. This way, the Korean court will be thoroughly subdued by mere nomenclature. Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully. You are correct, Brother Jiang. Let us designate him as Grand General Wang. After all, our mission is not merely to assist Korea. He continued. I shall issue the decree to appoint my fifth brother as Grand General Wang shortly, when the army sets forth in a few days. Please see him off on my behalf, for this is his first occasion commanding troops independently. Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, Your Majesty, will you not personally see him off? Zhu Youjiao shook his head. In the past, I would have naturally done so. However, with the Empress now pregnant and my fifth brother leading the troops in his princely capacity, my presence may invite scrutiny and complicate matters for him. You, however, are the Left General of the Military Governor's Office, making you the most fitting choice to escort him. Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhu Youjiao's reasoning. Although Zhu Youjian was his own brother, this presented both an advantage and a potential risk. After all, the succession of the Ming throne was not solely a matter of a father passing to his son. There had been instances of usurpation, as well as the brotherly succession in the Yongle era. Even if Zhu Youjian harbored no ulterior motives, there would inevitably be those seeking to stir trouble, given that he was the only prince wielding military power since the Yongle period. At such a time, Zhu Youjian would find himself at the center of controversy. Thus, Zhu Youjiao's arrangement for Jiang Ning to see him off was also a measure of protection for Zhu Youjian. Jiang Ning then added, Your Majesty, it would be prudent to bestow upon Prince Xian a decree sword as well. This would further legitimize his authority in subduing the Korean court. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Finally, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave. 3 days later, clad in a silver-white battle armor and draped in a silver-white python robe, adorned with a sword at his waist, Jiang Ning led Zhu Youjian, who was similarly attired in golden armor and a dragon robe, along with Sun Chuanting, dressed in fish-scale armor and a flying fish garb, to the military assembly in the capital. Accompanying them were the 3,000 imperial Ming guards led by Zhu Youjian and the Korean envoy, Li Gui. Observing the multitude of troops gathered in grand formation, Li Gui felt a surge of emotion, recognizing that the Ming dynasty still retained its formidable vigor, perhaps even more prosperous than before. As they stood upon the platform for the military assembly, the war drums sounded, and the call to arms began, signaling the troops to form ranks. The synchronized steps of iron boots striking the ground resonated like a tremor, echoing the might of the assembled forces. As I gaze across the horizon, banners flutter like the very clouds, spears and guns stand erect, and the crimson war jackets of the soldiers dance in the wind alongside the military flags. Resembling a conflagration that stretches infinitely, the faces of the soldiers are etched with determination and resilience. Before long, 40,000 troops assemble in formation. The commanders of each regiment approach the platform to report. Once all the reports are rendered, Jiang Ning nods and proclaims with a resonant voice, Brave soldiers, the Manchurian invaders are recklessly encroaching upon Korea. Korea has always revered our Ming dynasty as their sovereign and treats us with utmost respect, akin to a son towards his father. Now, as our vassal state faces peril, how can we, as the Celestial Empire, turn a blind eye? Today, General Wang shall lead you forth to Korea to defend against the Manchurians. I wish you all victory. Chapter 448. The bride price. Zhu Youjian takes the command flag from Jiang Ning, stepping forward to stand at the forefront. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ning signals the commencement of the Ming dynasty's march, the sound of drums and horns reverberating like thunder, soaring into the heavens. Zhu Youjian clenches his right fist against his chest and shouts, The Ming army is formidable. In unison, Jiang Ning and the commanders below echo, The Ming army is formidable. The resounding voice reverberates, creating an imposing atmosphere, as the soldiers below join in the fervent chant, The Ming army is formidable. Following this, Zhu Youjian raises his voice once more, Long live the Ming dynasty. The soldiers respond with equal fervor, Long live the Ming dynasty. Long live the Ming dynasty. The momentum swells, the sound carrying for miles around, sending birds in the sky scattering in fright. Standing nearby, the Korean envoy Li Gui nearly finds himself overwhelmed by the spectacle, inwardly lamenting that compared to the valor of the Ming soldiers, his own Korean troops seem like a band of inept fools. Next comes the flag-raising ceremony. for which Jiang Ning has already arranged for Gao Wenkai to bring forth dozens of prisoners from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards prisons. As soon as these prisoners arrive, they are swiftly seized by the commanders of each regiment, taken away to be executed as offerings to the flag, thus serving a dual purpose. Once the flag raising is complete, the grand army sets forth. Jiang Ning rides alongside Zhu Youjian, escorting him to the city gates. At the moment of parting, gazing upon Zhu Youjian's somewhat youthful visage, Jiang Ning cannot help but feel a mix of pride and concern. Reflecting on how the younger brother he has nurtured is now stepping into his own role, eliciting feelings of both anxiety and reluctance. After all, this younger brother has proven himself worthy. Zhu Youjian, noticing Jiang Ning's expression, smiles and says, "Elder brother, what is that look upon your face? I am leading troops in a battle, not marching towards my demise. Could you not muster a smile?" Hearing this, Jiang Ning breaks into a smile. Zhu Youjian continues, "Now that is more like it. When I return, I shall bring you fine gifts." Jiang Ning hastily replies, "Fifth brother, I have but one request. Please, take care of yourself on the battlefield. Swords and blades are unforgiving. Moreover, remember, your mission is solely to drive the Manchurians out of Korea. Do not let haste lead you to cross the Yalu River to engage them recklessly." Zhu Youjian nods. "Rest assured, elder brother, I shall heed your words." Jiang Ning adds, "Fifth brother, this is your first campaign leading troops. In times of uncertainty, do heed Bai Gu's, Sun Chuanting's courtesy name, counsel." Zhu Youjian promptly nods in agreement. Continuing, Jiang Ning remarked, "Fifth brother, when you are out there, do not compromise your own comfort. Once you arrive in Korea, indulge in any delicacies or beverages you desire. Feel free to enjoy the finest treasures as if you were in your own home." Zhu Youjian nodded earnestly. Jiang Ning added, "Fifth brother, while you relish the sumptuous offerings in Korea, do not forget to bring back some for the family. After all, our lives in the Ming dynasty are not particularly easy at present. If you come across something delightful, be sure to procure extra for home." Zhu Youjian promptly nodded. Smiling as he assured, "Rest assured, second brother, I shall not deny myself, and I will certainly bring good things for you and the emperor brother. If there is anything you require, simply send word, and I will ensure it reaches you without hesitation. After all, Korea will be mine in the future." Jiang Ning smiled in agreement, and Zhu Youxiao also concurred with Zhu Youjian's intention to claim Korea as his fief. Standing nearby, Sun Chuanting was left speechless, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness! Are we here to assist Korea or to conquer it?" Such brazen words, without a thought for the sentiments of the Korean rulers. However, he acknowledged that as the elder brother, the Ming dynasty could do as it pleased. Who was he, the younger brother, to voice any objections? He resolved firmly to ensure that Korea remained entirely under the dominion of the Ming. At that moment, Jiang Ning turned to Sun Chuanting and said, "Bai Gu, as a young leader of the capital garrison, Jiando, Lu Xiangxing, is currently with old Zhao in the campaign against Burma. Like you, he is among those being groomed for greatness. Once Burma is subdued, he will undoubtedly emerge to shoulder significant responsibilities. Similarly, this mission to assist Korea will serve as your opportunity for renown. The rise of the Ming dynasty is a grand endeavor, and you young leaders find yourselves amidst this torrent. Many have already risen to prominence through their own capabilities or sheer fortune. While the heights of success are dazzling and tempting, they are fraught with peril. It is up to you to navigate wisely. The future is often less clear than the past. Excitement and confusion intertwine in every heart. You must seize the moment and not disappoint the high hopes I have placed in you." Listening to Jiang Ning's resonant words, Sun Chuanting nodded solemnly, stating, "The junior understands and shall not fail to honor the Lord's expectations." Jiang Ning nodded, smiling as he said, "It is getting late. You should depart soon. The 10,000 naval troops are already awaiting your orders in Tianjin." Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting simultaneously nodded and commanded the army to mobilize. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. Jiang Ning turned to see a swift horse galloping towards the city gate, ridden by a young girl of approximately 13 or 14 years. Dressed in green, her beauty was striking, and her equestrian skills were remarkable. She was none other than Zhu Youjian's beloved, Tian Ruyi. In no time, she reached Jiang Ning's side. As she gazed at Zhu Youjian's departing figure, her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Ning observed this and let out a silent sigh. At that moment, in the distance, Zhu Youjian abruptly turned his horse and galloped toward Tian Ruyi. Upon reaching her side, he dismounted and gently wiped away her tears, whispering something soothing. Tian Ruyi immediately flung herself into his embrace, and he murmured words of comfort. With reddened eyes, she admonished him, "You foolish boy, you must be cautious on the battlefield. If anything were to happen to you, I would never forgive you for the rest of my life." Zhu Youjian smiled reassuringly. "Ruyi, do not worry. I shall return safely. Next time, I will take you with me to Korea. After all, my elder brother has already promised to grant me a fief there, which will be our home." Hearing this, Tian Ruyi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded him, "You incorrigible rogue, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean it will be our home?" Unfazed, Zhu Youjian chuckled, "Ruyi, when I triumphantly return to the capital, I will take you to meet my elder brother and sister-in-law." As she gazed into his earnest eyes, her heart felt as though it were melting. Though she hailed from a tribal background, she was well aware of the etiquette of the Ming court, which placed great emphasis on propriety. Zhu Youjian's words felt akin to an early introduction to the family. With this thought, her heart raced, as if a little deer were bounding within her. She then extended her delicate hand to gently caress his face, saying, "Silly boy, as long as you return safely, I desire nothing more." With that, she unfastened a small gourd from her waist and hung it at his side. "This was given to me by my grandfather. I have cherished it since childhood. I bestow it upon you now, hoping it will ensure your safety." Zhu Youjian looked at the gourd dangling from his waist and smiled. "It certainly will." In the distance, Jiang Ning appeared to have moved away, but in truth, he was eavesdropping, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, after 3 days apart. One must see with new eyes. This little brother is quite impressive. He has the young lady utterly enchanted. He may save on the bride price at this rate. However, as the emperor, Zhu Youxiao must surely provide a dowry for his brother, and as the second brother, I cannot fall behind. It seems I must think of ways to earn some money." Subsequently, Zhu Youjian mounted his horse, waved farewell to Tian Ruyi, and galloped off to catch up with the main troop. Tian Ruyi stood at the city gate, watching him depart. Just then, Qin Weiming from the Marquis of Loyalty and Integrity's residence hurried over and, upon seeing Jiang Ning, promptly saluted. Jiang Ning greeted Qin Weiming with a smile and led Gao Wenkai back. As they entered the city gate, they heard someone calling, "Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang." Turning around, Jiang Ning saw Zhu Youxiao standing on the city tower, dressed casually, accompanied by Fang Zhenghua and Old Wei, who were similarly attired. Zhu Youxiao's eyes were red-rimmed. Clearly having shed tears recently, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect, throughout history, emperors have often lacked familial affection, yet Zhu Youxiao was an exception. Just days ago in the imperial study, he had solemnly declared he would not come to see Zhu Youjian off. Yet today he had secretly climbed the tower to bid farewell. It seemed that this brother of his, Zhu Youxiao, was indeed tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. Before long, Zhu Youxiao, accompanied by Fang Zhenghua and Old Wei, joined Jiang Ning, and together they walked into the city. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao inquired, "By the way, Brother Jiang, what were my younger brother and that young lady discussing just now?" Jiang Ning, with a look of astonishment, replied, "Your Majesty, I was quite a distance away. And to avoid any suspicion, I truly have no knowledge of what Miss Ruyi and Prince Xian exchanged." Zhu Youjiao cast a scornful glance, saying, "Brother Jiang, do not pretend in my presence. I clearly saw you eavesdropping just now. Now you feign ignorance?" Faced with being exposed, Jiang Ning decided to be candid and stated, "Your Majesty, Prince Xian was just discussing with Miss Ruyi the prospect of bringing her to the palace to meet you and Her Majesty the Empress upon his return to the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao burst into laughter and asked, "What did the young lady say?" Jiang Ning shrugged, displaying a helpless expression. Miss Ruyi mentioned that according to her tribal customs, the betrothal gifts must be substantial. Zhu Youjiao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Is it merely a matter of gifts? Can I not afford it?" Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "Your Majesty, however, Prince Xian just asked Miss Ruyi if the betrothal gifts could be waived." Zhu Youjiao was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "That rascal. How can he be so miserly? Who taught him such behavior? To wish to marry without spending money, what a shameless thing to say." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, Prince Xian is rather stingy. Zhu Youjiao fixed a stern gaze upon Jiang Ning, discontentedly remarking, "Brother Jiang, your influence has led my younger brother astray." Jiang Ning, astonished, replied, "Your Majesty, in broad daylight. How can you unjustly accuse me?" When have I ever taught Prince Xian such behavior? Zhu Youjiao retorted with conviction. My younger brother could not utter such shameless remarks without having learned them from you. In all of the Ming dynasty, only you would engage in such conduct. Jiang Ning protested. That is preposterous. When I married, I indeed presented betrothal gifts. Zhu Youjiao snapped back. You still have the audacity to mention it? When you wed, I provided the betrothal gifts for you, and it was double the amount. Chapter 449. Jiang Ning's deception of his elder comrade. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. His face filled with confusion. Your Majesty, did that really happen? Observing Jiang Ning's bewildered expression, Zhu Youjiao's face darkened. Old Wei, standing nearby, quickly interjected with a smile to ease the tension. My lord, what His Majesty says is true. Have you really forgotten? Jiang Ning, now blushing with embarrassment, replied. As time has passed, I truly did forget. Your Majesty, thank you for that. Zhu Youjiao rolled his eyes and retorted when the marriage proposal was made. It was still Old Wei who provided the red envelope and gift money, so you essentially came away with 2 brides without spending a dime. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face turned crimson, as he had indeed overlooked these details. Subsequently, the two continued their conversation as they walked. As they strolled, Jiang Ning sensed something amiss and remarked, Your Majesty, this is not the way back to the palace. Zhu Youjiao, irritated, responded. Who told you I was heading back to the palace? We are going to your home. Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, Your Majesty, what is the purpose of going to my residence? Zhu Youjiao chuckled, Brother Jiang, it has been a long time since I have tasted your culinary skills. Today, you must prepare a few dishes for me. During this period, I found myself accompanying the Empress daily, subsisting on a rather bland diet that left me feeling as if I had almost lost my sense of taste. With no other option, Jiang Ning reluctantly brought Zhu Youjiao back to his residence. Jiang Ning personally took to the kitchen, preparing a dozen exquisite dishes. Master Shuzi joined them, and even Lao Wei and Fang Zhenghua were honored with a place at the table. This gesture moved them to tears, leaving them quite emotional. Upon returning to the dining hall after finishing his preparations, Jiang Ning was taken aback to find the plates utterly empty. Zhu Youjiao and Shuzi were flushed from drink, while Lao Wei and Fang Zhenghua were seated nearby, casually picking their teeth with toothpicks. In a tipsy state, Zhu Youjiao slurred, Little Jiang, go prepare another bowl of hangover soup for me. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, pondering when he had become Little Jiang. However, he could only comply with a heavy heart and set about making the soup. After finally completing the hangover soup and returning to the hall, he was met with the awkward sight of Lao Wei and Fang Zhenghua standing sheepishly to one side, with Zhu Youjiao and Shuzi conspicuously absent. He placed the soup on the table and inquired, Where have they gone? With embarrassment etched on their faces, Lao Wei and Fang Zhenghua pointed toward the back hall. Filled with confusion, Jiang Ning ventured to the back hall, where he was met with an absurd sight that nearly caused his mind to falter. Zhu Youjiao was pulling Shuzi towards the statue of the 3 pure ones, lighting incense and murmuring about bowing in reverence. Alarmed, Jiang Ning quickly summoned Fang Zhenghua and Lao Wei, insisting they must prevent Zhu Youjiao and Shuzi from bowing, for if they became sworn brothers, what would that make him? The hierarchy would be thrown into chaos. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and the others managed to escort Zhu Youjiao and Shuzi back to the hall, pouring 2 bowls of hangover soup down their throats. Gradually, the two regained their senses and became acutely aware of their drunken indiscretions. Zhu Youjiao was so mortified that he wished to vanish into the ground, hastily leading Fang Zhenghua and Lao Wei away, leaving no trace behind. A few days later, while on duty at the Wujuan Dudu mansion, Jiang Ning faced an overwhelming mountain of paperwork, causing him considerable distress. Throughout this time, he was uncertain how much his governance skills had improved, yet he noted a remarkable enhancement in his calligraphy. He couldn't help but lament the fate he seemed destined for, both in this life and the last, one of servitude akin to that of a beast of burden. What sort of transmigrator was he, that tales of his experience would surely become the subject of ridicule? As Jiang Ning pondered these thoughts, the door swung open, revealing Gao Wenkai, accompanied by a mud-stained figure clad in coarse cloth. Without uttering a word, the newcomer promptly bowed. Jiang Ning was taken aback and exclaimed, Little Gao, where did you find this beggar? He seems whole. Perhaps we should feed him and send him to the Shishan coal mine. Gao Wenkai was momentarily speechless, while the muddy figure's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out, Uncle Jiang, it's me. Has it been so long that you no longer recognize me? Jiang Ning was taken aback once more. In the capital, few addressed him as Uncle Jiang. Struggling to place the individual before him, he asked, "Who are you?" The figure, still fighting back tears, replied, "Uncle Jiang, I am Deng Yunfei, the son of the Duke of Dingyuan. I was recently tasked with the construction of the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty, which has now been completed, and I have come to report back." Upon learning that the visitor was Deng Yunfei, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, hastily rising to greet him. "Yunfei," he exclaimed, "what on earth has happened to you? They assigned you to oversee the construction of the Royal Martial Academy of the Ming Dynasty, not to beg on the streets. Why do you look like the leader of a beggar's gang? Fortunately, your father is not in the capital, otherwise, witnessing you in this state would likely earn you a thrashing in the Great Hall." Deng Yunfei, upon hearing this, felt even more despondent and replied, "Uncle Jiang, ever since you entrusted this task to me, I have devoted myself entirely to it, residing on-site day and night to ensure its completion. Not only have I been directing the construction, but I have also lent a hand personally, which has resulted in my current disheveled appearance." Jiang Ning could not help but reflect. People often say that the scions of nobility indulge solely in revelry and vice. Yet look at our Yunfei. He has wholly embraced the commendable tradition of the Duke of Dingyuan in undertaking engineering projects. As he spoke, Jiang Ning urged Deng Yunfei to rise, and then inquired, "Yunfei, it has barely been a short while, and you have already completed the Royal Martial Academy. Your speed is astonishing. Even if your father were to take on this task, he could not match your efficiency. Is the quality of the construction assured? We must avoid any mishaps." Deng Yunfei promptly stood up, thumping his chest with a resounding thud, which stirred up a cloud of dust in the room. Jiang Ning quickly covered his mouth, signaling him to speak more appropriately. With pride illuminating his face, Deng Yunfei declared, "Uncle Jiang, I chose the site for the Royal Martial Academy at Yuling Mountain, where a temple once stood. Recently, the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Revenue conducted a thorough investigation of various temples, leading to the arrest of the monks. Thus, I simply repurposed the existing temple into the Royal Martial Academy, which has expedited the progress of the project. As for the quality of the construction, rest assured, I can guarantee it with my father's head. Should anything go awry, you need only report to His Majesty for my father to face the consequences." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, began to cough uncontrollably, his face flushing crimson as he mused to himself, "What a clever lad. You have indeed shown your filial piety. To build the Royal Martial Academy, you have repurposed a monk's temple, thus securing a ready-made structure. Now you even offer your father's life as a guarantee. What a bold character you are." Yet, seeing Deng Yunfei's joy, Jiang Ning chose not to voice his reservations. Planning to discuss this matter further with Deng Wenming upon his return to the capital, with a smile, he said, "Yunfei, you have worked hard and achieved great merit this time. Shortly, I shall report to His Majesty in the palace and certainly speak a few words in your favor." Deng Yunfei, upon hearing this, became even more exhilarated and eagerly asked, "Uncle Jiang, do you think His Majesty might be so pleased that he would elevate my father's marquisate to a dukedom?" Jiang Ning's mouth fell agape, large enough to fit an egg, as he inwardly exclaimed, "Goodness, how audacious you are! Here I am, risking my life on missions against corruption and leading troops into battle, only to have achieved a marquisate through the bonds of brotherhood with His Majesty. And you think that after merely completing a project, you can elevate your father to a duke? Titles in the Ming Dynasty are not as easily obtained as cabbages by the roadside. However, to nurture the young man's ambition." Jiang Ning meaningfully replied, "Yunfei, focus on your duties. The contributions of your Duke of Dingyuan's residence are certainly noted by His Majesty. Moreover, your ancestor, the Duke of Ningyi, was a founding hero of the Ming Dynasty. It was only a matter of time before he was granted a ducal title." Deng Yunfei nodded earnestly and suggested, "Uncle Jiang, why not accompany your nephew to inspect the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty?" Jiang Ning was about to agree when he glanced at the towering pile of documents on the table and sighed in resignation, saying, "How about this? You seek out Zhang Zhiji and have him accompany you for the inspection. Afterward, have him return and report to me." Upon hearing this, Deng Yunfei nodded and left with great enthusiasm. Watching Deng Yunfei's retreating figure, Gao Wenkai expressed his lingering doubts, "My lord, while the Marquis of Dingyuan and his son are undoubtedly loyal to the emperor and the Ming Dynasty, Do you not think their aspirations to restore their ancestors' glory and attain a ducal title will be futile without more than mere engineering efforts? Jiang Ning cleared his throat and replied, "Ah, little Gao, as the saying goes, there are numerous professions, and excellence can be found in each. Do not underestimate the field of engineering. In any endeavor, if pursued with utmost dedication, one can surely emerge distinguished. Take for instance the Duke of Qi, Kong Mao Kai, who accompanied our founding emperor in the fight against the Yuan. His military prowess paled in comparison to that of the kings of Zhongshan, Kaiping, and Qiang. However, he was an exceptional farmer. Initially appointed as the overseer of military agriculture, he was responsible for leading troops in cultivating land, ultimately providing a steady supply of provisions for our founding emperor. Alas, he passed away young. Had he lived longer, he might not have merely received a posthumous title." Gao Wenkai was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Subsequently, Jiang Ning picked up the documents he had reviewed and instructed Gao Wenkai, "Little Gao, please take the remaining documents to Lord Chun and Lord Shin for their review before we proceed to the palace together." Inwardly, Gao Wenkai thought, how shameless. The younger generation lacks martial virtue and exploits the seniors. Their lord had spent the better part of the day reviewing scarcely a dozen documents, while dozens more lay piled on the table. It was unthinkable that Lord Chun, aged 67, and Lord Shun, aged 68, would be burdened with such a task. Reluctantly, Gao Wenkai complied and delivered the documents to Qin Su and Xin Yorong before following Jiang Ning into the palace. Chapter 450. The first-class contrarian of the Ming dynasty mounted upon their horses and surrounded by guards, they arrived outside the Meridian Gate, presented their waste tokens, and entered the imperial palace. Shortly thereafter, they reached the outer chamber of the imperial study, where Fang Dachui, the son of Fang Zhenghua, stood quietly holding a feather duster. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he hurriedly approached with a warm greeting. "My lord, you are here rather early today." Jiang Ning smiled. "Thank you, little eunuch. Please inform His Majesty that this marquis requests an audience." Fang Dachui responded with a grin. "My lord, how many times must I say it? You may simply call me Little Hammer or Big Hammer. I could never presume to bear the title of eunuch." Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words. He felt uncomfortable using such names and could only nod with a smile. Then, Fang Dachui entered the imperial study and moments later emerged with a smile, announcing, "My lord. Master Gao, please come in." Jiang Ning led Gao Wenkai inside, carrying the documents with him. Zhu Youjian was reclining on the dragon throne, stretching leisurely, while Fang Zhenghua neatly arranged the memorials and handed them to a young eunuch for submission to the imperial ceremony office for affixing the official seal. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian smiled and inquired, "Brother Jiang, what brings you to seek my presence today?" Jiang Ning chuckled and pointed to the documents held by Gao Wenkai, stating, "I have come to deliver these memorials to your majesty." Zhu Youjian glanced at the numerous documents in Gao Wenkai's arms and replied with mild annoyance, "Is this all for such trivial matters? The 5 Armies Commander's office is not devoid of clerks. Does it necessitate the personal visit of a marquis and left commander of the Central Army to deliver these?" Jiang Ning laughed. "Your majesty indeed possesses keen insight. Nothing escapes your notice. I am here today to report back to you." Zhu Youjian, upon hearing this, became animated and exclaimed, "Indeed, you have divined my thoughts. But before you proceed, allow me to speculate. Has Lin Danhan been slain by He Kegong and Man Gui? Or did they chase Lin Danhan away, who then returned to engage in a fierce battle with that old scoundrel Nurhasai, resulting in both perishing together? Or perhaps Zhao Shuijiao has completely annihilated Burma and captured the king?" He gazed intently at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, his mind reeling from the absurdity of the conjectures. He hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. It is none of these matters." Zhu Youjian, deflated like a punctured balloon, slumped on the throne and said, "It appears I have been overly eager. Pray tell, Brother Jiang, what is the true purpose of your visit?" Jiang Ning promptly responded, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten the recent establishment of the Imperial Martial Academy of the Ming Dynasty? I have come to report that it has been completed at Yuyuan Mountain and is ready to officially enroll students once an auspicious date is chosen for their admission to study military strategy." Zhu Youjian suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "By the heavens, I had completely forgotten about that. Indeed, I recall mentioning that I would personally carve the plaque. But time seems to be of the essence now." Fang Zhenghua, standing nearby, quickly interjected in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty, do you not recall that you have already carved the plaque for the Imperial Martial Academy?" Zhu Youjiao paused slightly, questioning, "Have I truly done so?" Fang Zhenghua nodded earnestly. Zhu Youjiao rubbed his forehead, lamenting, "I have been so busy lately that this slipped my mind. Fangda, please assist me in retrieving it." Fang Zhenghua hastily entered the side hall and soon emerged, carrying the plaque for the Imperial Martial Academy. Jiang Ning, upon seeing it, nodded in approval, "Your Majesty, your expertise is commendable. With such craftsmanship, even the most renowned artisans in the capital cannot compare." Zhu Youjiao beamed with pride, declaring, "Indeed, my skills are not to be underestimated. Even if I were not an emperor, I could easily earn a fortune with my woodworking talents." Noticing Zhu Youjiao's whimsical musings, Jiang Ning cleared his throat and said, "Your Majesty, let us have the Bureau of Astronomy swiftly select an auspicious date. After all, the sons of the chieftains from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan have been waiting in the capital for quite some time, and now all of them have been summoned here. Last year, a group was at the Guizhou, and this year, another cohort is at the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty. Presently, in the provinces of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, apart from the local chieftains who have been granted official titles by the court, only the left-behind children and the elderly remain. If arrangements are not made swiftly, they may be compelled to return." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and instructed Fang Zhenghua, "Immediately convey a decree to the Astronomical Bureau, requesting them to select an auspicious date for me. The sooner, the better." Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded and hurried away. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly recalled a famous couplet from a military academy in later times and spoke up, "Your Majesty, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, worthy of comparison to Liu Ban. Why not take on an extra class?" Zhu Youjiao was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Brother Jiang, I am, after all, the reigning emperor. While I may be likened to Liu Ban, my primary duty is that of an emperor. If you wish for something, once I find the time, I shall craft a few pieces of furniture for you to take home. However, I am quite occupied at the moment." Jiang Ning quickly shook his head, smiling, "Your Majesty, it is not furniture I seek, but rather, I wish for you to compose a couplet for the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty. If you have the time, you could carve it yourself. If not, you may have the artisans in the palace do it." Zhu Youjiao's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Brother Jiang, what should the couplet say?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning slowly replied, "The first line, 'Rise in rank and wealth, please go elsewhere.' The second line, 'Fearful of life and death, do not enter this door.' As for the horizontal inscription, 'Your Majesty,' that is for you to decide." Zhu Youjiao rose, reciting, "Rise in rank and wealth, please go elsewhere. Fearful of life and death, do not enter this door." "Excellent, truly excellent. Brother Jiang, you are indeed a great talent." Jiang Ning quickly waved his hand, smiling, "Your Majesty, this is the work of those before me. It is not my own, I lack such prowess." Zhu Youjiao chuckled and continued, "As for the horizontal inscription, let me ponder it carefully." Moments later, Zhu Youjiao suddenly struck the table and declared, "The horizontal inscription shall be loyalty and devotion to the country, to inspire the students." Jiang Ning shrugged, indifferent. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao swiftly unfurled the rice paper and began to write. Before long, the couplet was completed. Zhu Youjiao gazed at it, nodding in satisfaction, and said, "Brother Jiang, come and see how well I have written." Jiang Ning approached, examined it, and smiled, "Your Majesty's calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, truly reflecting the demeanor of a sovereign." Encouraged by this, Zhu Youjiao exclaimed, "I shall forego sleep tonight. I will work tirelessly to carve it out." He then turned to Fu Guan beside him, smiling, "Minister Fu, ensure that today's events are recorded accurately." Fu Guan promptly nodded, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall document it faithfully." He then took up his brush, writing as he recited, "In the 3rd year of the Tianqi reign, on the 8th day of the 6th month, the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness entered the palace to meet the Emperor and reported the completion of the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty. The Emperor, greatly pleased, wished to inscribe, 'Rise in rank and wealth, please go elsewhere, fearful of life and death, do not enter this door,' with the horizontal inscription 'Loyalty and Devotion to the Country' affixed as a pair and personally carved, to encourage the students to remain true to their original intentions and serve the country wholeheartedly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Ning, accustomed to such proceedings, remained unfazed. Fu Guan, the flower of the newly minted scholars in the first year of the Tianqi reign, was later appointed as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, holding the official rank of a 6th-grade official. Originally, the position of historian was not intended for him. However, upon ascending the throne, Zhu Youjian harbored profound distrust towards the civil officials in the court, prompting him to elevate this talented flower scholar. Fu Guan was indeed gifted and possessed a remarkable adaptability, far removed from the rigid pedantry of a mere bookworm. Thus, Zhu Youjian summoned him to serve as a historian by his side, often receiving lectures from him. Fu Guan was astute and capable, earning Zhu Youjian's trust. He had a keen eye for detail, frequently chronicling Zhu Youjian's deeds in grandiose terms in the historical texts, occasionally noting minor errors, which Zhu Youjian overlooked as long as they did not tarnish his image. In the eyes of Jiang Ning, Fu Guan was somewhat familiar. Despite his origins in the Hanlin Academy, he lacked the arrogance and aloofness typically associated with scholars. In essence, he and Wen Tian belonged to the same ilk, with the only distinction being that one was fervently ambitious to prove his abilities and fulfill his aspirations, whereas Fu Guan appeared far less driven, often indulging in alcohol. There were instances when he delivered lectures to Zhu Youjian while inebriated, to which Zhu Youjian merely offered perfunctory admonishments, given Fu Guan's undeniable talent. Initially, Zhu Youjian intended to appoint him as the top scholar, but due to Fu Guan's polarizing reputation, he ultimately chose the more distinguished Wen Zhenming instead. Nevertheless, he appointed Fu Guan to his side, serving as both historian and lecturer. Observing Fu Guan diligently chronicling events, pen in hand, with every word accurately transcribed, Jiang Ning remained indifferent. After all, prior to his sojourn in the Ming dynasty, he had held the records and history books in high regard. However, since his arrival in the Ming era, his faith in such accounts had waned significantly. Take the Tianqi period, for instance. Many individuals and events contradicted the historical records in a manner that seemed almost farcical. If one were to blindly trust the ancient texts, they might find themselves oblivious to the very perils of existence. Consider the likes of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, both of whom were depicted in the chronicles as loyal patriots for the nation and its people. In reality, they were nothing more than bumbling fools, akin to the foremost debaters of the Ming court. Were it not for his own prowess as the foremost weightlifter of the Ming, he would have long been unseated by these two brash youths. Nonetheless, the current outcome was not without merit. Yang Lian had transitioned into the Jinyue, becoming what he once despised, yet he effectively served the court by apprehending numerous corrupt officials, finding a strange sort of satisfaction in his role. Zhuo Guangdou, on the other hand, was no longer required to engage in daily debates within the court, now overseeing water conservancy projects in the north, benefiting the populace and utilizing his expertise. Both Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou contributed to the court in their respective fields, while Jiang Ning, stationed in the capital, served the common people as well. This arrangement bore no ill, for crucially, neither Yang Lian nor Zhuo Guangdou were now compelled to confront the old way with the fervor that led to their demise in the original historical accounts. At this moment, Jiang Ning recalled, if memory served correctly, that both Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou ultimately met their ends at the hands of Su Xianshan. Yet, reflecting upon the current circumstances, not long ago, Yang Lian and Su Xianshan were inseparable companions, indulging in daily libations, their camaraderie nearly akin to that of sworn brothers. This thought stirred a profound sentiment within Jiang Ning, who mused upon the capricious nature of life, reminiscent of the age-old adage that speaks to the unpredictability of existence, akin to the intricate weaving of large intestines enveloping small intestines. Chapter 451. Principal Jiang. The following day, Jiang Ning accompanied Zhu Youjian to inspect the Royal Military Academy of the Great Ming. The sight was indeed awe-inspiring. The entire establishment was a paragon of excellence. The drill grounds expansive and the classrooms meticulously organized, equipped with a plethora of weaponry, armor, and steeds, alongside a dazzling array of military texts, even inclusive of some firearms. Zhu Youjian could not contain his admiration, and Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, his expression imbued with a smile. Swiftly, Jiang Ning pulled the nearby Deng Yunfei aside, whispering, "Yunfei, how much silver was expended in the construction of this Royal Military Academy?" Deng Yunfei pondered for a moment before counting on his fingers. Observing this method of mental arithmetic, a wave of concern washed over Jiang Ning. He feared that this young man had been so engrossed in the undertaking that he had neglected to prepare a budget. Should the project exceed its anticipated scale, the funds at the Five Armies Commander's office might be insufficient, necessitating yet another visit to the Ministry of Revenue. At that moment, Deng Yunfei ceased his calculations, his face alight with excitement as he proclaimed, "Uncle Jiang, remarkably, not a single coin has been spent from our accounts. In fact, we have accrued in excess of several 100,000 silver dollars." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he exclaimed, "Yunfei, how can you utter such nonsense in broad daylight? A project of this magnitude surely cannot be completed without incurring expenses. Reflect upon your own words." Deng Yunfei quickly interjected with a grin, "Uncle Jiang, you are unaware of the particulars. Initially, the personnel from the factory guards, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Revenue merely removed the monks and the donation boxes from the temple. Everything else remained untouched. I brought the official documents from the Five Armies Commander's office, directly took possession, and commenced renovations. You would not believe it. Upon breaking open the originally enshrined statues, we discovered them stuffed with gold and silver. Even the bases of the statues concealed secret passages. My associates and I excavated, unearthing several 100,000 taels of silver, not to mention various other treasures. I have never been fond of studying. Thus I enlisted the assistance of an official from the Ministry of Revenue to help manage the accounts. I shall summon him shortly for you to converse with him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was utterly astonished, inwardly exclaiming, "Who would have thought these monks possessed such wealth?" Nevertheless, as reported by Su Xianshan, the Ministry of Revenue had already amassed 7 to 8 million silver dollars from the ongoing inspections of various temples, alongside over 1 million acres of land, which when calculated, amounted to a total value potentially exceeding 10 million silver dollars. Furthermore, the temples in several northern provinces had yet to be thoroughly inspected. If continued, it was conceivable that 2 to 3 million taels of silver could be unearthed, alongside an unknown quantity of land. Should the temples in the south also be included? Jiang Ning dared not entertain further thoughts on the matter. This realization deepened his understanding of the historical phenomenon whereby the 3 Wus and 1 Zong sought to eradicate Buddhism. It appeared that these monks held immense wealth, rivaling that of nations. Subsequently, accompanied by Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, Zhu Youxiao continued his inspection. Jiang Ning promptly summoned the official from the Ming Royal Bank. Upon meeting, Jiang Ning recognized him as a familiar face, the official who had previously exposed the counterfeit currency used by Song Jiang in the Su family's Four-Seas Bank. The official, upon seeing Jiang Ning, hastily bowed and said, "I am the official in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, currently serving as the manager of the Ming Royal Bank. Meng Dongqing, at your service, Your Excellency." Jiang Ning nodded and, with a smile, inquired, "Manager Meng, please tell me how much silver was spent on the construction of the Ming Royal Military Academy?" Meng Dongqing quickly produced his ledger and replied, "Your Excellency, when young Lord Deng summoned me for assistance, we discovered a total of 752,614 taels in assets. All of it was subsequently transported to the ministry for conversion into silver dollars. The renovation, reconstruction, procurement of bricks, timber, and stone, as well as labor costs, amounted to 158,674 silver dollars. Due to the prior demolition of certain temple structures, we salvaged some timber and stone of satisfactory quality, which allowed for significant savings through reutilization. Furthermore, we procured various furnishings, including tables, benches, and equipment for the training ground, horses, armor, weapons, and firearms, totaling 253,128 silver dollars. These items were purchased collaboratively by young Lord Deng, the Duke of the British Prince, and officials from the Ministry of War, with all parties verifying the expenses. Currently, there remains a sum of silver dollars, which I have meticulously organized and is ready for immediate transfer to the Ministry of War. Additionally, the temple originally encompassed 15,000 acres of land, all of which has now been designated for the Ming Royal Military Academy, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. The specifics of its utilization will be determined by the ministry. Having concluded, he handed over the ledger. Jiang Ning, after listening, could not help but nod in approval. Your accounting is meticulous, and your actions commendable. You truly embody the essence of a ministry official. Meng Dongqing hurriedly replied, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I do not deserve such praise, merely fulfilling my duties. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, appreciating his humility. Well done, I shall remember you. Continue your diligent work. He then took the ledger and handed it to Deng Yunfei before leading Gao Wenkai onward. Soon, they arrived at the training ground, which was vast enough to accommodate thousands for drills, equipped with every necessary apparatus. Jiang Ning was exceedingly satisfied. At that moment, Zhu Youxiao smiled and remarked, "The Ming Royal Military Academy is now complete, and the children of local chieftains, as well as martial arts scholars from various regions, have arrived in the capital. The court can now proceed with their enrollment. I shall personally serve as the principal, and you all will hold positions as instructors at the academy, imparting knowledge to the students." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and the others quickly nodded in agreement, eager to seize the opportunity to teach on behalf of the emperor. Moreover, several generals from the capital could also contribute their time to instruct the students at the Ming Royal Military Academy. Everything was in place, except for the students. At that moment, Zhu Youxiao approached Jiang Ning and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, would you consider taking on the role of vice principal? When the students meet you, they must address you as Principal Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "How peculiarly familiar this sounds." He quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting, "Fortunately, my surname is Jiang and not Jiang. Otherwise, the students would have to call me Principal Jiang or Vice Principal Jiang, which would be rather absurd." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning shook his head and addressed the emperor with a serious demeanor, "Your Majesty, the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty can only have one principal. There is no need for a vice principal. After all, the students who emerge from here will ultimately become the sons of the emperor. If there were to be a vice principal, whom would they heed?" Zhu Youjian, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He had initially aimed to accommodate Jiang Ning, but had overlooked the fact that the students from this institution would be destined to serve as military leaders, necessitating their pure and loyal lineage to ensure the army's fidelity to the Ming dynasty. Thus, there could only be one principal. The introduction of a vice principal could potentially incite turmoil. Zhu Youjian smiled and remarked, "Brother Jiang, you truly consider everything with great foresight, always thinking of my interests." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's face flushed slightly, and he scratched his head, replying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. To serve the ruler is to be concerned for the ruler's affairs. Although my salary has been penalized for half a year, rest assured, I bear no grudges and remain committed to serving the court with utmost dedication, even unto death." In truth, Jiang Ning internally grumbled, "How absurd. I regard you as a brother, yet you treat me like a beast of burden. You expect me to work without compensation. What good is that?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are indeed my true comrade." Jiang Ning, donning a serious expression as he regarded Zhu Youjian's reddening eyes, secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Surely, I shall have my half-year's salary restored now." However, just then, Zhu Youjian spoke again. "Brother Jiang, recently, an imperial censor accused you of being absent without leave during your service at the military commission. I had initially intended to withhold your salary for the latter half of the year, but since you have spoken so earnestly today, I find it difficult to do so. Thus, I shall not impose a penalty on your salary for the latter half of the year." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a pang of guilt, wondering how his absence had been exposed. Nonetheless, recognizing his own fault, he refrained from further comment and simply nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Following the inspection, everyone returned to their respective duties. Simultaneously, the entire Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty was fully taken over by the capital's soldiers. 3 days later, Jiang Ning led several prominent figures from the military commission, along with Minister of War Li Banghua, to assess the children of local chieftains and students in the capital, selecting talents to enter the Royal Military Academy. After 3 consecutive days of selection, 500 individuals were ultimately enrolled. Among them, nearly 800 were children of local chieftains. Although their academic performance was average, their martial prowess was exceptional. Additionally, dozens of young men from small Mongolian tribes that had allied with the court were directly admitted based on their performance, as it was quite rare for ethnic minorities to speak Mandarin. Fortunately, these Mongolian youths excelled in horseback riding and archery, showcasing remarkable individual combat skills, and thus were also accepted. The remainder consisted of martial arts scholars from various regions. At last, 500 students successfully entered the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty. 3 days later, Jiang Ning, drenched in rain and bearing dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the palace to report back to Zhu Youjiao. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's disheveled appearance, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and hastily instructed Fang Zhenghua to bring Jiang Ning some ginseng tea to rejuvenate him, while he meticulously examined the admission list. After all, these individuals would eventually become his students, the offspring of the emperor, and he naturally had to oversee the process personally. Jiang Ning's hands trembled as he held the ginseng tea. He was utterly exhausted after 3 grueling days. By day, he was responsible for the admission of students, and by night, he conducted political screenings for these candidates through the Jianyi. The sheer volume of documents pertaining to 500 individuals nearly overwhelmed both Jiang Ning and his colleagues, Gao Wenkai, Li Ruoyan, Zhang Wen, and others. This was a matter of imperial reputation. And since these individuals would eventually lead troops, the infiltration of even a few rebels among them could spell disaster. As the sound of raindrops grew louder outside, Jiang Ning could no longer endure it. He set the ginseng tea aside and dozed off against his chair. Zhu Youjiao, having finished reviewing the list, nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Jiang Ning had already fallen asleep, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Jiang Ning truly deserved commendation for his dedication, having worked himself to the bone. He then quietly instructed Fang Zhenghua, "Fang, please fetch a garment for Brother Jiang. It's quite chilly outside, and he must not catch a cold." Fang Zhenghua nodded and proceeded to the side hall, retrieving a cloak that he typically wore during his duties. After all, Zhu Youjiao's garments were adorned with dragon motifs, and offering one to Jiang Ning could have dire consequences. Fang Zhenghua approached Jiang Ning's side and softly remarked, "My lord, it is rather cold. Allow me to drape this cloak over you." At that moment, Jiang Ning, half awake, suddenly heard someone at his ear mentioning a cloak in the cold. His mind momentarily spiraled into confusion. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? A royal decree? He instantly opened his eyes wide, startling Fang Zhenghua. Without a second thought, Jiang Ning reflexively raised his hand to strike. Fang Zhenghua, taken aback, quickly raised his hand to meet Jiang Ning's, retreating several steps. Jiang Ning abruptly stood up, steadying himself against a nearby chair. Upon glancing at the chair he had been seated upon, he found it shattered into pieces. Jiang Ning looked at Fang Zhenghua, who still held the cloak in one hand, and then at Zhu Youjiao, who stood by in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Zhu Youjiao was equally bewildered, utterly perplexed. Fang Zhenghua hastily withdrew his hand and spoke, "My lord, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I did not mean to interrupt your peaceful slumber. Please forgive me." Jiang Ning finally regained his composure, realizing that Fang Zhenghua was merely attempting to drape a cloak over him, not to bestow a royal robe. He felt a surge of embarrassment for almost striking Fang Zhenghua and quickly replied with a smile, "Fang, I mistakenly thought someone was attempting to ambush me. My reflexes took over. Please do not hold it against me." Fang Zhenghua chuckled, responding, "My lord, there is no need for such formalities." The two exchanged pleasantries. And at that moment, Jiang Ning hastily turned to Zhu Youjiao and inquired, "Your Majesty, may I ask if the list has been thoroughly reviewed? And if there are any concerns?" It was only then that Zhu Youjiao regained his focus and replied, "I have examined the list, and there are no issues whatsoever. Brother Jiang, your efforts are commendable." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, saying, "In that case, Your Majesty, the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty will commence its classes 3 days hence, and I hope you will deliver the inaugural lecture to the students. I have already instructed the Ministry of War to prepare some military strategies for you to read aloud." Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave, with Fang Zhenghua personally escorting him out of the palace. Along the way, Fang Zhenghua continued to apologize for the earlier incident. Jiang Ning offered reassurance, "Master Fang, it was I who was remiss. You need not blame yourself. However, I must refrain from engaging in altercations in my dreams henceforth. Should I accidentally injure you, or vice versa, it would be a source of great embarrassment." Fang Zhenghua quickly nodded in agreement with a smile. As he watched Jiang Ning's departing figure, Fang Zhenghua extended his hand from his sleeve, revealing a swollen and reddened palm. He quietly mused, "The Lord's skills are indeed becoming increasingly formidable. It seems I am growing old." 5 days later, Zhu Youjian led the 8 ministries of the cabinet and the Ministry of War, among numerous other esteemed officials, to gather grandly at the Royal Military Academy of the Ming Dynasty. Clad in golden dragon-patterned armor, meticulously crafted with scales gleaming with a cold luster, Zhu Youjian exuded an air of noble authority, enhanced by the elegant combination of his dragon robe and martial sleeves. He stood poised and dignified. Jiang Ning, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and others from the Ministry of War were similarly adorned in armor, draped in ceremonial robes, their attire reflecting the gallantry and solemnity befitting military leaders. As the assembly gathered in the training grounds, Zhu Youjian ascended the platform, where 500 students had already lined up in perfect order below. Each student radiated excitement, standing tall with barely contained joy. After all, the early bird catches the worm, and as the inaugural cohort of the Royal Military Academy, they were in a position of great advantage. With the prospect of military achievements and the prestigious title of the Emperor's disciples, advancement was all but assured. Zhu Youjian, his face beaming with satisfaction, gazed at the 500 vibrant students, envisioning the future of the Ming dynasty. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "The great affairs of the nation lie in sacrifice and warfare. Military matters are of utmost importance, concerning life and death, determining survival. Thus, they must be approached with utmost caution. Therefore, it requires consideration of 5 principles, guided by strategy. The first is the way, the second is heaven, the third is earth, the fourth is the general, and the fifth is the law. The way entails unifying the people and the sovereign in heart and purpose, ready to face life and death without fear of adversity. You, as the first students of the Royal Military Academy and my disciples, will shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending the homeland. I expect you to immerse yourselves in your studies here and, in the future, serve in the military, repelling formidable foes and quelling internal strife. Together, we shall forge an everlasting era of prosperity, etching our names in history." Upon hearing this, the students erupted into thunderous applause, followed by fervent cheers. "Long live the Ming dynasty! Long live your majesty! Long live the principal!" The voice resonated with grandeur, akin to thunderous roars and surging tides, each wave more formidable than the last. The esteemed dignitaries of the Jiang Ning military governor's office nodded in approval, their expressions reflecting admiration. Zhu Youjian raised his hand, signaling for silence before continuing. "Though you stand before me as students now, you shall one day march onto the battlefield, confronting foes with valor. I hope you will forge ahead, expanding the territories of the Ming dynasty and safeguarding our land and people. I shall bestow rewards based on merit, and among you, some may earn titles of nobility. Earls, marquises, and even dukes are within your reach. I await the day when you achieve greatness and establish your names in history. To attain what you have never possessed, you must undertake endeavors you have yet to pursue. Always remember to pour your lifeblood onto the vast expanse of the Ming dynasty. I, along with the multitude of citizens, shall forever remember you, just as we honor the heroes enshrined in the memorial hall of the Ming martyrs. Whether now or in the future, my descendants and the common folk of the Ming shall eternally bear you in mind." Upon hearing these words, the students below were stirred with passion, their faces flushed and spirits soaring, veins pulsating as they collectively cried out, "Fight to the death for the Ming! Fight to the death for the Ming!" Zhu Youjian surveyed the fervent assembly of students, his satisfaction evident as he nodded approvingly. Subsequently, he entrusted the matters ahead to Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, who were tasked with organizing the 500 students into classes. Given the substantial number, it was impractical to instruct them all at once. Thus, the military governor's office categorized these students into 3 divisions: cavalry, infantry, and artillery, each subdivided into 10 classes, with 50 students apiece. Regularly, several deputy governors would oversee the sessions, while daily instruction would be administered by various commanders from the capital's garrison, who would impart their combat experiences to ensure the students assimilated their knowledge thoroughly. Currently, nearly all the leaders of the military governor's office and the capital's garrison were stationed at the Royal Military Academy, serving as instructors. The ranks of these instructors varied. The positions at the Royal Military Academy were aligned with those at the Imperial Academy. The deputy governors of the military governor's office held ranks of 6th and 7th grade, while commanders from the garrison occupied 8th and 9th grade roles. Instructors dedicated solely to teaching had a rank of 9th grade. Jiang Ning felt fortunate that Zhu Youjiao retained a semblance of humanity, allowing instructors to receive an additional stipend. Otherwise, Jiang Ning feared he would be the first to resign. Once the students were assigned, the prepared garrison leaders and instructors guided their respective charges to settle in and acclimatize to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjiao and the prominent figures from the military governor's office and the 6 ministries moved to the conference hall of the Royal Military Academy. This hall had been repurposed from the former Temple's Great Hero Hall, where portraits of the 4 saints of warfare, Sun Wu, the sage of war, Wu Qi, the sub-sage, Sun Bin, the master of strategy, and Wei Liao, the saint of command, hung prominently in the center. On both sides of the Grand Hall, portraits of the 6 kings of the Ming dynasty and the 24 generals of Huaishi adorn the walls. Beneath these images, the illustrious achievements and life stories of these founding heroes are meticulously recorded for the admiration and learning of the scholars. Additionally, the walls showcase the calligraphy of several esteemed figures from the 5 armies command. Chen Su inscribed the phrase "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated," drawn from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Xin Yurong penned heavenly timing, geographical advantages, and harmonious relations among people. If any one of these is lacking, even victory may lead to disaster, a sentiment from the Art of War by Sun Bin, both serving as admonitions for the students. Zhang Weixian elegantly wrote, "Swift as the wind, tranquil as the forest, fierce as fire, and steady as a mountain." Jiang Ning's inscription, however, proclaimed "Never abandon, never give up." Upon seeing these 6 characters, Zhu Youxiao felt a twinge of confusion and leaned closer to quietly inquire. "Brother Jiang, the phrases penned by the British Duke can all be traced back to military texts. Yet, your never abandon, never give up is unfamiliar to me. From which renowned general does this originate?" Jiang Ning chuckled and, with a proud expression, replied, "It is my own saying." Zhu Youxiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "Brother Jiang, could you not find a military treatise to borrow a few lines from? While your phrase sounds simple, upon deeper reflection, it seems to lack profound meaning." Jiang Ning, still smiling, explained, "Your Majesty, this 6-character mantra is derived from the principles of military formation. Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Shu, epitomizes military formation. If he claims 2nd place, none dare to claim 1st. In his time, he could have escaped alone, yet out of shame to face his homeland. He chose a composed death. Though ultimately defeated at Wu River and took his own life, he embodied the essence of never abandon, never give up, Your Majesty. Can you truly question the weight of these 6 characters?" Zhu Youxiao pondered carefully, nodding in agreement. "Brother Jiang, your explanation holds some merit, though I still find it somewhat elusive." After brief exchanges among the group, Zhu Youxiao, along with the prominent figures, departed, acknowledging the pressing responsibilities of court affairs that necessitated their timely exit. Chapter 453, A Double Echo of Flight. Ultimately, Jiang Ning assigned the seasoned generals Chen Su and Xin Yurong to temporarily oversee the Ming Royal Military Academy, ensuring the smooth progression of its various affairs. He then rose to leave, heading directly homeward, foregoing a visit to the 5 armies command. Upon reaching his doorstep, he noticed a considerable number of carriages stationed outside, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Entering the residence, he was greeted by the sound of joyous laughter and chatter emanating from the hall. Intrigued, he stepped inside to find Lu Ruoyan, Lu Qingyan, and the wives of several notable figures, Wang, Yin, Li, Zhang, and Zhao, gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. Both Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan exhibited a hint of blush, revealing a touch of shyness. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's entrance, everyone promptly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming in unison, "We greet the Marquis." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. A group of noble ladies engaged in conversation, and as Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave, he overheard Lady Yan, the wife of Wen Tiran, laughingly express her congratulations to the Marquis. The other ladies joined in, extending their felicitations to Jiang Ning. Confused and bewildered, Jiang Ning inquired, "Sisters-in-law, what joyous occasion am I unaware of?" At that moment, Wang, the wife of Li Ruoyan, chimed in with a smile, "My lord, are you still in the dark? Both of our younger sisters are with child. Just this morning, while dining together, they suddenly fell ill. Initially, we thought they were unwell and summoned the esteemed physician, only to discover that both have been pregnant for over a month. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Coincidentally, several elder sisters are visiting today, so he gathered to offer the two young ladies some advice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a rush of excitement and disbelief. He was to become a father. Just then, the sisters Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingshan approached. Their cheeks flushed and heads slightly bowed. Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward, grasping their hands and asking eagerly, "Is it true?" The sisters shyly nodded. Jiang Ning burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I am to be a father. I am to be a father." He then instructed the servants to prepare a grand banquet. At that moment, Lady Yan gently reminded him, "My lord, you have just returned. Perhaps it would be best to spend some time with the sisters first. In due course, we shall invite our lord to extend his congratulations. The hour is growing late, so we shall take our leave." With that, she rose with the other ladies to bid farewell. Jiang Ning and Lu Ruoyan personally saw them to the door. Once back at home, Jiang Ning eagerly drew the sisters close, tenderly placing his hand on their bellies. Lu Ruoyan, her face aglow, playfully protested, "Husband, it has only been a little over a month. What can you feel?" Jiang Ning could only grin foolishly. Just then, Shun Shuzi entered, carrying several packets of medicine. Observing Jiang Ning's elated demeanor, he remarked with mock severity, "Disciple, are you neglecting your duties at the office again?" Jiang Ning turned, his face radiant with joy, and proclaimed, "Master, I am to be a father. You will soon be a grandfather." Shun Shuzi could not help but smile, saying, "I have long awaited this moment. At last. A grandchild is on the way. You two continue your conversation. I shall prepare the medicine. I must ensure the well-being of my two future grandchildren. From this day forth, you must diligently take the medicine I brew daily to guarantee that your children are intelligent and astute." With that, he turned and left. From then on, Jiang Ning remained by the sister's side, never straying far. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Ning's wives being with child spread like wildfire throughout the capital. It is noteworthy that although Jiang Ning was merely a marquis, he enjoyed the favor of the emperor and held a prominent position within the Five Armies Commander's office, overseeing the Jianyu, thus basking in unparalleled glory. Upon hearing this news, numerous loyalist officials pondered how best to present gifts and congratulations to Jiang Ning. At that moment, Emperor Zhu Youjian, busy reviewing memorials in the imperial study, was interrupted by the urgent entrance of Fang Zhenghua. Observing Fang Zhenghua's flustered demeanor, Zhu Youjian remarked with irritation, "Dabin, you typically exhibit composure in your duties. Why this sudden disarray? What has transpired?" Fang Zhenghua, visibly agitated, replied, "Your Majesty, it is a momentous occasion. News has just arrived from outside the palace that both wives of the Marquis are with child." Zhu Youjian, engrossed in reviewing memorials, responded without lifting his gaze. "Which Marquis are you referring to? We shall, as per custom, bestow some rewards later. Your excitement is quite palpable." Fang Zhenghua's enthusiasm intensified as he declared, "Your Majesty, it is Marquis Jiang of loyalty and righteousness. Both of his wives are expecting." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian paused, momentarily taken aback, before abruptly setting down his brush and standing with incredulity, inquiring, "Dabin, you cannot be mistaken, can you? It is truly the wives of Brother Jiang who are with child?" Fang Zhenghua nodded vigorously. Once Zhu Youjian confirmed the news, he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I shall soon have a godson. Dabin, please select some gifts from the palace treasury and personally deliver them to Brother Jiang. Furthermore, convey my decree to grant him a month of leave, allowing him to spend quality time with his wives. If I find the time in a few days, I shall visit myself." Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded, responding, "This old servant understands. I shall attend to it at once." With that, he hurriedly departed. Zhu Youjian began to pace within the grand hall, conversing with himself. "Ah, Brother Jiang, you have finally secured an heir. It seems the remedy procured by Wei Zhongxian from that monk has proven effective. With your wives now expecting, should a son be born, I shall adopt him as my godson, sending him to the palace to accompany the crown prince, fostering their bond from a young age. If a daughter is born, we shall arrange a marriage alliance. Should there be both a son and a daughter, it would be most fortuitous. I would adopt the son, and we would unite our families through the daughter, truly a mutually beneficial arrangement." That very evening, a multitude of loyalist officials dispatched gifts to Jiang Ning in celebration. As Jiang Ning typically refused gifts, most offerings were common items, predominantly medicinal herbs. Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly even sent a few elderly maids specifically to care for Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, though there were political undertones suggested by Zhu Youjian. The bonds formed over time were genuine. Jiang Ning accepted the gifts graciously, preparing a return gift of considerably greater value. Just as he sent off one group of guests, a retinue of imperial guards arrived, escorting an individual who rode swiftly to the entrance of Jiang Ning's residence. Dismounting, Jiang Ning recognized the familiar figure of Fang Zhenghua and promptly approached to greet him. Fang Zhenghua entered with a smile, stating, "Marquis, we have come to extend our congratulations." Jiang Ning laughed heartily, replying, "Lord Fang, you are far too courteous. We are old acquaintances, no need for such formality." Fang Zhenghua smiled and continued, "Marquis, upon learning of your wife's pregnancies, His Majesty has sent me to deliver rewards. Moreover, I have a decree from the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning began to bow. But Fang Zhenghua quickly held him back, saying, "Marquis, His Majesty specifically instructed that you should simply listen." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua commenced the proclamation. Loyal and righteous Marquis Jiang Ning is granted a month of leave, exempt from attending court duties. Additionally, he is awarded 100 roots of Liao Dong ginseng, 10 pieces of lingji, a measure of pearls, 100 bolts of cloud brocade, 50 pieces of sable fur, and 10 sets of porcelain, as a token of commendation. Jiang Ning promptly bowed and expressed, "I, Jiang Ning, humbly accept the decree and extend my gratitude. Long live our emperor." Thereafter, Fang Zhenghua hastily produced a silver note from his bosom and presented it. Observing this, Jiang Ning was about to decline when Fang Zhenghua, with a stern countenance, insisted, "My lord, given our camaraderie, to refuse would be overly distant. You must accept it." Reluctantly, Jiang Ning acquiesced and subsequently instructed his attendants to prepare 2 gifts in return, one for Zhu Youxiao and the other for Fang Zhenghua. Typically, subjects need not offer gifts in return to the emperor, yet Jiang Ning was an exception. After Fang Zhenghua joyfully accepted the return gifts, he took his leave. Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect on how his good brother Zhu Youxiao had shown some benevolence by granting him a month's respite. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a predicament, torn between conflicting loyalties. He then commanded his servants to transport Zhu Youxiao's rewards to the storeroom and intended to join his 2 wives. However, at that moment, a loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully flung open, startling Jiang Ning. Turning to see the intruder, he was surprised to find it was Old Wei, accompanied by dozens of Eastern Depot agents, each bearing an array of gifts. Old Wei, still in the posture of having just kicked in the door, approached Jiang Ning with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "My lord, congratulations are in order. We received the news and wasted no time in coming over, though it seems we arrived a tad late." Despite his annoyance at Old Wei's rude entrance, Jiang Ning could not voice his displeasure and welcomed him into the residence with a smile. With a grand gesture, Old Wei signaled for the agents to enter in a line, delivering the gifts into the hall. Once inside, Jiang Ning instructed his servants to bring Old Wei a cup of hot tea. Old Wei cheerfully remarked, "My lord, you cannot imagine the excitement we felt upon hearing the news. After confirming it multiple times, we were utterly thrilled. Thus, we hastily selected some gifts and rushed over, fearing we might be late." As Old Wei animatedly recounted his experience, Jiang Ning found himself puzzled. He was to become a father. Yet Old Wei appeared even more exhilarated than he. An outsider might mistakenly assume that Old Wei was the one expecting. Nevertheless, seeing Old Wei genuinely delighted for him, Jiang Ning smiled in return, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation while Jiang Ning ordered a feast to be prepared. Before long, the table was laden with food and drink, and the trio, Jiang Ning, Old Wei, and Shen Shuzi, gathered to indulge in converse. Time slipped by unnoticed, and nightfall descended upon them as they continued to drink. Eventually, Old Wei, somewhat unsteady, rose to take his leave, swaying as he walked toward the exit. Jiang Ning hurried to see him off, and at the door, Old Wei leaned in closer to Jiang Ning, whispering conspiratorially, "My lord, now that both ladies are with child, you must exercise restraint and avoid any indiscretions." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, his face adorned with confusion as he queried, "Indiscretions? What do you mean by that?" The esteemed lord has never been one to act recklessly. Observing that Jiang Ning had not comprehended the message, Old Wei lowered his voice and remarked, "My lord, you are in the prime of your youth. If your desires become overwhelming, do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall arrange for your visit to a pleasure house. Rest assured, this will remain a secret from your two wives. At home, You must exercise restraint. At last, Jiang Ning grasped the meaning behind Old Wei's words, realizing he was being cautioned to manage his lower instincts. With a resigned smile, Jiang Ning nodded and assured, "Do not worry, Old Wei. I possess a modicum of self-control." After reiterating his advice, Old Wei took his leave with the Eastern Depot guards. Watching Old Wei's receding figure, Jiang Ning shook his head with a wry smile before returning home. That evening, he moved to the study to sleep, mindful of Old Wei's warning and prioritizing the well-being of his wife and child. Chapter 454. The Flight of Lin Dan Khan. While Jiang Ning found solace at home, attending to his two wives, the affairs of state were progressing steadily in the court. This led Jiang Ning to reflect on how the Ming dynasty could thrive even in the absence of certain individuals, a relief compared to the burden of managing the 2 capitals and 13 provinces. Meanwhile, outside Datong City, various reinforcements had assembled, and Lin Dan Khan mobilized his forces to engage the Ming army in several fierce confrontations, resulting in casualties on both sides. However, the Ming troops, with their formidable firearms and cavalry mobility, advanced steadily. In contrast, Lin Dan Khan's allies suffered significant losses. At that moment, Nurhaci personally led 40,000 troops to Korchin, while Lin Dan Khan's general, Amur, commanded 30,000 cavalry to join the fray, seeking to prevent Korchin's leader, Oba, from switching allegiance to Nurhaci. The two forces soon clashed, with Nurhaci advancing aggressively, rendering Amur's cavalry unable to withstand the assault. As for Korchin, they were largely ineffective, and Amur hesitated to compel Oba to deploy his troops, fearing that the old man might defect, jeopardizing his own 30,000 soldiers. In desperation, Amur sent urgent messages to Lin Dan Khan requesting reinforcements. Upon receiving the news, Lin Dan Khan grew increasingly anxious. Should Nurhaci defeat Amur, he could march directly toward Lin Dan Khan's stronghold in Khalkha. If Nurhaci reached his lair, Lin Dan Khan feared that his troops would scatter like birds and beasts. Thus, gritting his teeth, Lin Dan Khan resolved to engage the Ming forces in one last battle. Regardless of the outcome, he would immediately return to assist Amur in Korchin. He also ordered General Hatu, stationed in Chahar, to lead troops to support Amur against Nurhaci's onslaught. Subsequently, Lin Dan Khan commanded his army to mobilize for the final confrontation with the Ming forces. This time, he displayed wisdom, assigning Bushitu to lead 2,000 cavalry as the vanguard, with 2,000 cavalry from other allied tribes following closely behind, while he himself commanded 70,000 troops from a secure position, overseeing the battle. Upon witnessing this arrangement, Bushitu's expression turned pale, realizing that Lin Dan Khan was not merely asking him to lead the charge but was, in fact, pushing him toward a perilous fate. As events unfolded, he had no choice but to muster his courage and proceed forward. To dissent at this moment would likely result in his immediate execution at the hands of the formidable Lin Dan Han. The other Mongol chieftains, who had come to offer their support, were filled with regret. Initially, they had intended to merely observe the conflict between Lin Dan Han and the Ming dynasty, but their eagerness to join the fray had transformed them into mere fodder for the battle, a decision they now lamented. Yet, they found themselves powerless. Any dissent would swiftly lead to their demise at Lin Dan Han's hands. Thus, the two factions re-engaged in fierce combat. However, the once invincible Mongol cavalry found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the Ming forces, primarily due to the formidable firepower wielded by the Ming troops. The infantry, in harmonious coordination with their firearms, rendered the mobility advantage of the Mongol cavalry obsolete, as the latter was tasked with safeguarding the infantry. The fierce clash endured for a day and a night, during which more than 6,000 of Bushirtu's troops perished, and even Bushirtu himself sustained injuries. The other Mongol clans, numbering around 20,000, suffered losses exceeding 4,000, including several chieftains who fell amidst the chaos of battle. At this juncture, Lin Dan Han, who had been observing from the rear, wore a grim expression. Witnessing the tide of battle irrevocably turn, he recognized the futility of prolonging the confrontation outside Datong. Without further ado, he commanded a retreat, directing his forces back to Khalkhin to prepare against Nurhaci. As Lin Dan Han led his army away, Bushirtu, who had felt utterly despondent, finally exhaled in relief, and the remaining chieftains of the Mongol clans felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders. The combatants on both sides ceased hostilities, returning to their respective camps. However, they soon confronted a grave predicament. Lin Dan Han, without so much as a word, had abandoned them, leaving them to face the Ming forces alone. After enduring a protracted battle, their troops were exhausted, and many soldiers were wounded, even if they wished to flee. Escape was no longer feasible. Meanwhile, on the Ming side, He Kegong, Man Gui, Yang Zhaoji, He Yulong, and Ma Shilong breathed sighs of relief. After an extended engagement, the ammunition of the Divine Machine camp was nearly depleted. Should they run out, the firearms would become mere sticks, far less useful than traditional weapons. If Lin Danhan were to suddenly unleash the remaining 70,000 cavalrymen, they would have no choice but to confront him in a desperate struggle. Fortunately, Lin Danhan had retreated, resulting in a standoff on the battlefield. In an instant, Bushirtu's mind raced, and with a deep sigh, he discarded his curved blade and ordered his soldiers to surrender to the Ming forces. His loyal guards were taken aback, and the General Dolong quickly interjected, exclaiming, "Great Khan, we still have the opportunity to lead our people to safety, whether to the northern deserts or to seek refuge with Lin Danhan, Zhengbohan, or the Yarkand Khanate. The vast steppes offer countless avenues for escape. We need not submit to the Ming." With a bitter smile, Bushirtu remarked, "Though the vast grasslands appear boundless, we find ourselves devoid of options. After a day and night of relentless battle, we are utterly fatigued. Should we choose to seek refuge with Lord Linden, we would likely be cast as cannon fodder against Nurhasai. If we attempt to flee to the northern deserts or the western regions, what will become of the elderly, women, and children left behind in Khalkha? Presently, our only path is to surrender to the Ming dynasty. With the support of the Ming, Lord Linden would dare not harm our vulnerable clansmen remaining in Khalkha. If we attempt to flee now, the Ming cavalry would swiftly pursue us, and it is likely that none of us would survive. Should we perish, the elderly and children we leave in Khalkha would be consumed by Lord Linden, or worse, meet a tragic end. Thus, our sole chance of survival lies in aligning ourselves with the Ming." Upon hearing Bushirtu's words, the assembly fell into a heavy silence. Subsequently, Bushirtu dismounted with labored steps, arms outstretched in a gesture of sincerity and innocence, making his way toward the Ming camp. His loyal guards and generals, witnessing this, cast aside their curved blades and approached the Ming forces, kneeling in submission. Observing Bushirtu's voluntary surrender, the leaders of several smaller tribes hastened to follow suit, kneeling in allegiance. At that moment, any thoughts of flight dissipated. Many tribes from the Hetao plain had already fled, and the remaining 18 tribes had pledged loyalty to the Ming, reportedly receiving honors and rewards from the Ming emperor. Even if they returned now, they would risk being completely absorbed by those 18 tribes. Returning would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, it was far wiser to surrender to the Ming along with Bushirtu, perhaps securing a flicker of hope for survival. Consequently, the crowd relinquished their blades and knelt in supplication. Witnessing this scene, He Kegong, Man Gui, Yang Zhaoji, He Yunlong, and Ma Shilong were filled with elation and quickly rode forth to the front lines. Bushirtu, with his halting Mandarin, declared, "Bushirtu seeks forgiveness from the Ming and implores the dynasty to accept our submission from the Tumot tribe." As he spoke, he produced a gold seal from his bosom, lifting it above his head with both hands. He Kegong stepped forward to accept the gold seal, coldly stating, "Bushirtu, you were once the 4th-generation Shuni Wang appointed by the Ming, expected to pay tribute and safeguard the Hetao plain. Yet, you conspired with Lord Linden, violating our borders and abducting our subjects, thus provoking Lord Linden to lead his forces against us. Now, I, acting on behalf of the Ming court, formally reclaim the Shuni Wang gold seal. As for you, you shall be escorted back to the capital to face the judgment of our emperor." Upon hearing this, Bushirtu hastily bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, General, for your mercy." In that moment, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. By voluntarily surrendering the Shuni Wang gold seal, he signified that he held not only the title of leader of the Tumot tribe, but also that of Shuni Wang. If they acknowledged this, he would likely escape death. If they denied it and executed him on the spot, he would have no opportunity to plead his case. With the surrender of the Bushirtu and several other Mongolian tribes, the protracted conflict that had lasted for months finally came to a close. He Kegong immediately ordered the confiscation of all weapons and warhorses from the surrendered Mongolian soldiers, organized personnel to clear the battlefield, and ensured the proper burial of the deceased. As for the valiant soldiers of the Ming dynasty who had perished in battle, He Kegong commanded that they be cremated collectively, with their ashes sent back to the capital. After all, these heroes who sacrificed their lives for the nation deserve to be honored by the court. With posthumous titles and memorial tablets to be placed in the Hall of Heroes, Kegong would certainly not allow their bodies to be left exposed on the grasslands. Subsequently, he instructed the distribution of water and food to the surrendered Mongolian soldiers and led them back to Datong City. Upon arrival in Datong, Kegong ordered the Mongolian soldiers to be monitored in phases, with Ming soldiers assigned to oversee them. As for the surrendered Boucher II and his generals, along with the leaders of other smaller tribes, Kegong promptly arranged for their escort to the capital, accompanied by detailed battle reports and a list of commendable soldiers to be presented to Zhu Youjian for his personal decision. Meanwhile, Zhu Tongming and Qiao Wenjiao, who had already arrived in Datong, were equally exhilarated. Originally, they had anticipated a protracted stalemate, but were pleasantly surprised by the hasty retreat of Lin Danhan and the subsequent surrender of the Boucher II and other tribes, which was indeed monumental news. The envoys from the 18 tribes of the Hetao Plain, who had accompanied Zhu Tongming and Qiao Wenjiao to Datong City, secretly rejoiced at their wise decision to align with the Ming. Otherwise, they might have found themselves among the surrendering tribes. Chapter 454. Urgent dispatch. Over 800 miles, Kegong ordered the army to rest and recuperate. 3 days later, Qiao Wenjiao and Man Gui, leading 60,000 troops, commenced a cleansing operation on the Hetao Plain. Accompanying them were envoys from the 18 tribes that had pledged allegiance to the Ming, as well as representatives from several recently surrendered tribes. After all, Jiang Ning had previously made their stance clear: surrender and unite, or face annihilation without mercy. The Mongolian envoys seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with Qiao Wenjiao and Man Gui, expressing their unwavering commitment to follow the Ming and their desire to avoid any collateral damage to their tribes during the military operations. In response, Man Gui and Qiao Wenjiao smiled and assured them that, having chosen to ally with the Ming, they would henceforth be considered family, and thus would not be harmed. The Ming dynasty was now resolutely determined to reclaim the Hetao Plain, and those Mongolian tribes unwilling to submit yet unwilling to depart had lost all justification for their existence. Consequently, Qiao Wenjiao and Man Gui led their forces in a bloody campaign across the Hetao Plain. Kegong issued orders to reward the troops, while the governor of Shaanxi, Qiao Yunsheng, had already prepared the necessary provisions of wine and meat for the soldiers. In no time, the soldiers outside Datong City feasted heartily, banishing the weariness brought on by war. A few days later, Kegong commanded Hai Yanlong to lead his troops back to Xianzhou for garrison duty, and Shaanxi General Ma Shilong to return to Taiyuan for stationing. Meanwhile, Cabinet Grand Scholar Zhu Tongming conferred with Kegong, Yang Zhaoji, and Qiao Yunsheng regarding the construction of fortifications and the deployment of soldiers on the Hetao Plain. After all, although the Ming dynasty had successfully brought the 18 tribes under its domain, ostensibly reclaiming the Hetao Plain, it could not truly assert control until troops were stationed there. The citizens of the Ming dynasty previously captured by the Mongolian tribes were now being returned en masse. These tribes, now vassals of the Ming, dared not retain the captives as slaves, for doing so could provide the Ming with a pretext for military action. Indeed, Qiao Wenjiao and Man Gui had already commenced a campaign of cleansing in the Hetao Plain. Should their wrath spill over, it could spell disaster for the tribes. As the Ming citizens gradually returned, the governor of Shaanxi, Qiao Yunsheng, originally intended to resettle them within the province. However, he was promptly overruled by Zhu Tongming. The majority of these citizens were young men and women. While the men could be easily arranged for, many of the women had lost their virtue, and several bore children. To return them home now would likely jeopardize their survival in their native lands. Consequently, after discussions with Kegong, Zhu Tongming decided to report to the court, proposing that these able-bodied citizens be enlisted in the army to guard the Hetao Plain in the future. After all, they had lived on the grasslands for many years and were well acquainted with the local conditions. As for the women, Zhu Tongming immediately contacted the leaders of various merchant associations within Shaanxi, including the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce, the Qin Merchant Association, and the Sichuan Merchant Association, urging them to ensure proper arrangements for the women's welfare. The heads of the merchant associations assured him of their commitment to provide adequate support. Zhu Tongming felt greatly pleased, having previously established rapport with these associations during his tenure as the governor of Tianjin. Furthermore, with the backing of the court, these associations were eager to assist. Days later, The abducted women were collected in batches by the major merchant associations, settled in various locations, and provided with means to sustain their livelihoods. Meanwhile, as Chao Wenzhao and Man Gui led their troops into the Hetao Plain, they unleashed a brutal massacre. The Mongolian tribes that had not pledged allegiance to the Ming, nor chosen to retreat, faced annihilation wherever the soldiers roamed, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. This harrowing scene struck terror into the hearts of the Mongolian envoys accompanying the troops. Fortunately, they had pledged allegiance to the Ming early on, or their own tribes would likely have faced the same fate. Several days later, a soldier riding a swift horse, adorned with 3 flying dragon flags, galloped towards Yongding Gate. The messenger, spurring his horse, shouted loudly, 800 li urgent. Those who die shall perish. Those who resist shall be obliterated. Upon hearing this, the guards at the city gates were instantly alarmed and hurriedly cleared the path. The townsfolk instinctively moved aside. The messenger rode with fervor straight towards the palace. As the dust raised by the hooves began to settle, many citizens began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the significant events that must have transpired. For the court to deploy an 800 li urgency indicated a momentous change. Upon reaching the gate beyond the noon, the messenger dismounted swiftly, hurriedly retrieving a brocade box from his back, and proclaimed loudly, "Great victory at Datong! Great victory at Datong!" Outside the Meridian Gate, the imperial guards, upon hearing the cries, hastened to assist the messenger, who was promptly helped to his feet, and together they swiftly entered the palace. At that moment, Zhu Youjian, engrossed in reviewing memorials in the imperial study, was informed of the news and immediately emerged with Fang Zhenghua to investigate personally. Upon receiving the document from the messenger and confirming its accuracy, Zhu Youjian eagerly perused its contents. After reading, he was unable to contain his elation, exclaiming joyfully, "Splendid! Truly splendid!" Just then, the messenger suddenly fainted on the spot. Observing this, Fang Zhenghua rushed forward to assess the situation and soon reported, "Your Majesty, this soldier has been worn out from his arduous journey. He has merely fainted and is not gravely harmed." Zhu Youjian nodded, instructing, "Quickly take this soldier away to rest well." The Jianui complied, swiftly carrying the soldier away. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian excitedly addressed Fang Zhenghua, "Quickly convey an edict to the cabinet, the 5 armies command, and the 8 ministries to convene in the palace. And do summon Brother Jiang as well." Fang Zhenghua received the command and hurriedly departed. Before long, Jiang Ning, who was at home personally preparing a meal for his 2 wives, received the news. He promptly donned his official robes and rushed to the palace. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the exterior of the imperial study, where he found Fang Dazhong standing outside, who greeted him with a smile, saying, "Lord, you have arrived. Please, come in. His Majesty has been awaiting you." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile and quickly entered the grand hall. Inside, he saw Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and others who had already arrived, engaged in hushed conversation. Jiang Ning approached and bowed to Zhu Youjian. The latter smiled and remarked, "Loyal and righteous Marquis. No need for excessive formalities. He Kazang has sent word of an urgent report. Lin Danhan has been utterly defeated and is in full retreat. The leader of the Tamachuo tribe, Bushitu, along with several other chieftains from the Hetao Plain, have surrendered to our Ming dynasty. Currently, Bushitu and those Mongolian chieftains are being escorted to the capital and are expected to arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's spirits soared. Indeed, it was monumental news that the Hetao Plain was finally returning to the Ming. Soon after, other ministers began to arrive. Zhu Youjian then distributed the commendatory report from outside Datong City for all to peruse. After reading, they collectively exclaimed, "Heaven bless the Ming. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate Your Majesty's success. The Hetao Plain has finally been reclaimed by our Ming." Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile and continued, "Now, Chao Wenzhao and Man Gui have led 60,000 troops to cleanse the Hetao Plain of those unwilling to submit and refusing to depart. Zhu Tongming is also preparing to construct fortifications in the Hetao Plain for future military stationing. Esteemed ministers, what do you propose for the treatment of Bushitu and the other Mongolian chieftains upon their arrival in the capital?" Upon hearing this, the ministers began to whisper among themselves, deliberating quietly. After a moment, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly rose and bowed to Zhu Youjian. Sun Qingzong was the first to speak, saying, "Your Majesty, I must inform you that the leader of the Tumote tribe, Bushitu, was once conferred the title of the 4th Duke of Shuani by our Ming dynasty. Although he later disregarded the court's orders and colluded with Lin Danhan, repeatedly infringing upon our borders and abducting our people, he has now surrendered, and the Hetao region has been reclaimed by our Ming. I believe we can spare Bushirtu's life to demonstrate our dynasty's grace. After all, the Marquis of Anwu, Chao Wenzhao, and Man Gui have already established their authority in the area. If we were to execute Bushirtu, it could be counterproductive and potentially incite rebellion among the already surrendered Mongolian tribes. Following this, Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, adding, "Your Majesty, I share this viewpoint. The application of both grace and authority is the true essence of kingship. Having established our might, it is now time to extend our benevolence to these Mongolian tribes." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded and said, "In that case, let us spare Bushirtu's life. However, while his death sentence may be commuted, he shall lose his title of Duke of Shuani and instead be granted the title of Marquis of Shuani. Furthermore, we shall construct a residence for him in the capital, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years in peace. As for the other Mongolian tribal leaders, we shall issue a reprimand, ensuring their treatment mirrors that of the 18 tribes that previously submitted to the Ming, along with some rewards." The assembly nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." At that moment, the English Duke Zhang Weixian rose to speak, saying, "Your Majesty, although Bushirtu has now submitted, he still commands nearly 20,000 soldiers. And with the forces of other Mongolian tribes, the total approaches 40,000. What shall we do with these troops? If we leave them on the grasslands, we cannot ensure they will not rise in rebellion again." The previously submitted 18 tribes were relatively weak, allowing us to govern them by division and integrate their young men into the 9 borders, thereby diminishing their strength. However, as the leader of the Tumot tribe, Bushirtu possesses considerable prestige and influence on the grasslands. While we may confine him in the capital for his retirement, his troops remain a significant issue. Should we execute him, it may provoke rebellion among the tribes that have already submitted. If we allow them to remain in the Hetao plains, it could potentially sow seeds of future discord. Zhu Youjian pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "In that case, let us dispatch all 40,000 troops to Yunnan, assigning them to serve under General Zhao Shuijiao, the commander of the Western Expedition. Once we have completely subdued Myanmar, we shall station them there." The attendees voiced their approval, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Jiang Ning also nodded in agreement, finding this resolution most appropriate. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian inquired, "What rewards shall we bestow upon He Kegong and Man Gui for their significant contributions, as well as on General He Yunlong of Xuangu and General Yang Zhaoji of Datong, along with General Ma Shilong of Shaanxi? What do you, my esteemed ministers, propose?" Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into contemplation. He Kegong had previously quelled the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong and was thus deserving of a noble title. However, he had later supported General Yang Guazhu and Prince Zhu Youjian, which had prevented his earlier elevation. Given his recent accomplishments, it was imperative he be honored. Likewise, Man Gui, who had accompanied Chao Wenzhao in the bloody campaign across the Hetao Plains as a general of the capital's forces, was equally deserving of distinction. Chapter 455. The construction of water conservancy. Moments later, the assembly unanimously expressed that He Kegong and Man Gui had rendered remarkable military achievements, warranting their elevation to the rank of count. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded and proclaimed, "In that case, let He Kegong be bestowed the title of Jingwu Bo and Man Gui the title of Dingwu Bo. What do you think, esteemed ministers?" At that moment, Shui Guoguan and Wentiran exchanged glances and stepped forward. Shui Guoguan inquired, "Your Majesty, may I ask whether these titles are hereditary or conferred for merit?" Zhu Youjian replied with a smile, "Let us determine that after they return in triumph." With this response, Shui Guoguan and Wentiran refrained from further discussion and retreated, as the war had yet to reach its conclusion. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian continued, "General He Yulong of Xianzhou, for his valor in battle, shall be promoted to the rank of Deputy Director of the 5 armies and awarded the title of Jinwu General, along with a grant of 10,000 silver coins and a ceremonial Feiyu robe. Similarly, General Yang Zhaoji of Datong shall receive the same promotion and rewards. As for General Ma Shilong of Shaanxi, he shall be elevated to the position of Commander of Shaanxi Town, with the same monetary and ceremonial honors. Awards for other meritorious soldiers will be discussed by the Cabinet and the 5 Armies Directorate and submitted for my approval." The gathered officials rose to receive the imperial decree. Zhu Youjiao's commendations were met with unanimous approval from Jiang Ning, as the war was still ongoing. The determination of titles for He Kegong and Mangui was a mere formality to be settled upon their return. Both General He Yulong and General Yang Zhaoji were already commanding officers of significant strategic importance, having held the rank of second-class military generals. Thus, their recent promotions enhanced their status to its fullest potential. Future military accomplishments could either lead to their reassignment to the capital for positions within the Five Armies Directorate or the granting of additional noble titles. As for General Ma Shilong, recently promoted, his elevation to commander of Shangxi Town, one of the critical border strongholds, may appear to be a mere reassignment. Yet it signified a transition from a third-class to a second-class military rank. Furthermore, the award of the Feiyu robe was a considerable honor. Given Zhu Youjiao's stringent standards for such gifts since his ascension, contrasting with the more casual distribution seen during the reigns of Jiang and Wanli. When Jiang Ning first assumed the role of commander of the Jianui, he received a Feiyu robe, intended to enhance his standing, even among the nobility. The staunch royalist Duke Zhang Weixian was recently bestowed a ceremonial robe by Zhu Youjiao, marking a significant occasion, as it was the first time Zhu conferred such an honor upon him. This illustrates that while Zhu Youjiao displayed leniency towards his ministers, he was not prone to arbitrary bestowals, with Jiang Ning being an exception. Afterward, the ministers rose to bid their farewells. Even Jiang Ning, rarely one to linger, rose to leave, but was intercepted by Fang Zhenghua. With a perplexed expression, Jiang Ning turned to Zhu Youjiao, who approached with a smile and said, "Brother Jiang, why the haste?" Jiang Ning, still bewildered, replied, "Your Majesty, am I in such a rush?" Zhu Youjiao nodded. "You are not usually like this. After others depart, you often remain behind." Jiang Ning retorted with annoyance, "Your Majesty, with so many officials present, you cannot expect me to exert myself alone. I must return home to accompany my wife." Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao laughed. "That is splendid. I was just intending to visit your home. I have been too busy of late and have yet to convey my congratulations in person. Please wait a moment while I change my attire." Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao and Fang Zhenghua moved to a side hall. Shortly after, they emerged in casual clothing. With a beaming smile, Zhu Youjiao exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, let us be off." Jiang Ning, with a scoff, replied, "Your Majesty, if you wish to dine at my home, you need not be so coy." Zhu Youjiao's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly said, "Brother Jiang, do not jest. I genuinely come to offer my congratulations, not merely for a meal." Jiang Ning huffed, "Your Majesty, do you intend to arrive empty-handed for your congratulations?" Only then did Zhu Youjiao realize that both he and Fang Zhenghua were empty-handed. He quickly rushed to the imperial desk and flipped 2 plates of pastries onto a piece of rice paper. His swift movements were fluid as he packed the pastries. Lifting them with a smile, he remarked, "Brother Jiang, now we have something to bring. Let us go." Jiang Ning, smiling, inquired, "Your Majesty, what flavors are these pastries?" Zhu Youjiao responded, "One is filled with mung beans, and the other with osmanthus." Jiang Ning nodded, "That sounds delightful. I have grown weary of the previous flavors." Zhu Youjiao, feigning irritation, said, "I bestow these pastries upon you, and yet you are picky. Why must you be so troublesome? Let us hurry." With that, he eagerly took Jiang Ning by the arm, rushing towards his residence. Throughout the dynasties, the vast and fertile region north of the Huai River, south of the Yellow River, extending from the Yellow Sea in the east to Tongguan and Shaanxi in the west, has been referred to as the Central Plains. In the traditional mindset of the Chinese people, the Central Plains symbolize the very foundation of the nation and the embodiment of dynastic power. Hence, the adage has long prevailed, to hunt for deer in the Central Plains. He who possesses the Central Plains possesses the world. However, since the Wanli era, the Hunan region has been plagued by frequent natural disasters, compounded by incessant factional strife within the court, leading to an empty treasury incapable of providing relief for the suffering populace. Following the death of the chief minister Zhang Zhuxing in the 10th year of Wanli, Emperor Wanli began to purge Zhang's supporters, resulting in the dismissal of many capable officials. The official in charge of managing the Yellow River, Governor Pan Jishuan, appointed by Zhang Zhuxing, was also forced to resign, causing a halt in the river management projects. This directly led to the catastrophic flooding of the Yellow River in the 14th year of Wanli, displacing millions of citizens and tearing families apart. Meanwhile, officials in the court were preoccupied with vying for power, rendering their aid to the populace negligible. In the 22nd year of Wanli, a rare famine struck the Central Plains, affecting 3 provinces, with the afflicted population reaching a staggering 40 million. Yet the court remained incapable of implementing effective disaster relief and pacification measures, causing the land that nurtured the Huaxia civilization to become increasingly barren, while the lives of the common folk grew ever more arduous. In the eyes of those in power, as long as the populace did not revolt, the nation was deemed stable and the people secure. Natural disasters, they reasoned, were inevitable occurrences across all dynasties. The lives of the victims were regarded as inconsequential, mere statistics. Whether 1,000 or 10,000 lost, it made little difference. When Gui Yunho, Zhuo Guangdou, and Yang Lian arrived in Hunan, they were profoundly shocked by the scene before them. The banks of the Yellow River were densely populated with conscripted laborers. The common folk wielded tools and donned tattered garments, having waited for an extended period. Though gaunt and ragged, a spark of hope for a better life glimmered in their eyes. Through inquiries, Gui Yunho learned that although the court had requisitioned only 500,000 laborers, many locals had voluntarily come forth, their numbers far exceeding the initial count. They were assisting the court in the construction of water conservancy projects and the dredging of waterways, including the elderly, women, and children, all contributing their modest efforts to the cause. This sight moved Gui Yunho to tears, while Zhuo Guangdou was rendered speechless with emotion. And even the ruthless Yang Lian, known for his bloodshed, felt moisture gather in his eyes. Subsequently, with a single command from Gui Yunho, hundreds of thousands threw themselves into the work. Yang Lian, a true expert in water conservancy, promptly proposed a plan to clear silt from the Yellow River, reinforce the riverbanks, and construct dams to store water and purify it. The group resided and worked on the riverbanks day and night. As trucks laden with stones arrived at the riverbanks, the common folk spontaneously organized to assist in the transportation, filling the trio with profound gratitude and prompting them to focus even more intently on the quality and progress of the project. During this time, unscrupulous merchants attempted to bribe officials to procure inferior stones for their own profit, but Yang Lian saw through their scheme immediately. It is worth noting that prior to becoming prominent figures in the Ming dynasty, Yang Lian and his close friend Zhuo Guangdou had both served as local officials. To attempt such deceit in their presence was to show utter contempt for them. Upon learning of this, the people erupted in outrage, condemning these heartless merchants and corrupt officials. It had been many years since the court had shown such dedication to the welfare of the populace. Now, with significant manpower, resources, and finances devoted to benefiting the people, these scoundrels still sought to profit illicitly. The common folk flocked to Gui Yunho and his companions, pleading for severe punishment for these offenders. Gui Yunho declared that their fate was sealed, that even the heavens could not save them, for he had spoken. He immediately ordered the arrest of these unscrupulous merchants and the colluding local officials, seizing all their assets to fund the water conservancy efforts. Yang Lian worked with remarkable efficiency, capturing all relevant individuals within a single day and bringing them to the riverbanks. The people gathered around, hurling invectives at the merchants and corrupt officials. Terrified, these offenders knelt and begged for mercy. Gui Yunho's gaze was icy, while a cold smile crept onto Yang Lian's lips as he rebuked them. Facing death, you still dare to plead for mercy? If I were to spare you today, how would you refrain from exploiting these suffering common folk in the future? Upon issuing the command, a swift decree was made to execute the unscrupulous merchants and corrupt officials on the spot, displaying their severed heads as a grim spectacle. Subsequently, orders were given to enshrine their bodies and heads within the dam, accompanied by a monument to commemorate the event, serving as a cautionary tale for future generations. This decisive action instilled considerable fear among the local officials of Hunan, as the formidable figures from the capital were indeed ruthless. One was the Minister of Revenue, another the Deputy Minister of Works, and the last a captain of the Imperial Guard, each possessing increasingly formidable backgrounds that were not to be trifled with. Under the thunderous methods of Gui Yunho, Yang Lian, and Zhuo Guangdou, the project progressed with remarkable speed. Not long after, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, and Duke Zhongxing, Qin Liangyu, were commissioned to investigate the military lands of the northern Zhili garrisons in Hunan. Qin Liangyu, known for her strict military discipline and valor in battle, possessed limited political acumen. Having been born into a chieftain's family and serving as a local leader, often facing exclusion and suppression, although she had been in the military governor's office for some time. Her political talent was notably lacking, a common affliction among many military leaders. Fortunately, she had the assistance of Duke Deng Wenming, a fervent advocate of infrastructure development. Since the upheaval at Tumu Fort, the aristocracy had refrained from military command for years, their minds preoccupied with amassing wealth and engaging in courtly intrigues, showcasing their political prowess to the fullest. Originally, Qin Liangyu intended to adhere to protocol, first auditing the military lands, and then gathering evidence against the garrison officials. However, Deng Wenming chuckled and remarked, "Duke Zhongjing, matters of the court and local governance are not as intricate as they seem. If we proceed step by step according to the rules, we will undoubtedly be constrained and encounter numerous obstacles. Our task is significant, and time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste it." Puzzled, Qin Liangyu inquired, "May I ask, Duke Deng, how should we proceed?" Deng Wenming grinned and responded, "Duke Zhongjing, do you know what the most ruthless political stratagem throughout history is?" After a brief contemplation, Qin Liangyu replied, "Framing and fabricating evidence." Deng Wenming laughed. "That is merely a common tactic in the court. It does not qualify as the most ruthless. After all, decorum and boundaries must be observed in the court. The most practical and ruthless method is simply 2 words, convene a meeting." Upon hearing convene a meeting, Qin Liangyu was momentarily taken aback. Noticing her reaction, Deng Wenming elaborated, "We shall first summon all the garrison officials from across Hunan to Kaifeng under the auspices of the military governor's office, and then seize the opportunity to apprehend them en masse. Subsequently, we will directly convict them based on evidence provided by the Imperial Guard, rendering these local garrisons leaderless, and swiftly audit the military lands." Astonished, Qin Liangyu exclaimed, "Duke Deng, to arrest first and then convict, does that not contravene the rules?" Deng Wenming replied, "Indeed. It is not in accordance with protocol, but the outcome will undoubtedly be most effective." After a moment's reflection, Qin Liangyu nodded in agreement. Recognizing her own strengths lay in military command, while the intricate maneuvers of court and local politics were beyond her grasp. It was evident that Duke Deng was a master in this domain. Thus, they jointly issued a decree in the name of the military governor's office, summoning the garrison officials of Hunan to convene at Kaifeng. Upon receiving the news, the officials were left in a state of disarray, fully aware that this was a trap. Yet they dared not defy the summons of the military governor's office. Should we choose not to act? The formidable forces of the Marquis of Dingyuan and the Marquis of Zhongjing, totaling 50,000 troops, are not to be trifled with. Thus, a group of generals convened to deliberate on a strategy. The commanders of the Wei of Weihu gathered at the residence of the commander Zhang Hui to discuss matters. Zhang Hui's ancestors were founding heroes who followed Emperor Zhu Youjian in the rebellion against the Yuan dynasty and later achieved significant merit during the Yongle period, thus securing the hereditary position of commander of Wei of Weihu. Once assembled, Zhang Hui thumped the table and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we are gathered here today for a reason that is undoubtedly clear to all. The court intends to sever our support and scrutinize the military lands, plainly aiming to carve away our flesh and spill our blood. Not to mention, the 18 Wes of Shangxi were completely eradicated by the court in the first year of the Tianqi era, leading to a river of blood and severed heads. We cannot resign ourselves to passive demise. We must devise a means to safeguard our wealth and status." Yang Wen, the commander of the Zhangde Wei, spoke with a troubled expression. "Old Zhang, the edict from the military governor's office is explicit. If we cooperate, there may be leniency granted, allowing us to retain some measure of our wealth. If we oppose the court, we risk meeting the same fate as the 18 Wes of Shangxi. It may be wiser for us to willingly submit upon reaching Kaifeng. At least we can preserve a portion of our prosperity and return to our fields." Zhang Hui slammed the table again, exclaiming in anger, "Fields? What fields? Are those lands meant for us? The court accuses us of seizing military lands, indulging ourselves, and claiming that our military prowess is non-existent. Yet they fail to consider that my ancestors first followed the founding emperor in the rebellion against the Yuan, fighting valiantly in numerous battles, and later supported the Yongle emperor in his campaign to restore order, achieving great feats. Our family lineage has shed blood for the Ming dynasty across 8 generations. Which of our forebears did not fight for this realm? Our positions were earned through sacrifice, and we, the descendants of these heroes, are entitled to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Our ancestors have already borne the brunt of our hardships. Now, The court seeks to dismantle the bridge behind us, to seize our offices and military power, and then instruct us to till the fields. This is utterly unacceptable. The assembly erupted in agreement. Old Zhang speaks true. We are descendants of heroes. Why should we toil the land? That land does not belong to us. They cannot simply strip us of our titles and seize our military might. We shall not acquiesce. At this moment, Kong Fei, the commander of the Way of Kaifeng, echoed, Old Zhang is right. As the saying goes, the predecessors plant the trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade. We, the heirs of these heroes, merely occupy a fraction of the military lands, which is our rightful due. In comparison to those noblemen with hereditary titles, our situation pales in significance. The crowd voiced their support. Old Kong is correct. We shall confront the Marquis of Dingyuan and the Marquis of Zhongjing directly and see what they can do to us. Our lives hang in the balance. If the court is unafraid of the infamy of mistreating the descendants of heroes, let them do as they will. Returning to till the fields is worse than death. Consequently, the assembly unanimously resolved to stand firm against the court, refusing to compromise. If pressed to the brink, they would resort to banditry. They were determined to see whether the court could bear the consequences of driving the descendants of heroes to such desperation. After the discussions concluded, everyone made their respective agreements and returned to their abodes. Yang Wen, the commander of the Zhangde Guard, emerged from Zhang Hui's opulent residence, standing outside and gazing at the lavish estate with a knowing smile gracing his face. He then returned to the inn, his heart a tumult of emotions, and spent the night in restless contemplation before finally arriving at a resolute decision. In his eyes, the sanctity of life far outweighed the allure of official titles and military power. Positions can be regained, wealth can be replenished, but once life is lost, everything is rendered void. The gathering of individuals in Weihui was, in essence, a scheme to have Zhang Hui, the proverbial canary in the coal mine, wade through treacherous waters. Zhang Hui, however, seemed foolishly intent on confronting the court head-on, oblivious as to whether his actions stemmed from ignorance or madness. Yet, Yang Wen's mind was as clear as glass. The current political landscape indicated that the court would never relent. Earlier in the year, the court had issued decrees, and now they had dispatched influential figures, the right commander of the Central Army, Marquis Dingyuan, and the left commander of the Rear Army, Marquis Zhongjing, leading 50,000 troops into Hunan, extending both courtesy and military might. The court had played its hand, and now it was up to the local commanders to decide their course. Yang Wen hastily summoned his trusted confidants. Looking at the assembled group, he spoke in a grave tone. Brothers, you have followed me faithfully for many years, and I trust you implicitly. Last night, I visited Zhang Hui's residence, where those commanders and that fool Zhang Hui resolved to confront the court without compromise, even preparing to take up arms as bandits. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, the crowd was taken aback. Wang Tao, the deputy of Zhangde, rose in disbelief and asked, Commander, is the situation truly this dire? Yang Wen nodded solemnly and continued, Brothers, we are not at a dead end. I pondered throughout the night and have resolved to head to Kaifeng immediately to confess to Marquis Dingyuan and Marquis Zhongjing, seeking leniency. After all, the court's previous decree stated that those who confessed voluntarily would receive lighter punishments and could retain a measure of wealth. The crowd fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. Seeing their demeanor, Yang Wen sighed and declared, We are all brothers here, and I will not conceal my intentions from you. Besides confessing, I also plan to report Zhang Hui and Kong Fei to the marquises in hopes of turning our guilt into merit. Even if we are merely demoted, at least we will retain our official positions. In this era of frequent warfare, as long as we are unafraid of death and carry the blood of our ancestors within us, what we sacrifice today can be regained on the battlefield, perhaps even surpassing our forebears. The possibility of being granted nobility is not out of reach. After all, fortune favors the bold, even if we evade today. Can we escape tomorrow? Shall we let our descendants languish in idleness? Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Tao was the first to stand and affirm. Commander, you have always treated us well, and we shall undoubtedly follow your lead. You are right. We must strive for leniency, even if it means demotion. As long as we fear not for our lives, the titles and power we lose today can be reclaimed on the battlefield. The others eagerly echoed their support. United in their resolve, Yang Wen's heart finally settled. He feared that the individuals under his command might not support him, which would render the situation quite precarious. He promptly summoned everyone to embark on their journey to Kaifeng, openly confessing in hopes of achieving merit. After all, any further delay could result in others seizing the opportunity. For not all were as foolish as Zhang Hui and Kong Fei. The group rode their swift steeds with great urgency towards Kaifeng. Upon meeting Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu, Yang Wen was the first to kneel, stating, "I, Yang Wen, the commandant of Zhang de Guard, along with the various leaders of Zhang de Guard, come to plead for forgiveness from the two lords." With that, he produced a pre-prepared confession letter from his sleeve and presented it. Deng Wenming felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly stepping forward to assist them in rising, smiling as he remarked, "Commander Yang, what is this? I merely summoned you to Kaifeng for a discussion, yet you prostrate yourself in confession upon our first meeting?" Yang Wen understood this as Deng Wenming's courteous words, but dared not take them lightly, hastily replying, "Since I assumed the position of commandant of Zhang de Guard in the 35th year of Wanli, I have achieved nothing substantial and have even misappropriated considerable military lands. Today, I voluntarily confess, hoping the Lord will show leniency." The Duke of Dingyuan nodded, stating, "Your willingness to openly confess indicates that you are a person of prudence. I am already aware of your situation. Your presence here today signifies your genuine remorse, and naturally, I shall not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Yang Wen and the other leaders immediately felt a wave of relief. It appeared their gamble had paid off. Yang Wen then bowed once more, saying, "I possess crucial intelligence that I must report to the two lords." Deng Wenming furrowed his brow and replied, "Commander Yang, speak freely." Yang Wen hurriedly relayed the news regarding Zhang Hui, the commandant of Weihui Guard, and Kong Fei, the commandant of Kaifeng Guard, who were plotting to oppose the court and even prepare for rebellion. Deng Wenming, upon hearing this, was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Qin Liangyu and silently nodding. It seemed these guard officers were resolutely choosing a path of destruction. Deng Wenming then smiled and said, "Commander Yang, the information you have provided is of utmost importance and confirms that these individuals have indeed turned against us. Subsequently, your contributions will be accurately reported to the Wujuan Dudu Mansion. You need not concern yourself with the ensuing matters, for now. Keep your men here and do not move without my or the Duke of Loyalty's orders." Yang Wen quickly nodded in agreement, his back already soaked with sweat. He understood that he and his men had safely passed this trial and had even achieved merit. Now it remained to be seen how significant that merit would be. After each presented their confession letters, they were escorted away by soldiers for custody. Subsequently, Qin Liangyu inquired, "Duke Deng, these individuals are now prepared for the reckless act of opposing the court and turning to banditry. How shall we proceed?" A cold smile crept across Deng Wenming's lips as he replied, "There is no need for concern, Duke Loyalty. We shall proceed according to our original plan. Yang Wen's voluntary confession does not imply that the others are fools. Let us exercise patience. Should they truly dare to rebel, we shall suppress them on the spot." Qin Liangyu nodded in agreement. Chapter 457. Northern Faction versus Wild Path. In the ensuing days, several other generals voluntarily came forth to confess, revealing the complete list of individuals they had prepared to oppose the court. A few days later, the commanders of various garrisons convened in Kaifeng. As soon as they entered the military camp, Deng Wenming immediately ordered the arrest of everyone present. This abrupt action left Zhang Hui and Kong Fei, who had been ready with a plethora of excuses, momentarily stunned. It was exceedingly tyrannical to deny them even the chance to speak. The crowd clamored to meet Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu. Upon hearing their plight, Deng Wenming nodded and had Zhang Hui and Kong Fei brought before him. Upon their meeting, Zhang Hui erupted with vitriol. "Deng Wenming, you scoundrel, on what grounds do you apprehend me? Do not think that just because you are a lord, you can act with impunity. I, too, am a man of merit. How dare you treat me thus? I refuse to submit." Kong Fei echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "So do I." Deng Wenming, with a cold smile playing on his lips, retorted, "Zhang Hui, Kong Fei, you conspired to rebel against the court, intending to become outlaws. Did you think this lord was unaware?" He then recounted their treachery in detail. The two men turned ashen with fear, and Zhang Hui incredulously asked, "How did you know?" Deng Wenming merely smiled and commanded, "Take these two traitors away and execute them." Thus, they met their untimely demise, leaving this world with unfulfilled grievances. Meanwhile, Qin Liangyu mobilized troops and dispatched forces across various garrisons to prevent any uprisings. The entire plan unfolded with remarkable efficiency. However, a few days later, the governor of Hunan, Zhang Wuxiu, personally approached to plead for the captured garrison commanders, but Deng Wenming flatly refused. He declared that this matter was decreed by His Majesty and executed by the military command, and that local officials had no authority to interfere, promptly dismissing Zhang Wuxiu. Feeling slighted by Deng Wenming's refusal to grant him face, Zhang Wuxiu incited the garrison troops in Kaifeng to create chaos. Upon learning of this, Deng Wenming swiftly dispatched troops to quell the disturbance. Although he ultimately suppressed the rebellion, over 100 lives were lost. Enraged, Deng Wenming shouted, "This Zhang Wuxiu is truly courting death." He then instructed someone to notify Qin Liangyu to draft a formal reprimand against Zhang Wuxiu. Simultaneously, news of Zhang Wuxiu's machinations reached Gui Yunhou. Upon hearing it, he couldn't contain his laughter. Yang Lian, observing this, inquired, "Lord Gua, what brings you joy? What does this matter have to do with us?" Gui Yunhou, with a knowing smile, replied, "The world is bustling, all for profit. The masses are restless, all for gain. I have long heard of this Zhang governor. He meddles in the military command's investigation of local garrison lands. Surely he is not clean. You, Yang Lian, should not be idle. Hasten to investigate. You may yet catch a big fish." Upon hearing this, Yang Lian became intrigued and swiftly mobilized the imperial guards to commence an inquiry. The results were shocking. Since taking office, Zhang Wuxiu had engaged in corruption, accepting bribes, embezzling public funds for river management, and receiving illicit gifts from local garrison commanders, with preliminary estimates of the embezzled amounts nearing 1 million taels. Yang Lian was taken aback and hurriedly reported to Gui Yunhou. Upon receiving the news, Gui Yunhou immediately took up his brush to draft a memorial for impeachment. Observing Gui Yunhou's demeanor as he penned the memorial, Yang Lian understood that the fate of Governor Zhang was sealed. What Gui Yunhou was writing was not merely a memorial. It was akin to inscribing Zhang's name on the death register. Encountering Gui Yunhou was indeed misfortune for Zhang. As even seasoned figures like Jiang Ning had faced setbacks under Gui Yunhou's hand, Zhang would need to possess abilities exceeding those of Jiang Ning to withstand this storm. With the project of water conservancy and river management progressing smoothly, Gui Yunhou entrusted the entire undertaking to Zhuo Guangdou. After all, Gui Yunhou's previous efforts to grasp water conservancy knowledge were merely theoretical. He was not in the business of managing waterworks, but rather, he held the esteemed title of the Grand Guardian of the Ming Dynasty, with aspirations of engaging in archaeological pursuits. Thus, under the pretext of inspecting the project, he discreetly ascended Mount Mang with his disciple son Yunhe and a multitude of apprentices, operating under the cover of night. This caused quite a stir among the local populace, giving rise to rumors of spectral soldiers traversing the vicinity of Mount Mang, which spread with alarming authenticity, leading many to confine themselves within their homes in fear. After more than a month, Gui Yunhou reaped considerable rewards, amassing a substantial fortune. Concurrently, Qin Yud of the Qin Merchants Guild arrived in Hunan, joining forces with Lin Xiaofeng, a prominent representative of the Yu Merchants Guild in Luoyang. They brought thousands of stones of grain as donations to Zhuo Guangdou and others who were leading the citizens in river repairs and embankment construction, thus expressing their support for the imperial court. Zhuo Guangdou accepted these contributions without hesitation. Subsequently, the two hosted an antique auction in the heart of Luoyang. In no time, wealthy merchants from various northern regions and affluent traders journeying from the southwest flocked to Luoyang, enhancing its vibrancy. Even the Prince of Fu dispatched emissaries to the auction. As last year's auction held by the Qin merchants at the Treasure Pavilion in Xi'an had already garnered significant acclaim, with pre-orders being accepted. This year's event in Luoyang promised the potential for rare treasures, enticing many merchants to place reservations. Ultimately, Qin Yud and Lin Xiaofeng announced that they would indeed accept reservations this year, albeit with an additional fee. Many merchants, well prepared, expressed that money was no object, provided they could acquire their desired items. Consequently, a substantial number of orders were swiftly secured. Qin Yud promptly dispatched personnel to Mount Mang with the orders, while arranging for staff at the mountain's foot to prepare for the delivery. Upon reviewing the orders, Gui Yunhou could hardly contain his elation, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Over 1,000 individuals commenced extensive archaeological work on Mount Mang. Each night, Boxes were carried down the mountain to fulfill the deliveries. Guo Yunho was thoroughly satisfied with the progress of the archaeological efforts. A young man, wielding a compass, was busy taking measurements and even tasted the soil brought up by the Luoyang spade, quickly deducing the era of the ancient tomb. Guo Yunho approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Xiang Feng, I didn't expect you to possess such remarkable skills. I was initially concerned that rescuing you from the Jianyi prison would be unworthy. Yet it seems I've struck gold." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng beamed with pride, replying, "As the renowned figure known as the 1,000-mile Eye among the northern faction, my reputation precedes me. Why don't you go out and inquire?" As I was doing business in North Jili, I had already contemplated taking a stroll on Mang Mountain in Luoyang. Guo Yunho replied curtly, "What do you mean by doing business in North Jili? Isn't it just being imprisoned in the Zhaoyi prison? Spare me the trivialities in front of me." Xiang Feng's expression turned awkward. At that moment, Guo Yunho, with a smile, said, "Xiang Feng, I have heard that your master, the esteemed Bai Hu Wang, is a distinguished figure in your northern sect of tomb raiders. Could you write a letter and invite him to assist us?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and replied, "Lord Guo, please abandon this idea. My master has long since retired from his former endeavors and is now enjoying his twilight years in Jiangxi." Guo Yunho chuckled. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Since he is idle, why not have him lend us a hand? Xiang Feng's face immediately darkened with anger as he retorted, "Lord Guo, please maintain a respectful demeanor. Though we tomb raiders may belong to the lower echelons, our northern sect is distinctly different from the southern sect. We are not a single faction, nor are we an organization, much less a mere jest. With a legacy spanning a century, how can we allow an outsider to summon us at will?" Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho was taken aback and subsequently regarded him with newfound respect. Xiang Feng, with a serious expression, declared, "Our northern sect has never been inferior to others. Even if you don the official robe and have the court backing you, in our eyes, you remain but an outsider. Even if the path were to lead to the heavens, you would still be an outsider. My master is the head of the northern sect, revered and respected. How could he heed your commands and act on your behalf?" Guo Yunho, filled with emotion, pondered the truth in the saying that every profession yields its own masters. And the ancients were indeed not deceiving him. However, he did not wish to exert his influence over others. Just then, Sun Yunha, standing beside Guo Yunho, smirked and remarked, "Xiang Feng, stop boasting. You claim your northern sect has a legacy of hundreds of years and countless experts. Yet the only ones of note in the current martial arts world are you and your master. As for the other old-timers, they are either dead or insane, leaving very few behind. If it weren't for Lord Guo appreciating your abilities and rescuing you from the Jianyi prison, you would be nothing more than a forgotten grave. Do not speak of the northern sect in such a dismissive manner before me. To me, you are nothing," Sun Yunha added, enraged by his words. Xiang Feng pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Yunha and exclaimed, "How dare you insult the northern sect, as if we lack talent?" He then turned to Guo Yunho and insisted, "Bring me a pen. I wish to write a letter to demonstrate our northern sect's strength." Guo Yunho quickly ordered someone to fetch paper and ink. In a short while, Xiang Feng penned several letters and handed them to Guo Yunho, boasting, "Have these letters delivered promptly to their respective addresses, and inform the recipients to come to Luoyang at once. Additionally, spread the word that I, Xiang Feng of the northern sect, have re-emerged in the martial world." Guo Yunho, smiling, promptly arranged for the delivery and, with a grin, said, "Yunha, can't you express yourself properly? Look at how you've provoked Xiang Feng. Hurry and apologize to him." Sun Yunha, with an expression of great reluctance, stepped forward to clasp his fists in greeting under the watchful gaze of Guo Yunho, saying, "Respected leader, I misspoke earlier. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Xiang Feng, with a serious demeanor, replied, "You may insult me, Xiang Feng, but you shall not insult our northern faction." Sun Yunha nodded, and soon everyone resumed their respective duties. Chapter 458, Free Labor. A few days later, Yang Lian hurriedly arrived at Mongshan. He found Guo Yunho leisurely counting artifacts. Yang Lian, with an anxious expression, exclaimed, "Lord Guo, what time is it, and you still have the leisure to fiddle with these items?" Guo Yunho, puzzled, inquired, "Lord Yang, what troubles you so? You appear as though you are being pursued by a ghost. What has caused you such distress?" Yang Lian, irritated, retorted, "Lord Guo, Must you not conduct yourself more discreetly? Are you not aware of what you have been doing at Mongshan? Rumors are rampant outside, from tales of ghostly soldiers passing through to an auction being held in Luoyang, attracting wealthy merchants from all corners. However, Gui Yunho remained unfazed, stating, "And what of it? Let them spread their tales. I am powerless to intervene." Yang Lian, exasperated, responded, "Gongji is already aware and intends to send someone to seek you out. Previously, I could manage to keep this under wraps, but it is becoming increasingly difficult. You know Gongji's nature. He is stubborn and resolute, and should he expose this matter, how shall we explain it?" Gui Yunho rolled his eyes and retorted, "Does Gongji have nothing better to do? Let him expedite the project further and tackle the other works as well. I refuse to believe he has the time to concern himself with me amidst all his tasks." Yang Lian, incredulous, replied, "Lord Gua, do listen to your own words. You are the primary official tasked with the imperial decree to improve water conservation and dredge the rivers. Now the principal official has vanished, leaving everything to Gongji. Does that make sense?" Gua Yunho laughed, saying, "I am engaged in archaeology. He is managing engineering. Both serve the court and work for the welfare of the people. What is wrong with that?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lian fell silent, realizing that as a prominent debater of the Ming dynasty, he was outmatched in front of this brazen figure. Finally, Gui Yunho added with a smile, "Ah Dao, you are now a member of the Jinyui. Many matters should be clear to you. While the court still possesses some resources, the Ming dynasty requires funds everywhere, and I find myself with no choice. We cannot simply consume our assets and revert to a state of patching up holes, leading to a situation riddled with problems. Previously, the salaries issued were comprised of worthless trinkets. Now, although the salaries in both the northern and southwestern official circles have tripled, it is merely enough for everyone to scrape by. I am contemplating petitioning His Majesty upon my return to increase the official salaries. This way, let us see who dares to voice complaints. Should anyone dare to grumble, I shall withhold their salary, leaving their family to fend for themselves." Yang Lian nodded, fully aware of the truth in Gui Yunho's words. Though the official salaries have tripled, most of the bureaucrats in the capital have invested in shares of the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce, leading to a significantly improved quality of life, with all earnings being legitimate. However, for local officials, the tripled salary barely suffices to make ends meet. They adhere to the law more out of fear of Jiang Ning and old ways methods than from genuine conviction. Over time, should anyone succumb to temptation, they may well revert to the age-old path of corruption and exploitation of the common folk. Ultimately, the crux of the issue remains the currency. Without silver, even the emperor's grand promises lose their allure. Gua Yunho rose, secured the box, and with a grave expression stated, "Dahong, do not linger here any longer. Hurry and ensure that Zhuo Guangdou completes the project. As for matters on my end, let him refrain from involvement. Even if I were to sell my entire fortune to bolster the state treasury, what of it? The Ming dynasty needs but one Gui Yunho. A century hence, whether the world slanders or reviles me, I shall remain unconcerned. However, you need not tarnish your reputation alongside mine." Yang Lian, reflecting on Gui Yunho's somewhat brazen and extreme demeanor, recognized his unwavering dedication to the court and lack of personal ambition. He nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, I shall assist in stabilizing Gongji. But you must refrain from creating further disturbances. Discretion is paramount, for if Gongji becomes obstinate, I cannot intervene." With that, Yang Lian hastily departed from Mongshan, returning to the construction site. Observing Yang Lian's retreating figure, Zhuo Guangdou approached and inquired, "Dahong, what is the esteemed Guidarin occupied with? It has been some time since he was seen, and I have caught wind of certain rumors." Yang Lian chuckled, replying, "Guidarin has gone to inspect other locations. Given the magnitude of this project, he cannot remain with us indefinitely. As for you, focus on completing the current endeavor. Other matters can be addressed later." Zhuo Guangdou, undeterred, retorted, "Dahong, we have been friends for many years, yet you dare to deceive me. If Guidarin were indeed inspecting elsewhere, I would not contest it. Yet he is clearly on Baiming Mountain. We both know what that entails. Can irrigation projects truly extend to Baiming Mountain?" At a loss for words, Yang Lian could only stand silent. Just then, a member of the Jinyui rushed in to report to you, Lord Zhua and Captain Yang. The court has dispatched a new decree, intending to send a group of monks to us. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were momentarily taken aback. Yang Lian, incredulous, exclaimed, "What purpose do the monks serve? Are they to come to the construction site to chant and pray?" The Jianyu was equally perplexed. Zhu Guangdou stepped forward to take the decree, his eyes widening in astonishment as he read it. With a face full of shock, he turned to Yang Lian and said, "Da Hong, the court intends to eradicate Buddhism." Upon hearing the phrase eradicate Buddhism, Yang Lian lost his composure, promptly taking the decree to scrutinize it with a furrowed brow. Although the court does not explicitly declare an intention to eradicate Buddhism, the circumstances clearly indicate a forthcoming action. The Ministry of Rights is spearheading this initiative, in conjunction with the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Guard, to investigate temples across the realm. His Majesty has decreed that the number of monk certifications shall be capped at 50,000, a fixed regulation, with no future increases permitted. This is akin to a slogan for the eradication of Buddhism. Zhu Guangdou nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "You are indeed correct. I wonder whose idea this was." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lian replied, "Who else could it be but Jiang Ning? His master is a grand figure personally appointed by the emperor, and he is somewhat of a Taoist disciple himself. Perhaps this is a matter of private vengeance." Zhu Guangdou pondered for a while before stating, "It is unlikely to be personal vendetta. It could very well be due to the empty state treasury. The court is currently engaged in military endeavors to reclaim the Hetao plain beyond the borders, while also battling in the southwest against Myanmar, with expenditures flowing like water. And we are still heavily investing in projects in Hunan." Yang Lian nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Zhu Guangdou chuckled, "In that case, once we receive those monks who do not adhere to the precepts, we shall assign them to work at the construction site to atone for their sins. After all, they are merely striving for redemption." Yang Lian concurred, saying, "They constantly proclaim their intentions to benefit the common people. Let us grant them this opportunity. Should they fail to perform diligently, I shall have them directly entombed within the dam." Days later, the Jianyu and the Eastern Factory led a vast contingent, escorting tens of thousands of bald monks to the construction site. These monks were all shackled, and after the handover with Zhu Guangdou, he immediately set them to work as peasants. Yang Lian even dispatched the Jianyu to supervise, ready to administer punishment with whips should anyone be found slacking. On that very day, several abbots from various temples could not bear the toil, resorting to deceit by lying on the ground as if dead, refusing to work under any circumstances. Yang Lian showed no mercy, ordering them to be lifted and cast into the dam, to be entombed alive within the stones. Zhu Guangdou wished to intervene upon witnessing this, yet was stopped by Yang Lian. This action instilled great fear in the other monks, prompting them to work even harder. A few days later, a Jianyu rushed in to report, "I report to Lord Zhua and Captain Yang. The court has issued a new decree stating that in due course, 20,000 people from Myanmar will be sent to assist with the labor." Yang Lian and Zhu Guangdou were momentarily taken aback, their minds filled with questions regarding the rationale behind this. First, they sent a batch of monks, and now they were to send another group from Myanmar? Upon reviewing the decree, both men burst into hearty laughter. Yang Lian exclaimed, "It seems that warfare is not entirely detrimental. It has brought us another 20,000 laborers without charge. Henceforth, the most arduous and perilous tasks shall be entrusted to these 20,000 individuals, relieving the common folk of such burdens. After their utility is exhausted, we can simply petition the court for another batch." Zhu Guangdou stroked his beard, nodding in amusement. In their eyes, as long as they were not subjects of the Ming, there was little need for concern. They had heard that at the coal mine in the western mountains of the capital, alongside criminals, there were also numerous Koreans and monks who disregarded the precepts, forced by Old Way to toil day and night, resulting in several fatalities. But what of it? Old Way's briquette coal was sold at a low price, indeed benefiting the populace. A few days later, Zhang Youxiao, the governor of Hunan who had been awaiting news from the court, suddenly heard that the Jianyu had arrived to convey a decree. He inwardly pondered, what could the Jianyu want with him? Previously, I had submitted a petition to impeach Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, and Marquis Zhongxing, Qin Liangyu, for their excessive methods in inspecting military lands, which provoked a rebellion. Even if there were an imperial edict, it should have been delivered to them. How could it fall upon me? However, Zhang Wuxiu hastily donned his official robes to receive the decree. Upon seeing Fang Zhenghua accompanying him, his heart swelled with further confusion. When he heard the contents of the imperial order, it struck him like a thunderbolt. He was to be escorted to the capital for a joint trial by the 3 law courts. How could this be possible? It was neither in accordance with procedure, nor did it hold any rationale. Fang Zhenghua, with a smile, said, Master Zhang, please proceed with the genie way. You need not concern yourself with matters in Hunan, for I shall take full responsibility. Thereafter, the genie way immediately apprehended Zhu Youxiao, confiscating his assets, and discovered a staggering sum of 118,000 taels of silver, 200,000 acres of land, 48 shops, and a plethora of antiques and artworks, all duly recorded and taken back to the capital with him. Once Fang Zhenghua officially assumed his role as the governor of Hunan, his first order of business was to investigate the local populace's conditions. He subsequently petitioned the court to exempt Hunan from taxes for a year while mobilizing the citizens to assist in dredging waterways and improving irrigation systems. Moreover, Fang Zhenghua commanded local officials, permitting only a few to manage daily affairs while the rest were to labor on construction sites. This decree prompted widespread discontent among the local governments of Hunan. However, upon their arrival at the work sites, they were taken aback to see the governor himself, clad in a coarse linen shirt, laboring diligently. The officials, witnessing this, had no choice but to join in. For who would dare to slack off when the governor led by example? Zhuo Guangdou and Yang Lian were deeply moved by this scene. Since the commencement of work in Hunan, the former governor, Zhu Youxiao, had not made an appearance, while other local officials had merely sent provisions without further involvement. In stark contrast, this Governor Feng was a man of action, rallying officials to the construction sites, a rarity indeed. Not long after, 20,000 captured Burmese soldiers were escorted to the work site, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers from the capital. The news delighted the populace, who applauded in joy. The court had achieved a significant victory in Burma, capturing 20,000 prisoners. This was a momentous announcement, and the citizens worked with renewed vigor. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou promptly assigned the most perilous tasks to the Burmese captives. Initially, the captives were reluctant to cooperate, but without hesitation, Yang Lian drew his sword and executed one to assert his authority. This act instilled fear in the Burmese prisoners, compelling them to grit their teeth and commence work, all the while cursing Zhou Youjian, the commander of the Western expedition, in their hearts. They thought bitterly of Zhou Youjian, who had promised them a life of comfort in the Great Ming, but had instead delivered them into servitude. He was indeed a swindler of the highest order. Thus, Zhou Youjian's credibility among the Burmese prisoners plummeted instantaneously, leading them to silently curse his ancestors for generations. As more and more individuals arrived to assist, the initial provisions prepared proved insufficient. After all, the court had only summoned 500,000 laborers at first. Yet the number gathered along the Yellow River had now surged to nearly 800,000. Thus, Governor Feng Zhenghua conferred with Zhuo Guangdou and resolved to jointly petition the court for the mobilization of additional grain supplies. However, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Yet, this predicament might not be unfamiliar to Feng Zhenghua, who possessed ample experience in such matters. He personally accompanied Zhuo Guangdou on a tour of the princely residences within Hunan, namely the residences of the Prince of Fortune, the Prince of Zhao, the Prince of Lu, the Prince of Tang, and the Prince of Zhou, ultimately aiming for a charitable appeal. Initially, these princely houses were reluctant to offer support, as the imperial policies towards the royal family had undergone significant changes. They could no longer exploit the lower-ranking houses and commoners as they once did. Many of the subordinate royal kin had been settled by the court, some engaged in agriculture, others in studies, military service, or commerce, each pursuing their own paths. Consequently, these prominent princes had incurred considerable losses and were understandably disinclined to part with their grain. At this juncture, the Prince of Fortune, Zhu Youxiao, was serving as the right minister of the imperial clan in the capital and frequently corresponded with the Prince of Fortune's residence in Luoyang. Additionally, the recent return of the Empress Dowager Zheng to the Luoyang residence to enjoy her twilight years further informed the heir, Zhu Youxiao, of the current court dynamics through his father's letters. He promptly decided to dispatch 5,000 shur of grain, eager to send these two troublesome figures on their way. Zhu Youxiao understood that this grain would have to be supplied. Regardless, his father remained in the capital, and incurring the emperor's displeasure could spell doom for their fortunes. With the Prince of Fortune leading the way, the princes of Zhao, Lu, and Tang contributed some grain as well, though it paled in comparison to the 5,000 shur provided by the Prince of Fortune. Notably, the Prince of Zhou also offered 5,000 shur, and expressed his readiness to assist in any further matters. This left Fang Zhenghua and Zhu Guangdou bewildered. They pondered the unusual behavior of the current Prince of Zhou, who, like his predecessors, had been deeply engrossed in the medical arts. Was this prince perhaps under some delusion? The Prince of Fortune's donation stemmed from his position in the capital, necessitating a leading role. Why then would the Prince of Zhou choose to join in? In truth, Zhu Youxiao, the Prince of Zhou, was among the more enlightened of the princes. By sending his subjects to the capital to join the imperial Ming Guard, he learned that the emperor's brother, the Prince of Xian, Zhu Youjian, had taken command of troops heading to Korea, explicitly indicating his intent to claim it as his domain. Zhu Youxiao promptly discerned the implications of this. Since the Yongle era, the Ming princes had ceased to wield authority or command troops, leading lives of idleness. Yet, the emperor's brother could both command and govern, and now led soldiers to Korea, likely to carve out his own territory. Sharing the same bloodline, the descendants of the Zhu clan could not let their brothers monopolize all the good fortune. He too needed to demonstrate his willingness to contribute to the Ming dynasty. With the governor of Hunan, Fang Zhenghua, and the deputy minister of works, Zhu Guangdou, in attendance, it was an opportune moment for him to showcase his capabilities. Should his actions reach the emperor's ears, there might be a pathway to advancement. Meanwhile, Zhu Youxiao internally berated the princes of Lu, Tang, and Zhao for their lethargy and lack of initiative, squandering such a splendid opportunity. One by one, they were frugal to the extreme. In the future, don't even mention feasting on meat. Being able to sip a broth from a hot pot would be a luxury. After a few days, atop Mount Biming, Guo Yunho surveyed the latest batch of artifacts unearthed from the depths, nodding in satisfaction. He then instructed, Yunhe, take old Duck Li and refill the tomb passage. Do not disturb the tomb owner any further. Sun Yunhe nodded in agreement and hurriedly left with old Duck Li. At that moment, Xiang Feng approached with a smile, remarking, though you hail from humble beginnings, old master, you adhere to proper protocols. Typically, those of less scrupulous backgrounds would excavate and depart without regard for refilling the looted graves. You, however, exhibit greater decorum. Guo Yunho retorted grumpily, Xiang Feng, cease your incessant chatter about humble origins. I am not akin to you. I am the grand protector of the Ming dynasty's Guanshan. As he spoke, he produced his gold medal from within his robe. Xiang Feng accepted the medal, examining it closely, and commented, an antique indeed. However, if I recall correctly, the title of Grand Protector of Guanshan originated during the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, initially recommended by the esteemed Liu Bowen, tasked with overseeing the royal gardens and palace constructions. Eventually, it was merged into the Board of Astronomy, and the lineage was lost thereafter. Old master, where did you procure this medal? Surely, you Haven T clandestinely robbed the tomb of a former Grand Protector? Guo Yunho, incensed, replied, Xiang Feng, refrain from making such baseless accusations. This medal was conferred upon me by the emperor himself. Xiang Feng, incredulous, asked, old master, does the court truly condone officials in tomb raiding? Guo Yunho shot him a disdainful glance and said, Xiang Feng, you really do not comprehend. Who says this is tomb raiding? This is archaeology. Rather than allowing you tomb raiders to pilfer the artifacts, it is far better for me to recover them, enriching the national treasury with gold and silver, while other items can be displayed in a future museum for the people of the Ming to appreciate freely. The nature of my actions is entirely distinct from yours. Xiang Feng retorted, a thief is a thief, regardless of your attempt to disguise it as archaeology. It is simply absurd to concoct such justifications. Guo Yunho, with a serious demeanor, admonished, Xiang Feng, you possess some talent, yet you must learn to temper your tongue. Although you have become a disciple of the esteemed Bai Hu Wang from the northern school and have gained my favor, if you cannot control your speech, trouble will surely find you. Let me reveal something. The term archaeology was proposed by the Left General of the Military Governor's Office, Lord Jiang, a man you are likely familiar with, given your 7-year confinement in the imperial prison. Were it not for my intervention, you would probably have met your end by now. Lord Jiang had issued a lethal decree against tomb raiders within the prisons of Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Guard's prison. At the mention of Jiang Ning's name, Xiang Feng's face turned pale, and his legs trembled slightly. He cautiously inquired, old master, may I dare to ask why Lord Jiang issued a death decree against tomb raiders in the capital's prisons? Guo Yunho pondered for a moment. then shook his head and replied, "Well, I truly cannot fathom the reasons behind it." Xiang Feng inquired further. Could it be that the grave of the Jiang Marquis family was plundered by tomb raiders, which incited such a profound hatred for them? Guo Yunho, taken aback, expressed his disbelief, saying, "That seems highly improbable. The Jiang Marquis commands the Jinyui, whose influence spans the entire realm. If anyone dared to disturb his ancestral tomb, it is likely that he would annihilate their entire lineage." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest as he said, "That was indeed a close call. Thankfully, I still have unresolved matters on my plate. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen victim to the Jiang Marquis death warrant." Guo Yunho nodded solemnly, stating, "Xiang Feng, do you now grasp why I have repeatedly urged you to watch your words? During the issuance of the death warrant by the Jiang Marquis, both the northern and southern factions, as well as many skilled practitioners from the martial world, perished. The more prominent the name, the more tragic the demise. Fortunately, your master, the White Fox King, had long since washed his hands of such affairs. Otherwise, he too would have faced dire consequences." Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Xiang Feng's forehead, and his complexion turned increasingly pale. At that moment, he truly recognized the terrifying power wielded by these officials of the court, rendering centuries of tradition from the northern and southern factions utterly insignificant before such figures. To his knowledge, several renowned individuals from the southern faction had met their demise during that purge, leading to the obliteration of their family legacies. This illustrates that, in the face of the court, the so-called traditions and organizations are mere jest. He quickly nodded and said, "Thank you for your warning, Lord Guo. I will remember it, and will certainly be cautious with my words and actions from now on." Guo Yunho smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiang Feng, you need not worry excessively. As long as I am here to protect you, you shall not encounter trouble, provided you do not court disaster yourself. However, should there come a day when I am no longer around, you must exercise caution." Xiang Feng promptly agreed. Just then, Sun Yunha and Li Laoa approached with grim expressions, carrying a section of a Luoyang shovel. Guo Yunho inquired, "Yunha, Xiao Li, what transpired?" Sun Yunha handed over the Luoyang shovel, his face reflecting discomfort, and said, "Master, just now, after my senior brother and I refilled the tomb hole, we were inspecting the surroundings and discovered this." Guo Yunho took it, weighing it in his hands and scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, his brow furrowed as he remarked, "This is not our Luoyang shovel." Sun Yunha and Li Laoa nodded gravely in agreement. At that moment, Li Laoa spoke up, "Master, this Luoyang shovel was invented by you. Apart from our Guanshan Taibao, others should be unaware of its existence. Yet, this shovel is clearly not ours." Sun Yunha suddenly suggested, "Master, could it be that it belongs to those who escaped last year?" Guo Yunho's expression darkened instantly as he commanded, "Send out the order to remain vigilant. Should anyone spot suspicious individuals, they are to apprehend them immediately." Sun Yunha and Li Laoa nodded before hastily departing. Chapter 460. No face. Given Guo Yunho was lost in thought, holding the section of Luoyang shovel. Xiang Feng stepped forward to take the Luoyang shovel, scrutinizing it meticulously in his hands before digging into the ground to extract soil. After toiling for quite some time, he gave a thumbs up to Guo Yunho, exclaiming, "Master Guo, you are truly a genius of the heavens to have invented such a remarkable tool as the Luoyang shovel. If I may say, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become a figure of great significance in the realm of tomb raiding." Guo Yunho, intrigued, responded, "To establish a new school of thought is the lifelong aspiration of this old man. I wonder when it will come to fruition." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Feng replied, "Perhaps on the day you depart this world." Guo Yunho, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and retorted, "You rascal Xiang Feng. Can you not utter something more pleasant? Do you wish for my demise? What benefit would that bring you?" Xiang Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Master Guo, please do not be upset. I merely spoke the truth." Guo Yunho huffed in disdain. At that moment, a man approached to report, "Your Excellency, all items have been packed and are ready to be delivered down the mountain." Guo Yunho rose with a smile, saying, "Excellent. Let us descend and make the delivery. I shall personally oversee it today." He then led Xiang Feng and several hundred others, who bore dozens of large boxes, down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Qin Yud and Lin Xiaofeng had been waiting for quite some time. Their eyes sparkled as they beheld the boxes being loaded onto the carts. Guo Yunho handed over the ledger and stated, "Master Qin, I have personally verified and recorded everything. Please check if there are any discrepancies. Qin Yud accepted the ledger with a smile, saying, "Naturally, Master Guo conducts affairs flawlessly. I shall not trouble myself to inspect." Following a brief exchange, Qin Yud added, "Master Guo, when we arrived, we brought some food and drink for the brothers, which are over there. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. For tomorrow's auction must continue." Guo Yunho nodded with a smile, and Qin Yud, along with Lin Xiaofeng, departed with their men and carts. Guo Yunho commanded the others to bring forth the food and drink, and Xiang Feng joined in the revelry with a flask of wine. As the dawn broke, Guo Yunho looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, "In due time, I will reward everyone. And we shall take a few days off so that you may enjoy yourselves in Luoyang." The crowd erupted in applause. Just then, the sound of hooves approached from afar. A rider dismounted and approached Guo Yunho. It was Yang Lian. Seeing him, Guo Yunho smiled and asked, "Master Yang, what brings you here?" Yang Lian, with a complex expression, replied, "Master Guo, it seems you did not heed my previous warnings. Now, both Zhuo Guangdou and the newly appointed Hunan governor Fang Zhenghua intend to seek you out, with plans to impeach you, and they are preparing to arrest Qin Yud of the Qin Merchants Association and Lin Xiaofeng of the Yu Merchants Association. I am at a loss to stop them." Guo Yunho sprang to his feet, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "How outrageous! I have long known that Zhuo Guangdou is stubborn, but I never imagined he would be so obtuse. And that Feng Zhenghua, ungrateful wretch. I helped him ascend to the position of Hunan governor, and instead of being grateful, he now seeks to oppose me. Now, the two of them have come together, clearly intending to challenge me. However, I am currently overwhelmed with my own tasks and cannot spare the time to deal with them. It is imperative that someone steps forward to confront them." Yang Lian, with a look of helplessness, remarked, "Lord Guo, it is easy for you to say, but how can one stand against them? Why don't you take the lead?" Guo Yunho, visibly irked, retorted, "You haven't held your ground either. The first iron-willed man of the Ming dynasty." Yang Lian, feeling exasperated, quickly responded, "What are you saying, Lord Guo? If I hadn't stood my ground, they would have sought you out some time ago." Just then, Zhang Feng, who had been sitting nearby, stood up and said solemnly, "I do not know if I can withstand them." He then looked at Guo Yunho with a serious expression and continued, "Lord Guo, I previously lacked the insight to recognize your stature and referred to you as a mere countryman. However, it is evident now that you have become a master in your own right. I cannot ascertain if I will return safely from this venture, but I still wish to proceed, as my life was saved by you, and this is a way to repay that debt." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Yunho slapped him to the ground, exclaiming in annoyance, "What do you think you can do? Do you know who those two are? One is the governor of Hunan, and the other is the left vice minister of works, both renowned figures in the court of the Ming dynasty. Who do you think you are? Can you truly withstand them?" Zhang Feng's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had merely spoken off the cuff and did not expect such a swift dismissal from Guo Yunho. At that moment, a voice resonated from a distance. "I wonder if I can endure it." Guo Yunho and Yang Lian turned to see a figure on horseback approaching them, accompanied by a retinue. It was none other than Gu Bingxian, the Minister of Rights. Upon meeting, Guo Yunho was immediately moved to tears, rushing forward to grasp Gu Bingxian's hand, exclaiming, "Minister Gu, your arrival is most timely." Gu Bingxian responded with a smile, "Lord Guo, you appear to have lost weight." Guo Yunho chuckled, "The affairs are difficult to manage. But tell me, Minister Gu, why are you here instead of remaining in the capital?" Gu Bingxian replied with a smile, "Of course, I have come to seek fortune." Guo Yunho's expression brightened with excitement. "Pray tell, where have you found fortune recently?" Gu Bingxian laughed. "If I told you, you would not come." Guo Yunho, feeling anxious, insisted, "You arrived without sharing anything." Observing their conversation, Yang Lian quickly interjected, "Minister Gu, let us discuss serious matters." Only then did Gu Bingxian smile and explain that he had been tasked with investigating all temples in the north. Traveling from North Zhili to Hunan, and upon hearing news of Guo Yunho in the Mongshan of Luoyang, he hurried here. Guo Yunho, who had been preoccupied with archaeological work on the northern Mongshan, was taken aback by the decree to inspect all palaces and temples, exclaiming, "Whose foolish idea was this? Yet, I must admit, I find it quite agreeable. If one were to consider who is the wealthiest in the world, these monks would surely rank high." Gu Bingxian chuckled, "Naturally, it is Lord Jiang." Guo Yunho smiled. "Indeed, Lord Jiang has a knack for finding wealth in every venture. He then inquired about Gu Bingqian's findings. Gu Bingqian smiled and said, Lord Gua, I hope you are not taken aback by what I am about to reveal. Since departing from the capital, I have confiscated assets amounting to nearly 20 million taels, along with over 1 million acres of land. We have meticulously inspected all the temples and palaces in the north, and this is a conservative estimate. As he spoke, Gu Bingqian waved his hand. Gu Yunho, upon hearing this, felt his mind go blank. 50 million taels, what a staggering sum. It could easily cover 2 years' worth of taxes for the court, not to mention the land. He inwardly cursed Jiang Ning for being so unprincipled. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? It was unfair that he, at his age, was still excavating at Mount Beimang. However, with matters as they stood, Gu Yunho chose to remain silent, knowing that all the silver would ultimately go into the national treasury. The group then sat down, engaging in discussions about the myriad events that had transpired over the past months. Gu Yunho felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, everything in the court was heading in a positive direction, which was the best news one could hope for. Gu Bingqian then smiled and said, Lord Gua, I will be staying in Luoyang for a while. You need not concern yourself with anything during this time. Carry on with your duties as usual. As for Zhuo Guangdou and Fang Zhenghua, I will handle them. Gu Yunho quickly responded with a smile. I am most grateful for your assistance, Lord Gu. The two then shared a hearty laugh. As Gu Bingqian rose to take his leave, Gu Yunho hastily detained him, saying, Lord Gu, since you are here, why not accompany me to Mount Beimang for a bit of enlightenment? Gu Bingqian promptly shook his head and replied with a smile, Your kind offer is appreciated, Lord Gua. But my official duties demand my attention, so I must decline. With that, he mounted his horse and swiftly departed, not looking back. Watching Gu Bingqian's retreating figure, Gu Yunho sighed, saying, Why is Lord Gu so inconsiderate? I merely wished to show him a thing or two, and yet he fled faster than a rabbit. At that moment, Xiang Feng, standing nearby, awkwardly chuckled and said, Lord Gua, in this world, there are invitations for feasting, drinking, and even for gambling and debauchery. But to invite someone to witness an archaeological endeavor, this is indeed a first. Gu Yunho, upon hearing this, scratched his head in dissatisfaction and replied, And what of it? I only thought to invite him out of respect for our relationship. Were it anyone else, I would not have extended the invitation. Xiang Feng was taken aback, pondering to himself, Are all these high officials so peculiar? Subsequently, Gu Yunho led the group back to Mount Beimang to continue their archaeological work. Meanwhile, Gu Bingqian rode at a rapid pace for several dozen miles before halting to glance back, relieved to see that Gu Yunho had not pursued him. He understood well that had he been drawn to Mount Beimang, his reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. After all, Gu Yunho's south notoriety in the court was well known and second only to Jiang Ning and Old Wei. Soon after, Gu Bingqian arrived in Luoyang and immediately dispatched someone to summon Fang Zhenghua and Zhuo Guangdou. Although the two were puzzled by the summons, they complied. Recognizing that Gu Bingqian was one of the 6 ministers and a subordinate of Old Wei, thus, they could not disregard the request. After the 3 individuals met, they engaged in a casual conversation. Gu Bingqian smiled and inquired, Lord Zhua, Lord Feng, why are you both not attending to your duties at the construction site? How is it that you have the leisure to come to Luoyang? Are matters at the site of no concern to you? Zhuo Guangdou appeared taken aback for a moment. Then with a look of deep regret, replied, Esteemed Gu, since you have inquired, I shall speak candidly. The Minister of Revenue, Lord Gua, is presently atop Baima Mountain, and the actions he has undertaken are, as you are aware, utterly outrageous. Indeed, a harbinger of the collapse of propriety and music. Thus, I wish to accompany Lord Feng to persuade Lord Gua to descend from his lofty perch. If we allow him to continue in this manner, the dignity of the court will be utterly compromised. Gu Bingqian scoffed, saying, I am indeed aware of the actions taken by Minister Gua, but what of it? He has effectively bolstered the national treasury. Otherwise, how could the court reclaim Hatao, engage in military actions against Myanmar in the southwest, and undertake such grand projects in Hunan? Will the funds materialize from thin air, or shall they come from you or me? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua immediately rose, bowed, and stated, Minister Gu, the court is currently implementing various policies, establishing banks, facilitating commercial exchanges at post stations, reforming trade taxes, and vigorously developing maritime trade, all of which have yielded commendable results. leading to a gradual enrichment of the treasury. Why resort to such disreputable actions? Gu Bingxian continued to scoff. Lord Feng, you truly speak from a position of comfort. The Ming dynasty encompasses 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with a vast population and a multitude of officials, all of whom require funding for their myriad affairs. Currently, the Jurchens in Liaodong are causing turmoil. The southwest is engaged in conflict with Myanmar, and after just reclaiming Hetao, we must also construct fortifications and station troops, none of which can proceed without substantial financial support, though the treasury may have some silver at present. For the Ming to revitalize itself, it requires an immense influx of wealth. The current sum is woefully insufficient. Do you believe the court is willing to take the risk of a 2-front war merely for trifling gains? You both have served in official capacities for some time. I shall not belabor the obvious. However, I have had the fortune of serving slightly longer than you, and thus, I feel compelled to remind you that in the realm of governance, one must learn to coexist harmoniously. The court is presently united in its efforts to rejuvenate the Ming dynasty, and this is not an era of factional strife, as in the Wanli years. I hope you both can recognize the prevailing circumstances and refrain from uttering words or engaging in actions that are detrimental to our unity. Zhu Guangdou's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "We are all men of letters. It is a small matter to face starvation, but a grave one to lose our integrity. The actions of Lord Gua may be concealed for a time, but not indefinitely. Once revealed, how will the world perceive the court?" Gu Bingxian, observing Zhu Guangdou's obstinate temper rise again, forcefully placed his teacup on the table, snorted coldly, and remarked, "Lord Zhu, cease with the lofty rhetoric. The teachings of the sages are meant for contemplation, but are utterly ineffectual in practical matters. What I share with you today is a reflection of my earnest concern. Although I am aware that my words may be difficult for you to comprehend, and even if you do understand, you may not necessarily agree, I feel compelled to speak. Confucius once said that to knowingly pursue the impossible is folly. The essence of this wisdom lies not in questioning what is feasible, but in discerning what is right. Such a straightforward principle, I trust you both can grasp. Naturally, Lord Gua understands this as well, yet he proceeded regardless, willing to sacrifice his lifelong reputation and legacy for it. But what have you two done? Surely, His Majesty is aware of Lord Gua's actions. Is Lord Jiang not informed? Why, then, did he not intervene? With the immense responsibility of overseeing the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty, endowed with unparalleled talent, why did Lord Jiang refrain from obstruction? Is the reasoning behind this not clear to you? After listening to Gu Bingxian's words, Zhu Guangdou and Feng Zhenghua pondered deeply for a considerable time. They exchanged glances, bowed respectfully to Gu Bingxian, and in unison expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Gua, for your guidance. We shall remember your words." Gu Bingxian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "It is sufficient that you understand. Now, attend to your respective duties. My official affairs are pressing, and I cannot delay you further." Subsequently, Feng Zhenghua and Zhu Guangdou took their leave, returning to the embankment to oversee the progress of the construction. Gu Bingxian remained in Luoyang, directing Su Xianshun and Wei Chaoqing from the Eastern Factory, along with officials from the Ministry of Revenue and 10,000 soldiers from the capital garrison, to conduct thorough inspections of temples and palaces throughout Hunan. In no time, waves of monks who had strayed from the precepts were either compelled to return to secular life or were dispatched to the worksite for penance, filling Hunan with a bustling atmosphere. Meanwhile, the wealth seized from these inspections was transported in convoys towards the capital. Simultaneously, atop Mount Baima, Guo Yunho reveled in the newly unearthed artifacts, hastily instructing his subordinates to catalog and pack them for delivery down the mountain. Spotting Xiang Feng, who was digging nearby with a Luoyang shovel, he called out, "Xiang Feng, stop fussing there and come down the mountain with me." Xiang Feng approached and replied, "Lord Gua, you can simply deliver the goods yourself. There is no need to bring along your junior." Guo Yunho retorted with mild irritation, "You, my lad, are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. My intention in bringing you along is to foster connections with these individuals. Remember, the more friends you have, the more avenues you can explore. Should I one day extinguish my candle, these relationships will serve as your lifeline in both commerce and politics." With a resigned shrug, Xiang Feng followed Guo Yunho down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found Qin Yud awaiting them with a contingent. After completing their handover, Qin Yud, as was customary, left behind a generous supply of wine and meat. Guo Yunho invited everyone to rest and indulge in the feast. However, just as they began to eat, a swift horse galloped towards them. The rider dismounted and approached Guo Yunho directly. It was Yang Lian. With a puzzled expression, Guo Yunho inquired, "Lord Yang, are you being pursued by ghosts? You seem to be in quite a rush. Are Zhuo Guangdou and Feng Zhenghua coming after you?" Yang Lian shook his head and, panting heavily, produced a cloth-wrapped object from his bosom and handed it over. Guo Yunho, puzzled yet intrigued, accepted it. Upon unwrapping the package, he discovered a fist-sized chunk of bluish-gray clay. Instantly, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Xiang Feng dashed over, his face a mask of astonishment, exclaiming, "Blue clay? My heavens, where on earth did you find this?" Guo Yunho's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Xiang Feng, saying, "Xiang Feng, could it possibly be?" Xiang Feng nodded solemnly. Guo Yunho leaped up, gripping Yang Lian by the neck, his expression fervent as he demanded, "My good sir, do tell me where this was discovered." Seeing this, Xiang Feng hurriedly intervened, urging, "Lord Guo, please release him. You're choking Lord Yang. If you continue, he may perish." Guo Yunho swiftly loosened his grip. Yang Lian's face flushed crimson as he pointed a finger accusingly at Guo Yunho. Embarrassed, Guo Yunho chuckled awkwardly and patted Yang Lian's back. After a brief moment, Yang Lian regained his composure and coldly remarked, "Lord Guo, you nearly committed murder against a court official. Do you not realize that?" Guo Yunho scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "I was merely anxious. You seem fine now, so why dwell on it? Let us attend to the matter at hand." Yang Lian then spoke with grave seriousness. "This morning, while inspecting the progress of the project in Luoyang, a citizen reported to me that this peculiar colored clay was unearthed during river dredging. I recalled your mention of a type of blue clay that is found only in ancient tombs from the Shang, Zhou, Spring, and Autumn, and Qin Han dynasties, and I hurried to bring it to your attention." Xiang Feng interjected earnestly, "Indeed, this is blue clay." Yang Lian's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "That is splendid news. Let us hasten." Guo Yunho quickly instructed Li Laoa to send the remaining food and drink up the mountain, allowing others to continue their archaeological endeavors, while he, along with Xiang Feng, Sun Yunhe, and dozens of subordinates, set off alongside Yang Lian. As Guo Yunho rode ahead, his expression fraught with urgency, he inquired, "Lord Yang, what is the current situation there? We must not let anyone else seize the opportunity." Yang Lian reassured him with a smile, "Rest easy, Lord Guo. I have arranged for the Jinyui to guard the site, instructing the citizens to return home and await further notice." Guo Yunho breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he remarked, "That is indeed good to hear." Soon, they arrived at a riverbank outside Luoyang City, where they found dozens of Jinyui stationed. Yang Lian approached to inquire, "What occurred here after my departure?" A Jinyui promptly replied, "Reporting to you, Lord Qianhu, we have remained vigilant and allowed no one to approach." Yang Lian nodded, just as Guo Yunho and Xiang Feng joined them. The group descended into the dried riverbed, where Yang Lian explained, "This area was originally narrow and filled with silt. The river has been widened by 3 zhang, leading to the discovery of this blue clay." Xiang Feng nodded, moving to a specific spot, scooping up a handful of earth to sniff, then tasting it with his tongue, closing his eyes in contemplation. Unable to contain his impatience, Guo Yunho urged, "Xiang Feng, what is the situation? Why are you tasting it? This is hardly excrement. Does it truly possess such a fragrance?" Xiang Feng remarked, rolling his eyes, "No problem. It is authentic green clay." He then took the Luoyang shovel and began to excavate downwards. After 2 hours of toil, Xiang Feng paused, thrust the shovel forcefully downward, and extracted it again. Observing the debris that clung to the shovel, he mused for a moment before declaring, "No doubt about it. There lies an ancient tomb beneath, and we have likely breached the tomb passage." Quickly, enlarged the opening. Upon hearing this, a dozen sturdy men grabbed their tools and commenced digging. At this juncture, Yang Lian and Guo Yunho hurried over, their expressions alight with excitement. "Xiang, my young friend, which dynasty does this tomb belong to?" Yang Lian inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Feng replied, "It's difficult to ascertain. After all, green clay has been employed from the Shang and Zhou dynasties through the Spring and Autumn period to the Qin and Han eras. Only by excavating further shall we know." Guo Yunho, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "We are indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon treasure this time." The group then settled to wait patiently. Scores of members from the Guanshan Taibao exerted themselves, taking turns digging. For hours later, Sun Yunhe emerged from the hole, his demeanor charged with exhilaration. Master, we have breached the passage. We are right within the tomb corridor. The moment Guo Yunhe heard this, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Xiang Feng, my lad. You have made a significant contribution this time. I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Xiang Feng, wearing a proud expression, replied. This is merely a minor test of my skills. He reminisced about his early days in the field, where he specialized in dispersing earth, earning the moniker of the Northern Scatterer. Later, he ascended to leadership, and in the underworld, they referred to him as the 1,000-Mile Eye. From now on, with me, Xiang Feng, present, tombs from the Shang, Zhou, Spring and Autumn, and Qin and Han dynasties shall be mere trifles. Guo Yunhe jested, you rascal. A little praise has gone to your head. All right, let us descend quickly to take a look. Xiang Feng responded, Lord Guo, I shall remain above to keep watch for you. Guo Yunhe retorted, do we, the Guanshan Taibao, require someone to keep watch? With a serious demeanor, Xiang Feng insisted. We must adhere to the rules. Someone must stay above to keep watch. Guo Yunhe pondered this and then turned to Yang Lian, suggesting, Lord Yang, would you remain above with your subordinates from the Jinyui to keep watch? Yang Lian nodded. If that is the case, I shall stay above with my brothers to keep watch. Should anything arise, signal us. Subsequently, Guo Yunhe led the group through the tunnel into the ancient tomb. Under Xiang Feng's guidance, they ventured safely into the main burial chamber. Chapter 462. The third of the southern faction as Guo Yunhe and Xiang Feng led the group into the main burial chamber, a sudden commotion startled them. Several members of the Guanshan Taibao quickly drew their swords, on high alert. Guo Yunhe and Xiang Feng swiftly turned towards the source of the noise, both breaking into a cold sweat. After all, being in an ancient tomb, even the slightest sound could evoke a sense of dread. Before long, they discerned several figures approaching, brandishing torches. As they drew nearer, it became evident that it was Yang Lian accompanied by two Jinyui. Guo Yunhe, infuriated, bellowed, Lord Yang, what is the meaning of this? Did I not instruct you to keep watch above? Why have you come down as well? One might wonder about the appropriateness of greeting one another in such an eerie place as an ancient tomb, where the mere act of startling another could lead to dire consequences. Yang Lian, with a somewhat awkward smile, addressed Guo Yunhe, esteemed Lord Guo, I beg your forgiveness. I found myself quite bored above and thought it prudent to descend for a change of scenery. Guo Yunhe, irritable, puffed his cheeks in indignation. Upon recognizing Yang Lian, Xiang Feng sighed in relief. At that moment, a sudden commotion emanated from the stone wall of the main burial chamber. Guo Yunhe furrowed his brow and inquired, Lord Yang, how many companions have you brought down with you? Surely no one has strayed from the path? Yang Lian shook his head, asserting, I have only brought these two brothers. There are no others, they are all right here. Panic began to creep into Guo Yunhe's expression as he hastily glanced at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng raised a hand to signal for silence, then approached the stone wall, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. After a moment, his complexion shifted dramatically, and he staggered back a few steps to whisper urgently to the group, This is not good. There is movement behind the stone wall. Guo Yunhe's face turned ashen, and he stammered, Xiang Feng, please do not frighten an old man like me. We are not encountering any malevolent spirits, are we? Xiang Feng, with a serious demeanor, shook his head. It should not come to that. At this juncture, Yang Lian pondered aloud. This location lies at the intersection of two counties, and both are concurrently excavating waterways. Could it be that workers from the neighboring county have encroached upon our site? A nearby guard quickly interjected, Lord Qianhu. It is indeed possible. Each county's government is responsible for its own regions. It is conceivable that crews from the adjacent county have mistakenly ventured into our territory. Guo Yunhe retorted gruffly, Is that not sheer nonsense? Widening the riverbed by 3 zhang does not equate to digging 3 zhang deep. How could they have possibly reached this place? Are we clearing a waterway or constructing a grand canal? Another guard, feeling awkward, attempted to placate him. Dear Lord Guo, please do not be angered. It is said that the magistrate of the neighboring county is rather incompetent. He may have misinterpreted the order to widen the riverbed as one to deepen it, and thus relayed the incorrect commands to the populace. Guo Yunhe rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xiang Feng scratched his head, suggesting, In that case, let us first assess the situation. This is my first encounter with such a matter. Both Guo Yunhe and Yang Lian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Outside the main burial chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a coarse linen shirt, clutching a compass, murmured softly, "To seek the dragon's lair, one must observe the intertwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement is a barrier. If I am not mistaken, what lies before me must surely be a royal tomb." With a beaming countenance, he turned to a young man sprawled on the ground, saying, "Nephew, you have rested long enough. It is time to commence our work." The young man displayed evident reluctance. At that moment, another youth remarked, "Third uncle, it appears that we have stumbled upon a tomb of royal stature." The middle-aged man, with a chuckle and a hint of reproach, replied, "Humph, I, the third old man of the southern school, have delved into these matters for 30 years without error. I cannot be mistaken. How long have we been excavating, Gongzi?" After a brief contemplation, Gongzi responded, "Third uncle, we have been digging for over half a month." The third old man nodded and continued, "Then we must hasten our efforts. After all, the local authorities are repairing the waterways nearby. If we delay any further, we risk being discovered, and amidst a crowd, it will become impossible for us to proceed." Gongzi nodded and then addressed another young man, "Third master, allow me to proceed. You may take a moment to rest." With that, he wielded a shovel and began to excavate the wall. The sound of digging resonated through the wall, causing Gui Yunho, Xiangfeng, Yang Lian, and others in the main tomb chamber to become tense. Gui Yunho's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he quietly inquired, "Xiangfeng, in your years of experience, have you ever encountered a Zongzi?" Xiangfeng shook his head, responding, "Gua, are you jesting? If I had truly encountered a Zongzi, I would not still be here. However, based on my observations, the feng shui here does not suggest the presence of any Zongzi." Gui Yunho cautioned, "That is merely your observation. We must remain prepared and have our black donkey hooves ready." A dozen members of the Guanshan Taibao hurriedly produced black donkey hooves, gripping them tightly. As time passed, unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by until a few stones tumbled down, revealing a hole the size of a fist in the stone wall. Gongzi, witnessing this, excitedly shouted, "Third master, we've broken through. Come and see." It seemed there was light emanating from the opposite side. Yang Lian, stationed by the stone wall, hurried to Gui Yunho and the others, saying, "Gua, the people on the other side are shouting that they've broken through. It seems they are not Zongzi." Gui Yunho wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and waved for everyone to stow away the black donkey hooves, saying, "As long as it's not Zongzi, that is good news." He then scolded, "Who is recklessly digging here? We have only just entered and have not begun cataloging the artifacts. If an uninformed individual were to collapse the tomb chamber, we would all be doomed." At that moment, Xiangfeng approached, suggesting, "It could very well be that the locals from the neighboring county are excavating a canal." Gui Yunho retorted, "What sort of nonsense is this? Regardless, let us greet the people on the other side." Upon hearing this, Yang Lian stepped forward, leaning into the opening and calling out, "Can anyone on the other side hear me?" Yang Lian's voice startled Gongzi, who jumped up and rushed to the South Faction's third master, exclaiming, "Third master, something is amiss. We seem to have dug into the living. This Zongzi can speak." The South Faction's third master chuckled, replying, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could it be a Zongzi? Zongzi cannot speak. We have merely encountered fellow professionals." Yang Lian shouted once more, "If you can hear me, please respond." The South Faction's third master quickly bellowed, "We can hear you." Yang Lian pressed on, "What is your situation?" The South Faction's third master hastily responded, "We too are involved in tomb exploration." Yang Lian turned to Gui Yunho, stating, "They appear to be a construction crew from the neighboring county." Gui Yunho, with a resigned expression, remarked, "So it turns out we have encountered our own kind." The South Faction's third master called out again, "I am the South Faction's third master. May I inquire how you address yourselves?" Yang Lian replied, "We are the Northern Civil Engineering." Upon hearing this, the South Faction's third master smiled and remarked to his nephew and Gongzi, "So they are brothers from the North Faction. How delightful to meet you." He then shouted with enthusiasm, "What a pleasure it is to finally cross paths." At this moment, he turned to Feng and inquired, "Lord Yang, what is the situation here? Both counties have commenced work on this river channel, and despite our extensive excavation, how is it that they are digging so deeply on the opposite side? Did the construction teams from both counties not communicate prior to starting?" Yang Lian, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "The magistrate of the neighboring county is notoriously inept. He may have genuinely miscommunicated his orders. Intending to widen the river by 3 zhang, he instead conveyed a directive to deepen it. resulting in this blunder. Guo Yunho, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, couldn't they have coordinated before starting? What a mess this is." Yang Lian, equally exasperated, shouted again, "Hey over there, do you even understand the rules? Was it too much to ask to inform us beforehand?" The leader of the southern faction, hearing this, appeared somewhat awkward and replied, "We did not consult with our northern counterparts before beginning our excavation. We acknowledge our fault and will certainly extend our apologies to them later. You two should behave accordingly." Gongzi and the younger men nodded hastily. The southern leader then added with a smile, "Brother in construction, I hope you can forgive us. We're merely trying to earn a living." Furrowing his brow, Yang Lian retorted, "We are all striving to make a living. But that doesn't justify encroaching on our share. If this mishap escalates, it will result in chaos, and all our efforts will be in vain. Do you possess any official documents from the government?" Upon hearing this, Gongzi stood in shock, his face painted with disbelief as he said, "Third Master, the northern faction is asking us for the official documents from the court." The southern leader, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "Is the northern faction's tomb raiding now so formalized that they require official documentation from the court?" He quickly replied, "Well, we do not have any official documents. We typically commence work first and receive payment afterward." Yang Lian, astonished, exclaimed, "The magistrate of the neighboring county deserves to be condemned. Allowing the common folk to work without issuing official documents. If anything goes awry, who will bear the responsibility?" At that moment, a member of the Jinyui interjected, "The common folk of the neighboring county are indeed audacious, starting work without any official documents from the court. Do they not fear being ensnared by this foolish magistrate later?" Another Jinyui member quickly added, "What you say is true, yet these folk are exceedingly bold. Undertaking such a substantial project as the river's restoration without local government documentation is utterly absurd." Yang Lian remarked, "I suspect this incompetent magistrate is attempting to exploit the laborers' hard-earned money. After all, the court's requisition of so many laborers entails not only wages but also land compensation. This rogue magistrate must be planning to pocket both the laborers' pay and their land, which is simply outrageous. When I confront him, I shall ensure he is dealt with appropriately." Guo Yunho, Feng, and others nodded in agreement. Finally, Yang Lian asked once more, "Brothers on the opposite side, what qualifications do you possess? Have you undertaken such work before?" Gongzi, hidden behind the stone wall, responded in astonishment, "Third Master, they are asking us for our qualifications." With a cold snort, the third master replied, "Qualifications? I, Wu Laosan, have been engaged in the excavation business for 30 years, yet it is the first time someone has inquired about my credentials. Gongzi, present the golden seal we unearthed from the Han Dynasty noble tomb last time for their inspection." Gongzi, with a face full of disbelief, exclaimed, "Third Master, this item is exceedingly precious, is it not? You mentioned it was to be passed down to young Third Master in the future." At this moment, a young man beside him interjected, "Indeed, Uncle San, did you not promise it to me?" Wu Laosan rolled his eyes and retorted, "If I told you to take it, then take it. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" With no other choice, Gongzi quickly retrieved a golden seal from his bosom and tossed it towards the opening, calling out, "Catch it over there." Chapter 463, The Strength of the Unloading Laborer Versus. The southern faction Yang Lian hastily picked up the golden seal from the ground and approached Guo Yunho, stating, "Master Guo, does this not resemble an official seal?" Guo Yunho examined it for a considerable time before expressing his confusion. "I am well versed in the official seals of the Ming Dynasty, yet this is not of that design." At this juncture, Xiang Feng spoke up, "Master Guo, is there a possibility that those across are indeed excavating under the direct supervision of that muddled county magistrate? Without consulting the locals, they intend to appropriate all the resources and lands allocated by the court for themselves." Upon hearing this, Yang Lian nodded in agreement. Guo Yunho added, "This could very well be the personal seal of that foolish county magistrate. Astonishingly, it is made of gold. No wonder he insisted on bringing his own crew to dig. This muddled magistrate, while appearing to be discreet, has managed to exploit the loopholes in the court's regulations." Yang Lian, in disbelief, remarked, "No wonder they lack official documents from the local government. It turns out it is the government leading the excavation, making documents irrelevant." At that moment, Wu Laosan's voice called out from behind the stone wall, "Brothers across, what do you think? Is my qualification sufficient?" Yang Lian, Guo Yunho, and the others were left speechless. Subsequently, Yang Lian gritted his teeth and replied, "Sufficient, Indeed. Wu Laosan chuckled. In that case, you may keep this treasure as a token of our meeting. Upon hearing this, the young man sprang up from the ground, saying, Uncle San, did you not say this golden seal was to be given to me? How can it be so easily relinquished? Observing his nephew's excitement, Wu Laosan smiled and reassured him, My dear nephew, why the rush? I possess many fine treasures that will all be yours in due time. The young man then relented, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle San. Gua Yunho hastily tucked the golden seal into his bosom, chuckling, I did not expect this muddled county magistrate to be so generous. At this moment, Yang Lian and Xiang Feng, along with a few others, fixated their gaze on Gua Yunho. Sensing their scrutiny, Gua Yunho laughed. What are you all staring at? I am merely safeguarding it on behalf of everyone. I shall ensure that all credit is duly acknowledged. I will not hoard it for myself. In response, a dozen members of the Mountain Guardians and 2 Imperial Guards promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master Gua. At this juncture, Yang Lian climbed to the cave's mouth once more, calling out, Such a valuable treasure is so freely given. Do you not have someone backing you? Gua Yunho internally lamented. Goodness, this young master is quite bold, attempting to unearth the connections of that muddled county magistrate. The Southern faction's 3rd member chuckled. In our line of work, one must always have someone above. He recounted, once, when a cave collapsed, it was those in authority who rescued us. Gua Yunho stared in astonishment and exclaimed, Goodness, it seems this muddled county magistrate is not new to such antics. He is indeed a habitual offender. And he has even caused collapses. Yang Lian shouted again, Isn't this simply absurd? How could they allow such collapses to occur? The 3rd member of the Southern faction chuckled and replied, Previously, when we were digging water tunnels in the south, collapses were quite common. It was merely a routine occurrence. Nothing extraordinary. Yang Lian turned to Gua Yunho and remarked, Well, it appears they were indeed drilling wells, stopping only upon encountering water. Gua Yunho, deep in thought, responded, No wonder their excavations do not align with ours. They have been engaged in well digging all along. How could this county magistrate be so foolish? Is there a similarity between dredging waterways and drilling wells? Yang Lian shouted once more, Is this a mere child's play? What if there's a collapse and someone perishes? The 3rd member of the Southern faction laughed and said, Deaths are quite normal. There are always casualties. If there were none, we wouldn't even engage in such work. Yang Lian was left utterly speechless. At that moment, Gua Yunho, with a grave expression, remarked, It seems this county magistrate is also involved in corruption, should a collapse occur. The wages of the workers trapped below would undoubtedly be pocketed by him. Xiang Feng nodded in agreement. Yang Lian, astonished, exclaimed, Gua, this is utterly ruthless. Gua Yunho retorted, This isn't merely ruthless, it is utterly deranged. Yang Lian climbed back to the edge of the pit and shouted, How many of you are over there? The 3rd member of the Southern faction chuckled. There are 3 of us, my brothers across the way. How many do you have? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lian replied, We currently have a total of 80 people below and above combined. Ordinarily, there would be at least several thousand. The 3rd member of the Southern faction nearly fainted upon hearing this, incredulously turning to Gongzi and his nephew, exclaiming, Good heavens! Have we encountered the mighty laborers of the unloading ridge? Among the 4 major sects, only they would mobilize several thousand for such an excavation. Gua Yunho was equally taken aback, exclaiming, I perceive that the background of this muddled magistrate is far from simple. To think he believes 3 people can manage such a monumental project is utterly mad. At this moment, Xiang Feng, astonished, asked, Gua, can 3 individuals truly accomplish this task? Gua Yunho, with a sense of helplessness, responded, Surely this muddled magistrate, in his greed for all the funds and land, has crazily dispatched only 3 people to dig. However, such occurrences have not been unheard of before. Yang Lian, in disbelief, exclaimed, Gua, please do not jest. I have never heard of 3 people undertaking such a project. Gua Yunho sighed and recounted. 3 individuals are still somewhat conscientious. In the 3rd year of Wanli, in Kaizhou, Shandong, there was a man who single-handedly took on the task of reinforcing the riverbank. Xiang Feng laughed and said, Gua, you jest again. How could one person possibly reinforce a riverbank? Gua Yunho sighed once more and explained. When he began, his son had just been born. Xiang Feng playfully inquired, And what is his son doing now? Gua Yunho rolled his eyes and retorted, His son is conversing with you at this very moment. Xiang Feng stood in stunned disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity, and even Yang Lian beside him could not help but express a sense of solemn respect. At that moment, Guo Yunho suddenly broke into tears, his voice choked with emotion as he lamented, "I miss my father. He was truly a man of great suffering." This observation led Xiang Feng to realize that the three individuals across from them were indeed quite resilient. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly approached to offer words of comfort. Just then, Wu Laosan, hidden behind the stone wall, called out, "Brothers across the way, how long have you been at this? Why not consider collaborating in the future?" Yang Lian promptly responded, "We have been digging for over 2 months." Wu Laosan erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. The three of us have reached this point in just half a month." Yang Lian retorted, "What difference does it make? Your efforts are no better than if you had done nothing at all." Wu Laosan replied with a grin, "Once we finish, it is as if we were never here. Unlike you, who, upon completion, have even the dogs at the roadside aware of your work. I mean, with so many of you, your noisy displays are rather inconsiderate. With all these people around, do you not fear disturbing the local populace?" Xiang Feng, incredulous, remarked, "This is quite professional." Despite being subcontracted by the muddled county magistrate down to a mere 3 individuals, they still considered the local citizens' well-being. It appeared that they, too, must exercise caution moving forward. Guo Yunho, with a serious expression, nodded and declared, "I shall issue a directive shortly, ensuring that the citizens are not disturbed during our operations." Yang Lian hollered again, "The folks across the way have a commendable approach. Let us work together from now on, considering you are but 3. The southern factions Laosan scoffed. "How dare you complain about our numbers? We are not comparable to your band of mountain movers." He then inquired of the brothers opposite, "With thousands of you, how do you manage your work? It cannot be that you all run about. That would create too much commotion." Yang Lian explained, "We simply have the local authorities assist in conscripting laborers, avoiding the need to mobilize thousands of people, as our project will span several years." Gongzi, upon hearing this, looked at Wu Laosan in shock and exclaimed, "Third uncle, they can actually enlist laborers." Wu Laosan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting as he murmured, "The influence of these mountain movers is immense. They can enlist the help of local authorities. What a formidable backing they must possess." At this moment, the young man quickly interjected, "Third uncle, enough with the idle chatter. You should ask how much profit this work will yield." Wu Laosan nodded and then queried, "Brothers across the way, how extensive is this project that it will take years to complete?" Yang Lian called out, "It's not that vast. We intend to cover the entirety of Hunan province." Upon hearing this, Wu Laosan collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Such a powerful backing indeed. But how much silver will this endeavor yield?" Yang Lian pondered for a moment before responding, "Not much, just 800,000 taels." Wu Laosan fainted on the spot, and Gongzi hurried forward to revive him, saying, "Third uncle, they claim this work will bring in 800,000 taels." Wu Laosan, in disbelief, retorted, "Whose tomb are they planning to excavate?" "In my family. The Wu clan has struggled for 3 generations without ever seeing such a wealth of silver." At that moment, Wu Laosan's nephew spoke up, "Uncle, could it be that they are planning to excavate the tomb of Qin Shi Huang?" Wu Laosan retorted impatiently, "What nonsense are you spouting? The tomb of Qin Shi Huang is in Shaanxi, and we are in Hunan. Do you really think they would dig up that tomb?" Just then, Yang Lian interjected, "However, do not be hasty. In a few years, once our work is completed, the people throughout Hunan and even the entire Ming dynasty will know. And you may come back to see for yourselves." Gongzi remarked, "Third master, they said we could come back to see in a few years." Wu Laosan, trembling all over, said, "These people not only have an incredible background, but look at their grand ambitions. They intend to make their names known throughout the world." Gongzi asked, "Third master, what should we do? Should we join them?" Wu Laosan quickly nodded, saying, "Regardless of their background, just their impressive connections alone compel us to follow their lead." He then called out, "Brothers over there, we agree to work alongside you on this endeavor." Yang Lian smiled, "Excellent. Let us discuss this face to face, for we are not the kind to deceive." Chapter 464. A bountiful harvest. Following this, Wu Laosan beckoned his nephew and Gongzi to gather their tools and begin digging, while Yang Lian summoned a dozen members of the Guanshan Taibao to use their Luoyang shovels to commence the excavation. Before long, a large hole had been made in the stone wall. Guo Yunho, Xiang Feng, and Yang Lian appeared visibly excited and rushed forward. Wu Laosan and Gongzi also passed through the opening. Upon seeing the figures before them, the group exchanged glances, and Wu Laosan's face turned ashen as he stumbled backward. Stammering, Feiyu robes, embroidered spring blades, and they are all wearing official boots. Wu Laosan's nephew chuckled. With your attire, I would believe you are officials. Xiang Feng chimed in, Magan talismans, feng shui discs, and small candles. Gua Yunho laughed. Their equipment suggests they are tomb raiders, and I would believe it. Xiang Feng quickly asserted, Lord Gua, they are indeed tomb raiders. Wu Laosan hastily pulled Gongzi and his nephew back a few steps, saying, I understand now. We cannot pass this hurdle. Gongzi inquired, Third Master, what hurdle do you speak of? Wu Laosan, with a face full of despair, replied, the authorities. Then, at Yang Lian's command, everyone drew their long knives, surrounding Wu Laosan and his companions, apprehending them on the spot. Subsequently, Yang Lian took the three into custody, while Gua Yunho began to inventory the artifacts within the ancient tomb. After a day's labor, all the relics were packed, boxed, and carried out. Observing Wu Laosan and his companions bound like Zongzi, Gua Yunho chuckled, I never would have guessed you three were tomb raiders. Wu Laosan sighed in resignation, My lord, Wu Laosan, have been in this trade for 30 years, and this is my first encounter with government officials engaged in tomb raiding. Gua Yunho snorted, Nonsense. What I am doing is archaeology, not tomb raiding. What you do is tomb raiding. According to Ming law, tomb raiding is a capital offense. Now, how do you wish to meet your fate? I'll grant you some dignity. Wu Laosan and his companions turned ashen as despair washed over them. At that moment, Xiang Feng rushed over with 2 luoyang shovels in hand, exclaiming, Lord Gua, take a look. Gua Yunho scrutinized the shovels for a moment and replied to Xiang Feng, These are indeed the tools wielded by those 3 miscreants. He then stepped forward and seized Wu Laosan by the collar, demanding, Confess honestly, where did you acquire these shovels? Wu Laosan, his face a mask of shock, replied, We encountered a wise man last year who taught us about these, calling them luoyang shovels. We even ventured to Mount Beimang to experiment with them for digging, and they proved to be extraordinary tools. However, in a moment of carelessness, we left one behind on Mount Beimang and could not find it again. Gua Yunho slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, What a revelation! So it was you 3 all along. Now, confess where the person who imparted these shovels to you is now. Wu Laosan shook his head and said, My lord, I truly do not know. They asked us to assist in locating ancient tombs, and that is when they bestowed the shovels upon us. After that, they vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho sighed. Just then, Yang Lian approached and inquired, Lord Gua, what shall we do with these 3 tomb raiders? Should we simply execute them? Wu Laosan and his companions quickly pleaded for mercy. Gua Yunho pondered for a moment before announcing, According to the laws of the Ming, tomb raiding is punishable by death. However, I see some potential in you, and I have a fondness for talent. Henceforth, you shall work under my command. Otherwise, you will meet the king of hell. The choice is yours. Wu Laosan hastily declared, I vow to follow you, my lord, and serve you faithfully, pleading only for your mercy. Gua Yunho surveyed the trio's demeanor with satisfaction and responded, In that case, you shall accompany me in my endeavors. Subsequently, everyone returned to refilling the burial passage. Yang Lian made a special trip to the neighboring county, where he frightened the county magistrate. After confirming that the magistrate had no involvement in the matter and that the construction team from the neighboring county was also blameless, Yang Lian finally relented. While Gua Yunho fervently advanced the archaeological work in Hunan, Gu Bingqian completed a thorough inspection of all temples and palaces within the province. The results were astounding. A total of 18 million taels of silver were confiscated, along with 3.8 million acres of land, not to mention countless gold and silver artifacts, antiques, and jewels. The findings revealed that there were as many as 230,000 monks within Hunan. After a rigorous selection process, only a little over 4,000 monks holding valid certificates were permitted to remain, while the majority were ordered to return to lay life. Those who had violated the laws of the court and disregarded monastic regulations were all dispatched to work on river construction sites as penance. Wagon after wagon of wealth was packed and dispatched to the capital, filling Gu Bingqian with delight. Such remarkable achievements would surely elevate his status upon his return to the capital, especially since other ministers had all garnered additional titles and positions. Gu Bingqian eagerly aspired for advancement. Meanwhile, he was profoundly astonished by the scale of wealth amassed by the Buddhist community. He had not anticipated that the monks, who mostly engaged in chanting and prayer, were so affluent. This is merely a glimpse into the situation within the province of Hunan. Should a thorough investigation be conducted across the temples and palaces of the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty, the wealth amassed would be beyond imagination. In stark contrast, the gentry of Jiang Ning and the royal family of the Ming dynasty would pale in comparison to the riches found within these temples. Upon completion of the investigation, Gu Bingxian convened his team and swiftly proceeded to Shangxi to inspect the local temples and palaces. Meanwhile, Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu orchestrated a banquet under false pretenses, capturing all the commanders of the local garrison troops in Hunan. Following this, with formidable decisiveness, they apprehended those military leaders who had attempted to resist the edicts of the court and who had engaged in corruption, land annexation, and other illegal activities. The confiscated assets were catalogued as funds for recruiting new soldiers, especially since their departure from Jiangnan had not been accompanied by military provisions, compelling them to seize resources locally. The captured military leaders and their families were escorted to the capital for interrogation by the Military Supervisory Office. Concurrently, a comprehensive investigation of all military farmland in Hunan was initiated. The findings were alarming. According to Ming law, military households in the north were supposed to possess 50 acres of military land each, while those in the south were entitled to 30 acres. Based on a garrison of 600, the total military land in the 7 prefectures and 1 state of Hunan should amount to 24 million acres. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that the actual number of military households in Hunan was significantly lower, with each household possessing less than 5 acres, as the remaining land had been usurped by various military officers. These officers even resorted to oppressing and persecuting military households, causing many to flee to further facilitate the annexation of their lands. This situation left Deng Wenming, who had long been accustomed to the tumultuous life in the capital, profoundly shocked. Despite some mental preparation prior to the operation, the reality was far graver than anticipated. Consequently, Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu adhered to the original plan devised in Jingnan and began filtering the remaining military households. For those who did not meet the criteria or were unwilling to continue military service, they were offered 5 silver coins and 30 acres of land as compensation, and their military registration was annulled, allowing them to seek their livelihoods as ordinary citizens. For those who were eligible and willing to continue serving, they were retained. Additionally, they initiated recruitment efforts in Hunan, targeting a total of 50,000 recruits, with each allotted 50 acres of military land. Following the scheme laid out in Jingnan, the original military household system was transformed into a recruitment system, with terms lasting 3 years. Upon completion of the term, soldiers could voluntarily apply to remain in service or choose to retire and return home to seek their fortunes. The Military Supervisory Office would also provide a portion of funds as retirement compensation. As this news spread, many citizens of Hunan recognized that the court was not only dedicated to improving water management and river navigation, but was also determined to fundamentally alter the dire circumstances of the military households. Consequently, a multitude of young men eagerly enlisted. However, due to the fixed recruitment number of 50,000, many ultimately could not secure enlistment. In managing the formidable force of 50,000 troops, Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu selected officers from the 5,000 soldiers of the capital garrison, who subsequently trained the entire contingent for 3 months. After this period of rigorous drill, the soldiers would be dispersed and assigned to various provinces. According to the plans of Jiang Ning, it was imperative that no recruits remain within the province, thus necessitating their relocation to other regions. As for the original officers of the garrison, apart from those who voluntarily pledged allegiance to the court and a small number who, after thorough investigation, proved themselves to be law-abiding, Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu opted to demote and retain the rest. After all, the foundation of the Ming dynasty was built upon the garrison military system, and it was not feasible to eliminate all these officers. Subsequently, Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu appointed He Minglian and Zhu Youjian to oversee military training within Hunan, while the younger generation of the capital garrison began to emerge as prominent leaders. Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu then led the remaining troops to Shangxi to continue the scrutiny of the garrison lands. During the journey, Deng Wenming gazed at the wealth still unspent in the carts behind him and couldn't help but reflect. I have held my title for 2 decades since my youth, having weathered many storms in the capital, yet I never anticipated such distressing conditions beyond its walls. No wonder His Majesty and Lord Jiang have been so eager to investigate the garrison lands and implement military reforms. Given the situation in Hunan, if reforms are not enacted promptly, should rebellion arise, relying on these destitute military households would be utterly futile. Qin Liangyu, resonating with his sentiments, nodded in agreement. Coming from a background of chieftainry, she had endured numerous injustices and discrimination, and such chaos no longer surprised her. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she remarked, "Indeed, Lord Deng, these commanders are utterly depraved. I had no idea their embezzlement of military funds and encroachment upon garrison lands had reached such egregious levels. Now I finally comprehend why, upon our departure from the capital, His Majesty and Lord Jiang did not allocate military funds for us, but rather instructed us to procure resources locally. It seems they were already well acquainted with the conditions in various regions. The wealth and land seized from these investigations are indeed substantial. We could recruit 50,000 troops and still have an abundance left." Deng Wenming concurred, stating, "Indeed, I had only heard from my elders about the local garrison soldiers drinking blood and drawing salaries without service, but I never imagined it to be so rampant." At that moment, Qin Liangyu inquired, "Lord Deng, may I ask, now that most of the garrison officers in Hunan have been cleared out and the remaining ones demoted, who will be responsible for military affairs in Hunan?" After a moment of contemplation, Deng Wenming replied, "I believe His Majesty and Lord Jiang must have made arrangements for this. If not, we could also submit recommendations for suitable candidates upon our return." Qin Liangyu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the northern Mount Mang, the archaeologist Gui Yinho learned of the wealth and lands uncovered by Gu Biqing in the temple inspections, as well as the results of Deng Wenming and Qin Liangyu's investigations of the military lands, prompting him to weep uncontrollably. Xianfeng, Old Duckly, and Sun Yunhe were puzzled by his tears. Through his sobs, Gui Yunhe lamented, "Oh, vast heavens, why have you dealt so harshly with me? I had once believed that my bond with Lord Jiang was as close as that of brothers, akin to true friends. Little did I anticipate that Lord Jiang would keep certain matters concealed from me. With such a remarkable means of generating wealth, why did he not disclose it to me sooner? Alas, my lifelong reputation has been tarnished in an instant, and I must bear the weight of scorn, ultimately earning but a meager sum. Lord Jiang, your actions are indeed unscrupulous. I, Old Gua, have shared a heartfelt connection with you, yet you have played tricks upon me." Chapter 465. The ruthless Yang He. Simultaneously, in the capital, Jiang Ning swiftly squandered his month-long leave. Initially, he had intended to feign ignorance at home and indulge in a little more leisure. However, on the final day of his holiday, Zhu Youjian dispatched Fang Zhenghua to inform him, "Remember to attend court duty tomorrow, lest your salary be withheld." Upon receiving this news, Jiang Ning was incensed and lamented. "The emperor is rather stingy. After merely a month of rest, he expects me to return to the office. Could he not grant me a longer sabbatical? Even just 3 to 5 months would suffice?" Fang Zhenghua, smiling, encouraged him, "My lord, refrain from your complaints. The emperor bears a heavy burden. Since your leave began, the weight of the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces has rested solely upon his shoulders. He spends his days reviewing memorials late into the night and convening ministers to discuss state affairs, all while finding time to attend to the empress. He scarcely enjoys 3 hours of rest in a day, and he has visibly lost weight during this period." Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a surge of shame. He decided to prepare a dozen of his finest dishes and instructed Fang Zhenghua to take them to his dear friend, Zhu Youxiao, in the palace. Observing the exquisite culinary creations, Fang Zhenghua promptly expressed, "Your kindness is truly appreciated, my lord. I will certainly convey your thoughtful gesture to His Majesty." With that, he hurriedly departed with a group of young eunuchs. Noticing Fang Zhenghua as hasty exit, Jiang Ning felt perplexed. Why did this old fellow now resemble Old Wei, coming and going like the wind? Upon Fang Zhenghua's return to the palace with Jiang Ning's dishes, Zhu Youjian was in the Kunning Palace, enjoying the company of Zhang Yan. Fang Zhenghua entered the palace and, after a brief exchange with Fang Xiaozhong, proceeded directly into the hall. Upon seeing Zhu Youjian, he quickly bowed in respect. Zhu Youjian waved his hand and inquired with a smile, "Fang Dabin, how did it go? Did Brother Jiang take the bait?" Fang Zhenghua replied with a grin, "Your Majesty's astuteness is unparalleled. I relayed your words verbatim, without hesitation. Lord Jiang personally prepared a dozen dishes for me to bring to you and the Empress." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian burst into hearty laughter. "Though Brother Jiang may have devised clever schemes, I too possess my countermeasures. Bring forth the dishes, I wish to taste them." Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, a group of young eunuchs hurriedly set the dishes upon the table. Zhu Youjian and Zhang Yan began to dine with great delight. Zhang Yan praised, "The craftsmanship of Lord Jiang is truly unparalleled." Although the palace chefs have also learned their skills from the local magistrate's office, they pale in comparison to Lord Jiang's expertise. Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile. "No worries, Baizhu. Should you wish for more of this fare, simply inform me, and I shall have Brother Jiang prepare it again." Zhang Yan laughed. "Your Majesty, I was merely speaking in jest. How could you take it so seriously? As a prominent minister of the court and a trusted aide to His Majesty, how could Lord Ho spend his days engaged in culinary tasks?" Zhu Youjian nonchalantly replied, "What of it? Brother Jiang and I are like blood brothers. There is no need for formality. However, while your culinary skills are commendable, I have sampled most of these dishes before. In the future, if you wish for anything specific, simply write down the names of the dishes, and let Brother Jiang prepare them." Standing nearby, Fang Zhenghua listened, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. It seemed the emperor truly did not regard Lord Jiang as a person, evolving from simply sharing meals to selecting dishes. The loyal Jiang family had nearly transformed into the imperial kitchen. The following day, Jiang Ning rose early, dressed impeccably, and had a light breakfast before heading to the Meridian Gate with Gao Wenkai to attend the morning court session. Upon his return from leave, many acquaintances approached him to extend their greetings and congratulations, to which Jiang Ning responded with a warm smile. Before long, the palace gates swung open, and the courtiers entered the imperial palace, proceeding directly to the Fengtian Hall. Everyone took their places according to their ranks. Just as Jiang Ning intended to lean against a pillar, he was abruptly tugged by Zhang Weixian, who held onto his sleeve. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Lord Duke, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Weixian chuckled, "Lord Jiang, you may not be aware, but His Majesty has issued an edict designating that I shall stand here henceforth, and you are to assume my former position." Stunned, Jiang Ning exclaimed, "If I occupy your original spot, I can lean against a pillar, but now that I am in your place, whom do I lean on?" Zhang Weixian merely smiled. And behind him, Chen Su and Xin Yurong burst into laughter. Jiang Ning felt as though he had been outmaneuvered by Zhu Youjian once again, his expression one of helplessness. Not long after, Zhu Youjian arrived at the Fengtian Hall. The entire assembly of civil and military officials erupted in a chorus of cheers. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian commanded everyone to rise, and the court session commenced. The commanders of the 5 armies and the heads of the 8 departments took turns reporting matters, and Zhu Youjian listened attentively, offering his responses and occasionally soliciting the opinions of others before making decisions, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Just when it seemed the morning court would conclude smoothly, Zhou Qiyuan, the disruptor, interjected, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Zhu Youjian replied calmly, "Proceed." Zhou Qiyuan, with righteous indignation, stated, "Your Majesty, during the campaign in Myanmar, General Zhao Shuaijiao allowed his soldiers to plunder the wealth of the people and slaughtered over 10,000 captives, which is a grave breach of military discipline and tarnishes the dignity of the Ming. I beseech your Majesty to impose punishment." Immediately after, Zhou Zongjian also stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, throughout history, the killing of captives has been deemed inauspicious. Yet Zhao Shuaijiao brazenly engages in slaughter and ordered the destruction of all local chieftains' documents and books. This is utterly inhumane. I implore your Majesty to hold him accountable." Upon hearing their accusations, Zhu Youjiao's expression grew stern as he slowly responded, "I am aware of what you speak. I have reviewed the official reports submitted by Zhao Shuaijiao to the 5 armies and the Ministry of War. The local chieftains and the Burmese troops are a chaotic mix, and he acted out of necessity to establish authority. This matter was tacitly approved by me. As for the collection and subsequent incineration of local literature and ancient texts, the intention was to ensure that the Ming dynasty could fully incorporate Myanmar into its territory. Such measures had already been observed during the founding of the Ming dynasty when the founding emperor dispatched troops to subdue Yunnan. This was not a novel approach initiated by me." Upon hearing these words from Zhu Youjian, The officials of the Qinglu faction exchanged glances, taken aback by his unexpected reaction. In similar circumstances in the past, loyalist officials would have readily stepped forward to defend Zhu Youjian. Yet today, he personally took the initiative to respond. At that moment, Zhou Shunshang interjected, "Your Majesty, our Ming dynasty governs the world through benevolence and filial piety. In wars between nations, casualties are inevitable. However, Zhao Shuijiao has been ruthlessly slaughtering without restraint within the borders of Myanmar, actions that are utterly disgraceful to the Ming. If the court does not impose restrictions, it may set a precedent for military leaders to follow, signaling a collapse of propriety and music." Zhu Youjian slammed his hand on the armrest and exclaimed angrily, "Do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. While it is true that our Ming dynasty governs with benevolence and filial piety, we equally uphold the rule of law and establish our nation through military might. If you three are so idle, why not go to Myanmar and assist Zhao Shuijiao? After all, the regions of Mambo, Mingyang, Mengmi, Mingnai, and Mukbang have all been completely conquered by our forces and require governance." The three officials turned pale at this suggestion. What nonsense! They had just impeached Zhao Shuijiao in the court, and now they were being asked to serve as local officials right under his nose. Was this not a call for their own demise? Furthermore, who was Zhao Shuijiao? He was the most notorious outlaw in Myanmar, the foremost fraudster of the Ming dynasty. Thus, they hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty, we lack any experience in local governance. With the court still engaged in warfare, if we were to hastily proceed, it could jeopardize significant matters for the court. We implore your understanding." Zhu Youjian snorted coldly. "You seek my understanding, yet have you shown any understanding towards Zhao Shuijiao? The battlefield is ever-changing, and opportunities are fleeting. Many times, commanding generals must adapt to circumstances. If every matter requires prior consultation, how can we hope to win this war? I am fully aware of Zhao Shuijiao's actions and can comprehend them. I shall not hold him accountable." Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's words, the other Qinglu officials became restless. The emperor's apparent favoritism towards military personnel left them feeling discontented, and they seized upon the issue of Zhao Shuijiao's executions to launch vehement attacks. Zhu Youjian's complexion darkened as he suddenly rose, declaring, "You refuse to assist in Myanmar. Yet you remain here hurling baseless accusations. If you are truly so idle, then go to Hetao. The court has expelled all Mongolian tribes in the Hetao region that have not pledged allegiance to the Ming, and we are about to construct fortifications and station troops there. You might as well lend a hand." The Qinglu officials, seeing the situation, grew anxious and rapidly concocted various excuses to evade the task. Zhu Youjian, uninterested in their protests, decisively ordered the court dismissed and strode away. Wei Zhongxian, his face contorted with anger, pointed at the three officials, scolding, "You three had better not fall into our hands. Otherwise, you will find it most unpleasant." With a disdainful snort, he followed Zhu Youjian out. Jiang Ning, observing these three fools, also chose to disregard them and followed his colleagues towards the palace gates. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly noticed the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, standing not far away, pointing his finger at a group of officials from the Qinglu party, then counting on his fingers as if tallying accounts. Jiang Ning hurried over and asked with a smile, "Lord Yang, what are you up to?" Yang He chuckled, "My lord, soon you shall witness a splendid spectacle." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Lord Yang, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I have no time for games." Yang He, still smiling, said, "My lord, do not be impatient. Let us first walk outside the palace. Once we reach the gates, you will understand." Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. Filled with curiosity, Jiang Ning patiently followed Yang He outside. To his astonishment, upon arriving at the palace gates, they encountered a group of officials from the Ministry of Personnel, who were inspecting departing officials while brandishing official documents. Jiang Ning frowned and remarked, "Lord Yang, why is your ministry undertaking the duties of our own guard? Are you attempting to encroach upon our responsibilities?" Yang He chuckled, "My lord, just wait and see." Before long, several officials from the Ministry of Personnel spotted a few members of the Qinglu party emerging from the palace. Without hesitation, they charged forward with ropes, swiftly subduing and binding them. This shocking scene left Jiang Ning and the other officials utterly dumbfounded. An official from the ministry held a list and began calling names. Many officials, bewildered, stood forth only to be immediately overpowered and taken away in a cart. Jiang Ning was taken aback and exclaimed, "What on earth is Yang He doing?" He quickly inquired, Lord Yang, what is this? In broad daylight, daring to abduct court officials outside the palace. Have you lost your mind? Yang He replied with a smile. My lord, what are you saying? I am not abducting them. I am merely escorting them to their posts. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. To their posts? To where? Yang He explained with a grin. Most of these Qinglu party officials hail from the 6 departments, the supervisory court, and the Hanlin Academy. Whenever they are assigned to local posts, they always concoct excuses to evade duty. Recently, I had my men block the Hanlin Academy and the supervisory court to apprehend some, sending a batch to Yunnan and Shandong. Now, with the manpower still not replenished, the governor of Yunnan, Wang Huazhen, has sent someone to urge us again. Today, with the Grand Court Assembly, I arranged for my men to lie in wait outside the palace gates to capture them directly, binding them for their assignments, with the necessary documents prepared as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt his mind go blank. The ordinarily honest Yang He had engaged in such outrageous conduct. Just then, more officials from the ministry charged into the ranks of the Qinglu party, and before long, they had seized and bound over a dozen individuals, loading them into carts for transport. This left Zhou Zongjian, Zhou Shunchong, and Zhou Qiyuan utterly defeated, as they pointed at Yang He and railed against him. Yang He regarded the 3 with a cold smile. Gentleman Zhou, you speak with such vigor. It is a waste to linger in the court. Why not serve in the provinces and contribute to the Ming? He then approached the officials from the ministry and inquired, which regions still have vacancies. The 3 gentlemen Zhou were also bound and sent off for their appointments. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Qiyuan and the others glared with indignation, pointing their fingers at Yang He, shouting, Yang He, how dare you? Yang He laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. As the Minister of Personnel, it is my duty to select and appoint officials. How dare you question my resolve? With that, he promptly signed 3 appointment documents and ordered his men to subdue Zhou Qiyuan and his companions, binding them and whisking them away in a carriage. The remaining officials of the Qinglu faction were left in shock, unable to fathom that their key figures had been apprehended so swiftly. Even Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong stood dumbfounded. Yang He, known for his unwavering integrity in court, had unexpectedly revealed a ruthlessness that none had anticipated. Subsequently, witnessing this, other officials refrained from lingering, fearing they too might be bound and dispatched. Chapter 466. The 2 capitals and 14 provinces. After observing Yang He's audacious maneuvers, Jiang Ning, Chen Su, Xin Yurong, and Zhang Weixian were utterly astonished. They soon dispersed after their curiosity was satisfied, with Jiang Ning and the others heading to the military governor's office to resume their duties. The events outside the palace gates swiftly reached the ears of Zhu Youjian, who was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. He was taken aback, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend how Zhou Shunchong, Zhou Zongjian, and Zhou Qiyuan, 3 notoriously troublesome individuals, had been subdued by the typically unassuming Yang He, and with such reasonable justification that it left no room for criticism. Zhu Youjian had long desired to address the defiance of these 3, yet they held no incriminating evidence against them and often opposed him directly. To forcibly demote them would invite accusations of the emperor's lack of tolerance. Even with the intervention of Lao Wei and Jiang Ning, there were limited options since these 3 were quite tenacious, leaving no leverage to exploit. Jiang Ning could only engage in verbal sparring with them. However, Yang He's cunning strategy had effectively neutralized the trio, prompting Zhu Youjian to marvel. This Yang He. I truly misjudged him. The court's reputed honest man, known for his impartiality and diligence, had unexpectedly displayed such prowess. Beside him, Fang Zhenghua quickly chimed in with a smile. Your Majesty speaks the truth. This esteemed Lord Yang is renowned for his amiable disposition, yet today's event has caught everyone off guard. I heard that when Lord Yang visited the supervisory office and the Hanlin Academy recently, his demeanor was exceptionally polite, primarily offering gentle counsel, with only a few particularly obstinate Qinglu officials being forcibly sent to their posts. Who would have imagined that today he would bind dozens of Qinglu officials right outside the palace? Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile, remarking, Lord Yang truly is a pillar of the nation, loyal to the emperor and committed to the state. However, his methods today do seem a bit excessive. He shook his head with a wry smile before returning to his review of the memorials. Upon their return to the 5 armies command, Jiang Ning and his companions received an urgent missive from the Duke of Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, and the Duke of Zhongxing, Qin Lianyu. After perusing its contents, they were left profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated the extent of corruption within the garrison troops. The commanders were utterly depraved, not only seizing military lands and embezzling military salaries, but also having restructured an army of 50,000 from the spoils confiscated in Hunan, with barely half of it being utilized. Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Xin Yurong found their admiration for Jiang Ning growing. Had it not been for his repeated proposals to investigate the garrison troops' lands, they could scarcely fathom the dire state that would ensue after a few more years of such negligence. Following a thorough discussion, they reached a consensus regarding the garrison commanders who were to be escorted to the capital. All were to be executed. Their actions had undermined the very foundations of the Ming dynasty and could not be permitted to persist. Shortly thereafter, a scribe delivered a document from General Zhou Youjian, the commander of the expedition to the west. The regions of Mingyang, Manmo, Mengguang, Mengmi, and Mubong had been thoroughly stabilized, with Zhou Youjian firmly controlling the local chieftains' forces. Most of the chieftains had pledged their unwavering loyalty to the Ming dynasty, while those unwilling to cooperate had been discreetly dealt with by Zhou Youjian. Moreover, the local chieftains' literary works had been systematically collected and incinerated. The army under Zhou Youjian was currently regrouping, poised for a second round of warfare against the Burmese, with plans to decisively eradicate them. He urged the court to swiftly appoint officials to oversee the reclaimed territories, lest the army be unable to launch a full-scale offensive. Jiang Ning and his associates understood that while defeating the Burmese was not an insurmountable task for Zhou Youjian, truly integrating these regions into the Ming territory posed the greatest challenge. Although Zhou Youjian was astute and a masterful commander, governance required the expertise of civil officials. After deliberation, they resolved that Jiang Ning and Zhang Weixian should hasten to the palace with the document to present their case to Zhu Youjian, as time was of the essence. Consequently, the two departed the five armies' command and made their way to the imperial palace. Upon learning of their audience, Zhu Youjian promptly instructed Fang Zhenghua to escort them into the imperial study. Upon their meeting, Zhang Weixian and Jiang Ning presented the document and detailed the current situation in Burma to Zhu Youjian. After reviewing the letter, Zhu Youjian furrowed his brow and summoned the cabinet ministers without delay. Soon, Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and others arrived in haste. Zhu Youjian passed the document to Sun Qingzong and the others for their perusal. Before long, Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly had finished reading. Zhu Youjian then spoke. Esteemed ministers, General Zhou Youjian is currently regrouping his forces and will soon engage in another fierce battle with the Burmese, aiming to conclude the campaign in one decisive effort. However, with these regions now stabilized, the court must urgently dispatch officials. Otherwise, Zhou Youjian will hesitate to commit fully to battle. I invite you, my ministers, to share your thoughts on how to proceed with these territories. As the head of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong was the first to respond. Your Majesty, I believe we should adopt the management system established during the Hongwu and Yongle eras, as the court has considerable experience with it. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Kelly promptly countered. Elder Minister Sun, I must disagree. I propose that we establish provincial administrations akin to the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the Ming, delineating prefectures and counties and appointing officials to govern them. Meanwhile, the court established military garrisons in the region, thereby exerting complete control over these territories. Although during the Hongwu and Yongle reigns, the 3 promotions and 6 consolations, along with the 13 supervisory offices, were instituted, over time these areas drifted away from the Ming dynasty's dominion, seeking independence. Should we continue down this path, it is likely that in a few decades, these regions might rebel and seek autonomy once more. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded and remarked, Master Sun's words reflect the wisdom of seasoned statecraft, while Minister Yuan's proposal offers the most effective solution. Sun Qingzong sighed and responded, I fully comprehend what Elder Sun has articulated. However, the court currently lacks sufficient officials to dispatch to these regions. Furthermore, the local chieftains possess a fierce and resilient spirit. Although their troops are now under the command of General Zhao, this tenacity is deeply ingrained. Even if officials from other locales are reassigned, they may not be able to subdue these chieftains and their people. Hearing this, Zhu Youjian furrowed his brow, as did Yuan Kelly. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly stated, Though the road may be long, we shall reach our destination if we embark upon it. Although the task is arduous, it is achievable if we endeavor to undertake it. Otherwise, our efforts in the war against Myanmar will be in vain. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiang Ning and inquired, "Loyal and righteous Marquis, do you possess any viable strategies?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, among the soldiers in the capital's army, many commanders are scions of literati and students from the Imperial Academy who have forsaken their pens for the sword. They have endured the rigors of battle and can be deemed capable of both military command and civil administration. Therefore, I dare to propose that we reassign a portion of these commanders to local governance." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao fell into deep thought. Sun Qingzong, concerned, remarked, "Loyal and righteous Marquis, while there have been precedents for military generals transitioning to civil posts, such instances are rare and often yield average results. The territories we have reclaimed encompass nearly half of Yunnan province, and the number of officials required is not insignificant. Moreover, whether these commanders can effectively serve as local officials remains uncertain. The risks are considerable. Perhaps we should have Minister of Personnel Yang deliberate further on this matter?" Jiang Ning, with a smile, reassured, "Elder son need not worry. These scholars are well versed in literature and have taken up arms with fervent passion. Entrusting them with local governance will not render them incapable of wielding a pen after a few days with a sword. Furthermore, I suggest that we demote these commanders to lower ranks, assigning them to less significant positions to facilitate their adaptation. In this manner, the court would only need to assign a limited number of officials to serve as chief administrators, while the roles of county magistrates and governors could be entrusted to these capital commanders." Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, stroking his beard with a smile. The proposal from the loyal and righteous Marquis is indeed commendable. By demoting these commanders, we draw upon their scholarly background and military experience. Even if the local populace and chieftains resist governance, they will be adept in managing the situation. Simultaneously, by appointing officials to serve as principal administrators, we can ensure a dual approach, thereby safeguarding against any potential failures. Zhu Youjiao concurred, "Loyal and righteous Marquis, Minister Yuan's suggestions resonate profoundly with my sentiments. If that is the case, let it be decided thus. However, as we delineate these territories into a provincial entity, what name shall we bestow upon it?" Upon hearing these words, the assembled individuals fell silent. After all, the merit of expanding territories naturally belonged to Emperor Zhu Youjiao, ensuring a prominent mention in future historical records. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao spoke. "Why not designate this as the Northern Myanmar province, subsequently establishing prefectures in areas such as Manmo, Mengguang, Mengyang, Mengmi, and Mubong, each governing counties? I propose selecting generals from the capital's military to transition into the roles of county magistrates and prefects. As for the positions of provincial governors and fiscal officials, we shall appoint individuals from the court or other regional officials." The crowd hastily echoed their agreement. "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Zhu Youjiao's face immediately beamed with pride. Thereafter, Zhang Weixian and Jiang Ning rose to take their leave, as the ensuing matters no longer fell under the jurisdiction of the Five Armies Command. Zhu Youjiao then continued to deliberate related affairs with Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, and Shuiguan. The following day, during the morning court session, Zhu Youjiao officially decreed the establishment of the Northern Myanmar province, creating prefectures in Manmo, Mengmi, Mengyang, Mengguang, and Mubong, each overseeing counties. Additionally, he ordered the reassignment of scholars and students from the Imperial Academy who had military backgrounds to serve as local officials. The court was taken aback. What had once been the 13 provinces of the Ming dynasty had now transformed into 14. This development undeniably heralded a significant improvement, allowing the court to exert robust control over the region. All the civil and military ministers erupted in praise. Long live the emperor! Glory to the Ming. Chapter 467. Old Wei's angry inquiry at Jiang Ning. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao stood proudly and declared, "This honor shall not be mine alone. It is shared with all of you, my esteemed ministers." The ministers hurriedly offered their flattery. "Your Majesty is indeed enlightened, akin to the sage kings Yao and Shan, a ruler for the ages." Fortunately, Zhu Youjiao retained some humility and self-awareness, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "As for the candidate for the governor of the Northern Myanmar province, after discussions with the cabinet yesterday, I have decided to appoint the right vice minister of war, Gao Di." Upon hearing this, Gao Di promptly stepped forward to receive the decree with gratitude. This caused Jiang Ning, standing nearby, to furrow his brow. He had some understanding of Gao Di's reputation. Historically, After succeeding Sun Qingzong, Gao Di advocated for the abandonment of all of Liaodong, retreating the entire army to Shanhaiguan. Believing that a continued defense of Liaodong was merely depleting the court's resources, his astonishing actions upon taking office, retreating to Shanhaiguan, earned him fierce criticism from both civil and military officials, even drawing ire from his supporter, Old Wei. Yet, the issue lay in Gao Di's cautious demeanor in court, where he navigated the political landscape for 30 years, steadily rising in rank. Remarkably, amidst the intense factional disputes of the late Ming, he managed to ascend without being ensnared by political strife, ultimately securing the support of Old Wei. This indicated his considerable political acumen, though his military capabilities remained questionable. After careful consideration, Jiang Ning concluded that, given the current circumstances, with the Xiong barbarians stationed in Liaodong, the situation remained relatively stable. However, in the annals of history, after the head of the Bear barbarians was presented, the entire Liaodong region descended into chaos. Even with Sun Qingzong's efforts, he could only strive to maintain some semblance of order. This illustrates the extent of the turmoil at that time. With incessant factional strife within the court and a complex web of influences in Liaodong, Gao Di advocated for the entire army to retreat to Shanhaiguan, approaching the situation from a political standpoint rather than a military one. Given the circumstances, even the most astute military strategies would struggle to be implemented, as the court was in utter disarray. Now, with Gao Di appointed to the position of governor of northern Myanmar, Jiang Ning saw no significant issue with this. After all, Gao Di was known for his diligent and earnest work ethic, a sentiment echoed by the Minister of War, Li Banghua, who provided a fair assessment of his capabilities. Were it not for his competence, Li Banghua's notorious temper might have already compelled him to leave. Thus, Gao Di's appointment to northern Myanmar was not without merit. Ultimately, Emperor Zhu Youjian decreed that the 5 military governor offices, the Ministry of Personnel, and the cabinet would collaboratively discuss the candidates for the positions of prefects and county magistrates, presenting their decisions for imperial approval. With the absence of the troublesome Zhou Qiyuan and his cohorts, today's court session proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After the session concluded, everyone promptly departed, returning to their respective offices. Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Gao Di, and Yang He proceeded to the Cabinet's office to discuss the specific arrangements for the transfer of military leaders to civilian positions with Sun Qingzong and Yuan Kelly. After several hours of deliberation, they finally assembled the required number of officials for northern Myanmar. Consequently, Minister of Personnel Yang He confidently proclaimed that he could secure 20 official appointments without hesitation. This revelation astonished Jiang Ning and the others. Previously, this esteemed gentleman had a tendency to bemoan his circumstances and feign hardship, yet today he boldly took on such a significant responsibility. However, as Yang He held the position of Minister of Personnel, his word was not to be contested. Subsequently, they submitted the list to Zhu Youxiao, who, upon confirming its accuracy, granted immediate approval. These officials were to accompany 40,000 Mongolian soldiers to northern Myanmar for their assignments. Little did they know, after their departure, Yang He returned to the Ministry of Personnel, promptly gathered his staff, and went to the censorate and the Hanlin Academy, where he apprehended 20 officials on the spot, binding them and presenting them with their appointment documents for their new roles. As the news spread, Jiang Ning sat in the office of the 5 military governor's office, his mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The title of the most ruthless figure in the capital, once held by Old Wei, has now been usurped. This young Daoran is indeed the true paragon of ruthlessness in the capital." Days later, Chao Wenzhao led an army of 50,000 back to the capital, accompanied by Bushir II and several other chieftains of minor Mongolian tribes, along with the recently integrated 40,000 Mongolian cavalry. With the He-Tao region reclaimed, the court no longer required all its forces to be stationed on the grasslands. Following discussions between Zhu Youjiao, Jiang Ning, and others, they instructed He Kegong and Man Gui to remain in He-Tao with 50,000 troops, while allowing Chao Wenzhao to return to the capital for a period of rest and recuperation. Upon his return, Chao Wenzhao first reported to the Ministry of War to surrender his military tokens, followed by a formal check-in at the 5 military governor's office. Upon completing the handover with Jiang Ning and others, he promptly made his way to the imperial palace to pay his respects to Zhu Youjiao. The news that Chao Wenzhao brought back filled Zhu Youjiao with immense joy. and he graciously bestowed a set of armor upon Cao Wenjiao as a token of his favor. This gesture left Cao Wenjiao deeply moved and tearful with gratitude. Subsequently, he returned to the Wujuan Duda mansion, where he recounted the details of the recent battle to Jiang Ning and the others. Chen Su and Shen Yurong, upon hearing his account, could not help but exclaim that Cao Wenjiao was indeed a formidable talent of the younger generation. Given time, General Chao's achievements would surely surpass their own. Blushing at the praise from the esteemed seniors, Cao Wenjiao felt a swell of humility. The following day, Zhu Youjian issued an edict, demoting the title of the Shuani king, Ushertu, to that of Shuani Marquis, and granted him a residence, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years in the capital. Other leaders of the smaller Mongolian tribes were also bestowed with official titles, remaining in the capital to live out their days. A few days later, Cao Wenjiao led an army of 20,000 troops and 40,000 Mongolian cavalry, along with professional officers set to take up local governance, to the northern region of Myanmar. Originally, there was no need to dispatch a large force for protection, as the families of the 40,000 Mongolian cavalry were already under the court's control. However, not long ago, Zhao Shuijiao sent an urgent military report, stating that they had captured another 30,000 Burmese and lamented their fate, expressing a desire for them to be brought to the Ming dynasty to enjoy a better life, urging the court to send someone to retrieve them promptly. In response, Zhu Youjian suggested that, as the court was currently constructing fortifications in the Hetao Plain, these 30,000 Burmese could be sent to assist with the efforts. Thus, Cao Wenjiao led the 20,000 troops and 40,000 Mongolian cavalry to the northern province of Myanmar to receive the 30,000 captured Burmese soldiers. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with this arrangement, as their arrival in the northern province would alleviate Zhao Shuijiao's concerns. This would enable Zhao Shuijiao to launch another major offensive, likely resulting in the complete annihilation of Myanmar and its incorporation into the Ming dynasty's territory, with Siam being next in line. At this moment, the entire Ming court was primarily focused on two matters. First, to wage war and reclaim lost territories, and second, to devise ways to generate revenue. As soon as the northern province of Myanmar was announced, the Ministry of Revenue dispatched officials to begin tax collection. Some officials in the court deemed this action somewhat hasty. However, Deputy Minister Bai Zisu and Deputy Minister Wei Jun argued that the court had expended considerable manpower and military funds to seize these territories. And if taxes were not collected, what was the point of the conquest? Others felt that since the northern province of Myanmar had just been established, collecting taxes at this juncture might yield little return. In response, Bai Zisu and Wei Jun asserted that this was a matter for the Ministry of Revenue, requiring no concern from their colleagues. Seeing the resolute stance of the two deputy ministers, the others felt it prudent to remain silent. Subsequently, the two visited Jiang Ning, sharing their plans to generate silver through land exploitation and the sale of people. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled and informed them that there were jade mines in the northern province that could be exploited. As for the laborers needed for mining, they could simply request them from General Zhao Shuijiao, as he was currently the foremost trafficker in the northern province of Myanmar. If not for his preoccupation with military affairs, he might have already sold off nearly the entire population of the region. Several days later, the military officers from Hunan province were escorted to the capital, where they were interrogated by the War Office, with the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate sending representatives to accompany the proceedings. Though this accompaniment was largely a mere formality, the number of implicated generals exceeded 300, and including their families, the total approached 2,000 souls. Jiang Ning, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong were already well aware of the illegal and disorderly conduct of these officers. Among them, 30 were deemed to have relatively lighter offenses, stripped of all official titles and permanently barred from public service, while their entire fortunes were confiscated. The remainder faced execution, with their families exiled to northern Myanmar. This situation left the onlooker, Old Wei, quite discontented. Following the conclusion of the trials, those condemned were swiftly dealt with, the exiles were dispatched, and the executions carried out without delay, reflecting an expedited and simplified process. Not long after, Old Wei sought out Jiang Ning. Upon their meeting, Old Wei, visibly distressed, lamented, "My lord, today, you have truly disappointed our household." Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Wei Gonggong, what have I done this time? Why such a countenance?" Old Wei, with a face full of sorrow, replied, "My lord, where has the Jiang Darren gone who cared for the people 3 years ago?" Who cleansed Tianjin and the entire Shaanxi political sphere? Where is the one who, 2 years ago, single-handedly pierced through the southwestern provinces as the governor of 4 provinces? And what of this diligent and dutiful loyal marquis of this year? Can you ever retrieve him? Jiang Ning paused, slightly taken aback, and responded, Wei Gonggong. You still remember those matters? Old Wei nodded, of course. You are one of the few true friends I have in the court. Jiang Ning smiled gently and said, Wei Gonggong, I know you are a person of gratitude and genuinely care for the populace. Sometimes, when I reflect on our actions in the court over the years, I realize we have indeed implicated many innocent individuals. However, at the time, circumstances demanded that we establish authority through decisive action, and that required a significant number of sacrifices. But the situation has changed. The authority is now established, and it is time to extend mercy rather than persist in slaughter. Upon hearing this, Old Wei's eyes reddened as he replied, Jiang Darren, I have not had the privilege of education and do not grasp those grand principles. Yet I understand that those who harm the people must be eliminated. If you choose not to kill, or cannot do so, I shall take it upon myself. If there are matters you wish to address but cannot, I will assist you. As long as you still consider me a friend, just say the word. And even if it means traversing mountains of knives or seas of flames, I shall not flinch. With that, he waved his hand and departed. Watching Old Wei's retreating figure, Jiang Ning felt a deep respect welling within him. He mused that he had unwittingly transformed into a shrewd political strategist, while Old Wei remained steadfast in prioritizing the welfare of the people. Chapter 468. The Battle of Korchin. After leaving the War Office, Old Wei climbed into his palanquin, accompanied by a group of Eastern Depot agents, and returned to the Eastern Depot. Inside the palanquin, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and even his hands, which were playing with walnuts, trembled slightly. Old Wei pulled a handkerchief from his sleeve, wiped the sweat from his brow, and let out a resigned sigh, murmuring, My lord, why do you fail to comprehend our family's plight? As we approach 60, with half our bodies already in the earth, who knows how many days we have left in this world? Having lived to this age, we do not covet gold or silver. All we seek is a name to carry on after our demise. Yet you, with over 2,000 individuals, can cast them into exile at will. It would be better to hand them over to us and have them all executed. If we manage to slay enough corrupt officials, when our time comes, we can at least leave this world with a sense of fulfillment. Perhaps the citizens of the capital, in their joy, would even build a temple in our honor, allowing us to enjoy some incense in the afterlife. But look at the current situation. We had agreed to eradicate all corrupt officials together, yet now you hesitate to strike. If you continue down this path, the hard-earned reputation we have built will be lost, and how can we expect anyone to erect a temple for us in the future? Meanwhile, in the office of the 5 Armies Command, Jiang Ning suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder Old Wei had been so agitated, according to past customs. Those 2,000 individuals were meant for Old Wei to accumulate merit. By rashly deciding to exile them all, he had inadvertently rendered Old Wei's efforts futile, and it was no wonder he was upset with him. Jiang Ning quietly reminded himself that in similar situations in the future, he should simply hand over such individuals to Old Wei, allowing him to accrue merit. After all, Old Wei was neither greedy nor authoritarian, and as for women, he was more interested than able. His sole focus was on advocating for the common people and performing good deeds, all in hopes of achieving a sense of completeness in his merits. It was truly remiss of him to have overlooked this crucial detail. He owed Old Wei an apology and a promise to make amends. Simultaneously, after the bloodshed orchestrated by Man Gui and Chao Wenjiao in the Hetao Plain, all tribes that did not voluntarily submit to the court, regardless of age or gender, had become mere fertilizer nourishing the grasslands. As Chao Wenjiao returned to the capital with an army of 50,000, Grand Secretary Zhu Tongming promptly arranged for Shaanxi Governor Qiao Yunxing and Shaanxi Governor Chen Qiyu to begin constructing fortifications on the Hetao Plain. He Gang and Man Gui led their forces to patrol the area, preventing other Mongolian tribes from invading. Even the tribes that had already pledged allegiance to the court contributed manpower. Zhu Tongming, accompanied by the leaders of 18 tribes, took command in Hohhot City, with General Yang Zhaoji of Datong and General Ma Shilong of Shaanxi, each dispatching 10,000 troops for protection. Many regarded Zhu Tongming's plan as overly risky. Should Lin Danhan once again go mad and lead his army back, the court's forces might not arrive in time for rescue. Yet Zhu Tongming responded with a smile. Fortune favors the bold. Only by having the leaders of the 18 tribes stationed in Hohhot City will these tribes feel secure in their service to the court. Simultaneously, this serves as a deterrent to Lin Danhan. Even if he were to act impulsively and strike again, we shall hold our ground. If we cannot withstand the assault, then I, Zhu Tongming, shall take these 18 tribes with me to the underworld. Thus, the tribes of the 18 clans found themselves in an unyielding conflict with Lin Danhan. Despite the persistent pleas of the crowd yielding no results, they reluctantly acquiesced. Man Gui and He Kegong split their forces to conduct patrols. At this juncture, the most formidable threats to the Hetao region were Lin Danhan and Nurhasai of Liaodong. However, both were presently locked in a fierce struggle, preoccupied with their own affairs, and thus posed little immediate danger to the Hetao plains. Upon arriving at Gawazhong with the leaders of the 18 clans, Zhu Tongming began to reach out to major trading associations across several northern provinces, inviting them to engage in commerce at Gawazhong. The trading associations responded swiftly, sending truckloads of goods to the city. This sudden influx of trade invigorated the previously apprehensive leaders of the 18 clans, who hurriedly dispatched messengers back to their tribes to gather livestock, horses, furs, and other resources for exchange. As the Ming dynasty fervently constructed fortifications and initiated trade in the Hetao plains, Lin Danhan and his army reached the Korchin region. This arrival offered a profound sense of relief to Amur and Hatu, who had been enduring an arduous period of hardship. They were besieged by the relentless assaults of Nurhasai, while simultaneously remaining wary of the Korchin leader, Oba, who could turn against them at any moment, leaving them unable to fully commit their efforts. With Lin Danhan's forces now present, their confidence surged, emboldening them to confront Nurhasai head-on. However, this situation plunged Oba, who had been contemplating a complete defection to Nurhasai, into despair. Aligning with Lin Danhan promised a life of deprivation, and Nurhasai's enticing conditions had drawn Oba's interest. As he anticipated a mutual destruction between Lin Danhan and the Ming forces outside Datong. To his astonishment, Lin Danhan, disregarding his reputation, retreated without a fight, abandoning the likes of Bushir II and others. Nurhasai, incensed by the news of Lin Danhan's advance, resolved to take action. Oba, who had already accepted Nurhasai's terms, found his plans thwarted by Lin Danhan's unexpected interference. In his fury, Nurhasai commanded an all-out assault, personally leading his troops into battle. The ensuing clash in Korchin saw both sides amass over 100,000 combatants. Even Oba found himself coerced by Lin Danhan, who held a blade to his neck, compelling him to dispatch 20,000 men to the battlefield. Although Oba sought to excuse himself, his trepidation in the face of Lin Danhan's fierce gaze silenced his protests, and he reluctantly pledged to muster the troops for the assault against Nurhasai. The two forces engaged in a series of fierce battles, each side experiencing victories and defeats. Nurhasai was taken aback, having presumed his triumph was assured, only to discover that Lin Danhan proved to be a formidable adversary. Compounding the situation, reinforcements from the Chahar tribe bolstered Lin Danhan's ranks. After weighing the odds, Nurhasai decisively ordered a withdrawal. Facing 40,000 against 100,000 did not favor his side, and the risk of significant losses could jeopardize the entire campaign. Thus, he commenced the retreat. As Nurhasai led his troops away, Oba could not help but weep. His heart filled with sorrow. Promises of camaraderie had been made, yet you turn and flee, leaving me to face the wrath of Lin Dankan alone. I am utterly at a loss as to the trials that await me. Witnessing Nurhasai's retreat ignited Lin Dankan's fury. He pondered, how is it that, despite my position as the nominal Khan of the steppe, I am so easily disregarded? First, the Ming dispatched my underlings without warning, then engaged me in open conflict. This year, I had hoped to reclaim my honor, yet I was left in utter disgrace, losing control of the Hetao plain, with even my subordinates seeking refuge with the Ming. Now, Nurhasai dares to provoke me, and then retreats unscathed. This is intolerable. Lin Dankan was driven to madness. He rallied his forces, commanding Generals Amor and Hatu to lead 50,000 men in pursuit, vowing that Nurhasai must not be allowed to swagger away unchallenged. Otherwise, he would lose all standing on the steppe, open to anyone's scorn. Upon learning of Lin Dankan's pursuit, Nurhasai was taken aback, believing he had shown sufficient respect. To his surprise, Lin Dankan was relentless. Therefore, he ordered Mankurtai and General Fei Engdong to lead the right banner and the yellow banner to intercept, while he himself returned to his stronghold at Hichuala Feiyingdong. One of the 5 ministers was seasoned and prudent, fully committed to executing Nurhasai's orders, preparing to await the enemy's approach for a counteroffensive. However, Mankurtai saw an opportunity. The campaign thus far had yielded little, with Huang Taiji and Dudu gathering provisions in Korea, while Daishan and Amin were engaged with the Xiongnu and Hong Laojiao. He believed that if he could expand the gains, he would undoubtedly emerge as the greatest contributor to this conflict, significantly boosting his reputation, which would greatly benefit his claim to the succession of the Khanate. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the right banner troops to engage Amur and Hatu in battle. In Mankurtai's view, Lin Dan Khan was a fool, and his subordinates were equally inept. He even thought Nurhasai's order to retreat was a sign of senility. Yet this created ample opportunities for him to distinguish himself. Feiyingdong was utterly astonished upon learning that Mankurtai had taken the initiative to attack. Was it not agreed that they would merely engage in a defensive stance? How could Mankurtai act independently? Without time to contemplate further, he hastily dispatched men to provide aid. He understood well that if anything happened to Mankurtai, he would be in grave trouble. Amur and Hatu, meanwhile, were seething with anger, itching to strike at Nurhasai's stronghold of Hichuala. To them, Mankurtai's appearance was a blatant affront. They wasted no time. Immediately leading 50,000 troops into fierce combat against Mankurtai, both sides straining every sinew. Initially, Mankurtai had dismissed this 50,000 as inconsequential. However, as the battle progressed, his apprehension grew. The 50,000 charged fearlessly, braving the rain of arrows, advancing wave after wave. Alarmingly, they encircled the right banner completely. Mankurtai's face turned pale as he led the charge, attempting to break free. Yet, Amur and Hata's 50,000 soldiers held fast, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. Feiyingdong, leading the right yellow banner, rushed to provide assistance, but found himself resolutely blocked outside the encirclement, unable to break through. Thus, both sides engaged in fierce combat for an entire day and night. Mankurtai fought desperately to break free, while Feiyingdong fought valiantly to penetrate the circle. Ultimately, just as Feiyingdong made his way into the encirclement, Mankurtai successfully broke through. This turn of events left Feiyingdong ensnared within the trap. Amur and Hatu personally led the charge, vowing to annihilate all the forces under Feiyingdong's command. True to his reputation as a formidable Jurchen general, Feiyingdong remained composed in the face of peril, battling while retreating. After a day of bloody conflict, he finally managed to escape the encirclement, though he had suffered the loss of more than half of his troops. Feiyingdong's face turned ashen. The right yellow banner was a cherished asset of Nurhasai, and now, with nearly half lost, how could he return and explain this? A chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head at this thought. Simultaneously, he seethed with resentment towards the reckless Mankurtai. Yet, with circumstances as they were, he could only proceed step by step. He led the remaining forces in a frantic dash towards Nurhasai's location. After several rounds of bloody skirmishes, Amur and Hata's 50,000-strong army had also suffered a loss of 8,000 men. Recognizing the value of their gains, they decided to withdraw. Having slain over 7,500 Jurchens, achieving a casualty ratio of 1-to-1, which could be considered a significant victory. Historically, encounters with the Liaodong Jurchens had resulted in a staggering ratio of 3-to-1. Consequently, they gathered their troops and retreated towards the Khalkha region. Mankurtai, leading the remnants of his forces, hastily pursued Nurhasai. Upon learning of Mankurtai's losses, Nurhasai was nearly overwhelmed with rage. He immediately ordered Mankurtai to be brought before him for questioning. In a bid to absolve himself, Mankurtai shifted all blame onto Feiyingdong. However, Nurhasai, being exceedingly astute, knew that as one of his 5 ministers, Feiyingdong would not act so foolishly. In a fit of anger, Nurhasai drew his sword, ready to execute Mankurtai. The latter, terrified, lost his composure, and onlookers hastily interceded on his behalf. They understood well that if Nurhasai could execute Mankurtai today, he could just as easily target others tomorrow. After much pleading, Nurhasai sheathed his sword. Nevertheless, he imposed a fine of 5,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of gold upon Mankurtai, and additionally, he withdrew 3 companies of troops from the right blue banner to bolster the right yellow banner. Upon catching up with Nurhasai, Feiyingdong immediately prostrated himself in apology. Nurhasai, upon witnessing this, imposed only a token punishment before leading everyone back to Hechuala. Chapter 469. The Grace of the Ming Dynasty. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting landed at the port of Jiangyi, Korea, with an army of 50,000. The Korean king Li Zhong welcomed them with his ministers 20 miles from the port, and many Korean citizens flocked to witness the event. In their eyes, the Ming dynasty was revered as a revered ancestor, especially considering that the visitor was a prince, the younger brother of the emperor. It is worth noting that the status of the Korean king was equivalent to that of a Ming princely lord, and this prince, being the emperor's brother, held an exalted position. Thus, the Korean populace was eager to behold the majesty of the imperial family of the Celestial Empire. The king of Joseon, Li Zhong, appeared visibly anxious, surrounded by ministers displaying a spectrum of emotions, some impassive, others with grim expressions, while many shared Li Zhong's evident unease. They had anticipated a general from the Ming dynasty, but were taken aback by the arrival of the emperor's own younger brother. This unexpected development left them uncertain whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Ostensibly, they maintained a facade of respect and obedience towards the Ming, yet in reality, they had long ceased to heed the Ming's commands, secretly engaging with Nurhasai and Liaodong, attempting to curry favor with both sides. However, sensing that the current situation was ominous, they had ventured 20 miles to meet and gauge the Ming's stance. Upon disembarking, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting immediately established a full princely retinue, with 3,000 Ming imperial guards standing in perfect formation beside Zhu Youjian. As he surveyed his surroundings, Zhu Youjian noted the absence of any welcoming party, his expression darkening. The king of Joseon exhibits considerable arrogance, he remarked. I come as a representative of the Ming, yet he fails to send anyone to greet me. It seems he holds our empire in contempt. Beside him, Li Gui broke into a cold sweat, his anxiety palpable. At that moment, a Joseon official, hastily approaching on horseback, dismounted from a distance, tumbling forward and kneeling 3 paces from Zhu Youjian, repeatedly bowing his head. I am Jin Lu, a humble left counselor of Joseon, here to pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of the Great Ming. Long live, long live, long live. Zhu Youjian snorted disdainfully, demanding, why does the king of Joseon not come personally to welcome me? Is this a show of defiance against the Ming? Jin Lu, struck with fear, turned pale and broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding, our king awaits your highness 20 miles away. Please, I beseech you to proceed. Without hesitation, Zhu Youjian stepped forward, placing his foot on Jin Lu's shoulder, leaning down with cold disdain. Such grandiosity from the king of Joseon. I am here at the behest of the Ming emperor to offer military assistance, yet he waits 20 miles away. It appears you Joseon believe you can withstand the Manchus without our support. Jin Lu trembled, fearing his shoulder might be crushed under Zhu Youjian's weight. Yet he dared not resist or show even a hint of disrespect. At that moment, Li Gui hurriedly knelt beside them, imploring, Your Highness, please temper your anger. There must be a misunderstanding. I shall confer with Master Jin and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. With that, he bowed thrice. Zhu Youjian snorted again and lifted his foot. Li Gui promptly began conversing in Korean with Jin Lu, their exchange animated yet hushed. Soon, Li Gui's face flushed red, while Jin Lu's complexion remained ghastly pale. Gritting his teeth, Jin Lu bowed to Zhu Youjian before hastily riding away. Li Gui quickly knelt beside Zhu Youjian once more, assuring, Your Highness, please remain composed. Master Jin has gone to summon the king to personally welcome you. Zhu Youjian, still brooding in silence, regarded the Joseon as his domain. Such insolence exhibited by these individuals on his territory could not be tolerated. Jin Lu galloped back to King Li Zhong, urgently relaying, Your Majesty, please go at once to greet His Highness. Just moments ago, the Prince of the Ming was furious. Had it not been for the intervention of Minister Li Gui, I fear I would not have returned. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhong was engulfed in darkness, nearly fainting, and subsequently collapsed onto the ground. Weeping and lamenting, it is all your misguided suggestions, insisting on welcoming him from 20 miles away. I have long forewarned that this esteemed prince of the Ming dynasty holds a remarkable status, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now we have incited his wrath. What shall we do? As he spoke, Li Zhong broke into uncontrollable sobs. Among the gathered ministers, some appeared awkward, while others secretly reveled in the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Right Counselor Zhang Wei stepped forward and said, Your Highness, We must hasten to welcome him in person and subsequently offer our apologies, in hopes that this prince of the Ming may temper his anger. Otherwise, should we provoke the Ming to fury, our Joseon would face utter annihilation. However, Li Zong was lost in his despair, oblivious to Zhang Wei's words. Jin Lu and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, nodded in agreement, and promptly arranged for aides to support Li Huan, leading the assembly of ministers to extend their welcome. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuaning stood side by side, the sea breeze rustling their fish-patterned robes and imperial dragon attire. Li Gui knelt respectfully nearby, scarcely daring to breathe. Internally, Li Gui berated the Joseon monarch and his court, lamenting the absurdity of their frivolous concerns in such dire times. During his stay in the Ming, Li Gui had learned well that Prince Xian possessed not only formidable connections, but also a notorious temperament. The thought of bearing the blame for his small nation filled him with melancholy. Sun Chuanting, noticing Li Gui's expression, leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhu Youjian. An amused smile graced Zhu Youjian's face as he nodded and approached Li Gui, saying, "Ministerly, your position as the chief of the rites in Joseon is akin to that of our minister of rites in the Ming. In this critical moment for our nation, your willingness to journey alone to seek assistance from the Ming speaks volumes of your loyalty and valor. Alas, your king and his ministers do not hold you in high regard. Given their blatant disrespect today, had I chosen to execute you on the spot, your king would have had no grounds for protest." Hearing this, Li Gui quickly stammered, "To receive such accolades from His Highness, I am overwhelmed with gratitude. However, as a subject of Joseon, I must obey the royal command." He sighed deeply. Zhu Youjian chuckled and inquired, "Might Minister Li have any interest in serving in the Ming?" Taken aback, Li Gui could scarcely believe his ears, asking, "Your Highness means to say that I could serve in the Ming?" Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile, responding, "This matter is quite trivial. It requires but a word from me." Li Gui immediately felt a surge of excitement, then, choking with emotion, crawled to Zhu Youjian's side, exclaiming, "To be recognized by your Highness, I have no means to repay you but to offer my utmost service." Zhu Youjian replied with a smile, "You flatter yourself. Minister Li, for now, you shall remain by my side to assist me, and I will arrange your official position shortly." As he spoke, he personally helped Li Gui to his feet. In that instant, Li Gui experienced an overwhelming urge to devote himself to one who truly understood him, casting aside thoughts of the Joseon king and his court. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, as a group of Korean soldiers surrounded civil and military officials, followed closely by numerous commoners, advancing toward Zhu Youjian and his companions. Zhu Youjian let out a cold snort and turned to Sun Chuanting, saying, "By Gu, it seems the main figure has arrived." Sun Chuanting nodded in agreement, approached Zhu Youjian, and whispered, "Your Highness, we have emerged from the crucible of battle. You must remain vigilant, lest we lose face." Zhu Youjian acknowledged with a nod, replying, "That is imperative." Before long, all the Korean civil and military officials stood before Zhu Youjian, and without further ado, they knelt in a formal tribute of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. However, King Lizong merely bent his waist in a gesture of respect. Observing this, Zhu Youjian's expression turned cold as he approached Li Hun. Lizong trembled uncontrollably. Had he not gritted his teeth to endure, he might have been overwhelmed by fear. The imposing presence of this youthful prince, with eyes as sharp as a blade, was daunting. The Korean ministers trembled in apprehension, uncertain of the intentions of this prince of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Youjian let out a cold chuckle, patting Li Hun on the shoulder, and remarked, "Li GW, take a look at your attire, and then at mine. According to the Ming dynasty's protocol, you, as the king of Korea, are equivalent to a Ming prefectural prince, while I am a prince. A prefectural prince is obliged to pay respects to a prince. Moreover, I am here representing the son of heaven of the Ming dynasty." As he spoke, Sun Chuanting promptly presented the imperial sword, and all the Ming soldiers knelt in reverence. Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's words, Li Zong immediately bent his legs and knelt to the ground, exclaiming, "I, your humble servant, have been remiss. I beseech your Highness to temper your anger. I bear no disrespect toward the Ming dynasty. I implore your Highness to discern my sincerity." Zhu Youjian coldly replied, "It is best that you do not. However, should there be any, it matters not, for I shall teach you how to write the word etiquette." At that moment, Zhu Youjian declared, "Enough, since that is the case, let us proceed. I cannot remain here indefinitely. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian and son Chuanting mounted their horses. King Lizhong, with the assistance of his ministers, trembled as he too mounted his steed, following closely behind toward Hanyang. As they journeyed, the Korean commoners along the roadside exhibited expressions of fervor, continuously bowing their heads and chanting. Zhu Youjian furrowed his brow and curiously inquired of Li Gwi. What are these commoners saying? Li Gwi responded with a smile. Your Highness, the populace expresses their gratitude for the Ming dynasty's benevolence, proclaiming that Ming's kindness to Korea surpasses the mountains in height and the seas in depth. They feel unable to repay such grace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian smacked his lips and then spoke. Let these people rise. There is no need for them to remain kneeling. Immediately, Li Gwi complied, raising his voice in Korean to instruct the commoners along the way. In no time, all the commoners stood up, their eyes glistening, raising their hands high, joyfully following alongside the army. Zhu Youjian watched in astonishment and then quietly asked son Chuanting, Baigu, what has stirred such excitement among these Korean commoners? Son Chuanting smiled and replied, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but to us, the Ming dynasty is akin to an ancestral figure. Even high-ranking officials from North Korea must bow in reverence before the magistrate of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian merely shrugged. Chapter 470. The favor of Zhu Youjian. Zhu Youjian, accompanied by son Chuanting, led the army to the royal palace in Hanxiang. With a slight furrow in his brow, he pointed at the Korean palace and inquired of Li Gui, Is this the royal palace of Korea? Li Gui promptly replied, Indeed, Your Highness, it is the royal palace. Zhu Youjian rolled his eyes, remarking, Though Korea is small, it is still a nation. This palace lacks the grandeur of the city god temple in the capital, and it pales in comparison to my own royal residence. Upon hearing this, Li Gui's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, Your Highness. To show respect for the Ming dynasty, all cities, residences, and palaces within Korea have been constructed on a reduced scale. Zhu Youjian was left speechless. At that moment, King Li Yung of Korea approached Zhu Youjian with trepidation, kneeling without hesitation and stammering, Your Highness, we have arrived at the royal palace. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you, and hope you will honor us with your presence. Zhu Youjian coldly inquired, What of the 50,000 troops I brought? Li Yung stammered, at a loss for words. Just then, the left counselor Jin Lu hurried forward, kneeling and saying, Your Highness, I have made arrangements for the great army of the heavenly dynasty. I assure you, I would not dare to be negligent. Zhu Youjian nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, son Chuanting organized the troops to encamp inside and around Hanxiang, while Zhu Youjian led 3,000 imperial Ming guards into the royal palace alongside Li Yung. Li Gui closely followed Zhu Youjian, realizing that aligning himself with such a powerful figure was far more advantageous than any official position in Korea, which he had long since dismissed. Upon entering the palace, the 3,000 imperial Ming guards swiftly took control, leaving Jin Lu, Zhang Wei, and Li Yung in shock. Jin Lu gritted his teeth and asked, Your Highness, might it be possible to station the army outside the palace? The palace is guarded by Korean attendants and should pose no issues. Zhu Youjian snorted derisively. These are no ordinary troops behind me. They are members of the Ming royal family, sharing the same surname and bloodline as I. Where do you suggest they be placed? Jin Lu and Zhang Wei were left speechless, their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, King Li Yung quickly interjected, Your Highness is correct. They should all be accommodated within the palace. He then invited Zhu Youjian and the 3,000 imperial Ming guards into the royal palace. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhu Youjian took his place on the throne without hesitation, prompting King Li Yung to sit beside him on the left. As Jin Lu approached the seat on the right, Zhu Youjian directed, You sit over there. There is someone already in this spot. Feeling utterly aggrieved, Jin Lu found himself unable to claim a seat on his own turf. But he refrained from protest and settled for a position one seat away. Soon, the palace maids presented an array of dishes. Zhu Youjian surveyed the table laden with delicacies, his brow furrowing. Although the presentation was appealing, it paled in comparison to the feasts of the Ming dynasty. Nonetheless, he concealed his disdain and began to eat with determination. Seeing Zhu Youjian take up his chopsticks, the others finally dared to join in. In contrast, King Lizhong of Korea directly took over Wang Cheng'en's duties, beginning to pour wine and serve dishes for Zhu Youjian. This act incited deep anger among the Korean courtiers in the Grand Hall, who deemed the Ming prince exceedingly disrespectful. Shortly thereafter, Sun Xuanting entered the royal palace and took a seat to the right of Zhu Youjian, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, King Lizong appeared increasingly uncomfortable, having to pour wine for both Zhu Youjian and Sun Xuanting. At that moment, two individuals clad in red official robes stepped forward and spoke. Though His Highness is a prince of the Ming, this is Korea, and such behavior is excessively rude, verging on usurping authority. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian raised his gaze, only to find the two glaring at him with indignation. Beside him, Li Guo quickly admonished Jin Zidian. Shin Shiyuan, how dare you speak so recklessly before His Highness? The Prince of Xian represents the Ming dynasty to provide military assistance to Korea, yet you show no gratitude and dare to disrespect him. This is utterly treasonous. Jin Lu and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, their expressions complex, but they remained silent. King Lizong, feeling increasingly awkward, fidgeted in his seat. Zhu Youjian, coldly regarding the two, remarked, "Take them outside and execute them." Without hesitation, the Ming guard seized the two and dragged them away. This action sent a chill through the Korean officials present. Previously, when the Ming dispatched envoys, a modicum of respect was always observed. It was shocking that this Ming prince showed no consideration for the Korean dignitaries, ordering executions without a second thought, truly terrifying. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhu Youjian casually inquired, "What is the current status of the rebel forces? How is Korea responding?" King Lizong promptly rose and bowed, responding, "Your Highness, the rebels have now captured Pyongyang-do and Hamgyong-do, plundering Korean youths and resources, causing immense suffering among our people. Currently, General Kim Sam is leading troops to defend Wanghe-do. Should it fall, the rebel forces could advance directly, threatening the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian coolly replied, "You Koreans truly are inept. A mere 20,000 rebels have thrown you into such disarray." King Lizong's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. Zhu Youjian continued, "Our Ming army shall mobilize after a brief period of rest to confront the rebels. Then you shall see how this battle is fought." The Korean officials, upon hearing this, were filled with joy, finally arriving at the crux of the matter. At that moment, Jin Lu and Zhang Wei hastily interjected, "Will you require our humble assistance in sending troops alongside the Ming army to resist the rebels?" Zhu Youjian snorted disdainfully, saying, "Assistance is unnecessary. Simply have your Korean soldiers transport supplies for our Ming forces. If your soldiers join the battlefield, I might end up as unfortunate as General Deng Zilong during the Battle of Daluo Bay, falling victim to your incompetence." At this remark, the atmosphere grew awkward among those present. Meanwhile, Sun Xuanting, seated nearby, spoke up, "I have heard that you Koreans have erected statues and built temples for Li Sun-shin, honoring him with incense and worship. Is this true?" Standing beside Zhu Youjian, Li Guo promptly spoke. In response to General Sun, "It is indeed the case." Sun Xuanting suddenly slammed the table, snorted coldly, and said, "During the Battle of Dalian Sea, did you truly not know? Or do you think we in the Ming have forgotten this matter? Your Korean commander, Yi Sun-sin, disregarded orders and acted independently, nearly jeopardizing a promising situation. Our venerable General Deng Zilong turned the tide at a critical moment, ultimately achieving a great victory at the Battle of Dalian Sea, yet he also perished on the battlefield, all due to Yi Sun-sin's actions. How dare you erect a statue and build a shrine for him? This is utterly outrageous." Upon hearing this, Lizong was instantly petrified, his legs trembling, and he hastily replied, "General Sun, please quell your anger. I will soon issue orders to dismantle Yi Sun-sin's shrine." Zhu Youjian coldly smiled and said, "There is no need for that. We Ming soldiers will take care of it ourselves." Subsequently, Zhu Youjian and Sun Xuanting engaged in casual conversation, while the other Korean officials became mere decorations, with only Li Guo occasionally interjecting a comment. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, Zhu Youjian inquired, "Where will I reside next? Have you made arrangements?" Lizong quickly responded with a smile, "Your Highness's residence has been arranged at the residence of Lord Lingyang. Are you satisfied?" Zhu Youjian coldly retorted, "If I recall correctly, the residence of Lord Lingyang is indeed your own abode. You have arranged for me to stay in your residence. Where will you stay?" Lizong's face turned crimson, rendered speechless. Although he was now the king of Korea, he had not received formal recognition from the Ming. So the Ming could entirely disregard his royal status. He did not dare offend Zhu Youjian. Should this ill-tempered prince become angry and directly petition the Ming to install another descendant of the Li family as king of Korea, his position would become precarious. Observing Li Zong's discomfort, Zhu Youjian chuckled and turned to Li Gui beside him, saying, "Master Li, how about I reside in your house?" Taken aback, Li Gui immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and exclaimed, "Your Highness gracing my humble abode with your presence is a fortune beyond my wildest dreams. I shall certainly take utmost care of you." Zhu Youjian nodded in approval, stating, "In that case, I shall reside at Master Li Gui's residence. It is settled." He then rose and departed with Sun Chuanting and Li Gui. After Zhu Youjian and his companions left, a number of Korean ministers began to voice their concerns. "Your Highness, this Ming prince is exceedingly arrogant and unreasonable. Although he has come to represent the Ming in aiding Korea, his behavior is intolerable. Perhaps we should petition the Ming to replace him with another leader to drive out the invaders." Hearing this, Li Zong could only smile wryly. Petitioning against the younger brother of the Ming emperor was akin to madness. This was not merely a matter of ordering food at a restaurant. Sitting beside him, Jin Lu and Zhang Wei recognized Li Zong's predicament and quickly sought to pacify the other ministers. For Korea had just emerged from internal strife and could not afford further turmoil. Subsequently, Li Zong hastily commanded the arrangement of 20 young and beautiful palace maids and 40 eunuchs to attend to Zhu Youjian. When Zhu Youjian arrived at the gates of the Korean palace, he was met with numerous citizens and officials, all with tear-filled eyes, standing vigil outside the palace. At that moment, Li Gui hurriedly approached Zhu Youjian and whispered, "Your Highness, the people of Korea have come to pay their respects upon hearing of your personal arrival to lead troops in support of Korea. Perhaps you could address them?" Zhu Youjian paused for a moment, and just then, Sun Chuanting chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Your Highness. The Korean populace is deeply grateful for the kindness of the Ming dynasty. It would be wonderful for you to speak a few words to them." Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhu Youjian cleared his throat and began, "I come from the Ming to assist you in expelling the invaders and restoring peace to your lands. The Ming and Korea are like family, inseparable." Li Gui promptly raised his voice to translate, and the citizens and officials gathered outside the palace gates raised their hands, weeping openly, crying out in joy, "Long live the Ming." Shortly thereafter, Li Gui continued, "Your Highness, many among the crowd have fled from Hamjiang and Wangyi provinces to Jianggi. They report that the invaders have seized their grain, wealth, and cooking pots, hoping that the Ming will swiftly drive them away and restore tranquility. They shall forever cherish the kindness of the Ming and Your Highness." At that moment, several citizens knelt, holding cloth bags aloft above their heads. Observing this, Li Gui quickly approached them, conversed briefly, and then brought the bags back, saying, "Your Highness, this is salt offered by the people, their finest gift." Zhu Youjian was touched by their gesture and turned to Sun Chuanting beside him, asking, "Bai Gu, do we have anything to offer the people in return?" After a moment's contemplation, Sun Chuanting replied, "Your Highness, our supplies are rather limited, but Lord Jiang has sent us several hundred jars of vinegar. Perhaps we could distribute some to the people?" Nodding in agreement, Zhu Youjian instructed Sun Chuanting to summon several carts laden with jars of vinegar to share with the citizens. Upon receiving the jars, the people's eyes glistened with tears, and they wept profusely. Then, Zhu Youjian proclaimed, "You give salt, and I give vinegar. The people of Korea should focus on rice and pots, and rest well tonight." The citizens, upon hearing this, cried even louder, raising their hands in fervor, nearly breaking through the soldiers' blockade to surround Zhu Youjian. Following this, Li Gui led Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting back to his residence, where his family hurriedly came to pay their respects. Zhu Youjian greeted everyone with a warm smile. It was then that Li Gui's son, Li Shi, approached Zhu Youjian with paper and pen in hand, visibly anxious, hoping for a few words of guidance. Zhu Youjian found himself at a loss, since engaging in martial practice. He had not opened a book in a long time. After a moment of serious reflection, he solemnly said, "When hungry, eat. When thirsty, drink. When faced with invaders, if you can fight, do so. If not, retreat." Upon hearing this, Li Shi's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly noted it down, then bowed repeatedly to Zhu Youjian, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Chapter 471. This sentence need not be remembered in the ensuing days. Zhu Youjian, accompanied by the father and son duo of Li Gui and Li Shi, traversed the streets of Hanjing, diligently inspecting the surroundings. As for the matters concerning military preparation, he entrusted them entirely to Sun Chuanting. Zhu Youjian justified this decision by stating that he needed time to familiarize himself with his own territory. Notably, wherever he ventured, he was met not only by the local Korean populace and scholars, but also by numerous officials eager to catch a glimpse of the esteemed prince of the Celestial Empire. What troubled Zhu Youjian further was that at each location, students and officials would beseech him to utter a few words. This predicament prompted him to hastily return to the residence of Li Gui, seeking counsel from Sun Chuanting. After all, Sun Chuanting, prior to his military career, had been a successful scholar and had once held the position of county magistrate, thus possessing ample experience in such matters. Observing Zhu Youjian's anxious demeanor, Sun Chuanting offered a slight smile and remarked, "Your Highness, these Korean officials, scholars, and common folk have not encountered much of the world. A few casual remarks will suffice. There is no need to delve into profound complexities, as they might struggle to comprehend. The simpler and clearer your words, the more they will find them to be profound." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, subsequently letting out a sigh. "By Gu, you are unaware. These officials, scholars, and commoners appear utterly unsophisticated. Inquiring how many meals I partake in a day and the number of dishes served at each." Sun Chuanting erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Following this, under the protection of the imperial guards, Zhu Youjian resumed his inspections throughout Hanjing. Along the way, the citizens were moved to tears, fervently proclaiming, "Long live the Ming," while officials also exhibited misty eyes. Were it not for the diligent efforts of the imperial guards to restrain them, they might have rushed towards Zhu Youjian. Korea, traditionally emulating the Ming dynasty, held Confucianism in high esteem, and Zhu Youjian was invited to the academy to impart knowledge to the Korean scholars. Li Gui's son, Li Shi, held pen and paper with reddened eyes, choking back emotion as he implored, "Korea, being a small nation, has long basked in the benevolence of the Ming. Please, Your Highness, offer guidance to the students." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian pondered for a moment and resolved to employ the ancestral art of persuasion of the Zhu family. Thus, seated grandly in the hall, he began, "Allow me to elucidate the analects." He stated, "Those lacking strength will falter midway. Do you understand what this means?" The assembled Korean officials and scholars provided their interpretations, which closely aligned with traditional explanations from the Ming. Zhu Youjian feigned profundity, shaking his head slowly and declaring, "Nay, nay. What this means is that those weaker than I, upon encountering me on the path, shall be vanquished." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Korean officials and scholars were left astounded. After a brief moment, they hastily began to take notes. Shortly thereafter, a scholar eagerly raised his hand and inquired, "Might I ask, Your Highness, what is the meaning of learning without thought is labor lost? Thought without learning is perilous." Zhu Youjian contemplated for a moment before replying, "This means that if you learn my martial skills but neglect my philosophy, you will find yourself in confusion. Conversely, if you grasp my philosophy but neglect my martial skills, you will find yourself at a disadvantage." As Zhu Youjian concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the officials and scholars below, who eagerly scribbled down his words. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian patiently elucidated to the assembly that a true gentleman refrains from resorting to weapons to vanquish his adversaries. Rather, it is through wisdom and strength that one should subdue others with compassion. He referenced the sage Confucius, who abstained from speaking of the supernatural and instead employed his formidable strength to render those who opposed him dazed. As Zhu Youjian articulated this perspective, some students appeared bewildered and quietly inquired, "Your Highness, why does your explanation diverge from what we have learned in the Ming?" In response, Zhu Youjian cleverly remarked, "What you have learned is but a counterfeit." He continued, "Consider, if Confucius had not possessed exceptional martial skills during his travels across the states, how could he have dared to venture through tumultuous times? To those who engage in discourse, Confucius naturally responded with courtesy, which aligns with your understanding of the analects. However, for those who are unruly and unreasonable, it is an interpretation akin to my own." The Korean officials and scholars, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity and reached for their pens to take notes. Zhu Youjian gently coughed and interjected, "You need not record this particular statement." Thereafter, He departed from the academic institution to observe the daily lives of the common folk. Upon learning of the Ming prince's arrival, the populace surged from all directions. Undeterred even by the guards of the Ming dynasty, the people gathered around Zhu Youjian, expressing their gratitude and shedding tears for the benevolence of the Ming. Although Zhu Youjian struggled to comprehend their words, the fervor of their emotions moved him to the point of moistening his eyes. Subsequently, after conversing with the citizens, Li Shi approached Zhu Youjian, his eyes glistening with emotion, and choked out, "Your Highness, the people wish to request that you share a few words with them." Zhu Youjian contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, then spoke, "When hungry, one must eat. When thirsty, one must drink. When weary, one must rest. When ill, one must seek medicine, and refrain from mischief when there is nothing amiss." Although the populace could not grasp the meaning of Zhu Youjian's words, they were heartened by the prince's evident concern, raising their hands in jubilation and weeping uncontrollably, with some even fainting on the spot, necessitating the assistance of the Ming guards to carry away dozens of individuals. This spectacle astounded Zhu Youjian. As news of Zhu Youjian's leisurely wanderings in Hanxiang reached the ears of King Li Zhang and his ministers, they opted for silence, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the Ming prince. Yet, with the Manchus wreaking havoc in Korea, their hopes rested solely upon the Ming, praying that this prince would not overstep his bounds. 2 days later, a contingent of Ming soldiers galloped into Hanxiang, heading directly towards the residence of Li Gai. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Zhu Youjian had again gone to provide guidance to the citizens, while Sun Quanting remained at the military camp. The leading commander, with a visage of resignation, could only await patiently. As evening descended, Zhu Youjian returned to Li Gai's residence under the protection of the Ming guards. Noticing a troop of Ming soldiers stationed outside, he felt a sense of curiosity. The leading commander promptly approached, bowing respectfully, "I am Li Gusong, the deputy commander of Donggang Town, and I pay my respects to His Highness." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you a subordinate of Mao Wenlong?" Li Gusong quickly nodded with a smile, "Indeed, Your Highness. I have come at the behest of General Mao to present you with some gifts." With a grand gesture, he signaled to several soldiers who approached carrying boxes, which, upon opening, revealed an assortment of ginseng, deer antlers, furs, pearls, and other treasures. Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile and remarked, "General Li, your efforts are commendable. Please convey to General Mao that this prince has received his intentions." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuqing hastily bowed again and replied, "This is merely a token of our loyalty. As long as Your Highness does not disdain it, we are content." At that moment, Sun Quanting returned from the military camp. Ultimately, Zhu Youjian and Sun Quanting invited Li Jiuqing to their residence for a more in-depth discussion. Li Jiuqing brought forth the latest military intelligence. Nurhasai's expedition against the Korchin yielded no success, and he has since led his troops back to their stronghold in Hichuala. Huang Taiji and Dudu are also preparing to withdraw their forces from Korea. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian furrowed his brow and said, "These rascals are quite fleet of foot. However, with Huang Taiji and Dudu still within Korean territory, we should be able to catch up if we march through the night." Sun Quanting nodded in agreement. Li Jiuqing quickly interjected, "Your Highness, General Mao has arranged naval officers and soldiers to prepare an ambush for the Jianzhou bandits at the Yalu River. This invasion into Korea by the Jianzhou bandits is primarily for grain and military supplies. We must not allow them to return with such provisions." Zhu Youjian nodded in response, stating, "These mere bandits have turned Korea upside down. This prince shall lead the army to assist Korea and must engage in battle with the Jianzhou bandits. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify to the court." Hearing this, Sun Quanting sensed the impulsiveness of His Highness and quickly urged, "Your Highness, when you departed, His Majesty and the Marquis instructed that we should only engage in a symbolic battle and avoid a full-scale confrontation with the Jianzhou bandits." Zhu Youjian chuckled and replied, "By Gu, I am well aware of your concerns. I merely wish to gauge the true strength of these Jianzhou bandits, not to fight them to the death." Hearing this, Sun Quanting finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Li Jiuqing was internally astonished by Zhu Youjian's demeanor, recognizing him as the reincarnation of the Western Chu overlord, truly unmatched in this era, exhibiting a complete disregard for the Jianzhou bandits. It is noteworthy that even under Mao Wenlong's command, their forces at Dongjiang Town typically only engaged in guerrilla tactics, rarely confronting the bandits head-on. At that moment, Zhu Youjian rose and addressed Li Jiuqing. General Li, please swiftly inform General Mao to make necessary preparations. Tomorrow, the army shall depart for Pyongyang-do and Hamjiang-do to expel the Jinzhou bandits. Li Jiuqing promptly stood up to accept the command and then took his leave. Early the next day, Zhu Youjian summoned King Lizong of Korea and all the civil and military officials to the military camp, where he began to mobilize troops before their very eyes. Clad in a golden chainmail armor, with a sword at his waist and a dragon robe draped over him, Zhu Youjian exuded an air of authority. Sun Quanting, similarly attired in scaled armor and a flying fish robe, complemented his presence. Together, they commanded respect without uttering a word. Beneath the platform, the banners of the Ming soldiers stood tall, fluttering in the wind, while the red paired robes glimmered like a blazing flame under the sun. Extending as far as the eye could see, Zhu Youjian stepped forward, raising his arm to proclaim, "The Ming is mighty. The Ming army shall prevail." The soldiers below echoed his rallying cry, "The Ming is mighty. The Ming army shall prevail." Their voices resounded like thunder and crashing waves, leaving King Lizong and the assembly of Korean officials pale with fear. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian commanded the army to march forth, and one could see tens of thousands of soldiers advancing with synchronized steps. At that moment, Lizong, trembling, approached Zhu Youjian and bowed respectfully, saying, "The might of the great Ming's heavenly army is truly formidable. This time, we shall surely expel the Jinlu in one fell swoop. I, a humble subject, express my gratitude for the benevolence of the great Ming and your highness, which the Korean people shall forever remember." Zhu Youjian waved his hand dismissively and replied coolly, "Ensure that your Korean soldiers timely transport the provisions and military supplies. Otherwise, the laws of the great Ming shall not spare anyone." With that, he gestured grandly, left the command platform, and alongside Sun Quanting, mounted their horses and set forth with the grand army. Watching the retreating figures of the army, Lizong's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. The ministers behind him hurried forward, and Lizong stammered, "Left minister, right minister. The provisions and military supplies prepared for the great Ming army must be delivered punctually. There must be no mistakes, or we shall bear the consequences." The two ministers quickly replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, we understand." Chapter 472. The schemes of Huang Taiji at this moment, within the city of Pyongyang in Wanghe province. Huang Taiji and Dudu were seated in the high seats of the general's residence, flanked by the commanders of the plain white banner and the bordered white banner. Meanwhile, the Korean garrison commander, Jin San, knelt respectfully nearby. Observing Jin San's posture, Huang Taiji feigned a demeanor of humility and approached to assist him to his feet. Smiling as he said, "General Jin, your decision to voluntarily surrender the city and spare Pyongyang from the ravages of war is truly commendable. This prince always follows through on his word. If you can provide sufficient provisions and military supplies, I assure you, I shall not make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Jin San hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fourth prince, for your understanding. I shall arrange for personnel to gather provisions and military supplies for you immediately." Huang Taiji nodded with a smile, and Jin San swiftly departed. Seated beside him, Dudu wore a frown and remarked, "Uncle, what use is there in keeping such a useless person alive? We might as well eliminate him and then plunder Pyongyang with our forces. We have nearly gathered enough provisions. The Khan has already returned with his troops, and we must hasten our retreat. That Zhu family scion has led 50,000 troops into Korean territory. It will not be long before they come upon us. If we become entangled with them, compounded by that scoundrel Mao Wenlong's machinations from behind, we shall fail our mission and have no way to report back to the Khan." Though Huang Taiji felt irritation at his nephew's words, he maintained a smile and replied, "Dudu, as the Han people say, to subdue the enemy without battle is the mark of true skill. Jin San's voluntary surrender spares us from unnecessary casualties and bloodshed. Moreover, he is actively gathering provisions for us. What could be better? If we were to launch a direct assault and force him into a corner, he might stubbornly defend Pyongyang. Even if we were to capture it, the cost would outweigh the benefits. Our goal this time is to collect provisions, not to conquer territories." Upon hearing this, Dudu snorted and strode away. Watching his nephew's retreating figure, Huang Taiji's expression darkened. He held a genuine dislike for this nephew. As the eldest son of Chu Ying and the grandson of Nurhasai, Dudu lost his right of succession after Chu Ying was executed by Nurhasai's decree. This loss only intensified his arrogance and haughtiness, rendering him increasingly disdainful of others. He paid no heed to anyone but Nurhasai, disregarding even the dignity of his uncles. Huang Taiji, understanding this, chose not to confront Dudu, for he harbored grander ambitions that he did not disclose to him. The plan was to compel Korea to sever ties with the Ming dynasty and pledge allegiance to the Great Jin. Thus, after conquering Pyongan and Hamgyong provinces, Huang Taiji refrained from attacking Pyongyang, hoping to induce the defending general, Kim Sam, to surrender voluntarily. To his dismay, Kim Sam proved to be spineless. After a series of negotiations, he capitulated without further ado. Subsequently, Huang Taiji summoned Fan Wensheng and inquired, "Mr. Fan, do you deem our plan to have Korea submit to the Great Jin feasible?" Without hesitation, Fan Wensheng replied, "It is certainly unfeasible at this juncture." Huang Taiji's face fell at this response. Observing his disappointment, Fan Wensheng smiled and reassured him, "Your Highness need not be overly anxious. Korea has been a vassal of the Ming for over 200 years, and persuading them to bow to the Great Jin is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, Korea is currently rife with internal strife, with two kings having yet to receive formal recognition from the Ming, creating a facade of unity while being fundamentally divided. Korea merely seeks to navigate between the Ming and the Great Jin. If Kim Sam can be astutely utilized, he could become instrumental in Korea's submission to us. Therefore, our immediate priority is to decisively defeat the Ming troops dispatched to confront us, demonstrating our might to Korea, thus compelling them to sever ties with the Ming." Huang Taiji nodded in agreement and continued, "Mr. Fan, I have heard that the Ming have dispatched Prince Sun, the brother of the Zhu family's emperor, to lead their forces. Reports indicate that Zhu Youjian, who quelled the southwestern tribal rebellion alongside Jiang Ning last year, is incredibly valiant, dubbed a reincarnation of a warlord. Ruthless in nature, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. With an army of 50,000 now approaching, he may prove formidable." Fan Wensheng chuckled, replying, "There is no need for excessive concern, Your Highness. Even if this Zhu is indeed a reincarnated warlord, he is but 14 years of age. When they arrive, we can have Dudu engage in battle. After all, he has been rather irritable of late." Huang Taiji, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly and nodded. In this manner, he could remain uninvolved. Should Dudu triumph, the glory would be shared, and should he falter, the blame would rest solely on Dudu, especially since the Manchu banners had already amassed sufficient provisions. Meanwhile, Kim Sam was diligently gathering supplies for Huang Taiji, exhausting the resources of the entire populace of Pyongyang until he finally compiled an adequate stockpile. He hurried to report back to Huang Taiji. Upon learning this, Huang Taiji was greatly pleased and remarked to Kim Sam, "General Kim, in my opinion, your talents are wasted as a mere general of Korea. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating with the Great Jin? In the future, you shall be rewarded with high office and ample riches." Upon hearing this, Jin San was momentarily taken aback, for he had never contemplated such matters. His sole desire was to swiftly dispatch this pack of ravenous urchins. Observing the astonishment etched upon Jin San's face, Huang Taiji chuckled and remarked, "General Jin, I trust you are aware that our Jin dynasty is currently engaged in warfare with the Ming, who have faced defeat time and again. It would be unwise for you to continue aligning with the Ming in unwavering loyalty. You may convey my intentions to your king. Should Korea choose to submit to our Great Jin, paying tribute and allegiance, we shall send forces to safeguard Korea and eliminate the forces of Mao when long stationed on Pito. As for you, General Jin, upon the successful completion of this endeavor, you shall become the foremost individual beneath the King of Korea, as well as a distinguished guest of our Great Jin. Might these terms be to your satisfaction?" Upon hearing this, Jin San hurriedly knelt, overwhelmed with trepidation, and responded, "Thank you, Lord Beale, for your generous offer. I shall exert every effort to fulfill this mission." Huang Taiji nodded with satisfaction and subsequently dismissed Jin San. 7 days later, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting led a grand army into Wanghe province. Upon learning of the surrender of the commander Jin San at Pyongyang, Zhu Youjian was filled with uncontainable rage. Li Gui, who was beside him, felt a deep sense of shame, lamenting the incompetence of their own ranks, who had failed to hold out until the Ming forces arrived. To their utter disgrace, the moment the Ming army arrived, they opened the gates to surrender. Within the walls of Pyongyang, Huang Taiji and Du Du also received news of the approaching Ming forces. Du slammed his hand on the table. His expression twisted with fury as he exclaimed, "These Ming dogs truly do not know their own peril. How dare they provoke us? I shall ensure they meet with a fate worse than death." Turning to Huang Taiji, he continued, "Eighth uncle, you shall remain in the city while I lead our troops to crush these Ming dogs and capture the brother of the Zhu emperor." Huang Taiji, secretly delighted, feigned concern and suggested, Du, the Zhu emperor's brother is reputed to be a reincarnation of a great warrior, exceptionally brave. Perhaps eighth uncle should accompany you to battle for mutual support, just in case. However, before he could finish, Du was completely incensed, scoffing, "Eighth uncle, do not bolster the courage of others while diminishing your own. That young Zhu, I could dispatch with a single blow." With that, he strode out, leaving Huang Taiji in a state of ecstatic anticipation. Du promptly assembled the soldiers of the White Banner and marched out to engage the enemy. Meanwhile, outside the city, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuaning had positioned their 50,000-strong army. Zhu Youjian stared at the looming Pyongyang walls, his eyes aflame with fury, as he berated the General Jin San mercilessly, leaving Li Gui wishing desperately for a place to hide. Before long, the city gates swung open, a cloud of dust billowing forth as a contingent of 8 banners soldiers galloped out. Zhu Youjian's gaze was icy, his intent for vengeance palpable. Sun Chuanting calmly issued commands. Cavalry at the forefront, infantry to secure the left and right flanks, with the elite troops positioned centrally. Simultaneously, Huang Taiji and Fan Wensheng ascended the city walls, accompanied by the Korean General Jin San. Jin San gazed down at the throngs of Ming soldiers filling the landscape, a bitter taste of despair flooding his heart. He inwardly lamented, "Why did you not arrive sooner? Had you come a few days earlier, I would not have been compelled to surrender." Just days after his surrender, they have arrived. Is this not akin to placing oneself upon the pyre? Jin San began to contemplate his future. Should the 50,000 Ming troops successfully repel Du and Huang Taiji, what path would lie ahead for him? If the Ming had not dispatched forces, his capitulation could be justified. However, with the Ming army now present, his voluntary surrender would not only be scrutinized domestically in Korea, but if the Ming were to hold this against him, he would find himself with no avenue for escape. At that moment, Jin San harbored a secret wish that Du and Huang Taiji would inflict a crushing defeat upon the Ming forces. Should Huang Taiji emerge as a formidable ally, his standing in Korea would remain unassailable. Before long, Du led thousands of cavalry to form a stance, confronting the Ming army. Observing Zhu Youjian standing alongside Sun Chuanting, a cruel smile curled upon Du's lips. He spurred his horse forward and called out, "Is it the young scion of the Zhu family who dares approach? You possess quite the audacity to come forth. Are you not fearful that I might capture you alive or slay you with a single blow?" Hearing this, Zhu Youjian advanced on his horse, a cold smile gracing his face as he retorted, "You, a mere vassal, are indeed brazen beyond measure." Upon learning of this king's approach, instead of fleeing for your life, you choose to linger here, awaiting your demise. While time remains, why not enlighten me on how you wish to meet your end? I would be glad to accommodate you. Otherwise, should my bloodlust take hold, I might reduce you to mere scraps to feed the dogs. Do not say I did not warn you." With that, Zhu Youjian threw his head back and laughed heartily, prompting Sun Chuanting and the soldiers behind him to join in uproarious laughter. In Chapter 473, The Might of the Overlord, Du found himself seething with anger at Zhu Youjian's mockery. Meanwhile, Huang Taiji, stationed upon the city walls, furrowed his brow slightly and addressed Fan Wensheng, saying, "Mr. Fan, this young scion of the Zhu family is indeed exceedingly arrogant." Fan Wensheng, equally troubled, replied, "Your Highness, please remain calm. In my humble opinion, this young Zhu is undoubtedly relying on his status to act so presumptuously. I doubt he possesses substantial capability. After all, instances of falsely claiming military accolades within the Ming territory are not uncommon. His reputation as a reincarnation of an overlord may well be mere bravado, lacking genuine skill." Huang Taiji nodded in agreement. At that moment, Du, having absorbed Zhu Youjian's scorn, wore a grim expression and coldly remarked, "Young Zhu, you are indeed insufferably arrogant. I have heard tales of your prowess in martial arts. I wish to test your skills, and I hope they match your boastful tongue." With that, he advanced directly to the forefront of the two armies, eager to engage Zhu Youjian in combat. Sun Chuanting hastily interjected, "Your Highness, allow me to take your place." Zhu Youjian waved his hand dismissively, his expression brimming with arrogance as he declared, "It is not that I disregard you, but among the vassals, none can contend with me in a duel." Having spoken, he rode forth to a distance of 5 paces from Du, extending a hand to beckon him forward. Infuriated by Zhu Youjian's blatant disdain, Du roared, "Young Zhu, I shall make you aware of the consequences of underestimating your opponent." With that, he charged forward, blade drawn. Zhu Youjian, seeing this, shouted in exhilaration, "Come forth, if you dare." Subsequently, he raised his weapon and advanced. As the two men faced each other, they instantly became embroiled in combat. Du wielded his large saber with sweeping motions, the blade glinting menacingly, eager to cleave Zhu Youjian from his mount in an instant. In contrast, Zhu Youjian, armed with a single spear, remained composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. At that moment, Du's ferocity peaked. Every strike he unleashed bore the intensity of a forceful blow, aimed relentlessly at Zhu Youjian. However, Zhu Youjian met his attacks with unruffled poise, prompting a silent admiration from Sun Chuanting, who observed from a distance. It seemed the prince's martial prowess had indeed advanced significantly. On the city tower, Huang Taiji furrowed his brow. A seasoned warrior, he could discern that Du was exerting all his might, yet Zhu Youjian, with his spear held in one hand, appeared unfazed, clearly not yet exerting his full strength. A cold sweat broke out on him as he turned to Fan Wensheng beside him, remarking, "Mr. Fan, it appears this young Zhu is far more than just a braggart. He possesses genuine skill." With Du now fully committed to his assault, it was evident that Zhu Youjian had yet to unleash his full potential, a situation that could lead to Du's peril if it continued. Fan Wensheng, equally solemn, nodded in agreement, saying, "Your Highness speaks wisely. We must not allow Du to take such risks, for if any harm were to befall him, we would be unable to explain ourselves to the Khan." Upon hearing this, Huang Taiji hastily descended from the tower. Fan Wensheng gazed at the duel below, reflecting on the decline of the Ming royal family since the reign of the Yongle emperor, where most had succumbed to indulgence and lethargy. He never anticipated the emergence of such a formidable figure in Zhu Youjian, truly remarkable. Engaged in combat with Du, Zhu Youjian, observing the frenzied and reckless attacks of his opponent, taunted, Du, did you not have a hearty breakfast? Your strikes lack power. Did you learn your swordsmanship from your mother? It's nothing but showy flourishes. How about this? You may take me as your master, and I shall teach you a move or two that will far surpass your current technique." Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's mockery, Du bellowed, "You insolent child of the Zhu family, you go too far." He then recklessly charged at Zhu Youjian, forsaking defense in his fervor to slay him. After several exchanges, Zhu Youjian resolved to cease holding back. With both hands gripping his spear, he unleashed a sweeping strike with the force of 1,000 troops. Du, realizing the impending danger, hastily raised his saber to block. When the spear met the blade, it resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, causing Du to feel a tremor throughout his body, nearly losing his grip on the weapon, his expression one of astonishment. He had known Zhu Youjian had not been fully exerting himself, and he too had held back. Yet, he had never anticipated such overwhelming strength from Zhu Youjian. Now, his arms felt numb, and the skin of his palms had split, but there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and continued the fight. Du once more charged at Zhu Youjian, who struck like a dragon, the glimmering spear descending like a river cascading from the heavens. Du, in a panic, sweat pouring from his brow, desperately swung his dual sabers in defense, but was nonetheless pierced in the shoulder by Zhu Youjian's spear. At that moment, Du turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his strength waning. In stark contrast, Zhu Youjian remained composed, his heart steady and his demeanor unflustered. As Du was lost in thought, Zhu Youjian struck once more, thrusting towards Du's chest. Sensing the imminent peril, Du swiftly bent down, narrowly evading the lethal attack. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to witness Zhu Youjian seizing the opportunity before Du could regain his balance, forcefully sweeping his spear across the leg of Du's steed. The horse, in agony, reared up, causing Du to panic, gripping the horse's belly tightly with his legs to avoid falling off, while simultaneously yanking the reins to attempt a hasty turn. At that moment, Huang Taiji, leading the soldiers of the right white banner, emerged from the city gates and, upon witnessing the scene, was consumed with fury, urgently calling out, Du, be cautious. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Youjian thrust his spear again. Du had no time to ponder and instinctively lowered his head. As Zhu Youjian's spear sent Du's helmet flying, clattering to the ground. Sun Quanting and the other Ming soldiers, witnessing this, erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness is mighty." At this juncture, Du was completely enraged. Had Huang Taiji not intervened, he could have saved face by retreating. Instead, he ordered the entire army to charge. However, with Huang Taiji present, he could not flee, for that would be a blow to his pride. Thus, Du once more advanced on Zhu Youjian with his sword. Zhu Youjian, abandoning any pretense of technique, unleashed a series of powerful strikes, relentlessly battering Du's sword until its edge curled, causing Du's hands to bleed profusely from the impact. Seeing Du on the verge of defeat, Huang Taiji urgently shouted, Du, retreat. You are no match for that child of the Zhu family. Gritting his teeth, Du realized he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, he would surely perish here. With that thought, he attempted to flee on horseback. Little did he expect, Zhu Youjian was quicker, yanking Du from his mount with his spear. Taken by surprise, Du tumbled off the horse, landing in a disheveled heap. Just as he attempted to rise, Zhu Youjian thrust his spear downwards, forcing Du to evade again, barely escaping a fatal blow. Zhu Youjian, taken aback, let out a soft gasp, then unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 thrusts. Du managed to evade 2 or 3, but ultimately was pierced by several of Zhu Youjian's strikes. Witnessing this, Huang Taiji's face turned ashen. His original intent had been for Du to engage the Ming forces head-on with the right white banner, thereby depleting both sides' strength, allowing him to reap the benefits. However, he never anticipated that Du would falter so quickly against this young Zhu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Taiji promptly commanded the entire army to charge. Determined to rescue Du at all costs. Du could perish, but not before his eyes. Otherwise, he could not justify his return. At this moment, Du lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. Fortunately, Zhu Youjian's strikes had missed vital areas. Otherwise, Du would have certainly met his end. Nevertheless, Du continued to curse vehemently. Without hesitation, Zhu Youjian hoisted Du onto the horse with his spear and galloped back to Sun Quanting, unceremoniously tossing Du to the ground as though discarding a dead dog, commanding, "By Gu, bind this wretched creature." Sun Quanting, filled with exhilaration, waved his hand, and several soldiers rushed forward, swiftly binding Du like a rice dumpling, forcing him down. At this moment, upon witnessing the capture of Duo, the forces of the right white banner and the plain white banner were consumed by a fervent urgency, rallying their entire army with a resolute vow to rescue him. Even Huang Taiji himself took to the battlefield. Observing this, Sun Quanting commanded his cavalry to launch an offensive, while Zhu Youjian galloped forth, spear in hand, in pursuit once more. Just as Sun Quanting was about to intervene, he realized it was too late. In an instant, the cavalry from both sides clashed violently. The soldiers of the capital had heard tales of the formidable prowess of the 8 Banners cavalry, but had largely dismissed them as mere boasts stemming from the incompetence of the border troops. However, as soon as the battle commenced, the capital's cavalry quickly recognized the undeniable skill of their adversaries. Their reputation was indeed well-deserved. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the capital were no easy foes, and thus, a stalemate ensued. Zhu Youjian wielded his spear with remarkable finesse, cutting through the ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm, leaving no one to impede his path. Witnessing this, Huang Taiji was struck with shock and dread. Refraining from confronting Zhu Youjian directly for fear of being captured himself, he subsequently commanded his personal guard to encircle Zhu Youjian. Wei Qi and Borjin, as captains of Huang Taiji's elite guard, charged forth with swords drawn, followed closely by dozens of cavalrymen, all loyal to Huang Taiji. Realizing that their adversaries intended to leverage their numerical superiority to subdue Zhu Youjian, the Ming guards sprang into action as well. Under the leadership of 2 captains, the Ming soldiers surged onto the battlefield like arrows released from a bow, racing to rescue Zhu Youjian. Several captains led the charge, determined to ensure the safety of this pivotal figure of the Zhu clan. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian found himself single-handedly battling against dozens, armed only with his spear and horse, striking down Huang Taiji's elite guards with such ferocity that none dared to approach, not even Wei Qi and Borjin, who sustained injuries in the fray. This left Huang Taiji, watching from a distance, utterly astonished, as Zhu Youjian's valor surpassed all expectations. Even Fan Wencheng, stationed atop the city tower, was left speechless. He had previously thought Zhu Youjian's reputation as a reincarnation of a conqueror was mere exaggeration, only to discover it was grounded in undeniable bravery. Though they had never witnessed a conqueror, they surmised that he must have been akin to Zhu Youjian in prowess. As the Ming guards swiftly rescued Zhu Youjian, he erupted into hearty laughter, commanding them to organize into squads of 100 to strategically isolate the soldiers of the right white banner and the plain white banner, subsequently defeating them one by one. With a single command from Zhu Youjian, the 3,000 Ming guards swiftly divided into numerous small units, maneuvering left and right across the battlefield to effectively encircle and separate the soldiers of the right white and plain white banners, coordinating with the capital's soldiers to execute a relentless assault. Chapter 474. Turning the tide. Upon witnessing this unfolding chaos, Huang Taiji broke into a cold sweat. He was acutely aware of the dreadful implications of such tactics. Gritting his teeth, he summoned Jin San to his presence and, with a dark expression, ordered, "General Jin, command your 20,000 Korean soldiers to engage this noble prince." Upon hearing this, Jin San felt as if his head might explode. He had initially stood by, an observer, but now found himself ensnared in the fray. He had surrendered the city voluntarily to prevent the devastation of Pyongyang, but sending his troops to attack the Ming forces could very well jeopardize the safety of his entire clan. As Jin San remained silent, Huang Taiji directly pressed his blade against Jin San's throat, menacingly demanding, "Will you not issue the order? Do you believe this prince would hesitate to sever your head right now?" Jin San, instantly paralyzed by fear, hastily commanded the Korean soldiers to join the battle. As the two sides became locked in a fierce struggle, Sun Chuanting observed the battlefield intently from the sidelines. Noticing more soldiers emerging from the city, he swiftly ordered a retreat for the cavalry. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Youjian felt unsatisfied, having just begun to indulge in the thrill of combat. Yet it was abruptly coming to an end. However, military orders were paramount, and he dared not disobey. He then led the Ming guards and the capital troops to swiftly withdraw from the battlefield, positioning themselves on either flank of the already prepared Ming army. Simultaneously, the Korean soldiers within the city surged outward, their faces painted with terror and confusion, utterly unaware of whom they should attack. Yet, the soldiers of the right white banner and the bordered white banner were indifferent to their plight, wielding whips and steel blades to drive these Korean soldiers forward. Many attempted to flee, only to be slain on the spot, leaving Jin San trembling in fear at the sight. Subsequently, Huang Taiji commanded the Korean soldiers to charge ahead, with the right white banner and bordered white banner soldiers following closely behind. Sun Chuanting smirked coldly and remarked to Li Gui, "My lord, these Korean soldiers disregard the benevolence of the Ming and even the kindness of His Highness, now aiding the Jurchens against the Ming forces. What course of action do you propose?" Li Gui stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Sun Chuanting chuckled and declared, "In that case, I shall not hold back." He then ordered the soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp to open fire. Before long, the preset Tiger cannons, Divine Machine rockets, and small catapults unleashed a torrential volley upon the Korean soldiers and the troops of the right white banner and bordered white banner. In an instant, flames soared, smoke billowed, and an array of firearms erupted, toppling the Korean soldiers like wheat before the scythe, one wave falling after another. Sun Chuanting did not so much as blink, while Zhu Youjian watched with keen interest, and Li Gui could only close his eyes in despair. Seeing this, Huang Taiji was taken aback, but with gritted teeth. He commanded the assault to continue, insisting that they must not halt. Even if Du were to fall, his corpse must be retrieved. Otherwise, the mission would be deemed a complete failure. The firepower of the Divine Machine Camp rained down upon the enemy positions as if it were without cost, even deploying many newly developed weapons. Yet, Huang Taiji continued to order his soldiers to drive the Korean troops forward recklessly. As time passed, even Sun Chuanting found himself moved, remarking, "The Jurchens are indeed merciless, treating human life as mere fodder." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement. Realizing the stalemate could not persist, Sun Chuanting instructed his messenger, "Go immediately and summon Iron Dragon and Yuan Liang for me." The messenger hurried away, and shortly thereafter, two cavalry captains rode up to Sun Chuanting, clasped their fists in salute, and inquired, "Might we ask what orders the general has for us?" Sun Quanting spoke with a grave demeanor. "Tai Long, Yuan Liang. You two are the only captains skilled in surprise attacks within the left guard of the Imperial Army. While it is true that we currently hold an advantage thanks to the firepower of the Divine Machine Camp, this advantage is but temporary. Sooner or later, as our ammunition depletes, our forces will find themselves at a disadvantage. I hereby command you both to lead your troops into the city, setting fire to the enemy's gathered provisions, thereby sowing chaos among their ranks." Upon receiving the command, Tai Long and Yuan Liang hastily set off, accompanied by over 1,000 soldiers. They stealthily circumvented the battlefield and infiltrated the city in search of the granaries belonging to Huang Taiji. With each successive barrage from the Divine Machine Camp, the 2,000 Korean soldiers, driven by the soldiers of the right and white banners, suffered heavy casualties, leaving the ground littered with severed limbs and a river of blood. Both sides were enduring, fully aware that the first to show weakness would find themselves at a disadvantage. At this moment, the 2,000 Korean soldiers, serving as cannon fodder, descended into madness. Faced with the sharp firepower of the Ming army on one side and the whips and steel blades of the Manchus on the other, they felt death was inevitable, and thus chose to fight back. A Korean soldier was the first to seize a weapon, turning it against the Manchu soldiers who had been driving them. The Manchu cavalry, witnessing this act of defiance, swiftly beheaded the rebellious Korean soldier, holding up his head in a display of arrogance. This scene ignited the fury of the already enraged Korean soldiers, prompting a growing number of them to turn their weapons against the Manchu soldiers. Observing this, Huang Taiji immediately ordered the execution of all those Koreans leading the rebellion. However, as the number of resisting Korean soldiers increased, the situation gradually spiraled out of control. Huang Taiji, watching the chaos unfold, turned pale. He knew he had lost the initiative. The sight of thousands of frenzied Korean soldiers was already a headache, not to mention the ever-watchful Ming army nearby. As the Korean soldiers counterattacked the Manchus, Zhu Youjian remarked impassively, "It seems these Korean soldiers possess some spirit." Knowing how to resist, Sun Quanting nodded in agreement. Li Gui, following closely behind them, cautiously interjected, "Your Highness, the Korean soldiers are currently assaulting the Manchu forces. Might we command the soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp to pause their firepower?" Zhu Youjian replied coldly, "Ministerly, are you pleading for these traitors who dare to draw their swords against the Ming army? Do not forget that you are now an official of the Ming." Taken aback, Li Gui quickly dismounted and knelt, respectfully stating, "I spoke out of turn. I ask for your Highness's forgiveness." Zhu Youjian cast a cold glance at Li Gui and said flatly, "This is the first and the last time. I do not wish to hear such words again. Understand that as an official of the Ming, you must always consider the interests of our nation. The Korean soldiers now charging at the Manchus are merely atoning for their earlier disrespect. Should they all perish, they would die justly." Upon hearing this, Sun Quanting nodded in agreement, and then smiled as he helped Li Gui to his feet. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Huang Taiji observed that the Korean soldiers had descended into utter madness. Despite having already claimed the lives of several hundred, their resistance grew increasingly fervent. Just then, Fan Wenqing, accompanied by a few soldiers of the Jianzhou army, hastily arrived at the city gate. Fan Wenqing's complexion was ashen as he urgently reported, "Your Highness, grave tidings. The Ming soldiers have taken advantage of the chaos to breach the city, wreaking havoc and attempting to set fire to our supplies. I had the audacity to order the relocation of our provisions, yet a portion has still been consumed by the flames." Upon hearing this, Huang Taiji's teeth ground together in frustration. Surveying the turbulent scene before him, Fan Wenqing sighed deeply and addressed Huang Taiji, "Your Highness, I humbly advise you. Given the current predicament, our forces have lost the initiative. We can no longer afford to linger here, otherwise, we risk becoming trapped. Even if we attempt to break through, the losses would be catastrophic." Huang Taiji's expression darkened as he replied, "I am well aware of the situation you describe. However, with Dudu still in the hands of the Ming, how can I return without an explanation to the Khan?" Understanding Huang Taiji's concerns, Fan Wenqing clenched his teeth and asserted, "Your Highness, with Dudu's fate uncertain, continuing this fight will only lead to greater losses. If we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood." Huang Taiji's expression shifted several times before he resolutely commanded a retreat, then turned his horse around alongside Fan Wenqing, preparing to depart. Spotting the Korean general Jin San, who was paralyzed with fear nearby, Huang Taiji felt a surge of anger. He drew his bow and shot Jin San on the spot. Then, leading the soldiers of the right white banner and the white banner, he galloped away swiftly from the battlefield, leaving behind the frenzied 1,000 Korean soldiers still locked in lethal combat with one another. As Huang Taiji and his Jianzhou soldiers withdrew, Zhu Youjian prepared to lead the Ming forces in pursuit, but was halted by Sun Quanting. With a serious demeanor, Sun Quanting cautioned, "Your Highness, the Jianzhou soldiers are all cavalry, swift as the wind, while our cavalry is limited. If we pursue recklessly and fall into an ambush, the consequences would be dire." Zhu Youjian, upon hearing this, sighed in resignation and abandoned the thought of continuing the chase. Observing the thousands of Korean soldiers still engaged in their fray, Sun Quanting raised his hand and commanded the Ming troops to encircle them completely. At this moment, the Ming soldiers, driven by bloodlust, were eager to immediately charge and slay the 1,000 Korean soldiers who had caused such turmoil. After half an hour, the once frenzied Korean soldiers gradually quieted down. Faced with the encircling Ming troops, they became pale with fear, discarding their weapons and kneeling to the ground. Consequently, Sun Quanting ordered the disarmament and detention of these Korean soldiers. Following this, he, along with Zhu Youjian and Li Gui, led the army into the city and made their way to the general's mansion. Upon arrival, Sun Quanting promptly instructed Li Gui to post a public announcement to restore order, gather the remaining soldiers, and reassure the populace. Li Gui, having received his orders, hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, the dark-clad Tai Long and Yuan Liang arrived at the general's mansion. As soon as they met, both hastily bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to your highness and extend our greetings to the general." Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully as Sun Quanting inquired, "Tai Long, Yuan Liang, what is the status of the grain and supplies you burned within the city?" Tai Long and Yuan Liang exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Tai Long spoke first. "General, the enemy reacted with remarkable speed, and thus we were only able to incinerate nearly half of the supplies. The remainder was seized by the invading army." He added, "I have failed in my duties, and I humbly request your punishment." Sun Quanting, upon hearing this, nodded and replied, "You both have done your utmost. How could I possibly punish you? The mission has been executed commendably. You may withdraw and rest." After bowing respectfully, the two men hurriedly departed. Chapter 475. The Prince of Faith extends loans. Upon the successful entry of the Ming soldiers into Pyongyang, they swiftly took control of the city's defenses and streets. Li Gui promptly posted notices to reassure the populace and dispatched soldiers into the streets to announce that Pyongyang had been reclaimed by the Ming Heavenly Army and that the invaders had been repelled. This news brought a long-awaited sigh of relief to the anxious citizens of Pyongyang, who cautiously opened their doors and windows to observe the commotion outside. Upon spotting the patrolling Ming soldiers, the townsfolk confirmed the news and soon flooded the streets in celebration. Some bold citizens approached the Ming soldiers to inquire about various matters. Having benefited from the Ming's kindness for over 2 centuries and having embraced Ming culture, many in Korea were well versed in the Chinese language and characters. When they learned that it was His Royal Highness, a prince of the illustrious Ming dynasty, who personally led the forces to expel the invaders and reclaim Pyongyang, tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes, and they spontaneously gathered before the general's residence to express their appreciation. At that moment, Zhu Youjian and Sun Quanting observed Du, who was bound tightly like a dumpling. Du had long since lost consciousness. Zhu Youjian kicked him twice and, seeing no response, lost interest. He turned to Sun Quanting and remarked, "By Gu, this dog of an invader has but a breath left. Shall we not take him out and execute him, sending his head back to the Ming to convey good news to my elder brother and second brother?" Sun Quanting quickly bent down to examine Du and, after a moment, smiled and said, "Your Highness, though Du is gravely injured, fortunately, his vital areas remain unharmed. It appears he has merely lost a great deal of blood. We cannot execute this dog of an invader. He is worth far more alive than dead." Zhu Youjian displayed indifference, believing himself invincible. Had it not been for Huang Taiji's swift escape, he too would have been a captive by now. Regardless of life or death, he felt he could capture anyone at will. Sun Quanting, having risen from a scholarly background and demonstrating exceptional political acumen since joining the military, understood the significance of their capture. Since the Battle of Salhu, the Ming had never captured a high-ranking enemy general. The earlier victory at Xinyang was partly due to the fortuitous intervention of Mao Wenlong. However, Zhu Youjian's capture of Du Du was achieved through sheer personal prowess, especially given that Du Du was the grandson of Nurhasai and the lord of the bordered white banner. If he could be returned alive to the Ming, it would surely result in a nationwide celebration, far surpassing the value of a mere head. At that moment, Sun Chuanting noticed an object clutched in Du Du's grasp. He reached out, rummaged through it, and extracted a book, the cover emboldened with the title Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This piqued Zhu Youjian's interest as well, and the two began to leaf through the pages of the book. The worn books, clearly having been perused numerous times, bore many annotations. Sun Chuanting quickly turned to the passage detailing Zhao Zilong's valiant single-handed charge at Chongbin Slope, a page notably frayed and marked more than the others. Moments later, Sun Chuanting stood up and burst into laughter. Zhu Youjian, intrigued, asked, "By Gu, what is it that amuses you? You have read Romance of the Three Kingdoms before." Sun Chuanting replied with a grin, "Your Highness, the practice of duel in the face of battle is an ancient tradition, once flourishing in our Ming dynasty. However, since the Wanli era, such occurrences have become rare. Today, I found myself pondering whether Du Du has lost his wits, foolishly desiring to engage in a duel. It appears he has been rendered foolish by Romance of the Three Kingdoms, imagining himself as Zhao Zilong, infiltrating the million-strong Chao army at Chongbin Slope." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian could not help but laugh heartily, then remarked, "It seems these traitorous Jin are indeed dim-witted. However, this may work to our advantage. Perhaps next time, I might capture a few more of these Jin generals, preferably that old scoundrel Nurhasai as well." Ultimately, they ordered for Du Du to be taken away for treatment, for he must be returned alive to the Ming. He could not be allowed to perish so easily. After a day of respite, the citizens of the city returned to tranquility, and Li Gui came to report back. Zhu Youjian was exceedingly pleased with Li Gui's efficiency, realizing that this young subordinate was indeed commendable. Noticing Zhu Youjian's satisfied expression, Li Gui sighed in relief and cautiously said, "Your Highness, the enemy has plundered all the grain in the city, and now there is none left. The people are in dire need. How should we proceed? I humbly seek your guidance." Zhu Youjian pondered for a moment before responding, "Did we not just receive a shipment of supplies from Hanqing? Distribute these grains to the populace." Li Gui nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Your Highness, what shall we do with the 10,000 Korean soldiers?" As he spoke, Li Gui's heart raced, fearing Zhu Youjian might misconstrue his question as an appeal for clemency for the Korean soldiers. Upon hearing Li Gui's words, Zhu Youjian also fell into contemplation. Given his temperament, he felt these traitors who dared to draw swords against the Ming deserved to be buried in a pit. Yet, the present circumstances necessitated a different approach. At that moment, Sun Chuanting interjected, "The majesty of the Ming cannot be challenged. These Korean soldiers, who dared to aid the traitorous Jin against us, deserve execution." Zhu Youjian was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a talent favored by my second brother. Bai Gu is even more ruthless than I." Just then, Sun Chuanting shifted his tone, smiling as he continued, "However, considering Korea's status as a vassal state of the Ming and their long-standing gratitude for our benevolence, they may be spared death, but cannot escape punishment. It would be prudent to send these 10,000 Korean soldiers to the Ming to live better lives." Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback. He understood all too well what Sun Chuanting meant by better lives. They would either be sent to coal mines under Old Wei's supervision, or tasked with fortifying cities in Hetao, or perhaps engaged in water conservancy projects in the north to dredge the waterways. After all, Zhao Shuijiao had already transported tens of thousands from Myanmar to the Ming, with many now residing in the coal mines of Xishan in the capital and in the Hetao plains of Honan, enjoying their lives in the Ming. Zhu Youjian nodded slightly and stated calmly, "Bai Gu is correct. While the death penalty may be averted, the living must face their transgressions. Let us send them all to live well in the Ming." Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's pronouncement, Li Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting, accompanied by Li Gui, proceeded to the general's residence to distribute grain to the grateful citizens of Korea. Li Gui, ever the loyal subordinate of Zhu Youjian in Korea, proclaimed with each distribution, "This is the benevolence of the great Ming dynasty and His Royal Highness, the Prince of Xan. You must remember this." In such a manner, these citizens, having yet to repay the kindness of the Ming, found themselves indebted to Zhu Youjian as well. After receiving their rations, the people wept profusely, exclaiming, "Long live the Ming dynasty." Many citizens, breaking through the soldiers' blockade, rushed forward to embrace Zhu Youjian, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing freely. This left Zhu Youjian in a state of discomfort, forcing Sun Chuanting to share in the awkwardness as both men found themselves in a rather disheveled predicament. Observing their plight, Li Gui quickly raised his voice. "Citizens, His Royal Highness and General Sun have pressing matters to attend to. Please do not linger after receiving your grain. His Highness and General Sun shall visit you when time permits." After all, the invading forces were still present within Korean territory and had not been entirely expelled. Upon hearing this, the Korean citizens finally relented, though their eyes remained red with tears as they gazed at Zhu Youjian, several fainting from the emotional turmoil. Zhu Youjian, at a loss for words, subsequently commanded the soldiers to carry away those who had collapsed. Thereafter, he ordered the mobilization of 2,000 soldiers to escort the 10,000 Korean soldiers back to the Ming by ship, while he and Sun Chuanting would lead the army in pursuit of Huang Taiji. Simultaneously, Huang Taiji, having retreated to Pyongan-do, was engulfed in despair. Numerous commanders from the White Banner approached him, demanding to know why he withdrew his troops and failed to rescue Dudu. In response, Huang Taiji gritted his teeth and attempted to explain, yet the White Banner commanders remained unconvinced, further fueling his ire. Internally, he cursed Dudu for his foolishness, which had only compounded the mess he now faced. Huang Taiji longed to send someone back to Pyongyang to eliminate Dudu once and for all. As he faced the inquiries from the White Banner commanders, his expression darkened, prompting Fan Wensheng to step forward to offer an explanation. However, before he could utter more than a few words, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by one of the White Banner commanders, who struck him repeatedly with a riding crop. Ni Kan, Dudu's brother and the most vehement in his criticism, held Huang Taiji in contempt and regarded Fan Wensheng, a Han, with equal disdain. Before long, Fan Wensheng was left battered and bruised. Witnessing this, Huang Taiji bellowed, "Enough! Cease at once. Do you not recognize your own lord? If you continue this madness, I shall not hesitate to enforce military law." Just then, a group of soldiers from the right White Banner stormed in. The atmosphere charged with tension. Ni Kan, incensed, drew his sword and confronted Huang Taiji, demanding, "What do you intend, Huang Taiji? With my brother's fate uncertain, do you wish to slay me as well?" Huang Taiji was acutely aware that unity was imperative at this juncture, as any discord must not be allowed to escalate further. He stepped forward resolutely, without uttering a word, and knelt down, presenting his knife with a countenance wrought with sorrow, saying, "Nikan, my uncle also faces his own tribulations. Our mission is to gather provisions." Previously, Dudu insisted on engaging in combat with that Zhu family's youth, despite my repeated counsel against it. Ultimately, I wished to lead a rescue, but the circumstances were evident to all. Continuing the effort would likely entangle us with the Ming forces. In such a scenario, not only would we fail our mission, but we would also suffer heavy losses. For the grand cause of the Jin, I, Huang Taiji, am prepared to sacrifice my life. Yet I cannot bear to witness the demise of you younger generations, as you represent the future of our empire. Now that Dudu's fate is uncertain, we cannot afford to linger any longer with the Ming. We must swiftly return to Hechuala. Upon our return, I shall assume full responsibility before the Khan, ensuring you are spared from any repercussions. Should you feel unsatisfied today, you may take this knife and slay me without hesitation. I only hope that after my demise, you will seek vengeance on my behalf." Hearing these words, Nikan was visibly moved. Chapter 476, The Battle of the Yalu River. Noticing Nikan's expression soften, Huang Taiji inwardly rejoiced. Yet he understood that he needed to intensify the moment. After all, the weight of Dudu's capture was too great for him to bear alone. He must involve the leaders of the bordered White Banner as well. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. "My uncle has failed. I could not rescue Dudu, and today I offer you this explanation. I only request that you ensure the safety of the Jin lads and the provisions upon your return." No sooner had he finished speaking than he drew his knife and placed it against his throat, feigning the act of self-immolation. The people in the tent were left in a state of shock. Wei Qi and Borjigen, closest to him, rushed forward to firmly restrain the blade. Hauge glared at Nikan, admonishing fiercely, "What does Dudu's capture have to do with my father? Are you intent on pushing him to his death?" Huang Taiji secretly approved, but feigned anger. Retorting, Hauge, you have no place to speak here, stand down. Hauge, begrudgingly silent, watched as Nikan, realizing the situation had escalated, hastily knelt. Uncle, please calm your wrath. It was my rashness that led to this. My elder brother underestimated the enemy and was captured by the Zhu family's youth, which has nothing to do with you. Upon returning to Hechuala, I shall surely reveal the truth to the Khan, ensuring you are not implicated. The leaders of the bordered white banner echoed their agreement, pleading with Huang Taiji to retract his command. Witnessing their change of heart, Huang Taiji cast aside the knife and, choking back emotion, said, "This matter is not solely my uncle's responsibility. We shall jointly seek forgiveness from the Khan and accept whatever judgment he deems fit." Nikan nodded in acquiescence, and thus, the tumult was temporarily quelled. The following day, before dawn, Huang Taiji ordered the camp to be dismantled. The right white and bordered white banners shall escort the provisions. Retreating swiftly from Korea and crossing the Yalu River back to Hechuala, the army advanced rapidly, with Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting's Ming forces maintaining a distance of 20 miles behind, trailing at a deliberate pace, like a shadow. Hauge, unable to contain his fury, implored, "Father, why not allow me to lead the troops to vanquish our pursuers? Remaining in this state of suspense is not a viable strategy." Nikan also concurred, "Eighth uncle, if the Ming army takes this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, our forces will be caught off guard." Huang Taiji replied in a deep voice, "Do not concern yourself with that. Dispatch orders to hasten the march. We must cross the river as swiftly as possible. That scoundrel Mao Wenlong is lurking at Pidao, and if he takes a bite out of us, it will be a grave loss." The Ming army previously relied on their advantage in firearms to engage in open battle. Now, having traveled from afar, setting up their artillery will take time, and with their cavalry in short supply, they will not dare to strike easily. Our immediate priority is to safeguard our provisions. We cannot afford to become entangled here. Although Hauge and Nikan felt reluctant, they complied with the command and urged the troops to advance more rapidly. Meanwhile, on Pidao, upon receiving news of Zhu Youjian's capture of Du and Huang Taiji's retreat, Mao Wenlong's spirits soared. He turned to Li Jiucheng and said, "Jiucheng, quickly instruct our brothers to prepare several small boats, loaded with sulfur, saltpeter, and gunpowder, drenched in oil. When the Jurchens attempt to cross the Yalu River, we shall launch a fire attack." Li Jiucheng promptly departed to fulfill the command. While Mao Wenlong gazed at the romance of the three kingdoms on his desk, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, these curs, seeking to learn the art of war. When it comes to military strategy, the Han are the true progenitors. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. 5 days later, Huang Taiji's army arrived at the banks of the Yalu River. Observing this, the soldiers of the right white banner hastily dispatched commandeered civilian vessels. The Jurchens, being unskilled in naval warfare, utilized fishing boats seized in desperation. Soon, dozens of small boats were crossing the river, and Huang Taiji urgently ordered his soldiers to load provisions onto the transport vessels. Once the supplies had crossed, their mission would be deemed accomplished. Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting, witnessing Huang Taiji begin to transport grain, grew increasingly anxious. "Why has Mao Wenlong not made a move yet?" Zhu Youjian murmured. Sun Chuanting, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Your Highness, please wait. Perhaps General Mao has other plans." Zhu Youjian responded solemnly, "Let us hope so. Otherwise, I shall have to charge into the fray myself." Initially, Huang Taiji remained wary of a potential ambush by Mao Wenlong, for he was well aware of the latter's cunning. However, as he observed that more than half of the provisions had been transported and the river remained calm, his tension gradually eased. Unbeknownst to him, Mao Wenlong was lying in wait amidst the mountains and forests, observing the grain ships on the river. Seeing the moment ripe, he instructed Li Jiucheng, "Signal to ignite the fires and send the small boats forth." He then addressed his soldiers behind him, "Bring out the war horses. Remember, do not linger in battle, but make a beeline for the provisions." The soldiers obeyed, and Mao Wenlong, watching the flurry of activity among the Jurchens on the river, revealed a cruel smile. He had originally planned to set the grain ablaze with fire ships, but realized the Jurchens had limited vessels and could not transport much. Thus, he altered his strategy. Under the cover of night, he would secretly ferry a portion of his soldiers across to lie in ambush on the opposite bank. Once half of the grain had been transported, he would first use fire ships to ram the grain vessels in the river and then lead 5,000 elite troops to raid the grain depot on the other side. Just then, an unforeseen twist occurred. Suddenly, dozens of fire ships surged forth from a distance, followed by several larger vessels. Huang Taiji instantly recognized them as Ming warships, and his heart sank. He urgently commanded, all troops on high alert. Accelerate the grain transport. Before the Jurchens could react, Li Jiucheng had already issued orders from the larger ship. Set sail. Ignite the fires. Cut the ropes. The fire ships shot forth like arrows from a bow towards the grain vessels, propelled by the river breeze, gaining speed. The soldiers of the right white banner and the banner of white were caught off guard, and in an instant, over a dozen grain ships erupted into flames. Li Jiucheng laughed heartily aboard the grand ship, inciting Huang Taiji on the shore to jump in fury, cursing vehemently. At that moment, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from across the river, as a formidable cavalry emerged from the woods, charging directly towards the grain supplies that had already crossed the river. Huang Taiji's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated that Mao Wenlong still had a hidden card to play. The 3,000 troops guarding the supplies hurriedly formed ranks to face the enemy, but were thrown into disarray by the cavalry's onslaught. What a remarkable figure Mao Wenlong was, truly possessing extraordinary prowess. Zhu Youjian beamed with delight at the scene and turned to Sun Chuanting, exclaiming, "Bai Gu, how about we join the fray with the Ming guards?" Without waiting for a response, he spurred his horse and charged forth, with 3,000 Ming guards following closely behind. Helpless, Sun Chuanting could only issue orders for the entire army to engage, creating a breach for Zhu Youjian, while instructing the divine machine camp to act as circumstances dictated. For in the midst of such chaos, the use of firearms was rather challenging. As Huang Taiji witnessed the Ming cavalry advancing, his fury reached a boiling point. This scoundrel Mao Wenlong's ambush is not enough. How dare this Zhu brat be so audacious? He commanded, surround and eliminate them. The soldiers of the right white banner and the bordered white banner swiftly encircled Zhu Youjian and the 3,000 Ming guards. Yet, instead of retreating, Zhu Youjian pressed forward, wielding his spear with formidable ferocity, the tip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, rendering him an unstoppable force. His sights were set on the towering flag behind Huang Taiji, the wolf's head on the black banner snapping in the wind, strikingly conspicuous. With every thrust of his spear, several enemy soldiers fell to the ground with anguished cries. The Ming guards, fueled by bloodlust, charged recklessly, using their bodies as shields, determined to carve a breach through the enemy lines, even at the cost of their own lives. The formation of the enemy was forcibly torn open, drawing ever closer to Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji was both astonished and enraged, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. For years, the Ming armies had suffered defeat at the hands of the later Jin, with few daring to engage the 8 banners in open battle. Apart from the eccentric He Shixian stationed in Shenyang. Yet here was Zhu Youjian, daring to provoke him time and again. Enraged beyond reason, Huang Taiji bellowed, "Wei Qi, Borjin, surround and kill him." Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian, drenched in blood, his battle attire stained crimson, appeared even more valiant, akin to a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm, his spear rendering all adversaries powerless. The 3,000 Ming guards fought valiantly, paving a bloody path through the enemy ranks with their flesh and blood. In mere moments, they had breached several barricades, coming within 100 paces of Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji's gaze was fixated on that figure, reminiscent of a divine spirit amidst the battlefield. His eyes brimming with disbelief and dread, veins bulging in his hand gripping the horsewhip. Wei Qi and Borjin attempted to obstruct Zhu Youjian, only to be forced back repeatedly and sustain injuries in the process. At that juncture, the grain transport vessels on the river had been entirely consumed by Mao Wenlong's fire ships, leaving behind only a few small boats. Hauge, aboard a small vessel, hastily crossed the river with his soldiers to join the 3,000 right white banner troops guarding the supplies, confronting Mao Wenlong. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of hooves resonated from the distance. Hauge lifted his gaze, his heart swelling with joy, for it was the red banner troops led by Dai San, who had come to assist while holding back Hong Laojiu in Shenyang. Mao Wenlong also noticed the arrival of the Zhenghong banner and cursed under his breath. Looking at the nearly half-burned supplies before him, he understood the peril of further risk. Otherwise, he and his 5,000 soldiers might meet their doom that very day. Therefore, he shouted in urgency, rallying his cavalry to swiftly retreat from the battlefield, galloping towards the nearby mountains and forests. Observing this, Li Jiuqing promptly ordered the boats to be turned around to assist Mao Wenlong. As Daisen led the Zhenghong banner to the scene, he saw the disheveled appearances of Heijini and his companion, their faces heavy with concern. He glanced across the river at the fierce battle between Huang Taiji and Zhu Youjian's forces, ordering his soldiers to find boats and prepare to cross the river for support. Meanwhile, Mao Wenlong, having boarded a warship with his 5,000 cavalry, wiped the soot from his face and cursed, "Damn it. That scoundrel Daisen is meddling at a critical moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a single grain of this food to take away today." Li Jiuqing stepped forward to offer reassurance. "General, today's achievements are considerable. We must prioritize safety." Mao Wenlong nodded, his gaze shifting to Zhu Youjian and his men, who were engaged in fierce combat with Huang Taiji by the riverside. With a determined expression, he declared, "Jiuqing, immediately relay orders for our brothers to support His Highness the Prince of Xian." Li Jiuqing hastily transmitted the orders, recognizing Zhu Youjian's unique status. Failing to assist him could jeopardize their own safety in Jiang Ning. On Zhu Youjian's side, he was now less than 50 paces from Huang Taiji. The latter appeared pale and trembling, whether from fear or rage was uncertain. Wei Cabaljan approached him, saying, "Your Highness, this young Zhu is indeed valiant. He is nearly upon us. You must cross the river for your safety." Noticing Huang Taiji's lack of response, the two men lifted him onto a small boat to ferry him across the river. Just as Huang Taiji boarded and departed, Zhu Youjian charged to the riverbank, his fury igniting. He seized a long spear from a soldier of the Zhengbai banner and hurled it at Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji, startled, was saved at the last moment by a loyal guard who stepped forward to block the thrust. The spear pierced through the guard's body, and he fell with a cry into the water. Observing that he had failed to kill Huang Taiji, Zhu Youjian let out a sigh. Soon after, he spotted Huang Taiji's grand banner in the distance, spurring his horse forward with his spear drawn. With a swift slash of his waist knife, the grand banner fell in response. As the banner collapsed, chaos ensued among the soldiers of the Zhengbai and Xiangbai banners. In the earlier tumult of battle, few knew the fate of Huang Taiji. The standing banner was a testament to his survival, but now its fall suggested he had perished. Behind Zhu Youjian, 3,000 of the Huangming guards appeared battle-worn, their weapons dulled from combat, even their steeds gasping for breath. Zhu Youjian turned his horse, proclaiming, "Zhu's sun shall break through the enemy lines." He then charged forth, with the 3,000 Huangming guards swiftly rallying to his side. Leading the charge, Zhu Youjian felled several enemy soldiers with each thrust of his spear. Outside the fray, Sun Chuanting also personally led his troops into battle. Before long, the two met and burst forth from the battlefield together. At this juncture, the soldiers dispatched by Daisen began to cross the river in waves, preparing to provide support. Observing this, Sun Chuanting sighed, "Your Highness, our brothers have exerted themselves today. Continuing the fight will only lead to unnecessary casualties. It is time to withdraw." Zhu Youjian, hearing these words, sighed in agreement and ordered a retreat. The two leaders then guided their soldiers away. Meanwhile, Mao Wenlong, poised in the river for support, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting leading their troops in retreat, and he commanded a return to Pidao. Huang Taiji crossed the Yalu River and was confronted by the chaotic scene before him, including the retreating forces of Zhu Youjian, Sun Chuanting, and Mao Wenlong. Enraged, he stomped his feet and cursed vehemently, collapsing to the ground in despair. Observing this, Daisen dismounted to offer comfort, asking, "Eighth brother, what troubles you?" Hogini stepped forward to recount the events in detail, leaving Daisen astonished and speechless. Previously, he had harbored resentment towards Nurhasai's favoritism, as the advantageous mission of gathering grain in Korea was bestowed upon Huang Taiji and Dudu, while he and Amin were tasked with restraining Hong Laojiao and the Xiong barbarians in Liaoyang and Shenyang. Now, he broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he did not go to Korea to gather supplies. Otherwise, his life would have been in peril. Chapter 477. The old servant falls ill. Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting, leading their grand army, arrived at Anzhou after 2 days of relentless marching to rest and recuperate. Upon inspection, they discovered that 384 soldiers of the Ming Imperial Guard had perished, with 216 severely injured and 453 lightly wounded. During Sun Chuanting's previous rescue of Zhu Youjian, over 1,500 soldiers had also lost their lives, and 2,000 had been wounded. Such dismal outcomes weighed heavily on Zhu Youjian's heart. At that moment, a soldier from the Ming Imperial Guard presented the flag of Huang Taiji, bringing immense joy to Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting. In military tradition, capturing a general's banner and leading the charge into battle were considered great achievements. The acquisition of this flag signified that their accomplishments had reached a new pinnacle, filling both men with elation, particularly Zhu Youjian, who was overwhelmed with joy. Subsequently, adhering to prior instructions from Jiang Ning, they led their forces to garrison in Pyongyang. The Korean populace, upon learning that the invading forces had completely retreated, was ecstatic. Who could have anticipated that the mighty soldiers of the Ming would, in a mere 10 days, expel the long-occupying invaders from Korea? The citizens spread the news and rejoiced. A few days later, Li Zong of Hanseong and numerous ministers learned of the retreat of the invaders and heard tales of Zhu Youjian and Mao Wenlong's fierce battles along the banks of the Yalu River. Initially filled with delight, their joy soon gave way to concern. Although the invaders had departed, the esteemed prince of Ming, Zhu Youjian, remained stationed in Pyongyang, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. In the end, Li Zong decided to send the left minister Jin Lu to deliver military supplies and provisions. While subtly probing when Zhu Youjian intended to return to the Ming, Zhu Youjian regarded Jin Lu, who knelt before him, and scoffed. "What is this? I have just led my army to drive away the invaders, and you, Korean lords, are eager to dismantle the bridge after crossing the river? Now that the battle is over, do you no longer desire assistance?" Jin Lu hurriedly responded, "Your Highness, please do not take offense. I assure you, this thought has never crossed my mind, nor would the king dare entertain such an idea." Zhu Youjian retorted with a cold huff, "That is for the best. Even if there were such thoughts, I would keep them to myself. You know well that had it not been for my troops' assistance, the invaders would have overrun Hanseong by now, and perhaps your King Li Zong would be feeding horses to them." Jin Lu, trembling, nodded fervently, "Your Highness can rest assured. The Korean lords and populace are deeply grateful for the benevolence of the Ming and will undoubtedly follow your lead with utmost loyalty." Zhu Youjian then dismissed Jin Lu and began rewarding his troops alongside Sun Chuanting. Upon returning to Hanseong, Jin Lu informed Li Zong that Prince Zhu had no intention of withdrawing his forces, leaving the Korean officials in a state of terror. Was it not akin to having just chased away a ferocious wolf, only to face a fierce tiger? What were they to do now? At this moment, Vice Minister Zhang Wei proposed, "Your Highness, we might consider disseminating the rumor that Prince Xian has expelled the invaders and is on the verge of leading troops back to the Ming. By letting the common people spread the word, we can compel His Highness Prince Xian to depart." Li Zuan was taken aback, his expression filled with trepidation. "Vice Minister, is this plan feasible? What if we fail to drive away Prince Xian and instead provoke his wrath upon us?" Zhang Wei chuckled confidently, "Fear not, Your Highness. We shall not state it overtly. We will allow the populace to carry the tale. Even if Prince Xian seeks to blame us, he will find himself powerless." Reluctantly, Li Zuan nodded, feeling the suffocating weight of his subjugation. Days later, rumors began to circulate in Han City regarding the imminent withdrawal of the Ming forces, and the whispers grew increasingly fervent. Before long, the news reached Zhu Youjian in Pyongyang. Before he could react, the citizens of Pyongyang flocked to the general's residence, beseeching him not to leave and abandon them. After all, the Korean army had previously displayed a lamentable lack of combat effectiveness, crumbling in the face of the invaders with no means of resistance. It was thanks to Prince Xian's leadership of the Ming forces that they had received assistance. Otherwise, the invaders would have continued their rampage indefinitely. After a brief discussion with Sun Chuanting, Zhu Youjian quickly discerned the subterfuge orchestrated by the Korean court and resolved to teach Li Zuan a lesson. Thus, they dispatched Li Gui to Han City to convey Zhu Youjian's military orders, demanding that the Korean court provide 50,000 pickles of grain and 200,000 taels of silver as military funds within 10 days. Should they fail to comply, Zhu Youjian would lead his troops to garrison Han City. Following this, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting emerged from the general's residence to reassure the populace, declaring their intent to remain in Korea and safeguard their well-being. This gesture deeply moved countless Korean citizens, officials, and scholars, and Zhu Youjian seized the opportunity to garner further gratitude. Subsequently, he entrusted military affairs to Sun Chuanting while he himself, under the protection of the Ming guards, ventured daily among the people of Pyongyang, offering guidance on their lives. Wherever he went, throngs of citizens gathered, revering him almost as a deity. Zhu Youjian reveled in this attention, relishing the ability to move the hearts of the Korean people with mere words. After Li Gui delivered the military orders, Li Zuan and his ministers were struck with dismay. 50,000 pickles of grain and 200,000 taels of silver were no trifling sum for Korea. It was as if Prince Xian regarded Korea as his personal granary. They had intended to refuse, but Zhu Youjian's orders were unequivocal. Failure to deliver within 10 days would result in his army marching to Han City, and at that point, Li Zuan would surely be reduced to a mere puppet. Once Li Gui departed, Li Zuan erupted in anger at Zhang Wei. "This is all your ill-conceived idea. Now you have incited Prince Xian's wrath. What shall we do?" The other ministers echoed their reproaches towards Zhang Wei. Internally frustrated, Zhang Wei nearly spat blood, muttering to himself, "When I initially proposed the idea, none spoke up. Now that trouble has arisen, they blame me. I refuse to shoulder this burden alone. We all shall face the consequences." With no other options, Li Zuan reluctantly ordered the gathering of grain and silver. After 2 days of efforts, they still fell significantly short. Li Zuan had no choice but to compel his ministers to contribute. Ultimately, the left minister Jin Lu donated a mere 500 taels of silver and 500 pickles of grain, while the right minister Zhang Wei contributed a scant 100 taels of silver and 100 pickles of grain. Observing the meager contributions from these prominent figures, the other ministers also offered only token donations. Li Zuan had recently ascended to the throne, his foundation precarious, having attained power through a coup. He dared not press the ministers too hard, and thus resorted to the royal treasury of the Joseon dynasty to gather the grain and silver requested by Zhu Youjian, hastily dispatching envoys to deliver them. Days later, General Mao Wenglong of Pidao arrived by boat in Pyongyang, seeking an audience with Zhu Youjian. This move by Mao Wenglong was not made lightly. It was taboo for a commanding general to privately associate with princes. Yet the circumstances surrounding His Highness the Prince of Xian were exceptional. Through the Jianui of Dongjiang town, Mao Wenglong had already ascertained that the Prince of Xian maintained close ties with Lord Jiang, Grand Eunuch Wei of the Eastern Depot, and Minister of Revenue Guiyinhou. They were known as the four formidable figures of the capital, frequently engaging with one another, while Emperor Zhu Youxiao and the prominent dignitaries remained non-committal in court. Thus, under the pretext of reporting military affairs, Mao Wenglong seized the opportunity to pay his respects, and it seemed of little consequence. Upon hearing of Mao Wenglong's request for an audience, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuaning were momentarily taken aback, but soon commanded that he be admitted. Behind Mao Wenglong followed dozens of soldiers, each bearing wooden boxes. As they met, Mao Wenglong bowed, declaring, "I, General Mao Wenglong of Dongjiang town, pay my respects to your highness." Zhu Youjian smiled and raised his hand. "There is no need for such formalities, General Mao." Eagerly, Mao Wenglong replied, "The resources of Dongjiang town are scarce. I have brought some local specialties for your highness as consideration." With that, the soldiers opened the wooden boxes, revealing an array of ginseng, deer antlers, agate, pearls, and furs. Zhu Youjian accepted the gifts with a smile and subsequently hosted a banquet in honor of Mao Wenglong. Through their conversation, Zhu Youjian discovered that Mao Wenglong was astute and not the rigid traditional soldier he initially appeared to be, which greatly enhanced his regard for him. As Mao Wenglong had been recommended by Jiang Ning, Sun Chuanting also harbored a favorable opinion of him, and the three enjoyed a lively discussion. After deliberating on the military reports, they reached a consensus. This campaign against the Manchus not only failed to transport significant amounts of grain, but also resulted in substantial losses for their ranks, including the capture of Huang Taiji's standard and the leader of the Zhenghong banner, Du Du, marking it as a considerable victory. Seeing the amicable demeanor of Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting, Mao Wenglong felt a sense of relief. After all, the backgrounds of the two were exceedingly prominent. One was the emperor's younger brother and a current prince, while the other was a favored protege of Lord Jiang. Had they chosen to be difficult, he would have found himself in dire straits. Now, witnessing their honest reporting of military merits, Mao Wenglong silently resolved to firmly align himself with Lord Jiang in the future, believing it the key to his advancement. The following day, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting personally escorted Mao Wenglong from the residence. Subsequently, Sun Chuanting went to inspect the military camp. Shortly thereafter, Left Minister Jin Lu arrived in Pyongyang with grain and military pay. Without hesitation, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting accepted everything and instructed Jin Lu to return the same way he came. Jin Lu, feeling resigned, could only return to Hanxiang to report. Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting ordered the distribution of money and grain to the soldiers, rewarding the entire army. Meanwhile, Daisen escorted Huang Taiji, along with the grain supplies, back to the palace of Hechuala Khan to report to Nurhasai. Nurhasai, upon seeing the disheartened Huang Taiji, furrowed his brow. After hearing Daisan's account, Nurhasai was seized with fury, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. Within the grand hall, a sudden air of panic enveloped the assembly. Fortunately, the 5 loyal ministers swiftly secured the Khan's palace. Rushing to rescue Nurhasai, both Daisan and Huang Taiji found themselves confined within the royal residence. Daisan's heart secretly rejoiced among the 4 grand princes. Mangertai had disregarded military orders and launched an unauthorized attack, leading to significant losses for the plain blue banner and even affecting the plain yellow banner, for which Nurhasai had reprimanded him. Huang Taiji, having led troops to Korea in search of provisions, returned empty-handed. Amin, along with the bordered blue banner, had faced considerable suppression over the years, and being Nurhasai's nephew, he possessed little claim to inheritance. Thus, it appeared that in terms of prestige and status, he himself was the most promising heir. Contemplating this, Daisen eagerly wished for Nurhasai to take his last breath. Kneeling nearby, Huang Taiji observed Daisan's expression of delight, and his heart sank. Having just suffered a defeat, with Nurhasai now unconscious, should anything untoward happen, Daisen would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable contender for the Khan's throne. What could he possibly contest against him? Fortunately, in the end, Nurhasai regained consciousness, and his trusted confidant Hihelu conveyed his orders. A judge was appointed as the leader of the bordered white banner, while Huang Taiji was commanded to reflect in seclusion. Simultaneously, Amin was instructed not to restrain Xiongtingbai in Liaoyang and to return immediately to Hechuala. Upon hearing the orders, Daisan was filled with fury. Even at this critical juncture, Nurhasai was still engaging in political maneuvering. Amin was summoned back, and Huang Taiji's punishment amounted to nothing. Ajaij's closeness to Huang Taiji and discord with himself clearly indicated that this series of actions was a ploy by Nurhasai to counterbalance him and thwart any attempt to seize power. However, as Nurhasai was merely ill and not deceased, Daisen dared not act rashly and could only comply with the orders to return. Chapter 478. The undercover of the Ming dynasty. Nurhasai lay on the bed, his complexion pale and frail. The grand consort Abahai attended him with great care, her expression laden with concern. Moments later, Hihelu entered the tent and promptly knelt in reverence. Nurhasai weakly inquired, "What news? Have Daisan and Huang Taiji departed?" Hihelu hastily responded, "Your Majesty, both the Grand and Fourth Princes have taken their leave." Nurhasai, still feeble, asked, "Did they utter anything?" Hihelu shook his head in reply. Nurhasai nodded slightly, and then instructed Hihelu, "Henceforth, you shall be responsible for guarding the Khan's palace. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my command." After receiving his orders, Hihelu hurriedly departed. Beside him, Grand Consort Abahai's eyes glistened with tears, and Nurhasai forced a faint smile, remarking, "It seems I truly have grown old." Abahai quickly responded with a smile, "Your Majesty is in the prime of your life. You hardly appear aged." Nurhasai chuckled softly and continued, "I intend to appoint the brothers Dalgan and Duadu to command the 2 yellow banners. What are your thoughts?" "My dear consort." Abahai was momentarily taken aback, a tempest of emotions surging within her, yet she promptly whispered, "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? The brothers Dalgan and Duadu are still quite young, and the 2 yellow banners have always been under your direct command. How can they bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you to reconsider and focus on your recovery." Nurhasai gazed at Abahai, who was weeping like a pear blossom, and smiled gently, saying, "At their age, I was already on horseback, fighting in battle. As the son of Nurhasai, they should inherently bear this responsibility and duty." Abahai hastily wiped her tears and remarked, "How can Doran and Dorji be compared to the Khan? It would be better for the Khan to personally instruct them for a few years. They are far from ready to command the 2 yellow banners." Nurhasai sighed, "Very well, from today onward, let the 2 brothers assume the positions of the right yellow banner and the bordered yellow banner respectively, to gain experience in the military. In their leisure time, I shall personally guide them." Only then did Abahai breathe a sigh of relief. Having served Nurhasai for many years, She was acutely aware of his inherently suspicious and ruthless nature. Had she seized the opportunity to allow her son to take command of the two yellow banners, she would likely not have survived the day. Subsequently, Nurhasai turned to Abahai, who was kneeling beside him, and said, "You have worked hard. You may go and rest now." Abahai nodded and hurriedly departed. Alone, Nurhasai reclined on his bed, his thoughts drifting back through the years. He had begun his campaign with 13 sets of armor, successively conquering the various Jurchen tribes and unifying them. He then declared the 7 great hatreds to rally against the Ming dynasty, decisively defeating the Ming army in the Battle of Saru, thus establishing his dominance in Liaodong. Now, 40 years had swiftly passed. He recognized that he was indeed aging. In his youth, Nurhasai was filled with ambition, striving for the unification of Liaodong. In recent years, the successive deaths of the Ming emperors, Wanli and Taichung, had made him feel that his dreams were within reach. However, everything changed with the ascension of the Ming Emperor Tianqi. His initial confidence in capturing Liaoyang and Xinyang crumbled, thwarted by the barbaric forces and Hong Laojiao. This year, while campaigning against the Korchin, he faced further disruption from the Khan Linden. Although he achieved some victories, they fell far short of his expectations. Furthermore, the Ming dynasty had been increasingly active internally in recent years. Now, the Ming troops in Liaodong had reverted to a defensive stance. All signs indicated that the strength and military power of the Ming were on the rise, and it would not be long before they might launch an offensive in Liaodong, posing a grave threat to the newly established Jin. It seemed that the time had come to contemplate the issue of succession. The first prince, Daisan, was prone to tyranny when granted power. After naming Daisan as his heir, he had grown dismissive of others, oppressing his brothers due to his birthright. Indeed, a foolish fool. The second prince, Amin, was his nephew. Years ago, he had ordered the live burial of Amin's father, Shirasi. Though Amin outwardly showed respect, he harbored deep resentment, which justified Nurhasai's long-standing suppression of the bordered blue banner to prevent Amin's influence from growing. The third prince, Mongolian, was merely a brawny brute, lacking in intellect. The fourth prince, Huang Taiji, appeared humble and polite, diligently studying Confucian culture, seemingly tolerant of his brothers, yet his heart was cold. He would ruthlessly eliminate anyone who stood in his way. In contrast, Nurhasai held high hopes for his youngest son, Doran, for he bore a striking resemblance to Nurhasai in his youth. Alas, Doran was still too young, lacking both military achievements and prestige, making it difficult to compete with his older brothers. Moreover, his loyal ministers were aging, dying, or ailing, making it challenging to suppress the 4 princes. During the previous campaign against the Korchin, he had taken Doran and Dorji along, intending to help them accumulate military merit, but it did not go as planned. Now, he could only forcefully assign the brothers to the right yellow banner, starting them at the grassroots level. If I can endure for a few more years until Dalgan and Duo fully seize control of the 2 yellow banner armies, I shall be able to smoothly pass the mantle. I must not falter. Thus, Nurhasai summoned his trusted confidants, Hoerhin and Gongjing Lu, to make arrangements before he could rest in peace and recuperate. A few days later, stationed by the banks of the Taizi River and encamped outside Liaoyang, Amin received a command from Nurhasai. Upon learning of Taiji Huang's defeat and the capture of Dudu, Amin felt a surge of joy, almost wishing to rush to Liaoyang's gates to celebrate with the Xiang Manzi in a grand feast. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired meticulously about the latest situation in Hechela from the messenger. Once the messenger departed, Amin slammed his palm on the table, cursing vehemently. Damn it, why didn't Taiji Huang and Dyson perish by the banks of the Yalu River? At that moment, Amin's brother, Jirelang, entered the tent and asked what had transpired. Amin recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Jirelang asked, "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Amin sighed. The Khan has commanded me to return with the troops merely to restrain Daisan. During the campaign against Korkin, Mongolian acted recklessly, resulting in the loss of troops from the Yellow Banner, and was duly punished. Now, Taiji Huang has ventured to Korea to gather provisions, only to return in disgrace after Dudu's capture. If I do not return to restrain Daisan, he may seize the opportunity to usurp power, with dire consequences. Jirelang also sighed. Brother, then you must quickly order a retreat to Hechela. The current situation within the Great Jin cannot withstand further turmoil. To his astonishment, Amin kicked the table over in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Great Jin! Great Jin! All you see is great Jean. How did our father perish? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten how Nurhasai has oppressed us, the blue banner, over the years? Zhiralang, with a sense of helplessness, sighed. Brother, given the current circumstances, we have no other recourse. Surely, we cannot seek refuge with the Ming? Amin, with fiery eyes, retorted, what is wrong with seeking refuge with the Ming? Our father perished for his loyalty to them, unwilling to rebel alongside Nurhasai, and was buried alive on his orders. If we were to seek refuge, we would be seen as loyal martyrs. Perhaps the Ming Emperor would even grant us titles and a life of luxury, far better than toiling under Nurhasai. Listening to Amin's grievances, Zhiralang chose not to press further, for Amin was his elder brother, and he soon left the tent in haste. As he watched Zhiralang depart, Amin suddenly had a thought. What sort of position could he secure if he went to the Ming? His father, Shirachi, had died in loyalty to them. Surely they would grant him a title. At that moment, the notion of seeking refuge with the Ming took root in Amin's mind like a burgeoning seed. Yet, he understood that among the blue banner, apart from the elders left by his father, most of the leaders had been appointed by Nurhasai. Moreover, his younger brother Zhiralang was steadfastly loyal to Nurhasai, rendering him untrustworthy. Amin furrowed his brows as he stepped out of the tent, gazing at the city of Liaoyang across the river. A thought emerged in his mind. If he were to run to the foot of Liaoyang and call out, would the barbarian rulers welcome him into the city, or would they instead choose to execute him? Reflecting on this, Amin let out a bitter smile, lamenting how he had fallen so low, longing to seek refuge in the Ming dynasty, yet lacking any means to do so. Ultimately, with no other option, he could only issue orders to retreat back to Hechuala. At the same moment Amin was giving the order to withdraw, in a dense forest by the Prince River. The captain of the Jinyui, Yuan Feng, sat cross-legged, while a dozen vigilant Jinyui stood guard around him. Opposite Yuan Feng sat a middle-aged man, whose square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes made him a striking figure, though his bald head and a single long braid at the back drew attention in an unusual way. The middle-aged man recounted the events occurring in Hechuala in detail to Yuan Feng, who hastily took notes. He then remarked, Captain Liu, you have performed admirably. I shall report your achievements truthfully to the commander. You have been away for quite some time now, and it is best that you return to avoid detection by the enemy, Yuan Feng advised. The Liu man hastily inquired, Captain Yuan, how much longer must I remain undercover among the enemy? After pondering for a moment, Yuan Feng replied, 3 more years. To Yuan Feng's surprise, Liu's temper flared instantly. Captain Yuan, when I initially pledged my allegiance to the Ming and agreed to relay intelligence about the enemy, you explicitly assured me that after 3 years of infiltration, I would be reassigned to the Ming. Now, 3 years have passed, and you propose another 3? Will there be yet another 3 after that? Will you then say there are 10 more years to endure? Yuan Feng sighed. Captain Liu, I hope you can understand my predicament. Your current standing among the enemy is quite significant, and you possess far more intelligence than the average person. If we were to hastily bring you back to the capital, the enemy would certainly take precautions, and many of our brothers would perish as a result. Filled with rage, Liu advanced, gripping Yuan Feng's collar tightly, and with a fierce expression declared, Do you understand how I have endured these 3 years? I am neither a man nor a ghost, trapped in a limbo between being a general of the Jin and a member of the Ming's Jinyui. Every night, I dream of being discovered by Nurhasai, only to see my family slaughtered. Can you comprehend that feeling? Yuan Feng replied solemnly, I apologize, but we have no choice. Liu stood up, lost in despair, and walked toward the riverbank. Yuan Feng called out Xingzhu. Liu turned back, shouting in anger, Liu Xingzhu is dead. This is your choice, Captain. Without another word, he departed. Yuan Feng watched Liu Xingzhu's retreating figure with a sigh, then hurriedly left with his contingent of Jinyui. Chapter 479. A life worse than a dog. Observing Liu Xingzhu grow distant, Yuan Feng could not suppress a sigh. At that moment, a Jinyui beside him whispered, Captain, do you think Liu Xingzhu will cease to relay information to us? Yuan Feng shook his head and replied with certainty, he has no other choice now. Once a member of the Jinyui, always a member. Should he cease to relay intelligence, we shall disseminate the information of his betrayal to the Manchus. Given Nurhasai's ruthless nature, his family would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. He would not dare to take such a risk. Moreover, this individual is our most crucial informant embedded within the Manchu ranks. Should the court dispatch a formidable army to confront the Manchus in the future, with proper maneuvering, He could be the key to our victory. The several Jianui behind him nodded in agreement. Yu Wenfeng's expression hardened as he coldly stated, "You must keep Lu Xingzuo's identity strictly confidential. Under no circumstances should you disclose it to anyone." The group quickly nodded in affirmation. Thereafter, Yu Wenfeng, accompanied by dozens of Jianui, hastily departed. Upon reaching the gates of Liaoyang, Yu Wenfeng revealed his identity. The guards lowered a bamboo basket, allowing Yu Wenfeng and his companions to enter the city in succession. Once inside, Xiong Tingbai immediately approached with a smile, greeting Yu Wenfeng. "Captain Yuan, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. What have you been occupied with?" Yu Wenfeng smiled slightly and replied, "I have been gathering intelligence on the Manchus with my brothers. It seems that the Manchus across the river are preparing to withdraw, possibly due to some upheaval at their stronghold." Hichu Allah Xiong Tingbai nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After all, as a captain of the Jianui, Yu Wenfeng was not under his jurisdiction, and with Jiang Ning backing him, there was no need for Xiong Tingbai to confront Yu Wenfeng. Observing the situation, Yu Wenfeng cupped his fists in salute and swiftly departed with the Jianui. On the return journey, Yu Wenfeng pondered deeply. Having been in Liaodong for 3 years, the former assistant minister had now become a marquis and the commander of the Jianui, holding a position of great authority. Throughout these 3 years, he had regularly reported on the situation in Liaodong to the capital. Yet every time he received responses solely from the Jianui assistant minister Li Ruoyan and Commander Tian Ruyi, with Commander Jiang Ning never issuing a single directive to him. Had he been forgotten? Shaking his head in denial, Yu Wenfeng reassured himself. He was one of the earliest to align with Jiang Ning, and he should not be overlooked. Furthermore, under the guidance of his mentor Zhou Yuanbiao, he had contributed significantly in Liaodong, and had even developed the pivotal informant Lu Xingzhua. After much contemplation, Yu Wenfeng suddenly realized. It appeared that his contributions were still insufficient, hence the commander had not taken the initiative to inquire about him. It seemed he must strive even harder moving forward. Meanwhile, Lu Xingzhua gazed despondently at the soldiers of the Blue Banner preparing to withdraw, letting out a resigned sigh before mustering his spirits to return to his tent. Hardly had Lu Xingzhua settled back into his tent when Amin received word, promptly instructing his attendant Daming, "Go fetch Lu Ida for me. I have questions for him." Daming accepted the command and hurriedly departed. Upon the sudden appearance of Daming, Lu Xingzhua felt a pang of anxiety, although he managed to feign a smile and inquired, "What brings you here, Lord Daming?" Daming cupped his fists in salute and replied with a smile, "General Lu, the prince requests your presence." Lu Xingzhua was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "I shall go at once." On the surface, he appeared composed, yet within, he was engulfed by terror. Pondering to himself, had his clandestine liaison with the Ming been discovered by Amin? But then he considered that if it were truly discovered, he would have been seized rather than summoned to meet him. With this thought, Lu Xingzhua felt a surge of confidence as he followed Duo Meng to Amin's tent and entered. Upon their meeting, Lu Xingzhua hastily knelt and saluted, saying, "Your servant Lu Xingzhua pays his respects to the prince." Amin regarded the kneeling Lu Xingzhua with a cold demeanor, stating, "Lu Ida, though you are Han, you have followed the Khan from the very beginning. The Khan holds you in esteem no less than the 4 great princes, and I have never regarded you as an outsider." Lu Xingzhua, trembling with fear, responded, "Your servant owes his current station entirely to the Khan's favor and the care of the princes. I have always kept this in mind and would never forget." Amin snorted disdainfully, "Yet a few days ago, I heard you were communicating with the Ming, relaying information about our Jin. What do you have to say for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xingzhua felt as if his heart might leap from his throat, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Had he truly been discovered? Yet he sensed something amiss. He had always transmitted messages with utmost secrecy. In contemplation, he deduced that Amin was attempting to deceive him, and he quickly bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, "I beseech you, esteemed prince, to see clearly. I would never engage in treachery towards the Ming. Surely, someone has orchestrated this slander. I earnestly request to confront the one who spread these rumors." Amin crouched down, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "Lu Ida, there is no need for you to be so anxious. I do not believe you would betray the Ming. However, this information has come from Tuli Shun and DeLong Tai, both of whom are loyal to the Khan. Upon our return to Hichuala, they will undoubtedly report this matter to the Khan." Lu Xingzhua stood frozen at these words. Tuli Shun and DeLong Tai were generals placed by Nur Hasai to monitor Amin within the bordered Blue Banner. Logically, If news of his liaison with the Ming had leaked, Amin would either ignore it or apprehend him directly. Yet now, he was summoned and cautioned. What was his true intention? Noting Lu Xing's look of confusion, Amin chuckled and said, "Do not overthink it, Luida. Upon our return to Hichuala, should the Khan blame you due to Tuli Shun and De Long Tai's words, I will intervene on your behalf." Although Lu Xingzhua did not comprehend Amin's true motives, he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed prince. Your servant will remember this kindness." Subsequently, Amin dismissed Lu Xingzhua. Watching Lu Xingzhua's departing figure, Amin furrowed his brow slightly. His ability to connect with the Ming depended on this Lu Ida. He could only hope that Lu would not make his actions too conspicuous. Otherwise, upon returning to Hichuala, if Nurhisai were to lay blame, even he might not be able to protect him. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Shanhaiguan, Duke Dinghua Shi stood on the battlements, gazing over the vast expanse of Liaodong. Unbeknownst to him, tears blurred his vision, and soon he could no longer contain himself, collapsing against the wall in a fit of sobs. The soldiers and generals nearby were well accustomed to such displays and turned away, feigning ignorance. Reflecting on the past, when Jiang Ning embarked on reorganizing the imperial troops, he had suggested that he and Duke Ying, Zhang Weixian, retreat to Shanhaiguan to evade the storm. Since then, Sushi has spent 3 years at Shanhaiguan. Initially, he believed that enduring for merely a year and a half would suffice to secure his transfer back to the capital. Yet, who could have anticipated the tumultuous shifts within the imperial court over these years? Jiang Ning and Zhang Weixian seemed to have completely forgotten his existence, never once dispatching a message his way. In this predicament, Sushi was seized by panic, hastily submitting a plea to the court for his reassignment to the capital. However, the official missive vanished into the void, yielding no response. Poor Sushi could only lean against the walls of Shanhaiguan, weeping profusely. Little did he know that when Zhang Weixian returned to the capital, it coincided with a significant restructuring of the military, resulting in a power struggle between the Five Armies Command and the Ministry of War. Subsequently, the court became embroiled in continuous disputes among civil and military officials, with factions such as the Royalist Party and the Donglin Party engaging in a series of overt and covert conflicts. Amidst this intricate web of circumstances, Zhang Weixian was preoccupied with his own affairs, having cast aside Sushi's situation to the farthest reaches of his mind. As for Jiang Ning, he had entirely forgotten Sushi. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning found himself utterly exhausted in the capital of the Ming dynasty. During the day, aside from attending court sessions, he was occupied at the Five Armies Command, reviewing official documents. Every few days, he was summoned to the palace to devise strategies and improve the dining conditions for Zhu Youjian. By night, he had to peruse the latest intelligence reports from the Jinyui. The relentless intensity of his duties left Jiang Ning feeling utterly drained, on the brink of collapse. To outsiders, he appeared to be a figure of immense power, wielding life and death in his hands, basking in unbounded glory. Yet, who could truly comprehend the bittersweet struggles hidden beneath such a facade? That evening, after a long day, Jiang Ning finally returned home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Kai and Da Huang, affectionately entwined, while their newly born puppies frolicked joyfully. Gazing upon the harmonious scene of Wang Cai's family, tears welled up in Jiang Ning's eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably. He looked down at the regal dragon robe that symbolized his power and felt a profound sense of melancholy, realizing that even a dog seemed to live more freely than he. In a sudden rush of emotion, he stepped forward, embracing Wang Kai, and wept inconsolably. This scene startled the servants in the estate, who exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired with their master. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, both heavily pregnant, hurriedly emerged. Upon witnessing Jiang Ning's sorrowful embrace of Wang Kai, Lu Ruoyan quickly approached, concern etched on her face, inquiring, "My husband, what troubles you? What has happened?" With a choked voice, Jiang Ning looked at his 2 wives and lamented, "Ladies, I suddenly feel that being a dog would be quite splendid. Being human is simply too exhausting." Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan were momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words in response. At that moment, Shen Shuzi appeared. Observing Jiang Ning in such a state, he furrowed his brow. He then instructed the servants to assist Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan into the house, while he knelt beside the weeping Jiang Ning, letting out a resigned sigh. Turning to Gao Wenkai, he asked, "Young Gao, what on earth is the matter with my precious apprentice?" Gao Wenkai, both amused and bewildered, proceeded to recount the entire story. After listening to the words, Zhu Youxiao nodded, rolled up his sleeves without further ado, and abruptly seized Jiang Ning by the collar, lifting him into the air and shaking him vigorously. Before Jiang Ning could react, he was left disoriented from the shaking. After a while, Zhu Youxiao set Jiang Ning down and asked with a smile, "Disciple, are you feeling more awake now?" As soon as Jiang Ning opened his mouth, he retched violently. Covering his mouth with one hand and pointing at Zhu Youxiao with the other, he continued to vomit. Observing this, Zhu Youxiao chuckled and said, "Disciple, I just took your pulse. You are merely fatigued from overeating. My shaking has cured you. You need not dine tonight." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in anger, ready to retort, but was overwhelmed by another wave of nausea, leading to further vomiting. With no other choice, Zhu Youxiao instructed his servants to help Jiang Ning back to his study, to rest, while he himself went out for a leisurely stroll. Chapter 480. Jiang Ning is bound for ransom. Upon returning to his study, Jiang Ning suddenly recognized a crucial issue. The reason for his current exhaustion stemmed from the severe shortage of personnel in the Five Armies Command. Presently, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, and Duke Zhongzhen, Qin Liangyu, were in the north conducting inspections of military lands and training new troops. Zhao Shuai was leading forces against Myanmar. Man Gui and He Kegong were stationed in the Hetao region, leaving only Chao Wenjiao to hold down the fort in the capital. The entire Five Armies Command consisted solely of him, Zhang Weixian, Shen Su, and Shen Yurong, along with Assistant Commander Zhang Zhiji. Although Yang Sikang also served as an assistant commander, his primary responsibilities involved military inspections and legal management, thus spending most of his time in the barracks. By this reckoning, the actual number of those capable of executing tasks was alarmingly scant. It was evident that reinforcements were necessary for the Five Armies Command. Jiang Ning's first thought was of Li Ruoyan. At present, Li Ruoyan had ascended to the position of the third-in-command of the Jinyue, held in check by both himself and Tian Urging, making further advancement within the Jinyue exceedingly challenging. After all, Li Ruoyan had now become a Jinyue commandant and was conferred the title of General Huayuan, reaching an illustrious peak in his rank. If he were to be transferred to the Five Armies Command, he could alleviate some of Jiang Ning's burdens while also achieving personal advancement. This would honor the loyalty Li Ruoyan had shown through life and death circumstances. Thus, the following day, after a brief inquiry regarding Li Ruoyan's opinion, Jiang Ning proceeded directly to the palace to meet Zhu Youjian, earnestly requesting the transfer of Li Ruoyan to the Five Armies Command as an assistant commander. Zhu Youjian readily approved the request. Subsequently, after a discussion with Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian decided to appoint Marquis Xuanwu, Wei Shichen, and Marquis Huyan, Zhang Qingzhen, to the Five Armies Command as commandants. Jiang Ning accepted this with delight. Although historically these noble figures had not accomplished any earth-shattering deeds, their willingness to choose loyalty to their country in times of national crisis evidenced their integrity and character. As for their capabilities, these could be nurtured over time. When Zhu Youjian mentioned other nobles, Jiang Ning shook his head, noting that those individuals were currently idling at home, content to languish in inactivity. Soon after, Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave. Zhu Youjian, however, eagerly urged him to stay. "Brother Jiang, why the haste? The day is still young. Why not share a few drinks with me?" Jiang Ning rolled his eyes and replied with annoyance, "Your Majesty, drinking is fine, but today I absolutely refuse to cook." Zhu Youjian chuckled, "Brother Jiang, it's a rare occasion for us to have free time together. Can't you show off your culinary skills just this once?" Jiang Ning couldn't help but complain, "Your Majesty, have you lost all sense of humanity? You know how busy I've been lately. During the day, I'm swamped with duties at the Ministry of War, and by night, I must sift through the intelligence reports from the Jinyue. Not to mention managing the affairs of the Ming Merchants Association, the Royal Military Academy, and the Ming Royal Bank. Even when I come to report to you, I have to consider improving our meals. I truly wish to be rid of this task." Listening to Jiang Ning's grievances, Zhu Youjian remained unperturbed. With Fang Zhenghua on either side, he lifted Jiang Ning and headed towards his small kitchen. Zhu Youjian laughed, "Brother Jiang, stop complaining and lend a hand in the kitchen. I know you're struggling, and I am too. Let us just make do together." Jiang Ning grumbled all the way, "Damn it, with this dreadful task. I'll surely drop dead sooner or later." Thus, Jiang Ning found himself in the small kitchen preparing 4 or 5 side dishes. Afterwards, he and Zhu Youjian settled in a pavilion in the imperial garden, sitting across from each other while Fang Zhenghua diligently served them. Although Jiang Ning continued to grumble, his hands were busy. He cursed while eating and ate while cursing. Zhu Youjiao smiled, unfazed, and kept pouring wine for Jiang Ning. Zhu Youjiao remarked cheerfully, "Brother Jiang, in just over a month, the Empress will give birth, and I shall become a father, while you will be a godfather. Are you not excited?" Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. "What is there to be excited about? In 7 months, I will also be a father, and you will be a godfather then too. Are you excited?" Zhu Youjiao nodded eagerly. "Of course. If your wife bears sons, in a few years, we can have them enter the palace to study alongside my son, fostering their brotherly bond from a young age. Daughters are also welcome. We could be in-laws. If we have one of each, that would be splendid." Jiang Ning retorted, "Enough. Meeting you has truly brought me bad luck for 8 generations. You've already put me in a bind, and now you intend to ensnare my son as well. Have you no sense of morality?" Zhu Youjiao teased, "Brother Jiang, why are you so irritable lately? Are you feeling pent up?" Jiang Ning replied with exasperation, "I've been busy from dawn till dusk, working like a dog. How can I not be irritable? Even the livestock of a landlord can't endure such strain. I rise before the rooster and sleep after the dog, working harder than a bull, tirelessly day and night, with no end in sight." Zhu Youjiao laughed. "In that case, I shall grant you a half-month leave." Jiang Ning's eyes lit up, and he earnestly asked, "Your Majesty, is that for real?" Zhu Youjiao affirmed, "Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? A ruler's words are not to be taken lightly." Jiang Ning rejoiced. "At last, you have shown some humanity, and your conscience has awakened." In response to Jiang Ning's jest, Zhu Youjiao smiled and pulled out a booklet from his robes, handing it to him. "Brother Jiang, now that both your wives are with child, I know you must be feeling the pressure. You've always been a man of integrity. Your visits to brothels are merely for a drink. Thus, I bestow upon you this treasured item, a delightful indulgence for your enjoyment." Jiang Ning accepted the album, opened it, and instantly felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He then adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Your Majesty should prioritize state affairs. How could one become enraptured by the pleasures of love?" Although he spoke thus, he discreetly tucked the album into his bosom. Zhu Youjiao observed Jiang Ning's verbal denial juxtaposed with his body's honesty, leaving him somewhat speechless. At that moment, Fang Xiaozhong rushed in, visibly agitated. Fang Zhenghua, noticing his urgency, furrowed his brow and promptly halted him, asking coldly, "Xiaozhong, what troubles you? Why the haste?" Fang Xiaozhong, nearly in tears, choked out, "Godfather, it's terrible. A grave matter has arisen. The Empress has suddenly fallen into a deep unconsciousness." Fang Zhenghua felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, as if he could already envision his great-grandmother beckoning to him. He quickly led Fang Xiaozhong before Zhu Youjiao, urgently stating, "Your Majesty, a calamity has occurred. The Empress has just collapsed." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao sprang to his feet, his expression urgent as he inquired, "What has transpired? How could the Empress faint so suddenly? Has the imperial physician arrived?" Fang Xiaozhong, still tearful, replied, "Your Majesty, I have dispatched someone to summon the physician. He should be on his way." Zhu Youjiao turned to Jiang Ning, saying, "Brother Jiang, it seems this evening's festivities must be postponed. I must hasten to see the Empress." Jiang Ning stood momentarily dumbfounded. Just as Zhu Youjiao prepared to follow Fang Zhenghua, he glanced back at the still-stunned Jiang Ning and instructed, "Fang Dabin, bring Brother Jiang along. Furthermore, send someone out of the palace to summon the esteemed elder immortal post-haste, and inform him that his precious disciple is in my custody. Should he fail to arrive within the hour, I shall revoke my bargain." Jiang Ning was left speechless, inwardly exclaiming, "What a situation! Am I being held for ransom?" Fang Zhenghua promptly nodded in agreement, arranging for someone to fetch Shinshuzi, while he supported Jiang Ning alongside Zhu Youjiao and Fang Xiaozhong as they hurried to Kuanning Palace. At this moment, the entire Kuanning Palace was in disarray. Palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground, while physicians entered and exited with their medical kits. Zhu Youjiao disregarded the crowd and approached the bedside. Gazing at the unconscious Zhang Yan, his expression one of urgent concern as he called out, "Baozhu, how are you? Can you hear me?" Zhang Yan lay pallid and unresponsive. Seeing this, Zhu Youjiao quickly turned to the kneeling physicians and asked, "What ails the Empress?" The physicians, their faces ashen and trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, we are unable to ascertain the cause and dare not hastily administer medication, especially considering her current condition." Hearing this, Zhu Youjian was engulfed in fury, ready to erupt. Jiang Ning hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Once my master arrives, he should be able to determine the cause. Only then did Zhu Youjian suppress his anger, pacing back and forth in the grand hall, clearly burdened with heavy thoughts. Jiang Ning, too, was deeply concerned. For the child within Empress Zhang Yan was of paramount importance to the Ming dynasty and to those of them who were loyalists, and it could not be allowed to come to any harm. After all, Emperor Wuzong of the Ming dynasty serves as a cautionary tale. Not long after, Old Wei and the enigmatic Shen Shuzi rushed in, visibly anxious. Upon their meeting, Old Wei immediately knelt before Zhu Youjian, exclaiming, "Your humble servant Wei Zhongxian pays his respects to your Majesty. The esteemed immortal has arrived." Zhu Youjian, filled with joy, hastened forward and, noticing the bewildered expression on Shen Shuzi's face, exclaimed, "Esteemed immortal, you have finally arrived." Shen Shuzi, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Your Majesty, I have heard that my disciple has been taken hostage within the palace. If I do not arrive, there may be dire consequences. I wish to know who possesses such audacity to abduct my cherished disciple in the presence of your Majesty." Zhu Youjian, feeling somewhat awkward, was quickly reassured by Jiang Ning, who smiled and explained, "Master, it seems there has been a misunderstanding in communication. Do not dwell on this matter. We must attend to Her Majesty, who has unexpectedly lost consciousness." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Shuzi approached to examine her closely. After a brief moment, he instructed someone to tie a silk thread around Zhang Yan's arm before taking her pulse. Time passed, and Zhu Youjian and Jiang Ning stood by, their faces etched with concern. Shen Shuzi, however, furrowed his brow, prompting Zhu Youjian to anxiously inquire, "Esteemed immortal, what is the condition of the Empress?" Shen Shuzi muttered, "Strange. Quite strange. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." Subsequently, Shen Shuzi rose, disregarding Zhu Youjian, and approached the kneeling physicians to inquire about their findings. The physicians, eager to share their knowledge, divulged everything they knew. Shen Shuzi's expression grew increasingly grave. Witnessing his serious demeanor, Zhu Youjian felt a wave of panic wash over him, nearly losing his balance, but thankfully, Fang Zhenghua swiftly caught him. Jiang Ning, equally alarmed, turned to Old Wei and commanded, "Immediately seal the palace. No one is to enter or exit." Old Wei nodded vigorously and hurried away. At that moment, an unsettling chill enveloped everyone in the grand hall. Should anything happen to Empress Zhang Yan or her unborn child, it could lead to a bloodbath within the palace. Jiang Ning stepped forward to comfort Zhu Youjian softly, "Your Majesty, do not fret. The Empress is blessed and will surely be safeguarded." Zhu Youjian grasped Jiang Ning's hand tightly, saying, "Brother Jiang, why has the esteemed immortal not yet diagnosed and prescribed any remedy?" Jiang Ning, unsure of how to respond, could distinctly feel Zhu Youjian's trembling grip. Shen Shuzi paced the hall, sniffing the air, then approached the incense burner, lifting the lid and sampling a handful of ash. Turning to the floral arrangements, he inquired, "Who tends to these flowers and plants?" Fang Xiaozhong promptly stepped forward, stating, in response to the esteemed immortal, "It is Aunt Zhao who assists the Empress with their care." An older palace maid quickly knelt before him. Shen Shuzi immediately began questioning her, and the maid trembled as she spoke. After listening to her account, Shen Shuzi fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his gaze darted to another flower stand, and he hurried over to investigate. After a brief moment, he inquired, "What is typically placed upon this flower stand?" The palace maid, upon hearing his question, hastily divulged everything. When Shen Shuzi heard the term mandala, his expression darkened instantly, prompting him to ask, "Why did I not see the mandala during my previous visit?" At this juncture, Fang Xiaozhong quickly interjected, in response to the venerable immortal, "It is because the Empress has a fondness for flora, and thus the maids periodically take these plants outside to bask in the sun. It is likely that when the immortal came to attend to the Empress, the flowers had been moved out for sunlight." Shen Shuzi erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Which fool placed the mandala here? Are they unaware of its deadly poison?" He then rubbed the incense ashes in his hand and signaled to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning immediately comprehended, but before he could speak, Fang Zhenghua hastily asserted, "Bring all these maids outside and detain them on the spot, and summon Lord Wei immediately." Subsequently, Shen Shuzi quickly penned a prescription, instructing the imperial physician to prepare the medicine without delay, while he, beyond the gauzy curtain, guided the female physician in administering acupuncture to Zhang Yan. Zhu Youjiao and Jiang Ning awaited outside the hall. Upon exiting, Zhu Youjiao's countenance was grave as he asked, "Brother Jiang, is someone deliberately poisoning the Empress?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Your Majesty, it is certain that someone has taken the opportunity to harm the Empress. Otherwise, why did my master not notice the mandala when he came to examine her? Moreover, judging by my master's expression, it is clear that there is something amiss with the ashes in the incense burner. All these coincidences cannot merely be serendipitous." Zhu Youjiao's eyes turned icy as he coldly declared, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. I shall ensure that their entire lineage is exterminated." Just then, Wei Zhongxian arrived. After Jiang Ning briefly informed Wei Zhongxian of the situation, a cold smirk crept upon Wei Zhongxian's lips as he led a group of Eastern Depot agents to drag the kneeling palace maids and eunuchs into the Eastern Depot for interrogation. Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhong, terrified, promptly fell to their knees. Fang Xiaozhong, now utterly stunned, had initially believed that becoming the chief steward of Ning Palace would elevate his status, yet he found himself embroiled in such a predicament. Fang Zhenghua silently lamented. Despite his precautions, he had still fallen victim to someone's schemes. As the head of the Western Depot, it was undeniable that he would face blame for such a significant incident. The two quickly pleaded, "We have failed in our duties and deserve severe punishment. Please, Your Majesty, mete out your judgment." Zhu Youjiao's face remained stern, and he said nothing. Thus, Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhong remained kneeling in silence. After half an hour, Shen Shuzi emerged from the hall, bowing to Zhu Youjiao and stating, "Your Majesty, the Empress is out of danger. Fortunately, heaven has bestowed its protection, and she is now well." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao let out a sigh of relief and anxiously asked, "Venerable Immortal, what of the child within the Empress?" Shen Shuzi smiled in response, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the Empress's poisoning was mild, and the fetus shows no signs of distress." Hearing this, both Zhu Youjiao and Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. Zhu Youjiao hurriedly strode into the inner chamber to visit the Empress Zhang Yan. Jiang Ning promptly approached Shen Shuzi and inquired, "Master, as far as my knowledge extends, only the seeds of the datura flower are toxic. Why then has the Empress found herself in such a plight?" Shen Shuzi elucidated. "It is indeed true that the seeds of the datura are poisonous. However, the aroma emitted by the blossoms also possesses toxic properties, albeit exceedingly faint, causing no significant harm to the human body. Thus, many remain unaware of its dangers. Furthermore, the incense ash from the censer contained peculiar scents of concealed dark fragrances. Prolonged exposure to such aromas can induce discomfort. If both these factors are present simultaneously, they may lead to symptoms of chest tightness and breathlessness, or even fainting. In severe cases, it could result in an unforeseen demise." Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and asked, "Master, do the imperial physicians not possess knowledge of this?" Shen Shuzi replied, "The knowledge of concealed dark fragrances has been lost for many years. Most have only heard of it, but never encountered it. So it is entirely reasonable for the physicians to be unaware. Of course, it is also possible that they are cognizant yet choose to remain silent." Jiang Ning then approached Fang Xiaozhong and inquired, "Little Fang, has the incense used by the Empress been changed?" Fang Xiaozhong shook his head and responded, "In reply to the Marquis, the incense in the palace is all tribute, and the Empress has consistently used this particular fragrance without alteration. Moreover, these incenses have undergone rigorous inspections and pose no issues. Other palaces using the same batch have reported no abnormalities." In an instant, Jiang Ning comprehended that there must be a traitor within the Ning Palace, someone who had tampered with the incense. He then asked, "And what of the datura?" Fang Xiaozhong recollected for a moment and said, "In response to the Marquis, the datura was brought back from the imperial garden by Aunt Zhao not long ago. I specifically inquired with the imperial physicians and was informed of the toxicity of the datura seeds, initially attempting to dissuade them. However, the Empress stated that the flower was merely for ornamental purposes and would likely pose no threat. After confirming with the physicians, I permitted Aunt Zhao to place the datura within the Empress's chamber." Jiang Ning nodded and subsequently made his way outside. Soon, he arrived at the interrogation room, where a contingent of Eastern Depot guards stood watch, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Upon entering, he beheld several eunuchs and palace maids brutally beaten, alongside the pallid countenance of Wei Zhongxian. Seeing Jiang Ning's arrival, Wei hastily approached and asked, "Marquis, You have come. Is the Empress now out of danger? Jiang Ning nodded, stating, My master has assisted the Empress in detoxification. She is now safe, and His Majesty is presently attending to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei's eyes brimmed with tears, and he quickly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Thanks be to our ancestors for their blessings. Jiang Ning helped Wei to his feet and inquired, Wei Gonggong, has Aunt Zhao from the Empress's palace been interrogated? With a complex expression, Wei replied, Aunt Zhao has been by the Empress's side since her entry into the palace and is highly trusted by her. We dared not act rashly. Jiang Ning coldly remarked, There is something amiss with this Aunt Zhao. Immediately, Wei Gonggong began to interrogate her and ordered a thorough search of her residence, leaving no stone unturned. Old Wei, taken aback by the revelation, hastily commanded that Aunt Zhao be brought forth. Moments later, she was presented before them. Jiang Ning glanced at Aunt Zhao's file, which was impeccably clean, devoid of any issues, and noted that she had served in the palace for nearly 30 years. Turning his gaze towards the middle-aged Aunt Zhao kneeling before him, Jiang Ning coldly inquired, Zhao Lanhua, I would prefer not to resort to violence. Confess how you poisoned Her Majesty the Empress, and disclose who your accomplices are. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lanhua's expression shifted dramatically, and she began to weep, exclaiming, My lord, I am wronged. Since the day Her Majesty entered the palace, I have been assigned to serve her, conducting myself with utmost caution. Her Majesty has treated me with unparalleled kindness. How could I commit such a heinous act? Jiang Ning let out a chilling smile and remarked, The essence of qi min and xiang is known to a few. My master, however, is well aware of it. Upon hearing the term qi min and xiang, Zhao Lanhua's demeanor faltered momentarily, yet she continued to protest her innocence. Jiang Ning noted this subtle shift in her expression, then turned to Old Wei and commanded, Use torture on her. With that, Jiang Ning exited the room. Before long, everything in Zhao Lanhua's chamber had been meticulously examined and laid before Jiang Ning. He then summoned Master Shen Shuzi for further assistance. After his inspection, Shen Shuzi shook his head and said, Disciple, there is nothing amiss with these items. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly, realizing that his adversary was exceptionally cautious, leaving no traces behind. At that moment, Shen Shuzi suddenly sniffed Jiang Ning and asked, Disciple, when did you change your scent pouch? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, responding, Master, what are you talking about? I have not changed my scent pouch. Shen Shuzi, with a look of confusion, replied, You haven't changed it? Yet, there is a fragrance of Xian Yulingshi about you. I recall it being the scent exchanged between lovers, as it contains the essence of a rare ingredient. Jiang Ning looked at the pouch hanging from his waist, prepared for him by Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, which he had never replaced. Subsequently, he recalled everyone he had interacted with recently and led Shen Shuzi to the interrogation chamber. With a swift kick, he flung the door open, revealing Zhao Lanhua, bloodied and sprawled on the floor. Without hesitation, he approached her and yanked a pouch from her waist, presenting it to Shen Shuzi with a grave expression. Master, is this the pouch in question? Shen Shuzi took the bloodied pouch and gently sniffed it, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, this is it. This Xian Yuling Shi pouch can only be concocted by those proficient in the healing arts. Ordinary individuals cannot replicate it. Hearing Shen Shuzi's words, a flicker of fear crossed Zhao Lanhua's eyes, which did not escape Old Wei's notice. Thereafter, Jiang Ning and Old Wei summoned Fang Xiaozhong. As soon as Fang Xiaozhong appeared, he immediately knelt, trembling, fearing he would be subjected to torture. Jiang Ning retrieved a fragrant pouch and inquired, Little Master Fang, do you recognize this pouch belonging to Zhao Lanhua? Fang Xiaozhong gazed at the blood-stained pouch, contemplating for a moment before nodding, in response to the Lord. This pouch is one that Aunt Zhao began to wear only recently. I recall it well. Jiang Ning pressed further. Approximately how long ago was that? Fang Xiaozhong pondered briefly and replied hastily, About 3 months ago, my lord. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, then tossed the pouch to Old Wei, stating, Wei Gonggong. This pouch contains a blend of rare medicinal herbs, which ordinary individuals would have no opportunity to access. Moreover, the palace's medicinal supplies are strictly managed by the Imperial Medical Bureau, and items such as the rare rhinoceros horn are meticulously recorded. Pursue this lead at once. Old Wei promptly nodded and hurriedly departed with his attendants. Fang Xiaozhong, observing Jiang Ning's grave expression, quietly voiced, My lord, am I to be met with doom this time? Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Zhenghua, weeping, continued, I failed in my duties, resulting in Her Majesty's poisoning. Whether it be death or punishment, I accept it all. However, my godfather is innocent. I implore you to intercede on his behalf before His Majesty, lest he be implicated due to my failings. He is my only kin in this palace. Jiang Ning sighed deeply and then escorted Fang Zhenghua back to Tian Ning Palace. At that moment, Zhu Youjian emerged from the inner chamber, regarding Jiang Ning with a query, Brother Jiang, what news? Have you uncovered the perpetrator? Jiang Ning swiftly responded. In reply to Your Majesty, I have unearthed some leads. Wei Gonggong has already set out to investigate, and it should not be long before we unmask the culprit. Zhu Youjian nodded, his countenance darkening. Jiang Ning then inquired urgently, Your Majesty, how is Her Majesty's condition? Zhu Youjian sighed. The Empress is not in good spirits. She has just fallen asleep again. However, the imperial physician has re-examined her pulse and confirmed that there are no grave concerns. Jiang Ning nodded in response. Just then, Shen Shuzi, unceremoniously, approached, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have completed my tasks. May I return home now? Zhu Youjian chuckled softly, as the identity of the culprit remains undiscovered. I must request that the venerable sage exercise a bit more patience. Shen Shuzi's expression fell, and he sidled up to Jiang Ning, whispering, Disciple, could you procure some food for me? I was called into the palace before I had a chance to eat at home, and now I am on the verge of fainting from hunger. Jiang Ning hesitated. He had intended to call for Fang Zhenghua, but as Fang was still kneeling nearby, he quickly summoned Fang Dazhu to fetch some snacks for Shen Shuzi. Shen Shuzi began to munch on the treats. Thus, 2 hours elapsed. Suddenly, Wei Zhongxian appeared before Zhu Youjian, kneeling to report, Your Majesty, in compliance with Lord Zhang's guidance. I followed the lead of the pouch and discovered that Chen Shunxing from the Imperial Medical Bureau received 5 qian of rhinoceros horn 3 months ago, and his whereabouts have since been unaccounted for. After an interrogation, Zhao Lanhua confessed. It is indeed Chen Shunxing from the Imperial Medical Bureau who conspired with her to poison Her Majesty. During the time when Chen Shunxing was taking the pulse of the Empress, he secretly developed an affair with Zhao Lanhua. Subsequently, he instructed Zhao Lanhua to add a peculiar incense to the censer in the Empress's palace and placed mandrake flowers within the hall. To prevent the old immortal from discovering their scheme, they would burn the incense completely before each of the old immortal's visits and remove the mandrake flowers. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian's expression darkened instantly, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes as he demanded, Have any other individuals been discovered? Old Wei, with a gloomy countenance, replied, This old servant is incompetent. We only uncovered Chen Shunxing, and he has already taken poison to end his life. Zhao Lanhua knows very little. Zhu Youjian rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth, commanding, Chen Shunxing and Zhao Lanhua shall be subjected to 1,000 cuts, and their entire kin wiped out. Old Wei was taken aback and stammered, Your Majesty, Zhao Lanhua has been in the palace for many years. Her family perished in a flood 2 years after her entry. As for Chen Shunxing, I have dispatched men to apprehend his kin. They should be back shortly. Zhu Youjian nodded, coldly stating, You shall take personal responsibility for this matter and ensure a thorough investigation. Old Wei promptly accepted the order. At that moment, Zhu Youjian turned his gaze towards Fang Zhenghua, who was kneeling nearby, and coldly remarked, The director of ceremonies, Fang Zhenghua, shall have his salary withheld for a year and receive 20 lashes as a warning to others. Fang Xiaozhong, the head of Tian Ning Palace, shall receive 50 lashes and be sent to the laundry bureau. All physicians in the Imperial Medical Institute shall have their salaries withheld for 6 months and receive 20 lashes. From now on, the Empress's daily medication and pulse diagnosis must be reported to the old immortal at the Duke of Zhongyi's residence. The assembly promptly acknowledged the decree. Fang Zhenghua secretly exhaled in relief, realizing that both he and his godson had managed to escape dire consequences. After all, Zhu Youjian's punishment of Fang Xiaozhong, 50 lashes followed by assignment to the laundry bureau, implied a grim fate if the order had been reversed. At that moment, Shen Shuzi wiped his mouth and interjected, Your Majesty, I have many matters to attend to, and I must also care for my 2 disciples at home. Zhu Youjian quickly approached with a smile, assuring, Old immortal, you need not worry. I shall ensure your efforts are duly compensated. Recently, Brother Jiang was penalized for slacking off during court, and I have decided to allocate his 6-month salary to you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youxian immediately smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, I believe I have ample time. I can certainly continue to attend to the Empress's pulse diagnosis." With Zhu Youxian's agreement, Zhu Youjiao nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning glared at Zhu Youjiao, inwardly cursing, "Well done, brother Zhu. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? You would use my hard-earned money to curry favor with my master. Such wickedness is beyond belief." Subsequently, the assembly dispersed. Old Wei personally oversaw the execution of the punishments meted out to Fang Zhenghua and Fang Xiaozhou. He neither showed favoritism nor sought revenge. After administering the lashes, he had Fang Xiaozhou taken to the laundry bureau, while he personally assisted Fang Zhenghua back to the director of ceremonies office. Jiang Ning was summoned to the imperial study by Zhu Youjiao. At that moment, the imperial study was empty, with Fang Dezhu guarding outside. Zhu Youjiao's countenance was somber as he spoke. "Brother Jiang, we are left with but one lead, Zhaolanhua. Even if we pursue this further, it is unlikely we will yield any fruitful results. Who do you believe orchestrated this affair?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning replied, "Jiang Nan." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement. Such deeds could only be attributed to them. The entirety of the northern Ming dynasty has been rigorously governed and lies firmly within my grasp. Only those gentry from Jiangnan possess the audacity to reach into the palace. Jiang Ning sighed, remarking, "It is said that ironclad dynasties are built upon millennia-old families. It appears these long-established Jiangnan clans indeed possess certain capabilities. Presently, the north and southwest are entirely under the court's control, yet they continue to sow discord in Jiangnan." At that moment, Zhu Youjiao abruptly slammed the table and declared coldly, "Brother Jiang, I originally intended to set aside matters concerning Jiangnan. After all, the court has just regained control over Hetao. Zhao Shuaijiao is still engaged in warfare in Myanmar, and the northern inspection of military lands is at a critical juncture. The court cannot afford any further disturbances. According to my plan, once the fortifications of Hetao are completed and a substantial force is stationed there, Zhao Shuaijiao should be able to incorporate Myanmar into the Ming territory, and the northern military land inspections will be concluded. At that point, you shall lead the imperial troops to Liaodong to eradicate the Jianzhou bandits, after which we can turn our attention to the Jiangnan gentry. However, it appears we must adjust our plans. To guard against external threats, one must first secure internal stability. If our own house is in disarray, how can we muster the energy to confront outside foes?" Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, his heart resonating with Zhu Youjiao's sentiments. Zhu Youjiao sighed again and continued, "Yet, leading a great army to Jiangnan would be tantamount to confronting the Jiangnan gentry directly. Should you go forth, while you may quell the gentry in one fell swoop, the multitude of entanglements will inevitably draw you into their web. Thus, I plan to summon my fifth brother back to the capital after the new year and dispatch Wei Zhongxian to accompany you to Jiangnan, to eradicate those gentry who defy the court's commands and feign compliance." Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware that the court and the Jiangnan gentry were already at odds. Though a full rupture had yet to manifest, reasoning would yield no results. Only through decisive action, with bloodshed and relentless resolve, could a permanent resolution be achieved. As for taking lives, Jiang Ning felt no trepidation, with Zhu Youjian at his left and the benevolent Wei at his right. These two formidable allies would suffice to eradicate the Jiangnan gentry completely. Thereafter, the two monarchs conferred for an extended period before Jiang Ning finally took his leave. That evening, a new wave of purges swept through the imperial palace. Wei led the resolute Fang Zhenghua, who, despite his injuries, persisted in his duties, to unearth hundreds of suspects within the palace, silencing them all. More than 10 from the Imperial Medical Bureau were exiled. Subsequently, Wei appointed his confidant, Gao Ming, as the chief steward of Kunning Palace. Later that night, Zhu Youjiao was engrossed in reviewing memorials within the imperial study when Fang Zhenghua limped in, kneeling to offer his apologies. Observing Fang's condition, Zhu Youjiao sighed, "Fang Dabin, you are injured and ought to rest properly. I understand the events of today. You are not to blame, nor is Fang Xiaozhou. However, such punishment is necessary. Otherwise, if it were to be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals in the future, even trivial matters could escalate dramatically, potentially endangering your lives. I hope you can comprehend the depths of my concern." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenghua was moved to tears. Choking back his emotions as he expressed his gratitude, "I am deeply thankful for your Majesty's benevolence. I lament only my own incompetence in failing to fulfill my duties adequately. Zhu Youjiao jestingly chided him. Enough. It was merely I who instructed Wei Zhongxian to administer 50 lashes to you. Do you truly believe Wei Zhongxian would seek personal revenge? He continued. If that were the case, I would advocate for you. Fang Zhenghua hastily wiped his tears, replying, Master Wei harbors no personal vendetta. I merely feel overwhelmed by your majesty's immense grace. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao permitted Fang Zhenghua to rise. Despite enduring pain, Fang Zhenghua limped to Zhu Youjiao's side and meticulously prepared ink for him, while Zhu Youjiao continued to review memorials. Chapter 483. The Fifth Brother, Unmatched in the World. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Shun Shuzi returned home, where Lu Ruoyan had already prepared a meal, which was served on the table. The master and disciple then feasted heartily. Afterwards, Shun Shuzi called for wine, insisting on sharing a few cups with Jiang Ning, cheerfully proclaiming, Disciple, today I have secured a reward for the family. How does that compare to your achievements? Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, glared at Shun Shuzi with irritation. Master, the reward bestowed upon you by His Majesty is derived from my hard-earned money. Can you truly accept it? Shun Shuzi retorted without hesitation. A fool does not turn down money, regardless of its source. I shall accept it. If you had been more diligent, His Majesty would not have withheld your salary for half a year, and you dare to complain? Jiang Ning, feeling wronged, countered, Master, if you insist on that line of reasoning, I shall have to engage you in a thorough debate. The matter of the Queen's poisoning is grave, and you failed to notice it. Today, even Lord Fang received lashes and a salary deduction, while all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute faced penalties. You, however, remain unscathed. Should this be investigated, you cannot escape the charge of negligence, and you might very well find yourself subjected to punishment as well. Were it not for my familial ties to you, I would have reported you on the spot. Shun Shuzi was incensed by Jiang Ning's words. His face flushed as he erupted into a fit of coughing, expelling his food. He pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Ning, exclaiming, You ungrateful wretch! I am already 112 years old, and you wish for me to face punishment? Are you not afraid of killing me? Jiang Ning teased with a laugh, Master, at 112. You are still in your prime. This is the time for adventure. What are a few lashes compared to a blade? Observing the banter between master and disciple, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan hurriedly interjected with laughter, urging, Husband, can't you speak to your master with more respect? Look at how you have upset him. Jiang Ning chuckled in response, My dear, you do not understand. I engage in light-hearted banter with master, which invigorates him and makes our meals all the more enjoyable. Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, upon hearing this, covered their mouths and giggled. Seeing this, Shun Shuzi grumbled, Next year, I shall focus solely on training my disciples. If you have no business, do not bother me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Under Lu Ruoyan's gentle persuasion, the master and disciple finally concluded their meal. Subsequently, Jiang Ning returned to his study to rest, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. He then arose to light a candle and took out the book presented to him by Zhu Youjiao, engaging in nocturnal reading by its flickering light. Unbeknownst to him, he soon dozed off at his desk. Not long after, a servant came to rouse Jiang Ning for court. Groggy and disoriented, he hastily got up, freshened himself, donned his official robes, and made his way outside, where he mounted his horse alongside Gao Wenkai to ride towards the Meridian Gate. Upon arrival, Jiang Ning dismounted and greeted his colleagues one by one. A group of loyalist officials quickly surrounded him, eagerly inquiring about the events that transpired in the palace the previous day. Jiang Ning offered vague responses, withholding the truth. Frustrated by his reticence, they were left with no recourse. At that moment, the palace gates swung open, prompting everyone to hasten inside. Just as Jiang Ning was about to enter, he suddenly recalled that Zhu Youjiao had granted him a 15-day leave, and he felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing he could chastise himself for having forgotten. Now that he stood at the palace gates, he was torn over whether to attend the morning court session or not. Jiang Ning found himself engulfed in a profound dilemma. The guards stationed at the palace gates, members of the Jianyi and the Tengxiang Four Guards, observed the hesitant Jiang Hui pacing back and forth, filled with curiosity and speculating whether some significant matter was about to unfold at court. Gao Wenkai, trailing behind Jiang Ning, noticed his indecision and quickly urged him in a hushed tone, My lord, the time for court is almost upon us. If you do not enter soon, you shall miss it. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I am fated to toil like a beast." With that, he hurriedly strode into the palace. Upon entering the Fengtian Hall, Jiang Ning took his place. Before long, Zhu Youjiao stepped in and ascended the dragon throne. The officials then chanted "Long live the Emperor" 3 times, marking the formal commencement of the morning court. Seeing Jiang Ning present, Zhu Youjiao felt a swell of warmth within him. Having just granted Jiang a 15-day respite, Jiang's return to court so soon left him speechless with admiration. Subsequently, several cabinet ministers took turns presenting their reports. When it was the turn of the Wujuan Dudu Fu, Jiang Ning, having spent the entire previous day in the palace, had little to report. At this juncture, Zhang Weixian stepped forward, his face alight with joy, and respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Prince Xin dispatched a messenger yesterday with military reports. The enemy has now been completely expelled from Korean territory. Prince Xin, leading his troops into Korea, engaged in a fierce battle at Pyongyang in Wanghe Province, successfully repelling the enemy forces. He then pursued them all the way to the Yalu River, collaborating with General Mao Wenlong of Dongjiang Town to destroy the majority of the enemy's grain supplies and annihilating over 2,800 of their troops. Furthermore, His Royal Highness captured the enemy general, Du Du, beneath the walls of Pyongyang, and at the Yalu River, his forces dealt the enemy a crushing blow, seizing the standard of the enemy's commander, Huang Taiji. In just a few days, Du Du will be escorted to the capital." Upon hearing this report, the entire assembly of civil and military officials collectively gasped, and even Zhu Youjiao, seated upon the dragon throne, straightened in astonishment. The performance of the young prince, Zhu Youjian, has indeed been nothing short of dazzling. In the face of 2 opposing armies, he not only captured an enemy general, but also achieved the remarkable feat of seizing their flag. Jiang Ning, witnessing this, was genuinely taken aback. It appears that this young brother only absorbed half of the counsel offered to him, as he had been advised to act with caution, yet chose instead to lead the charge himself. The court officials collectively exclaimed, "We humbly congratulate your Majesty, and we celebrate the glory of the Ming dynasty. His Highness Prince of Faith has truly showcased our nation's might, indeed a blessing from the heavens for the Ming." Zhu Youjiao beamed with joy, humbly declaring, "My 5th brother is unrivaled under heaven. It is a great fortune for me and for the Ming." A decree was issued to reward Prince Zhu Youjian for the capture of the Jianzhou general and the acquisition of the enemy's flag, granting him the titles of double princely income, a monetary reward of 10,000 taels, and 100 bolts of fine silk. Additionally, he was bestowed with the 2nd-class Loyal and Brave Medal of the Ming dynasty. The deputy general's son, Chuanting, received a reward of 2,000 taels, an elevation to the rank of General of Valor, and 50 bolts of silk, along with the 3rd-class Loyal and Brave Medal. General Mao Wenlong, the commander of Dongjiang, was similarly rewarded with 2,000 taels, 50 bolts of silk, a ceremonial robe, and the 3rd-class Loyal and Brave Medal. The attendees erupted in acclaim, shouting, "Your Majesty is wise." At that moment, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I must report that a communication from His Highness the Prince of Faith arrived yesterday. Though the Jianzhou forces have retreated from Korean territory, the provinces of Hamjiang, Pyongyang, and Wanghe have suffered long under their tyranny, leaving the local populace in dire straits. Korea is currently unable to govern itself, and they hope that the Ming dynasty can dispatch officials to assist in their administration." Upon hearing this, the crowd's emotions surged with excitement. Truly, His Highness the Prince of Faith is formidable. Not only has he achieved military success, but he has also expanded our nation's territories. Although these lands were taken from a vassal state, they nonetheless represent a significant gain. Just then, several officials from the Clearstream faction emerged, led by Inspector Yu Shirley Xian and Hanlin Academy editor Wen Mengzhen. Together they asserted, "Your Majesty, this course of action is utterly inadvisable. Korea has been a vassal of the Ming dynasty for over 2 centuries, paying tribute and acknowledging our sovereignty. When the Japanese pirates invaded Korea, Emperor Shinzong merely sent troops for assistance and did not dispatch officials to govern the Korean lands. While His Highness the Prince of Faith has aided Korea in expelling the Jianzhou forces and stationed troops there, if we directly send officials to assist in governance, it could easily be perceived as annexation. If this were to become known, how would other vassal states regard the Ming dynasty? How could we uphold our status as a suzerain state?" Listening to their impassioned arguments, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. He was already aware of Wenmingzhen, the newly appointed top scholar of the Tianqi era, who rarely spoke publicly. Yet today he had taken the initiative to join forces with the Clearstream officials. At this moment, Inspector Zhu Youjian stepped forward to counter, saying, "You two should not speak so recklessly. His Highness the Prince of Faith has clearly stated in his communication that the Korean rulers are incapable of managing these regions. As the suzerain state, how can we stand idly by while the Korean people suffer? It is both reasonable and just to send officials to assist in local governance. Shall we turn a blind eye to the lives of those commoners?" Subsequently, when Tian and the left and right ministers of the Ministry of Revenue, Bai Zissou and Wei Jun, joined the fray, engaging in a vigorous debate with Li Xian and Wenmingzhen. Before long, an increasing number of loyalist officials sided with them, leaving Li Xian and Wenmingzhen at a loss for words. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian cleared his throat and remarked, "Gentlemen, I comprehend your sentiments. However, as Joseon is a vassal state of our great Ming, having shared a close bond for over 2 centuries, how could I stand idly by while the citizens of our vassals suffer?" Upon finishing his statement, he turned to the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, and with a smile instructed, "Yang Aiqing, please liaise with the cabinet shortly and assign a group of officials to assist in governing Joseon, so that the people may swiftly return to a stable life." Yang He, upon hearing this, immediately changed countenance but gritted his teeth and responded, "I accept the decree." Then, Yuan Kelly, the deputy minister of the cabinet, spoke up, "Your Majesty, the documents sent by His Highness Prince Xian also mentioned that a contingent of 10,000 Joseon soldiers is to be dispatched to our great Ming in due course." Zhu Youjian, puzzled, inquired, "What purpose does my 5th brother have in sending 10,000 Joseon soldiers to our realm?" Yuan Kelly, with an awkward expression, explained, "These soldiers had previously surrendered to the invaders and fought against our great Ming forces, but were subsequently brought under control by His Highness Prince Xian. The King of Joseon has entrusted these 10,000 soldiers to His Highness for disposition, in the spirit of benevolence. His Highness is reluctant to inflict further bloodshed and thus sends them to our land." Zhu Youjian nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Indeed, my brother possesses a kind heart. In that case, let us assign them to Wei Zhongxian." Old Wei, standing nearby, hastily knelt to receive the decree, his excitement palpable. Jiang Ning, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and silently exclaimed, "Goodness, Old Wei wouldn't misconstrue this and plan to exploit these 10,000 Joseon deserters for personal merit, would he? This represents free labor, which must not be squandered." He resolved to remind Old Wei later, lest a significant loss ensue. As the various departments concluded their reports, Zhu Youjian announced the dispersal of the court. After his departure, the officials made their way out of the palace. Jiang Ning hurriedly approached Old Wei, saying, "Wei Gonggong, you must carefully arrange for the 10,000 Joseon deserters brought back by His Highness Prince Xian. They can be put to work in coal mining or brickmaking, but do not execute them all at once." Old Wei, momentarily taken aback, then feigned a look of grievance and replied, "My lord, do you take me for someone devoid of compassion? I am renowned for my mercy and kindness, not for being one who slaughters indiscriminately. Once these men arrive in our great Ming, I will ensure they are properly assigned and nothing will be wasted." Upon hearing Old Wei's words, Jiang Ning realized he had misjudged him and promptly smiled. "In that case, all is well." Chapter 484. The destruction of the Su family thereafter. Jiang Ning and Old Wei proceeded towards the palace exit. They noticed Minister Yang He standing a short distance away, gazing at the departing officials, seemingly calculating something with his fingers. Jiang Ning approached him with a smile and inquired, "Minister Yang, what occupies your thoughts?" Yang He, with a troubled expression, replied, "My lord, I am currently assessing how many officials need to be dispatched to Joseon and considering who would be most suitable for the task." Old Wei interjected with a chuckle, "Minister Yang, what is there to calculate? Simply gather a group and send them over. If they are insufficient, we can always send more." Yang He turned pale upon hearing this and quickly retorted, "Gonggong Wei, you speak as one who is unaware of the costs of household management. Preparation is essential for success, while lack of foresight leads to failure. Had we not planned ahead regarding the number of officials, as we did last year, we would find ourselves consuming our reserves, and once those are depleted, I truly wonder how the Ming dynasty shall proceed." Old Wei's expression turned cold as he remarked, "Lord Yang, your words seem somewhat alarmist. Our illustrious Ming dynasty boasts 2 capitals and 14 provinces, with vast territories and a wealth of talent. Sending a few officials to Korea will hardly deplete our resources. He promptly clarified, esteemed Grand Secretary Wei, that was not my intention. What I meant to convey is that he who does not plan for the ages is unfit to address the present. Sometimes, planning for the moment is also a means of planning for eternity. As the grand historian has stated, every man must eventually face death, whether it be as heavy as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. I merely wish for our officials to utilize their talents to the fullest and make the best use of resources. Old Wei pondered for a moment before retorting. What a jumble of nonsense. We cannot comprehend a word of it. My lord, did you understand? Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, Lord Yang, the matter is not so complex. We could simply dispatch a few dozen officials. The remaining talents can be selected by His Highness the Prince of Xian from among the Confucian scholars in Korea. Additionally, we could reassign some generals from the army to local administrative roles, replicating our approach in Yunnan. Yang He nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, what Lord Jiang proposes is quite reasonable. I shall discuss this matter with the esteemed ministers of the cabinet shortly. With that, he clasped his fists in salute and hurriedly departed. Observing Yang He's retreating figure, Old Wei grumbled, this Lord Yang is utterly spineless. As the Minister of Personnel, he spends his days either lamenting or shedding tears. In over 2 centuries since the founding of the Ming, I dare say no one has brought the office of Minister of Personnel to such a state. Jiang Ning smiled but remained silent, inwardly lamenting the misfortune of the earnest Lord Yang, who had found himself entangled with the 2 calamities, Old Wei and Zhu Youjian. The ministry, which should have had enough talent in reserve for 3 years, was depleted within 1 year under their influence. Once outside the palace gates, Jiang Ning pulled Old Wei aside to a secluded spot and quietly inquired, Grand Secretary Wei, with so many eyes and ears in the palace, I refrained from asking earlier. However, I must now inquire about the investigation into the Queen's poisoning. How has it progressed? Old Wei, with a woeful countenance, replied, My lord, I am utterly inept. The lead from the Imperial Medical Bureau Chen Shunsheng has gone cold. Yesterday, we dispatched people to apprehend him, only to find that he and his entire family had committed suicide by poison. As for his 9 clans, we either cannot locate them or they too have perished. It appears that the individuals behind this have acted with ruthless efficiency, severing all leads. Jiang Ning sighed and offered words of comfort, Grand Secretary Wei. This was to be expected. However, you must remain vigilant regarding palace affairs. Old Wei nodded, stating, Rest assured, we have not slept a wink through the night. And together with Grand Secretary Fang, we have thoroughly scrutinized the palace, identifying over 100 suspects, all of whom have been dispatched to meet their fate. Jiang Ning nodded, bidding farewell to Old Wei before returning to the Office of Military Affairs. Upon arrival, he was immediately surrounded by Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shen Yurong, all eagerly awaiting his signature on official documents. As Jiang Ning observed, it was indeed the season of autumn harvest, necessitating the issuance of official documents by the Wujuan Dudu Fu to various military camps, urging them to assist the populace in their harvest efforts. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning affixed his official seal and signed the documents, dispatching them immediately to the palace for presentation to Zhu Youxiao. Although the capital's troops and several provinces in the north fell under the jurisdiction of the Wujuan Dudu Fu, it possessed only the authority to command troops, lacking the power to mobilize them independently. Without Zhu Youxiao's imperial decree, even the documents signed by Jiang Ning and his fellow commanders would be rendered ineffectual, powerless to summon a single soldier. Nevertheless, as the commander of the Jinyui, Jiang Ning held the capacity to mobilize his subordinates for various tasks. The following day, Zhu Youxiao issued an edict, and the documents were promptly disseminated across the northern provinces, explicitly stating that the military must provide its own provisions, forbidding them from taking even a single thread from the common people, and even water provided by the populace was not to be consumed. Concurrently, Yang Sikhang, the deputy commander of the Wujuan Dudu Fu, dispatched his troops and military law officers to oversee the operations. In accordance with Zhu Youxiao's directives, the Wujuan Dudu Fu sent forth 30,000 soldiers alongside another 30,000 from the newly organized Ming Imperial Guard to various regions of Beijili, aiding the populace in their autumn harvest. Days later, Tian Ruyi and Guanxin returned to the capital to report to Zhu Youxiao. Subsequently, Zhu Youxiao summoned the 2 men to the imperial study. Observing Guanxin's increasingly aged visage stirred deep emotions within Zhu Youxiao. With a smile, Guanxin remarked, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has fulfilled his duty alongside the Jinui commander, Lord Tian, assisting the newly appointed governor of Huguang, Zhang Yan, to thoroughly investigate the entire province of Huguang. Officials of the third rank and below have been duly punished as per the law. As for those of the third rank and above, they have all been escorted to the capital. In addition, to ensure Huguang can become a granary province, Lord Tian and I have kept a vigilant eye on the wealthy landowners, compelling them to fell their mulberry trees and convert the land for agriculture. Thus, in a few short years, Huguang shall undoubtedly rise again as a granary for our Ming dynasty. The phrase 'when Huguang flourishes, the world thrives' will no longer be mere rhetoric." Immediately, Tian Ruyi interjected, "Your Majesty, I humbly report that during my expedition to Huguang with the esteemed Lord Guan, we confiscated the ill-gotten wealth of corrupt officials, totaling 562,000 taels of silver and 110,000 acres of land. These lands have now been sold in accordance with imperial policy to landless commoners. To ensure their livelihoods, they may choose to repay over 3, 5, or 10 years. The land deeds and confiscated funds have been fully transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, I have also returned with the confiscated assets of the Su family from Songjiang Prefecture, overseen by the governor of Nanjili, which include 40,000 acres of land, gold, silver, antiques, jade, paintings, and other valuables, amounting to a total of 11 million taels." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression instantly turned cold as he retorted, "Su Jie is indeed a fine chief minister of our Ming dynasty, a true official. How could he have embezzled so much? What of the Su family members? Have they been escorted to the capital?" Tian Ruyi's countenance shifted, and with an awkward demeanor, he replied, "Your Majesty, when Governor Wang confiscated the Su family's assets, the Su clan resisted alongside the estate's serfs, leading Governor Wang to accuse them of conspiracy to rebel and subsequently annihilate them on the spot. Ultimately, only 18 direct descendants and 43 collateral relatives of the Su family remain, all of whom have been escorted to the capital." Zhu Youxiao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Su family, being the largest landlord in Songjiang, posed a formidable challenge. Conventional methods would indeed fail to eradicate them completely. Only a ruthless individual like Wang Xiaohui could employ extreme measures to resolve the issue entirely. Although the process was somewhat intense, the results were undeniably significant. Subsequently, Zhu Youxiao rewarded the two men. Guanxin was promoted to left vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, additionally receiving the title of left deputy censor-in-chief, a grant of 2,000 silver dollars, and a recommendation for his son to study at the Imperial Academy. Tian Ruyi was elevated to the title of General of the National Defense, also awarded 2,000 silver dollars, and bestowed a ceremonial robe. After expressing their gratitude, the two departed from the palace. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua quietly reminded, "Your Majesty, many officials in southern Jili have submitted memorials to impeach Governor Wang Xiaohui, accusing him of recklessly endangering lives and implicating the innocent." Zhu Youxiao responded with a cold smile, "Burn all the memorials impeaching Wang Xiaohui. They are of no consequence." Furthermore, he decreed the promotion of Wang Xiaohui to left deputy censor-in-chief. Fang Zhenghua promptly acknowledged the command. Zhu Youxiao then inquired, "What has Brother Zhang been occupied with these past few days?" Fang Zhenghua quickly reported, "Your Majesty, the Marquis has been resting at home, spending his days with his two wives, attending to no affairs." Zhu Youxiao remarked, "Brother Zhang has worked hard during this time. Let him enjoy a few days of proper rest." Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was at home, accompanying his two wives and the son of Li Ruoyan, Li Pingsheng, playfully engaging with two giant pandas, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Just as Jiang Ning was thoroughly enjoying himself, a servant hurriedly approached, reporting, "My lord, there are two gentlemen outside seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression soured instantly. Li Ruoyan, noticing his demeanor, quickly suggested, "Husband, it must be official business calling for you. Perhaps you should attend to it?" Jiang Ning retorted irritably, "Go tell them that this marquis is resting at home. For official matters, they may go directly to the Wujuan governor's office to find the Duke of England, or Marquis Chen, or Marquis Shun. As for private matters, I have none." The servant hesitated momentarily before promptly withdrawing. Li Ruoyan urged, "Husband, this may not be appropriate." Jiang Ning smiled lightly. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. After finally managing to rest at home, The Ming dynasty does not rely solely on me for every task. There are so many others, and I cannot be expected to handle everything. Meanwhile, outside Jiang Ning's residence, by Mao Kong, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works, and Wang Zheng of the Royal Academy of Sciences anxiously awaited. The servant emerged and respectfully announced, "Gentlemen, my lord says he is currently resting at home. If there are official matters, please go directly to the Wujuan governor's office to find the Duke of England or Marquis Chun or Marquis Shen. As for private matters, he has none." The two were momentarily taken aback. Bai Maokong quickly stepped forward, asserting, "I require an urgent audience with the Marquis regarding a significant matter of state. It is imperative that I report in person. Please relay this once more. It is of utmost urgency." The servant, visibly conflicted, gritted his teeth and replied, "In that case, gentlemen, please wait a moment while I convey your message again." The servant hurried back inside, and upon seeing the servant return, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. The servant hastily informed, "My lord, the two gentlemen outside insist that there is a matter of extreme urgency that must be reported to you in person." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was immediately filled with rage, forcefully casting aside the green bamboo in his hand, startling the servants nearby. However, he soon regained his composure and remarked, "In that case, please invite them in." He then exchanged a brief greeting with Lu Ruoyan before turning to depart. Before long, Bai Maokong and Wang Zheng were ushered into the parlor, where they encountered Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see the two of them. Thus, he inquired, "Lord Bai, Lord Wang, what brings you to seek my audience?" Bai Maokong hastily rose and bowed, his expression brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, "My lord, following your previous suggestion, the flintlock rifle has been successfully improved. After numerous trials, its power, speed, and accuracy have all seen significant enhancements." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's heart surged with joy, and he exclaimed, "That is truly splendid. Let us hasten the arrangements for mass production." Bai Maokong continued, "My lord, I have come precisely for this matter. The previous flintlock rifle barrels were crafted by artisans through hammering, which was far too time-consuming. Therefore, I sought the assistance of Lord Wang from the Royal Academy of Sciences, who mentioned he had encountered a type of grinding machine in the Yongle Encyclopedia, operated by foot pedal. I wished to attempt this, but unfortunately, the Emperor has decreed that all officials and artisans of the Royal Academy may only consult the Yongle Encyclopedia twice a year. Both Lord Wang and I have exhausted our allowances and cannot consult it again, hence we seek your assistance." Jiang Ning approached Wang Zheng with a smile, asking, "Lord Wang, are you certain you have truly seen such a grinding machine in the Yongle Encyclopedia? You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me into taking you there, would you?" Wang Zheng quickly rose and bowed, asserting, "My lord, I have indeed seen the blueprints for this grinding machine, and there are records of its use during the Yongle era. It is merely that, for reasons unknown, it has since been lost." With a smile, Jiang Ning probed further, "And how did you come by this information?" Wang Zheng blurted out, "I heard it from Lord Song Yingxing." Realizing his mistake, he promptly corrected himself, "This is knowledge I gleaned from ancient texts." Jiang Ning chuckled and inquired, "Pray tell, what has Lord Song Yingxing been preoccupied with of late?" Wang Zheng replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, it seems Lord Song has been engaged in compiling the heavenly craft Unveiled, but progress has been slow due to the limitation on consulting the Yongle Encyclopedia." In that moment, Jiang Ning understood the situation. Wang Zheng was undoubtedly seeking another opportunity to consult the Yongle Encyclopedia, and coincidentally, Bai Maokong had encountered a hurdle in the mass production of the flintlock rifle, prompting this young man to drag Bai Maokong to seek his aid. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning chose not to confront this directly, instead smiling and saying, "Very well, I shall assist you this once." As for Lord Song Yingxing, he was once a talent I endeavored to recruit, but alas, he was whisked away by that old rogue Su Guanqi. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, both men were instantly invigorated. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Gao Wenkai, who was attending to affairs at the Zhenfu division, and handed him his imperial gold medal, instructing, "Xiao Gao, take my gold medal and accompany Lord Bai and Lord Wang. Additionally, please fetch Lord Song Yingxing from the Royal Academy of Sciences, and together we shall consult the Yongle Encyclopedia." Gao Wenkai accepted the command and promptly departed with the two lords. As he observed the departing figures, Jiang Ning pondered quietly to himself, realizing that the Yongle Encyclopedia concealed an abundance of treasures. It seemed imperative that the edition stored in Nanjing could no longer remain there. Otherwise, it would inevitably be pilfered. Thus, he promptly donned his official robes, mounted his horse, and proceeded to the palace gates, presenting his insignia to gain entry to the imperial study. Upon hearing of Jiang Ning's request for an audience, Zhu Youjiao paused momentarily before hastily instructing Fang Zhenghua to admit him. Upon their meeting, Zhu Youjiao jestingly remarked, "Brother Jiang, I granted you a 15-day respite. And instead of resting at home, you find your way back to the palace today. Are your hands itching to prepare a meal for me?" Jiang Ning, slightly exasperated, replied, "Your Majesty, let us dispense with frivolous banter. I come to you with a matter of significance." He then detailed the circumstances surrounding the Yongle encyclopedia. After absorbing the information, Zhu Youjiao nodded thoughtfully and promptly directed Fang Zhenghua to relay a decree to Chao Huachun and Li Ruyu, who were currently tasked with inspecting temples in Jiangnan, commanding them to transport the Yongle encyclopedia back to the capital. Jiang Ning quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, it is vital that this task is executed meticulously. Not a single volume or scrap of paper should be overlooked." Zhu Youjiao assented with a nod. As their official business concluded, Jiang Ning attempted to discreetly depart, only to be halted by Zhu Youjiao, who exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, stay and share a cup with me." Jiang Ning promptly shook his head, "Your Majesty, I have sworn off alcohol." Zhu Youjiao persisted, "Then, how about preparing a few dishes for me?" Jiang Ning again refused, "Your Majesty, I have also given up cooking." Zhu Youjiao, momentarily taken aback, ultimately sighed in resignation. "If that is the case, let us enjoy tea and engage in philosophical discourse." With that, he led Jiang Ning to a pavilion in the imperial garden, where Fang Zhenghua had already arranged a tea table with refreshments, nuts, and candied fruits. As they settled in the pavilion and began to sip tea, Zhu Youjiao inquired with a smile, "Brother Jiang, what are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "I have no plans. The court's affairs are functioning smoothly, and the treasury is well stocked. We need only to progress steadily." Zhu Youjiao pressed further. "And what are your thoughts on the future of the Ming dynasty?" Jiang Ning replied with a playful tone, "I intend to observe, whether sitting or reclining. Either way suffices." Noticing Jiang Ning's reticence to engage, Zhu Youjiao, somewhat irked, remarked, "Brother Jiang, I have noticed a troubling lack of ambition in you lately. Look at the ministers and officials around us. Master Sun, Minister Yuan, Lord Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, Shen Yurong. Though they are nearly 60, they labor tirelessly from dawn until dusk. At merely 20, why do you lack the vigor of youth?" Jiang Ning, in a rather blunt manner, retorted, "I am simply not inclined towards ambition. I am content to drift through life without any pursuit of knowledge or skill. Perhaps your Majesty should relieve me of my duties and allow me to retire in peace." Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was momentarily speechless, contemplating that perhaps he had overburdened his dear friend, leading Jiang Ning to adopt a more lethargic attitude. This path was untenable. Thus, Zhu Youjiao resolved to employ the age-old art of persuasion passed down in the Zhu family, smiling as he said, "Brother Jiang, you are but 20 years old. Life has only just begun. Why not contemplate your dreams for the future? For instance, the honor of being buried alongside the imperial mausoleum, sharing in the ancestral temple's reverence, so that a century hence, the crown prince might don mourning garb in your memory." Jiang Ning shook his head, a nonchalant expression on his face, and remarked, "I harbor no grand aspirations. Once I depart from this world, let my descendants set me ablaze, ensuring my ashes are scattered upon the walls. They say I have been a failure throughout my life, so they must witness how I ascend to greatness. My ashes ought to be smeared on the outer walls. Having lived an introverted existence, I must be extroverted in death, and I shall strive to reach heights, for if too low, the dogs may urinate upon it. Having lived in obscurity, I must, in death, become a person of prominence." Zhu Youjiao, taken aback, stared in astonishment. Observing Jiang Ning's serious demeanor, he lamented, "Brother Jiang, how can you think this way? A life devoid of dreams is no different from that of a salted fish. You are but a marquis now, a title I painstakingly secured for you. Above you lies the rank of duke, and in the future, you could even be posthumously honored as a king. Do you truly wish to forsake all this?" Jiang Ning chuckled, lifted his teacup, and drained it before responding slowly, "Your Majesty, your understanding of me is rather narrow. This is not the breadth one expects from an emperor. What is so terrible about being a salted fish? Sometimes I ponder. How grand must one's position be to be deemed significant? I have come to recognize my place, and your majesty should likewise acknowledge yours. While such words may seem excessive between sovereign and subject, as we are both monarch and brother, it is not inappropriate to discuss. Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, and he replied with irritation, well then, I shall thank you in advance. Jiang Ning smiled gently and said, no need for such formality, your majesty. He continued, the path to revitalization for the Ming dynasty is indeed vast and flourishing. Each individual within the court is swept along by this current. Many have risen to prominence through their own efforts or sheer luck. At the crest of this wave, there exists boundless allure and temptation, yet equally infinite risk, dependent on one's ability to navigate it. From a deputy in the Jianyi to the left commander of the Central Army in the Wujuan Dudu office, and now a hereditary marquis, I have achieved this in merely 3 years. This is already quite fortuitous. Had it not been for your majesty's explicit directive for me to serve in court, I might still be managing a tavern at this very moment. Of course, serving in court is not without merit. It is simply that the life of running a tavern is far more carefree. Zhu Youjiao, taking a sip from his teacup, smiled and said, Brother Jiang, you remain as eloquent and passionate as ever. You ought never to have opened that tavern. I truly regret not having met you sooner. Had I recognized your potential earlier, I would have brought you into court before you took to the tavern, sparing you these endless musings. Jiang Ning responded with a smile. Thus, one must maintain a sense of reverence in their heart. While other matters may be obscured, the bottom line must remain clear. One ought to understand the value of contentment. In doing so, whether as an official or a commoner, one can live with assurance and peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's eyes glistened with emotion as he said, Brother Jiang, you have worked hard over these years. I shall never forget that you have stood by me in pivotal moments, aiding me in the preservation of our empire. Upon finishing his words, he turned to Fang Zhenghua and declared, issue an imperial edict. Duke Jiang Ning, loyal and righteous, has served the nation with unwavering dedication and diligence. As a reward, he shall be honored with the privilege of sharing in the ancestral temple a century hence, and shall be interred alongside the imperial mausoleum. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Having voiced his concerns, he had hoped that Zhu Youjiao would lighten his burdens, yet found himself instead receiving an unexpected elevation of honor. Fang Zhenghua, too, was rendered speechless. Such a reward was indeed an unparalleled glory for a minister. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Duke Jiang was merely 20 years old, making such a bestowal rather premature. Nevertheless, he hastily accepted the decree. Chapter 486. The death of the private invaders of Liaoxiang. Faced with Zhu Youjiao's high-ranking bestowal of honor and distinction, Jiang Ning was suddenly flustered. Just as he was about to decline, Zhu Youjiao interjected, his eyes glistening with emotion as he said, Brother Jiang, do not say a word. I understand fully. A true friend, loyal and selfless. Your kindness to me shall never be forgotten. Jiang Ning stood there, frozen in place, filled with regret and wishing he could slap himself for his earlier indiscretions that had so deeply moved Zhu Youjiao. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Jiang Ning dared not linger any longer, hastily rising to say, Your Majesty, my wife has prepared some soup at home. I must return to partake of it. With that, he slipped away in a flash. Zhu Youjiao raised his hand, intending to call him back, but Jiang Ning had already vanished, leaving him to mutter, I, too, wish to enjoy some soup. Why did you not wait for me? Beside them, Fang Zhenghua maintained a stoic demeanor, not daring to utter a word. Upon returning home, Shen Shuzi, upon seeing Jiang Ning panting, teasingly remarked, What has happened to you? Were you chased by a ghost, or pursued for debts? Jiang Ning opened his mouth to respond, but paused, contemplating for a moment. With a sigh, he turned and retreated to his study, poring over the art album that Zhu Youjiao had gifted him. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning either lounged leisurely at home or wandered about the city, indulging in a rare period of restful enjoyment. During this time, news of triumphs poured in. Zhao Shuijiao commenced the Second War in Myanmar, with continuous reports of victories from the front lines. The captured Burmese soldiers were either conscripted by Old Wei for mining or dispatched to the Hetao region to construct fortifications. Meanwhile, Zhu Tongming, stationed at Hohhot City, extended invitations to various provinces in the north and major merchant associations from the southwest to engage in trade with the 18 tribes of the grasslands at Hohhot City. Consequently, The city became a bustling hub of commerce, vibrant and lively. The streets were lined with shops, brimming with goods, which opened the eyes of the long-suffering grassland populace and allowed the Mongolian people to truly appreciate the grandeur and prosperity of the Ming dynasty. Particularly, the high-quality liquor brewed by the Ming merchants became a sensation across the grasslands, tantalizing the appetites of many a Mongolian man. Zhu Tongming spent his days reveling with the leaders of the 18 tribes, introducing them to the various products of the Ming dynasty, striving to ensure they did not depart, all in a bid to buy time for the provincial governors Chen Qiyu of Shaanxi and Xiao Yunxing of Shaanxi to thoroughly subdue the grassland tribes. Through their efforts, countless Mongolian men were conscripted into service, intermingling with Han soldiers to form a new army. Many elderly, frail women and children were relocated to the inner territories, where the government allocated land for them to cultivate. Children were granted free access to the charity schools established by the court. Additionally, numerous individuals were recruited by various merchant guilds for labor. Consequently, the leaders of the 18 tribes were utterly marginalized. This situation was welcomed with open arms by Zhu Youjian and Jiang Ning, who resided in the capital. After all, the only viable strategy for ensuring long-term stability with these Mongolian tribes was to thoroughly fragment them and integrate them into the fabric of the Ming populace. They could not be allowed to develop independently, lest they become a hidden threat to the Ming once again. Simultaneously, with the issuance of the autumn harvest military orders from the Five Armies Command, the reorganized garrison troops across various regions collectively mobilized to assist the populace with the autumn harvest. This initiative profoundly touched the hearts of the citizens in several northern provinces. In previous years, the autumn harvest had largely been the sole responsibility of the people, and many families suffered substantial losses due to a lack of able-bodied labor. Now, this situation had seen significant improvement. The military law officers from the Five Armies Command and the military inspectors, led by Yang Sikang, were diligently patrolling to ensure the military orders were executed effectively. The northern provinces of the Ming were enveloped in a joyful atmosphere of abundant harvests. Soon, the 15-day respite for Jiang Ning came to an end. Reluctantly, he resumed his duties at court. On this particular day, as Jiang Ning attended the morning court session, the sovereign and his ministers were deliberating state affairs in the Fengtian Hall when suddenly, the sound of drums resonated from outside the palace. This unexpected drumming startled the assembled ministers, as it was the drum of appeals positioned outside the woman gate. Previously, Zhu Youjian had decreed that if the populace encountered grievances and the government failed to act, they could bear the edict of the founding emperor atop their heads and strike the drum of appeals at the woman gate to present their case, promising to personally adjudicate. It was surprising that someone had come to sound the drum so swiftly. Shortly thereafter, a member of the Jianqi, an Eastern Depot official, and a supervising censor hurried into the Fengtian Hall, bowed, and reported, "Your Majesty, outside the palace, there are citizens holding the edict of the founding emperor, striking the drum of appeals to voice their grievances." This news tightened the hearts of the civil and military officials present. Zhu Youjian, seated upon the dragon throne, turned pale with anger and commanded, "Bring the aggrieved individuals before me. I shall personally adjudicate their cases." The Jianqi, Eastern Depot official, and supervising censor nodded hurriedly and retreated. Zhu Youjian rose, his expression grave, and stated, "I reinstated the edict of the founding emperor and established the drum of appeals outside the palace precisely to advocate for the people. I hope this drum never needs to be sounded, yet I desire it to always be a means for the citizens to voice their grievances. I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. It seems yet another corrupt official has emerged in our Ming." His voice was chilling, causing the assembled ministers to feel a sense of foreboding, acutely aware that this might be a monumental case of corruption. Before long, two young men clad in coarse linen garments were brought before the throne. They gazed at the divided ranks of civil and military officials, as well as the emperor in his dragon robe, and promptly knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "We, the commoners Li Sanbai and Yang Sanbao from Xizhuang village in Yuanding prefecture, pay our respects to your majesty. We beseech the emperor to seek justice on our behalf." Having spoken, the two men bowed repeatedly. Zhu Youjian then inquired, "What grievances do you two bear?" Li Sanbai hurriedly replied, in response to His Majesty the Emperor's words. A few days ago during the collection of the autumn tax, the county magistrate insisted that the common people pay the Liao tribute. However, at the beginning of the year, His Majesty had issued a decree abolishing the Liao tribute, declaring that it was no longer required. Upon hearing this news, the common folk were filled with gratitude for His Majesty's benevolence towards his subjects. Truly, he is a commendable emperor of the Ming dynasty. Thus, when the magistrates sent officials to demand payment, the villagers engaged in a debate with them. In response, the officials resorted to violence without hesitation. Angered by this injustice, the villagers sought out the magistrate to demand an explanation. To their astonishment, the magistrate ordered them to be beaten. Asserting that the Liao tribute was a national policy that could not be compromised, the villagers argued that His Majesty had abolished the tribute, questioning why it was still being collected. Yet, the magistrate claimed that Yuanqing County had not received any official notice, thus they were still obliged to pay. The villagers, however, had heard that the decree clearly stated the complete abolition of the Liao tribute within the Ming territory. After deliberation, they concluded that His Majesty would never deceive the people with false decrees. It was the magistrate who sought to unlawfully collect the tribute. Consequently, they decided to pay only the autumn tax and resolutely refused to pay the Liao tribute. In retaliation, the magistrate sent officials to forcibly collect the tribute, resulting in injuries and even fatalities among the common people. Ultimately, they went to the prefectural office, hoping the prefect would advocate on their behalf. However, the prefect insisted they comply with the Liao tribute, warning that refusal to pay taxes was a grave offense punishable by death, and subsequently ordered the arrest of the villagers. Bringing them back to the county, the magistrate declared that any household refusing to pay the Liao tribute would face immediate arrest. Some families, consisting solely of the elderly and orphans, were imprisoned for their inability to pay the tribute, and many perished as a result. To this day, numerous individuals remain incarcerated. The villagers managed to gather enough grain to pay the county office, which finally secured their release. Initially, they intended to accept this fate, as the magistrate held an almost divine authority in their eyes. However, not long ago, a distant cousin of theirs, serving in the military, passed through their county while assisting the common folk with the autumn harvest. Upon hearing their plight, he informed them that the court had indeed abolished the Liao tribute and advised them to travel to the capital to seek justice from His Majesty, assuring them that the emperor would champion their cause. This decree from the founding emperor was provided by their cousin, who claimed that carrying it would protect them from arrest. If officials attempted to detain them, they could simply present the decree and no one would dare apprehend them. Following their cousin's counsel, the villagers set out for the capital. Yet many from their village were still captured by the magistrate's men. Fortunately, the villagers managed to escape swiftly, otherwise, they too would have been taken. Upon hearing their account, Zhu Youjiao's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in anger. At that moment, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, promptly stood up, stating, "Your Majesty, the court has previously issued a notice informing local officials and the populace that the Liao tribute is completely abolished. It is outrageous that there are individuals bold enough to collect it unlawfully. This tarnishes the court's reputation and must be met with severe punishment." Even Lao Wei, standing beside the throne, quickly echoed, "Indeed, they must face strict penalties." Zhu Youjiao rose to his feet, striving to calm his emotions, and turned with a smile to Li Sanbai and Yang Sanbao, declaring, "The court has indeed issued an official decree, completely abolishing the Liao tax. As for the matter of your local magistrate illegally collecting the Liao tax, I shall provide you with an explanation in due course. For the time being, you may stay in the capital." The two promptly accepted the command and were escorted away by the imperial guards. Once they departed, Zhu Youjiao's countenance darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, "Corrupt officials abound, and yet we cannot eradicate them all. I had thought that executing so many corrupt officials would be sufficient to instill fear. Yet it appears I have underestimated the situation. As the saying goes, the magistrate who breaks a family and the governor who annihilates a clan. Yuanqing County is so close to the capital, and yet Li Sanbai and Yang Sanbao were nearly apprehended by the local magistrate while seeking redress. I shudder to think of the conditions in more distant regions. This clearly indicates that this is by no means an isolated incident." He then turned to Yuan Kelly, stating, "Minister Yuan, you are renowned in the populace as the just Yuan. I hereby assign you the responsibility of personally overseeing the investigation into the illegal collection of the Liao tax." Yuan Kelly responded solemnly, "This old minister will obey the decree." Finally, Zhu Youjiao addressed Jiang Ning, "Loyal and righteous Marquis, immediately dispatched the imperial guards to apprehend the governor of Daming Prefecture, the magistrate of Yuanqing County, and the other officials involved. He commanded further, simultaneously, direct the court surveillance to thoroughly investigate other regions where the Liao tax is being illegally collected and any other oppressive levies, ensuring that all are brought to light. Jiang Ning promptly replied, I shall carry out the decree. Old Wei, beside the throne, added, this old servant will also comply. The presence of Old Wei's response did not surprise those present, for in recent years, after several major cases, Jiang Ning and Old Wei had been inseparable allies. And now the court surveillance and the imperial guards operated in unison. After the court session, Jiang Ning immediately summoned Gao Wenkai, instructing him to lead the imperial guards in apprehending the governor of Daming Prefecture and the magistrate of Yuanqing County, while also dispatching individuals to investigate the illegal collection of the Liao tax throughout the regions. Gao Wenkai accepted the order and departed. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Depot's main hall, Old Wei, with a grim expression, slammed his palm on the table and shouted, how outrageous! These scoundrels dare to collect the Liao tax illegally. His Majesty cares for the people so deeply, yet they have the audacity to tarnish His Majesty's reputation and harm the common folk. We must investigate thoroughly, apprehend each and every one of them, leaving no one unpunished. He then turned to Wei Zhaoqin, saying, Zhaoqin, you shall lead a team to collaborate with the imperial guards in the thorough investigation. Wei Zhaoqin quickly accepted the command. Yuan Kelly also dispatched supervisory censors to act alongside the court surveillance. Days later, Governor Zhang Yuanming of Daming Prefecture, Magistrate Zhou Xiang of Yuanqing County, and several local officials were escorted to the capital. Upon reviewing the findings of the court surveillance, Yuan Kelly's face turned a deep shade of anger. It was revealed that Governor Zhang Yuanming and Magistrate Zhou Xiang had colluded to illegally collect the Liao tax, resulting in the tragic deaths of 38 citizens and the imprisonment of over 300 others. Yuan Kelly promptly reported this matter to Zhu Youjian, who responded with decisive severity. They shall be flayed and executed. Their entire families shall be exterminated. For those citizens who had already been subjected to the Liao tax, the government was to return double the amount, and the court issued another decree to all regions. Those who illegally collected the Liao tax would face merciless execution. 3 days later, the governor of Daming Prefecture, Zhang Yuanming, along with the county magistrate of Yuanqing, Zhou Xiang, and a multitude of officials involved in the illicit collection of Liao tribute, were apprehended and subjected to the cruelest of punishments, their entire households executed. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian summoned the villagers Li Sanbai and Yang Sanbao from Shizhuang village in Yuanqing to inform them of the resolution of the matter. The two commoners were initially taken aback upon hearing of the execution of the governor and magistrate, but they quickly fell to their knees in gratitude, thanking Zhu Youjian for delivering justice. Zhu Youjian, smiling, rewarded each of them with 10 silver dollars and 5 bolts of cotton cloth, dispatching personnel to escort them homeward. However, the tumult did not subside there. Through the diligent inquiries of Gao Wenkai and Wei Zhaoqin, shocking revelations emerged. Numerous local governments were found to be engaged in the unauthorized collection of Liao tribute, imposing exorbitant taxes and an array of oppressive levies, some of which were previously unheard of. Upon reviewing the investigative findings sent by Jiang Ning and the Old Wei, Zhu Youjian was engulfed in fury, immediately ordering the apprehension of all implicated officials for transport to the capital. Thus commenced the second round of the anti-corruption campaign during the Tianqi era with great fervor. In no time, the imperial guards were mobilized, and even the vice minister Yuan Kelly wielded the imperial sword, embarking on inspections across various locales. Originally, the Old Wei had intended to accompany Yuan Kelly to accrue merit, but considering recent disturbances in the palace and the imminent birth of the Empress, he reluctantly set this plan aside. A few days later, while Jiang Ning was attending court, Fang Zhenghua rushed in, declaring, Your Majesty has issued a decree. Today, should any of you have official business, it may all be delegated to the cabinet, the 5 armies command, or I may present it on your behalf. The assembly of officials displayed expressions of confusion. Zhu Youjian was known for his diligence and had never before canceled an early court session without cause. Thus, they gathered around Fang, inquiring, Fang Gonggong, what has transpired? Why has His Majesty forsaken the morning court? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Zhenghua replied, Just moments ago, as His Majesty was preparing to attend court, the Empress suddenly cried out in pain, and the imperial physician reported that she may soon be in labor. Upon hearing this, the gathered ministers erupted in joy, some even kneeling in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank heaven and our ancestors." Jiang Ning, too, was greatly stirred. Subsequently, the ministers were reluctant to depart, wishing to remain at the Fengtian Hall for news. Ultimately, it was Sun Qingzong and Jiang Ning who persuaded everyone to return to their offices. Thereafter, Jiang Ning was summoned directly to Kunning Palace by Fang Zhenghua. Upon arriving outside the palace, Jiang Ning spotted his master, Shuzi, already present, while Zhu Youjian paced anxiously, the anguished cries of Empress Zhang Yan emanating from within. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian seemed to find solace, hastily grasping Jiang Ning's wrist, saying, "Brother Jiang, the Empress is about to give birth, and I am filled with trepidation." Jiang Ning promptly reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry, with my master in attendance. All shall be well." Zhu Youjian nodded, though his countenance remained grave. The old Wei and Fang Zhenghua stood cautiously by, as a throng of imperial physicians awaited outside, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Before long, the midwives and female medical officers within called out to report the situation, prompting a group of physicians to gather around Shuzi, cautiously seeking guidance. Shuzi patiently offered his counsel, prompting the imperial physicians to commence the preparation of the necessary medicines. Thus, time stretched on for over 2 hours. At this juncture, the cries of the Empress Zhang Yan grew increasingly faint, and Zhu Youjian's complexion turned ever paler, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Brother Jiang, could it be that?" His voice faltered, and his pale visage betrayed his inability to continue. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning felt his heart rise to his throat, for once this child was born, he would be the legitimate heir, with the lives and fortunes of the entire court's loyal officials resting upon his shoulders. Jiang Ning hastily approached Shuzi. Anxiety etched upon his face, and implored, "Master, could there be any complications given the prolonged duration?" Shuzi sighed, responding, "My dear disciple, I cannot predict such matters." At that moment, Fang Zhenghua rushed in with a report, "Your Majesty, several cabinet elders, the Duke of the Five Armies, Lord Shun, and a few other ministers seek an audience with you." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjian commanded, "Let them enter." Fang Zhenghua complied. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Xin Yurong, Yang He, Su Guangqi, Shui Guoguan, and Wen Tiran arrived in succession. The countenances of these dignitaries were laden with concern, yet they dared not intrude, instead surrounding Jiang Ning to inquire about the situation, which he patiently assuaged one by one. An hour later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the room, followed by jubilant shouts, "It is born! It is born! The Empress has given birth to a prince." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian turned to Jiang Ning, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, it is a son. I have a son." Jiang Ning promptly smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Heartfelt wishes for Your Majesty." The assembled dignitaries echoed in unison, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We rejoice for Your Majesty and the Ming dynasty." As Zhu Youjian moved to push the door open to enter, he was halted by Shuzi, who cautioned, "Your Majesty, please refrain from entering just yet. The Empress has just given birth and is exceedingly weak. She must not be exposed to drafts." Zhu Youjian reluctantly halted, waiting outside the hall. However, moments later, a commotion erupted within, as the midwife and female physician cried out, "Your Majesty, it is dire. The Empress is experiencing a hemorrhage." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian staggered, nearly collapsing, and Jiang Ning rushed forward to support him. The once jubilant dignitaries now wore expressions of grave concern. Even Shuzi, who had been seated calmly, abruptly rose and strode to the doorway to inquire about the situation. The people inside trembled as they reported the circumstances to Shuzi, whose brow furrowed deeply as he pondered the dire predicament. At that moment, Zhu Youjian's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he turned to Jiang Ning and said, "Brother Jiang, the Empress." His eyes reddened, and he faltered in speech. Jiang Ning, clutching Zhu Youjian's hand, began to tremble, contemplating. How could this be? Was this the consequence of his altering history? Just as Jiang Ning's mind spiraled into chaos, Shuzi urgently called out, "Prepare the needles immediately to stem the Empress's bleeding. Listen carefully, follow the sequence precisely. Not a single step may be erroneous, for the consequences would be unimaginable." Subsequently, Shun Shuzi exclaimed. Envoy acupoint, Dayton acupoint, Senyingio acupoint, Guanyuan acupoint, Shuahai acupoint. After speaking, he turned to the physician beside him and commanded, prepare the 8 treasures soup immediately. And do so with haste. The physician promptly obeyed. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao felt utterly weak. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's support, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ning's heart raced, acutely aware that in the medical realm of ancient times, childbirth posed a perilous threat to anyone involved. Even Master Shin Shuzi wore a grave expression, a clear indication of the dire circumstances at hand. After a brief interval, a voice echoed within the room. The bleeding has stopped. The bleeding has ceased. Upon hearing this, Shin Shuzi exhaled a sigh of relief. Sinking down onto the floor as he declared, I have instructed the preparation of the 8 treasures soup. Once it is delivered, it must be administered to Her Majesty without delay. A palace maid hastily entered with the medicine. Shortly thereafter, the maid rushed out, and upon witnessing this, Zhu Youjiao mustered his strength to approach and inquire, how fares the Empress? The maid, startled, quickly knelt and trembled as she replied, Your Majesty. The Empress has just consumed the medicine and has fallen into a deep slumber. Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the midwife and the female physician emerged, covered in blood, and knelt before him, saying, Your Majesty, the Empress is safe, and both mother and child are well. With that, Zhu Youjiao pushed open the door and entered the hall, approaching the bedside to gaze upon Zhang Yan, whose pallid face revealed her unconscious state. He quickly took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Just then, an older maid brought forth the child. Zhu Youjiao, upon seeing this, intended to take the baby into his arms, but found himself at a loss regarding how to hold the infant. Thus, he stood up, gazing at the peacefully sleeping baby in the swaddling cloth, a smile gracing his lips. He then sought advice from the maid on how to hold the child. And after considerable effort, he finally learned the way. He then proceeded to the side chamber and summoned Jiang Ning and the other officials. Chapter 488. The naturally born double-pupiled Zhu Taidan as the crowd entered the hall and beheld Zhu Youjiao cradling the infant. They collectively erupted in joyous exclamations. We congratulate Your Majesty. We celebrate Your Majesty. The Ming dynasty shall have a worthy successor. With a smile, Zhu Youjiao responded. Thanks to the blessings of our esteemed ancestors, the Ming dynasty shall indeed have a successor. I have a son. Following this, Zhu Youjiao proclaimed. Let it be known that all officials in the capital shall receive a year's increase in salary. The officials promptly expressed their gratitude. Next, Zhu Youjiao issued another decree. All palace servants would receive 10 taels of silver, those in Kuan-Ning Palace 50 taels each, the Imperial Medical Bureau 100 taels each, and the Venerable Shinshuzi would receive 10,000 taels. Upon hearing the sum of 10,000 taels, Shinshuzi's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward to bow to Zhu Youjiao, then approached to closely examine the child in the swaddling cloth. After a moment, with a beaming smile, he declared, I congratulate Your Majesty. The prince possesses an extraordinary fate. His heavenly forehead and earthly foundations signify immense wealth and nobility, and he is destined to be a sage ruler in the future. Zhu Youjiao, filled with excitement, asked, Venerable sage, is what you say true? Shinshuzi replied with a smile, A monk does not speak falsehoods. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao was overjoyed and promptly declared, Increase the venerable sage's reward by another 10,000 taels. The gathering fell into an instant silence, each person contemplating how effortlessly the old sage seemed to earn his keep. The words he had just spoken were largely superfluous. The emperor's firstborn, being a legitimate heir, was destined to inherit the Ming dynasty, and thus his fate was inherently noble. Yet, one must concede that the old sage possessed keen insight and eloquence. Subsequently, the distinguished guests rose to bid farewell, eager to convey this splendid news to others. After all, Zhu Youjiao's eldest son was the legitimate prince, the rightful heir to the Ming throne, signifying that the lives and fortunes of these loyalists were secured, inspiring them to work with renewed diligence. Jiang Ning, accompanied by the sage Shinshuzi, prepared to take their leave when Zhu Youjiao called out, Brother Jiang, esteemed sage. Please wait. Jiang Ning and Shinshuzi halted, and Jiang Ning inquired, Your Majesty, is there something more? Zhu Youjiao approached, cradling the child, and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, we had agreed that should I have a son, you would become his godfather. The child is still small, so why not allow me to bow with him to you? Jiang Ning hastily replied, Your Majesty, that is entirely unnecessary. I appreciate your kind intentions. But let us forego this formality. Seeing Jiang Ning's reluctance, Zhu Youjian chuckled. Since you say so, I shall not be coy. He then brought the child closer to Jiang Ning, exclaiming, Look closely. This is your godson. Remember his face well. In the future, should you need assistance, your godfather will surely be of help. Jiang Ning's expression darkened at this, and he swiftly redirected the conversation. Your Majesty, the prince has yet to be named. Have you decided on a name? Zhu Youjian smiled. Recently, the Ministry of Rites submitted a list of names for my selection, yet none seemed satisfactory. Our forefather had already arranged the generational names, and according to the principles of the 5 elements, my son belongs to the Sid generation. Thus, he should have a name with the fire radical. How about Zhu Siren? What do you think, Brother Jiang? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. Zhu Siren was indeed the name historically given by Zhu Youjian to the child of Empress Zhang, though sadly, the child had not survived. He smiled and replied, Your Majesty, that name is quite fitting. Zhu Youjian responded, Very well, from this day forth, you shall be named Zhu Siren. Your father is the emperor. And this esteemed gentleman beside you is your godfather, Jiang Ning, styled Jimming. As for the sage beside your godfather, he is truly remarkable. A high-ranking figure in the Taoist tradition, the old sage Shen Shuzi. You must grow close to both of them as you mature. At that moment, the infant Zhu Siren awoke, opening his eyes, a sight that left Jiang Ning utterly astonished. It is rare for a newborn to open their eyes immediately upon birth. This typically occurs only after several days. Zhu Youjian too noticed this extraordinary event, breaking into a silly grin. Jiang Ning gazed once more at Zhu Siren in Zhu Youjian's arms, utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, By the heavens, he has double pupils. Upon hearing Jiang Ning utter the term double pupils, Zhu Youjian was taken aback and quickly scrutinized the child in his arms. Moments later, he stood frozen in astonishment, turning to Shen Shuzi and asking, Old sage, my son is naturally born with double pupils. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuzi was momentarily taken aback, but soon approached to examine the situation closely. After a brief moment, he extended his finger, performing a series of calculations, and promptly bowed deeply, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this is indeed a moment of great joy. His Highness, the Crown Prince, possesses the visage of a transcendent sage, destined to become a revered monarch in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian trembled with excitement. It is well known that throughout history, those with dual pupils, such as Cangjia, the legendary Emperor Shun among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the fearless Yang Yu of the Western Chu, and the illustrious poet King Liu, were marked as born sages. To the ancients, possessing dual pupils was a sign of divine favor. In the past, any child exhibiting such traits would have been extinguished, with no possibility of nurturing their growth. However, the birth of such a child within the royal family signifies a celestial blessing for the rulers, further affirming the legitimacy of their divine right to rule. At that moment, Zhu Siren opened his eyes, surveying the people before him without a hint of fear. He then extended his small hand towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, slightly taken aback, reached out his finger, gently touching Zhu Siren's hand. The moment they made contact, the little one erupted into laughter, and Jiang Ning joined in the merriment. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian remarked, Brother Jiang, our dear Siren does not yet have a nickname. Why not let you, as his godfather, bestow one? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ning decided to playfully tease his new godson, saying, Your Majesty, I perceive that His Highness is quite audacious and unafraid. Perhaps we could call him Zhu Iron Courage or Zhu Bold. Zhu Youjian contemplated for a moment before responding. Zhu Bold sounds rather unpleasant. Let us go with Zhu Iron Courage instead. This name conveys a spirit of bravery much more fitting. The name Zhu Bold was indeed difficult to utter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but cover his mouth in laughter, exclaiming, Zhu Iron Courage is splendid, truly splendid. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Shen Shuzi took their leave, allowing Zhu Youjian to spend the remaining time with Empress Zhang Yan and Prince Zhu Siren. As they exited the Grand Hall, they encountered Old Wei and Fang Zhenghua, who were weeping bitterly. Jiang Ning, taken aback by the sight, hurried forward to inquire, Master Wei, Master Fang, what is the cause of your sorrow? Old Wei, with reddened eyes and a quivering voice, replied, My lord, Master Fang and I are shedding tears of joy for His Majesty. We are overwhelmed with happiness. Fang Zhenghua, also in tears, nodded in agreement, saying, "The Ming dynasty has a worthy heir. Both Master Wei and I rejoice for his majesty." Observing the two weeping profusely, Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words and led Qin Shuzi towards the palace gates. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Ning suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no!" This startled Qin Shuzi, who hurriedly asked, "Disciple, what has happened? Do not frighten your master." Jiang Ning, with a frown, retorted, "Just now, His Majesty rewarded everyone present, yet I, the disciple, received no reward at all. It seems I have acquired a godson while incurring expenses." Qin Shuzi rolled his eyes and replied, somewhat irritated, "Did His Majesty not just declare that all officials in the capital would receive a year's salary increase? Is that not your reward?" Jiang Ning, in a huff, countered, "Master, how can you say that without remorse? My salary has been completely deducted this year. This increase merely compensates for my lost earnings and hardly qualifies as a reward. As the prince's first month approaches, we must prepare gifts. This endeavor seems rather unprofitable." Upon hearing this, Master Qin Shuzi slapped Jiang Ning on the head and scolded, "Look at you, so miserly. You hardly resemble a marquis of the realm. Come along with me, and do not bring shame upon yourself here." With that, he pulled Jiang Ning back home. Upon arriving, they were greeted by Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, both with prominent bellies. Noticing the bickering between the master and disciple, they hastily instructed their servants to serve the meal. Afterward, Jiang Ning shared the joyous news of the empress giving birth to the crown prince, which filled the sisters with delight. Jiang Ning, typically preoccupied with official duties, spent little time with family, while Empress Zhang Yan often invited the Lu sisters to the palace, creating a harmonious bond among them. Now, with the empress's new arrival, they genuinely celebrated her happiness. After the meal, Jiang Ning inquired, "Master, what would be an appropriate gift to present for the prince's first month?" Qin Shuzi replied, "A protective talisman from me will suffice. As for you, it is less straightforward. After all, you are the prince's godfather. If your gift is inadequate, it may invite ridicule. Ponder this well." With that, Qin Shuzi wiped his mouth and slipped away. Jiang Ning began to contemplate what would be fitting to bestow upon his godson, Zhu Taidan. Meanwhile, the news of the empress's childbirth spread like wildfire throughout the capital, enveloping both the court officials and the common folk in immense joy. The royalist officials, eager to solidify their positions, worked fervently, for the empress's son was both a legitimate and firstborn heir, ensuring their fortunes and futures were secured. If previously the royalists united for lofty ambitions and rewards, now their singular thought was to toil earnestly, aiming to leave a favorable impression in the prince's mind. Zhang Wen was quick to publicize this event in the Tianqi Times, even spreading word of Zhu Siren's rare dual-colored eyes. The populace buzzed with speculation, believing such a unique trait signified a divine blessing, and many surmised that Zhu Siren would follow Zhu Youjian as another illustrious sovereign, leading the Ming dynasty into a new era of prosperity. Days later, during the morning court session, Zhu Youjian publicly announced a nationwide amnesty in celebration of the prince's birth. Subsequently, he exempted several disaster-stricken provinces from taxes and generously rewarded civil and military officials, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie within the court, inspiring officials of all ranks to work even harder. Even seasoned statesmen like Sun Qingzong, Shui Guoguan, Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong appeared invigorated, diligently attending to state affairs. Before long, this news permeated throughout the Ming territory. The emperor's joy at the birth of a prince was not an unusual occurrence. However, the prince's unique, dual-colored eyes drew extraordinary attention. Additionally, Zhang Wen's poetic descriptions of celestial phenomena accompanying the prince's birth, including the appearance of auspicious rainbow clouds above the palace, added an enchanting layer of mystery to this event. Chapter 489, Gifts from All Sides. Days later, Guo Yunho and his colleagues, engaged in water conservancy and river dredging in Hunan, also learned of the news and rejoiced immensely. Guo Yunho resolved to present a grand gift, thus pausing his archaeological endeavors. He summoned Yang Lian for a clandestine discussion, after which Yang Lian mysteriously vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Guo Yunho assembled the renowned tomb raiders, including Xiang Feng and the esteemed Southern Five Elders. With a grave demeanor, Guo Yunho addressed the assembly, "Esteemed colleagues, I now entrust you with a task that is both honorable and formidable, and I trust you will execute it with diligence. Upon its successful completion, I shall personally commend you. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Guo's intentions. With a wave of his hand, several members of the Jianyi entered, bearing boxes of ancient texts. Guo Yunho continued, I require your assistance in locating a specific item in Luoyang. These are relevant ancient texts and folk histories. I urge you to peruse them and apply your skills to aid me in this search. The crowd eagerly began to examine the texts. At that moment, Xiang Feng stepped forward, lifting one of the ancient volumes, and after a brief perusal, he was struck with alarm. He hurried to Guo Yunho and inquired softly, Lord Guo, are you intending to seek that item? Guo Yunho stroked his beard and chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, if it were not for that item, why would I exert myself to such lengths, even halting my archaeological work? Xiang Feng's expression turned troubled. Lord Guo, countless dynasties and individuals have sought that item, yet none have succeeded. Do we truly stand a chance? Guo Yunho laughed. Xiang Feng, you often boast of your prowess. Why the trepidation now? Xiang Feng's face fell in despair. Guo Yunho approached him, patting his shoulder, and whispered, Xiang Feng, you must rally your spirits. I hold great faith in you. Should you manage to unearth this item, it would be an unparalleled achievement. In that event, I shall personally commend you, and you will inherit my position as the guardian of the pass. Upon hearing Guo Yunho's enticing proposition, Xiang Feng's breath quickened. After all, the esteemed Guo was advanced in years and unlikely to serve for many more. Furthermore, his 1,000-strong entourage consisted of skilled individuals, not to mention the official status they held. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Feng declared, Lord Guo, I shall give it my all. Guo Yunho nodded in approval. Days later, Guo Yunho, accompanied by over 1,000 members of the Guardian of the Pass, commenced an excavation around Luoyang, seemingly intent on overturning the entire city in search of some elusive item. This spectacle alarmed Zhuo Guangdou and the Hunan governor Feng Jiahu, who hurried to confront Guo Yunho. Zhuo Guangdou queried, Lord Guo, I refrained from commenting on your prior excavations at Baiming Mountain, but why are you now digging in Luoyang? There are countless citizens in the city. Your actions are quite unreasonable. Guo Yunho retorted brusquely. Inform the populace that I am merely investigating the water levels to drill a well. Stunned by such an implausible rationale, Zhuo Guangdou found himself speechless, pondering how one could require 1,000 individuals wielding Luoyang spades for well digging. Nevertheless, Guo Yunho offered no further explanation, continuing his fervent work with his men. Meanwhile, in Korea, Zhu Youjian was overwhelmed with excitement upon learning the news of his impending unclehood. Genuinely delighted for his elder brother Zhu Youxiao, he promptly took up his pen and wrote a lengthy list of gifts, handing it to Li Gui beside him. Li Gui, take this royal missive to Hanxiang and instruct the king of Joseon to procure the items on this list immediately. Subsequently, send them to the capital of the Ming in my name to celebrate the birth of the prince. Li Gui hurriedly accepted the list and departed in haste. At that moment, Sun Xuanting, seated nearby, smiled and remarked, Congratulations, Your Highness. Rejoice, Your Highness. Now that His Majesty has welcomed a prince, you have become an uncle. Zhu Youjian responded with a chuckle, Bai Gu, do not jest with me. It is my elder brother who has welcomed a son, not I. Sun Xuanting continued with a grin, Your Highness is in love with Lady Ruyi, and with the Marquis supporting you. It will not be long after your marriage before you have a son of your own. I shall certainly present you with a grand gift at that time. Zhu Youjian laughed. Bai Gu, those are your words, and I shall remember them. The two exchanged hearty laughter. When Li Gui arrived at the palace of Hanxiang, clutching Zhu Youjian's list, he found King Li Zhang staring dumbfounded at the document. Upon hearing Li Gui's intentions, a wave of unbridled fury surged within him. This prince of Xin was truly overstepping. He was the king of Joseon, yet since the arrival of the prince, he had been reduced to a mere punching bag. Nearly becoming a puppet, he was constantly compelled to send money and provisions to the Ming garrison. And now he was expected to assist the prince in presenting gifts. This was a blatant affront to his dignity. Observing the anger on Li Zhang's face, Left Minister Kim Ryu and Right Minister Zhang Wei quickly stepped forward, saying, Minister Li, please convey to Prince Xin that the gifts on the list will be procured shortly and dispatched to the Ming capital without delay. After Li Gui nodded and took his leave, Li Zhang erupted in fury, kicking over the table before him and bellowing, This Prince of Xin is truly intolerable. I am the king of Joseon, yet he is nearly riding on my back. Kim Ryu and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, and Kim Ryu urged, Your Highness, temper your anger. The situation is precarious, and we have no viable options. If we provoke Prince Xin, he may bring the Ming army directly into Hanxiang, and then we will truly become puppets. For now, we must placate Prince Xin and strategize for the future." Upon hearing this, Li Zhang sat down heavily, letting out a long sigh filled with regret. "Had I known, I would not have instigated a coup to become king. I had thought that after a successful coup, I could command with absolute authority in this small land of Joseon, yet I have ended up a figure of little consequence." He felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself, but could only compel his aides to hasten the procurement of gifts as per Zhu Youjian's list. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian in Pyongyang received a formal document from the Ministry of Personnel, informing him that the officials had been selected and would soon be dispatched to Joseon. Furthermore, he was requested to select a number of officers from the army for demotion and reassignment as local officials. After conferring with Sun Chuanting, Zhu Youjian promptly chose several dozen commanders who hailed from scholarly backgrounds. Upon explaining the situation to them, the officers were filled with joy. After all, they hailed from a scholarly background. Although their military careers were commendable, the prospects of serving as civil officials appeared to offer them greater opportunities for advancement. Thus, with a decisive gesture, Zhu Youjian transformed these several dozen generals from military leaders into civil officials, assigning them to regions such as Anping Road, Wangyi Province, and Hamjiang Province. The original Korean officials in these areas were left in the lurch as these newly appointed officers arrived with their troops in tow. To further win the hearts of the local populace, Zhu Youjian directly allocated a portion of the provisions gifted by King Li Zhang of Korea to these leaders, ensuring they brought food supplies to their new posts. Sun Chuanting praised this strategy, exclaiming, "Your Highness is truly astute. Utilizing the provisions from the Korean king to win the favor of the Korean people is nothing short of brilliant." Zhu Youjian smiled modestly, responding, "Oh, it is but a minor stratagem." As these generals took office with their provisions, the original Korean officials were left dumbfounded before they could voice any objections. They were promptly detained. The newly appointed officials, having transitioned from military to civil roles, immediately began distributing food to the Korean populace while simultaneously punishing local corrupt officials. In a short time, the Korean citizens were deeply moved, praising the reliability of the dignitaries from the Celestial Empire. Seizing the moment, these officials also extended a wave of benevolent loans to the people, propagating that it was all thanks to His Highness, the Prince of Ming, who had fought for the welfare of the Korean populace. Unbeknownst to Zhu Youjian, this was unfolding. A few days later, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting set sail for Pid Island to visit Mao Wenlong. Upon their arrival, Mao Wenlong personally greeted them and subsequently hosted a lavish banquet in their honor. Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting, observing the meticulous arrangements and the training of the soldiers on Pid Island, could not help but nod in admiration, recognizing that Mao Wenlong had indeed transformed this isolated island into a formidable military stronghold. Afterward, Zhu Youjian and Sun Chuanting bid their farewells and sailed back to Pyongyang. Before they could disembark, Zhu Youjian was startled to see countless Korean citizens gathered on the shore, fearing something dire had occurred. Sun Chuanting reassured him, "Your Highness need not worry. It is likely nothing of great concern." Zhu Youjian nodded, planning to ascertain the reason once ashore. To his astonishment, before the ship had even docked, numerous Korean citizens leapt into the sea, swimming towards the vessel Zhu Youjian occupied, leaving him utterly astonished. Finally, as the ship reached the shore, an overwhelming wave of citizens surged forward, weeping uncontrollably as they enveloped Zhu Youjian in a heartfelt embrace. He hurriedly inquired about the situation, and after some probing, he learned that these Korean citizens believed he intended to return to the Ming dynasty and abandon them, a notion that felt like the very collapse of their world. Thus, they rushed to the shore, hoping for a miracle, which indeed transpired as Zhu Youjian returned by boat. Before him, countless elders, youths, officials, scholars, and children wept inconsolably. Witnessing this, Zhu Youjian immediately sought to comfort the distressed citizens and even cradled a sobbing child, whispering soothing words. This tender scene further stirred the emotions of the Korean populace, causing several individuals to faint from the overwhelming sentiment, requiring assistance to be carried away. As Zhu Youjian returned to the general's mansion in Pyongyang, he was met with a scene of throngs of people filling the streets. Faced with such overwhelming support, Zhu Youjian had no choice but to ascend the platform and address the gathered masses. Upon his ascent, Numerous Korean officials and scholars hastily produced paper and pen to document his words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjian began, "This king shall not forsake Korea, nor abandon you." At his proclamation, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, tears streaming down their faces as they raised their hands and cried, "Long live the Ming dynasty." Zhu Youjian continued, "When hungry, one must eat. When weary, one must rest. When thirsty, one must drink. Do not engage in mischief, but return home to live well." The Korean populace, moved to tears, felt deeply cared for by His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Ming, and gradually dispersed. Once he had finally persuaded the people to leave, Zhu Youjian let out a sigh of relief and hurried back to the general's mansion with Sun Chuanting. Chapter 490. The Alliance of Enslaved Nations. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Amidst the joyous atmosphere in the Ming dynasty celebrating Zhu Youxiao's new son, in the faraway stronghold of the later Jin at Hichuala, the Khan's palace, Nurhasai's health had improved after a period of recuperation, bringing a sense of stability to the previously restless internal affairs of the later Jin. Upon returning to Hichuala, Amin promptly reported to Nurhasai about Lu Xingzu's alleged collusion with the Ming dynasty. Nurhasai, upon hearing this, immediately summoned Lu Xingzu for a direct confrontation. When Lu arrived at the Khan's palace and saw Tuli Shun and Delongtai standing beside Nurhasai, a chill ran down his spine. Yet, he feigned composure, kneeling and greeting. "Your servant Lu Ida pays respects to the Khan. I am unaware of the reason for your summons." Nurhasai, with an impassive expression, replied, "Lu Ida, I have received word that you have been in collusion with the Ming. What do you have to say in your defense?" Lu Xingzu quickly protested, "Khan, I am wronged. I am ever loyal to the great Jin and to you. Someone must be framing me. I implore you to discern the truth and not heed the slander of others." Nurhasai remained noncommittal, as Tuli Shun and Delongtai immediately brought forth the information regarding Lu Xingzu's communications with the Ming. Lu Xingzu instantly countered, "This is slander. You accuse me of collusion without proof." Faced with Lu Xingzu's challenge, Tuli Shun and Delongtai found themselves momentarily speechless, as they could not produce substantial evidence, but were evidently unwilling to let Lu Xingzu escape easily. Delongtai swiftly inquired, "Lu Ida, previously, when the Khan ordered Prince Amin to station troops by the Prince River to restrain the Xiong barbarians within Liaoyang, why did you repeatedly go missing? Do you dare deny that you were delivering intelligence to the Ming?" Lu Xingzu lamented, "This is slander. You are blatantly defaming me. I was merely leading men to investigate the movements of the Ming troops." Tuli Shun promptly rebutted, "If you claim to have been gathering intelligence on the Ming, why were we unaware of it?" Lu Xingzu immediately retorted, "Gathering intelligence must be done covertly. Must it be made common knowledge?" Tuli Shun was momentarily rendered speechless by this response. At that moment, Lu Xingzhua, with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Great Khan, I have served the Jin dynasty with loyalty, shedding blood for its glory. I am prepared to die, but I shall not allow anyone to tarnish your name. If you desire my life, merely utter a word. However, I must declare that even if I were to perish 1,000 times, I would forever plunge into the fires of devotion for the Jin." Upon hearing this, Nurhasai could not help but reminisce about the days when he first raised the banner of rebellion, with Lu Xingzhua steadfastly by his side, achieving numerous victories. Furthermore, Lu Xingzhua was his adopted son, bestowed with the name Lu Ida by him. Having already lost a son, Zhu Ying, could he now bring himself to eliminate this loyal son who had always been at his service? Noticing Nurhasai's indecision, Tuli and Delongtai grew anxious and hastily interjected, but their words were abruptly silenced by a gesture from Nurhasai. Looking at the tearful Lu Xingzhua, he coldly commanded, "Summon Amin." The two, seeing the situation, fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Nurhasai's confidant, Tuli, arrived at Amin's residence to summon him to the Khan's palace. Upon receiving the news, Amin felt a tightening in his chest. Since returning to Hechuala, he had not ventured beyond his doors. Was Nurhasai now preparing to deal with him? Thus, he promptly approached Tuli, attempting to glean information. But Tuli remained tight-lipped. With trepidation, Amin followed Tuli to the Khan's palace. Upon witnessing Lu Xingzhua kneeling and weeping, alongside Tuli and Delongtai standing beside Nurhasai, Amin instantly comprehended that the affair between Lu Ida and the Ming had been exposed. However, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly knelt and proclaimed, "Your servant Amin pays his respects to the great Khan." Nurhasai coldly replied, "Rise." Amin, I ask you, are you aware of Lu Ida's liaison with the Ming? Amin feigned ignorance, his face a mask of confusion as he replied, Lu Ida consorting with the Ming? When did this occur? I had no knowledge of it at all. He then turned to Lu Xingzhua, feigning shock, and asked, Lu Ida, have you truly betrayed us by consorting with the Ming? Choking back his emotions, Lu Xingzhua protested. I am innocent. This is slander, a conspiracy against me. Nurhasai, fixing his gaze upon Amin, inquired once more. I commanded you to lead the bordered blue banner to constrain the Xiong barbarians by the banks of the Taizi River. Lu Ida frequently left the military camp. Were you aware of this? Without hesitation, Amin responded, to the Great Khan, I am aware of this matter. Lu Ida was gathering intelligence on the Ming army. This revelation stunned everyone present. Tuli and Delongtai immediately pressed. Might we inquire, why was your servant unaware of this? Amin retorted with a scoff. It is I who am the lord of the bordered blue banner. The fewer who know about the intelligence gathering on the Ming, the better. Must every action be reported to you? Caught off guard, the two were left speechless. At this juncture, Lu Xingzhua hurriedly shared the intelligence prepared for him by Yuan Feng in its entirety. After listening, Nurhasai nodded. Much of the information aligned with what he had received, suggesting that his adopted son Lu Ida might not have deceived him. Yet, being inherently cunning, Nurhasai would not easily relent, and he coldly stated, Lu Ida, the matter of your liaison with the Ming remains inconclusive. Effective immediately, you are relieved of all your duties and must not leave Hechuala. Once the truth of the matter is uncovered, if you are found to be wronged, I shall restore your position. However, if it is revealed that you have been in collusion with the Ming, I shall personally see to your demise. Lu Xingzhua hastily bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks for the Khan's keen discernment. Nurhasai waved his hand, signaling the others to withdraw. Subsequently, the assembly made their way toward the palace gates. Amin observed the despondent Lu Xingzhua and offered words of consolation. Lu Ida, do not fret excessively. Your contributions to the Jin are well known to the Khan, and your performance within the bordered Blue Banner army has not gone unnoticed by the prince. He will not permit anyone to tarnish your reputation. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Tuli Shun and Delong Tai before hastily departing with Lu Xingzhua. Tuli Shun and Delong Tai wore expressions of anger, yet dared not retaliate. Although Amin was not favored by Nurhasai and faced frequent suppression, he was still one of the four great princes, which restrained their audacity. Once the gathering had dispersed, Nurhasai summoned his chief advisor, Gong Zhenglu. Shortly thereafter, Gong arrived at Nurhasai's quarters and promptly knelt before him, proclaiming, I, Gong Zhenglu, pay my respects to the Khan. Nurhasai quickly approached and assisted Gong to rise. After they took their seats, Nurhasai, with a face full of concern, stated, Mr. Gong, I have summoned you today to discuss a matter of great importance. Observing the gravity on Nurhasai's face, Gong inquired, what matter does the Khan wish to confer with me about? With a sigh, Nurhasai replied, Mr. Gong, you were among the first to follow me. Though we lack the formal title of master and disciple, the bond is real. You have been a teacher to many of my sons, and I shall not conceal my thoughts from you. Currently, the Ming are making frequent moves internally. I have received news that most officials at the Ming court are now obedient to the Zhu family, and the internal strife of yesteryear has dissipated. They are currently training a new army and reforming their governance, leading to a gradual strengthening of their national power. The Xiong barbarians and Hong Laojiu have fortified Liaoyang and Shenyang, acting like two nails firmly embedded in Liaodong, hindering our progress. Furthermore, that rascal Mao Wenlong is stationed at Pitio, severing our supply lines from Korea and occasionally sending harassment. Most infuriating is Lin Dan Khan, who, despite suffering defeats in battles against the Ming, fights tenaciously against our Jin. I am truly concerned. In terms of land and population, our Jin cannot even begin to compare to the Ming, let alone Lin Dan Khan. My lifelong aspiration has been to unify all of Liaodong, yet the challenges are formidable. Thus, I seek your counsel. Do you possess any strategies to break this impasse? With that, he performed a bow towards Gong Zhenglu, not one to decline. Gong Zhenglu closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before sighing and saying, Khan, to speak frankly, I initially believed the Ming's fate was sealed, yet I did not foresee their resurgence. The Ming army in Liaodong has shifted from defense to offense, indicating that they are biding their time. After all, the Ming has long suffered from internal issues, and what they lack most is time. The Zhu family seeks to stabilize the Ming's internal affairs, which is why they hesitate to launch a full-scale war against Arjin, and their only aim against Lin Dan Khan is to expel him from the Hetao region. After all, should internal strife and external threats erupt simultaneously, it would be sufficient to undermine the Ming dynasty, which cannot withstand such risks. The pressing matter at hand is to ally with Lin Dan Khan to jointly confront the Ming dynasty, thereby enhancing the prospects for a complete unification of Liaodong. Upon hearing this, Nurhaci fell into contemplation. He harbored a low opinion of Lin Dan Khan, whom he deemed ineffectual. Observing Nurhaci's pensive demeanor, Gong Zhenglu spoke again, "Great Khan. Although Lin Dan Khan is ambitious yet lacks capability, he remains the nominal Khan of the Mongolian steppes and has suffered multiple setbacks at the hands of the Ming dynasty. He cannot possibly swallow this affront. If we can form an alliance with Lin Dan Khan, the territory under the control of Arjin will seamlessly connect with his lands. Thus, whether in Liaodong, Jizhou, Xianzhou, Datong, or Hetao, we can deploy forces on two fronts against the Ming dynasty. In this way, the Ming will find themselves ensnared in a dilemma of dual warfare. Furthermore, with the Ming dynasty currently intensifying its suppression of Jiangnan, it is certain that unrest will arise in that region, leaving the Ming without the time or resources to bolster their internal strength. In a mere few years, we could dismantle the Ming dynasty's power, at which point the Great Khan could fully annex all of Liaodong. As for Lin Dan Khan, he would become a variable. Should he choose to submit, it would be splendid. If he resists, the Great Khan may dispatch troops to eliminate him, thereby absorbing the entirety of the southern and northern deserts, ultimately securing the capital to confront the Ming dynasty decisively. After listening, Nurhaci rose and paced, deep in thought. Moments later, he nodded. Mr. Gong makes a valid point. However, Arjin recently engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Dan Khan, and now to seek an alliance may prove to be fraught with difficulties. Gong Zhenglu smiled and replied, "Great Khan, it is not as challenging as it seems. Lin Dan Khan has now been completely expelled from the Hetao region by the Ming dynasty, and his followers are unsettled. His animosity towards the Ming far surpasses any resentment he harbors towards Arjin. At this juncture, should the Great Khan propose an alliance, Lin Dan Khan would undoubtedly welcome the opportunity.